One figure belongs to Chu Royun, and the other is a middle-aged man wearing a black robe with a golden silk dragon on it, plus this inexplicable fear of aura.
For a moment, Su Changyu became even more panicked. What to do? What to do? Is this going to provoke a military force to seek guilt? It's over, why do you have to do this by yourself? Su Changyu felt inexplicably distressed. He was very panicked and afraid, and he wanted to explain now. I don't know if the other party is willing to listen to his own explanation. Inside the main hall, Emperor Dakian was extremely excited. Before he could enter the hall, he had already seen Su Changyu. Inside the main hall, Su Changyu was wearing a blue shirt and sat cross-legged in it. His temperament was superior and his appearance was even more handsome. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as function and handsome. What is most shocking is that Su Changyu's indifferent and transcendent temperament seems to be indifferent to the world, or like an iceberg, giving people the feeling that it is not that high-ranking, but a peerless feeling. It's him. It's him. This is my nephew. This must be my nephew. The moment Emperor Dakian saw Su Changyu, he was sure that this was his nephew. Otherwise, how could he be so handsome and how could he be so similar? If Su Changyu was a woman, in a daze, he seemed to see his sister sitting there. Su Changyu's temperament is so similar. It's exactly the same. At this moment, Emperor Dakian was stunned. For some reason, he felt a little hot in his eyes and inexplicably wanted to cry. Changyu! Emperor Dakian couldn't help but shout, full of emotion. But in just a moment, Su Changyu's voice rang out. His voice was very calm and a little cold. I beat people. A calm voice sounded, full of a hint of arrogance. This voice made the three of them stunned. Because Su Changyu himself was also stunned. Ha! Emperor Dakian and Empress Dakian didn't know what Su Changyu was talking about. And Su Changyu himself didn't know what he was talking about. It's over. I'm sick again. In the hall, Su Changyu was already desperate. Prepare to die. Be prepared to die. Don't save me, I'm dead this time. But in an instant, Queen Dakian reacted. Her beautiful face couldn't help but chuckled and looked at Emperor Dakian and said, Your Majesty, Changyu is talking about the grandson. Empress Dakian spoke and told Emperor Dakian what Su Changyu meant. Oh. Emperor Dakian nodded. But at this moment, Su Changyu in the hall was stunned. His Majesty? Is this person the Emperor? Although he doesn't understand official positions, he also knows what His Majesty means. Did you provoke the Emperor of the Dakian dynasty? This time it's completely finished. Dead. It's over. It's over. No more, no more. Su Changyu cried and felt that his fate was really pitiful. He actually provoked Emperor Dakian. At this moment, Su Changyu was ready to die. However, thinking of this, Su Changyu couldn't help but take a deep breath. Since both sides and left and right were dead, Su Changyu had already planned to give up on himself at this moment. Su Changyu didn't want to ask for pleading for mercy. It's boring. Anyway, I'm dead this time. You said that if you provoke others, Su Changyu had nothing to say. But the problem is that when provoking the current Emperor Dakian, Su Changyu was naturally desperate. Since both sides and vertically, they are dead. At that moment, Su Changyu couldn't help but take a deep breath. He looked at Emperor Dakian and said with a very calm expression. The Crown Prince, young, is domineering, has no respect for elders, no kindness or virtue. If you don't take any action to teach a lesson, you will harm the people of the world in the future, no matter how you punish them this time. I, Su, will never regret it. Su Changyu gritted his teeth and spoke. This time, he did not get sick. This time, he said it for himself. Since ancient times, no one has died. Su Changyu, he had to pretend to be the last one before he died. Anyway. And he must pretend for himself. But, after saying this, Emperor Dakian and Empress Dakian were obviously stunned.
They did not expect that Su Changyu and Fong Li had such a big opinion.
But they didn't have any anger.
Instead, they looked at each other and understood what each other meant.
Linger is indeed a little naughty.
Emperor Dakian's divine consciousness transmitted the voice. His tone was very calm, but his meaning was very clear. Yes, we have indeed been too fond of Linger over the years, and now he is not young.
Changyu is right.
If he doesn't discipline him well now, the world will be the one who will suffer in the future.
Chu Royun also recognized what Su Changyu said. They actually understand what Fong Li did, but Fong Li is a little smart and will not overestimate anything.
So they just make a fool of themselves, and everyone will make this more or less. After all, there is no need to exaggerate a child of 13 or 14 years old.
But if anyone else said this, Emperor Dakian and Empress Dakian would not care about it.
But from Su Changyu's words, the lethality is quite large.
My friend Changyu, what you said is very true, I understand. Let's deal with this matter now. Don't be angry, Royun.
In this way, you can take Changyu to rest first.
Leave the next thing to me. Emperor Dakian spoke. He saw Su Changyu. But after thousands of words, Emperor Dakian didn't know what to say. He wanted to tell Su Changyu directly that he was his uncle.
But he was worried that Su Changyu could not accept it for a while. More importantly, the clothes Su Changyu wore were made of the Daxia royal family, which means that the Emperor of Daxia might have known about Changyu's existence for a long time. Since this is the case, the Emperor of Daxia did not tell him. He also needs to deal with this matter well.
Of course, nothing matters right now.
The most important thing is that Changyu suffered a grievance.
Fong Li. On weekdays, Grandpa Emperor is so doting on you, but he didn't expect it to hurt you. Today, Grandpa Emperor wants to teach you how to be a good person. Thinking of this, Emperor Dakian left.
At this moment, Su Changyu was surprised.
Is Emperor Dakian so reasonable? True or fake? TSK.
He is worthy of being the emperor, and his mind is broad.
For a moment, Su Changyu's favor for Emperor Dakian increased dramatically. And at this moment, outside the Zhaixin Hall, Princess Xuyang has brought the prince. The prince is very weak and in his 30s.
At this moment, he is trying to persuade Princess Xuyang to persuade Fong Li to not cause trouble.
Father, aunt, don't say it anymore.
I have never suffered such a big loss in my life.
I will definitely not let him go. Fong Li was very stubborn and never let Su Changyu go without death.
Linger, just forget it if you make trouble on weekdays, but don't continue making trouble on this matter anymore, listen to Dad.
The prince was a little angry.
His son was favored by his father and mother, but because he was too favored, Fong Lidian was not afraid of the earth and was difficult for him to discipline him. The main reason is that as soon as the discipline is done, the father will cause trouble for himself, so the prince is very uncomfortable.
But even he said so. Fong Li is still extremely stubborn.
But at this moment,
Fong Li saw Grandpa Huang walk out of the Zhaixin Hall.
At that moment, he rushed over with great excitement.
Grandpa Emperor, is that Su Changyu right in Zhaixin Hall? Grandpa Emperor, you must be fair for me. Grandpa Emperor. Fong Li seemed extremely excited and wanted to take revenge immediately.
However, Fong Li ignored a little. Emperor Dakian's face had become extremely cold. End of this chapter.
Dakian Palace.
Outside the Zhaixin Hall,
Fong Li seemed extremely excited.
Over the years, he has never been bullied at all since he was a child. But today, someone actually beat me up.
This made Fong Li extremely angry. It also made Fong Li extremely uncomfortable.
Fortunately, my grandfather would help me and teach the Su Changyu a lesson.
As for Princess Xuyang and her father, Fong Li didn't care at all.
As long as she could take revenge, everything would be fine.
Not far away, Princess Xuyang knelt directly on the ground and looked at Emperor Dakian, saying very excitedly, "Father, Senior Su is just an impulse. There must be some misunderstandings in this. I hope my father will understand it." Princess Xuyang spoke and pleaded for Su Changyu.
As for Prince Daqian, he immediately walked up and knelt in front of Emperor Daqian and said, "Father, the ninth sister has already told her son-in-law about this matter.
I think there must be some misunderstandings in it. Lier is naughty and doesn't know how to behave. Senior Su is the savior of Jiumei.
If he really punishes him and passes him outside, he will say that our Daqian will repay his grudge."
Prince Daqian was very sensible.
When Princess Xuyang found him and explained everything, he knew that his son fondly might have caused a big disaster.
No matter what, Su Changyu cannot be blamed for this matter. After all, Su Changyu saved Princess Xuyang. Since she saved Princess Xuyang, she was Daqian's benefactor, although Su Changyu really beat Fongli.
But it was nothing serious. At worst, just reward Su Changyu with something and let Su Changyu leave. There is no need to exaggerate. This time, Prince Daqian was really angry, and the other party felt extremely angry. In fact, this kind of thing has happened not the first time, but fondly relied on the doting of Emperor Daqian in his young age. He was simply lawless. So he had no choice but to beg Emperor Daqian to spare Su Changyu.
There is no misunderstanding here. He just sees me as young as I am, and thinks I am easy to bully. Grandson cannot bear this grievance. Fongli was also very stubborn. Anyway, he couldn't be beaten in vain.
But at this moment,
Emperor Daqian couldn't help but look at Fongli. He loved this grandson very much.
But today, what Su Changyu said made him awaken. The reason why he spoiled Fongli was because Fongli was still young, because of his relatives from generation to generation. In addition, there was another point, that is, Fongli's temperament was a little bit like Princess Changling, inheriting his mother's temperament. It is precisely because of this that he is so doting on the side of the world.
But now it's different.
Fongli is already 14 years old and can hold a coming-of-age ceremony in 2 years. If he still continues to be so playful, it will be as Su Changyu said. Therefore, he plans to discipline Fongli well today.
Can't bear this grievance? Lier, I'll ask you, why did Changyu beat you up? Emperor Daqian said calmly.
After saying this, Prince Daqian and Princess Xuyang were slightly stunned.
They couldn't help but hear a different smell after this sentence. Why did Changyu beat you up? Why did Emperor Daqian call Su Changyu the Changyu? This seems a little friendly. Unfortunately, Fongli didn't understand, and even said that he didn't realize this detail at all. He was still too young. Grandpa Emperor, maybe he is jealous of me as handsome than him. Fongli answered like this. At that moment, Emperor Daqian couldn't help but continue to speak. Lier, Grandpa Emperor asked you, have you done anything out of the ordinary? He continued to ask. The grandson doesn't. Fongli insisted that he had not done anything out of order, and said he had not done anything after he did it. Anyway, it cannot be admitted. Really?
At this moment, Emperor Daqian's eyes suddenly became sharp.
He stared at Fongli. The latter instantly felt creepy.
This was his time when he saw his grandfather's gaze.
Very scary. Emperor Daqian was the emperor of the entire Daqian dynasty. He held the power of life and death in the world and was extremely authoritative.
Not to mention a grandson, even civil and military officials in the court, or even some princes and princes, dare not breathe loudly when facing the eyes of Emperor Daqian. Naturally, Fongli was afraid, he was a little scared, but more of it was inexplicable. Grandpa, grandson, did say a few unpleasant words, but this is not the reason he beat me up.
Although he was afraid, Fongli was still dissatisfied and still bit his teeth and insisted on saying that it was Su Changyu's problem. Presumptuous. In an instant, Emperor Daqian's voice sounded, and this burst of laughter not only scared Fongli, but also Prince Xuyang and Prince Daqian couldn't help but tremble.
They had never seen Emperor Daqian be so angry, and it was the other party who was separated. You should know that even if Fongli causes great trouble on weekdays, Emperor Daqian will spoil him and turn this matter into small matters. But I didn't expect that this time, Emperor Daqian would be so serious.
Grandpa Emperor! Fongli shouted in a crying voice.
He was really scared, but more of it was still inexplicable.
Why did my grandfather change?
This is not the case in normal times.
Fong really couldn't figure it out, but he also understood that he couldn't say anything randomly at the moment.
Fong, as the crown prince, I love you in all kinds of ways because of your father and you're young and ignorant. You have made mistakes in the palace and are lawless.
I have not said anything, just because you are still young and young.
I don't want to have too much restraint on you, nor do I want to have too much discipline on you. I hope you can be happier, but you are becoming more and more arrogant and domineering. You are disrespectful to your parents and disrespectful to your ministers. It was Grandpa who spoiled you, but today, you are 14 years old, you are no longer young, and you are no longer ignorant. Today, I will teach you well. Emperor Dakian spoke coldly, and Fong was stunned by this sentence.
This is not right. Why did you become wrong again?
But before I could think too much, Emperor Dakian had already pulled out a golden vine whip.
This is the Emperor Whip.
This whip will not hurt the other person no matter how many whip it is, because every whip is taken, the other person will feel extremely painful, but a ray of spiritual energy will be injected into the next moment to heal the injury. This kind of imperial whip is exclusive to the royal family of the Dakian dynasty, and is specially used to punish some disobedient princes and princesses. After all, it will definitely not work if it is broken. But if you don't beat him hard, you won't be able to give the other party a memory. So this kind of whip is the best. It can't kill people, but it can also make the other party suffer.
Grandpa, Grandpa. Fong was stunned when he saw the Emperor's whip and shouted loudly to Grandpa Emperor.
But what greeted him was a whip.
Ayo!
In an instant, a scream like a pig slaughtered sounded.
Fong lived undoubted life.
This whip was even more painful than Su Changyu's beating him 10 times, and it was so painful to the core. The next moment, a surge of spiritual energy penetrated into the body and instantly healed the injury, but it still hurts.
Bang! Another whip down. Fong screamed heart-wrenchingly.
He lay on the ground, crying loudly, and even rolling on the ground regardless of the identity of the crown prince. Grandpa Emperor, stop beating, Grandpa Emperor, stop beating.
Fong cried and begged Emperor Dakian not to suck. However, Emperor Dakian showed no mercy and even became more and more fierce. You can't stand it if you only have 2 whips. Do you know how many whips your father got back then?
Over the years, you have been really lawless, and you are arrogant and domineering.
Do you know? You were born noble. In the palace, you opened your mouth and your clothes. You will be able to play with whatever you want, and you will be able to make whatever you want.
But do you know that some people are born without fathers or mothers? In a small sect, they are not full or warm in food every day. They are only 14 years old and may be forced to make a living. You don't know, you only care about yourself.
Rebel grandson.
Don't cry. Emperor Dakian said while drawing that most of the content was his own fantasy, and in his heart, Su Chanyu must have lived a bad life when he was young.
It must be the kind of person who eats the last meal but not the next meal.
Let's look at my grandson, who eats and drinks well, and likes to find trouble even if you have nothing to do.
Don't you smoke, wait for the new year?
Grandpa Emperor, stop sucking, you will die if you suck your grandson.
Grandpa Emperor, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Grandpa Emperor, grandson is really wrong.
Don't beat him, you will really kill him if you hit him. Fong lay on the ground, crying loudly. The whip whipped on his body, which made people want to die.
At this moment, Fong also looked at Princess Shuyan and his father. Aunt, help me, save me.
Father, save me.
Fong cried heartbrokenly.
Princess Su-yan on the side saw it and felt no pity. When she was young, she also received a whip from the emperor. She knew it was very painful, but she also knew that some people couldn't do it without whipping.
This is the mentality of a naughty boy. If you don't hit you, you won't have a memory at all. As for the prince, Fong Li's father couldn't help but look at Emperor Dakian after seeing this scene.
Father. He spoke, as if he wanted to plead for Fongli.
How? You want to get a whip, too? Emperor Dakian said, a little annoyed. Hearing this, Prince Dakian shook his head.
He grew up with this whip since he was a child, and even now, he felt inexplicably fearful. So when Prince Dakian heard this, he was immediately panicked. Fongli, who was standing beside him, was inexplicably moved when he saw this scene. Although he usually contradicted his father, he did not expect that at the critical moment, his father stood up.
Sure enough, the world is big, not as big as father.
Dad, you are such a tough guy.
Fongli was extremely moved, but still a little painful.
However, Prince Dakian spoke, it was really not a plea. He knelt on the ground and said seriously. Father, you misunderstood me.
My son means, let me fight. Prince Dakian said seriously with his face. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Fongli? Emperor Dakian? Princess Xuyan? The Imperial Guard?
Especially Fongli, he originally thought that his father was going to plead for him, but he didn't expect that his father actually wanted to come and get a whip.
You are really my real father.
Okay, if the son doesn't teach, the father's fault, the son will be your child after all, so it's okay to let you fight. But if you dare to do something lightly, I will just take it together. Emperor Dakian thought about it and finally agreed that he threw the Emperor whip to Prince Dakian. But he was also afraid that Prince Dakian would like to cover up, so he put down his harsh words.
The latter took the Emperor whip and looked at Fongli.
When Fongli saw his father's expression, he couldn't tell what his father was thinking for a moment.
Bang! Another whip whipped over.
At this moment, a pig slaughtering sound was even worse than before.
Ah! Father! You are playing really? Fongli's extremely miserable scream made everyone frown. Even Emperor Dakian was a little confused.
He could tell at a glance that his son was not cheating, but was extremely cruel.
Even said, it's so cruel. More ruthless than myself. Even Emperor Dakian couldn't help but frown. Make you not obedient. Let you do evil all day. Make you arrogant and domineering. Is it still arrogant? Are you still arrogant? Prince Dakian was full of anger. He was beaten and grew up when he was beaten.
Whenever his father encountered any unpleasant things, he would just whip them. Oh, it's my son's turn, and it's logically the future crown prince. What's the result? If you are loved, no one dares to provoke you.
As Fongli's father.
Sometimes when Fongli said a few words, Fongli would complain, especially the last time, he just scared Fongli, but Fongli went to complain to his father. I had to get a few whips myself.
Now it's okay. My father didn't know what was going on, but suddenly he changed his nature. That's a good relationship. I can't get it normally, but why don't I have a good meal today?
If the son does not teach, it is the father's fault.
The child is not honest if he doesn't smoke for a day.
He knew completely that Fongli was just in need of cleaning up. Therefore, Prince Dakian did not say anything nonsense, whipped him one after another.
Fongli's scalp was numb when he was pumped. Fongli also called him an expert. This is even more fierce than what the Emperor Grandpa drew.
In the end, Prince Dakian became more and more vigorous, and when Emperor Dakian saw that the situation was wrong, he immediately grabbed his son. Stop smoking, it will be a death to kill again.
Emperor Dakian pulled Prince Dakian, which seemed extremely funny.
He really didn't expect that his son looked so erotic and weak, and he was so fierce when he got someone out of his way. The latter was already red in his eyes.
He was really angry and was sucking his son without any guilt.
If it weren't for his father stopping him, he would have to kill Fongli.
And at the same time, inside the hall of Zhaixin, Su Changyu listened to the wailing sounds. Inexplicably, I felt a little familiar. But, at this moment, the great Xia dynasty. In the palace. Emperor Xia's voice couldn't help but sound in the hall. What? You said, Changyu is missing?
End of this chapter.
The great Xia dynasty. Emperor Xia's face turned extremely gray. He looked at Taishang Xuanji kneeling on the ground, and his expression couldn't help but show anger. He asked the Supreme Mystery to investigate Su Changyu's whereabouts. But he never thought that Su Changyu was missing. How can this not make him angry? 27 years ago, Su Changyu disappeared once, and now 27 years later, Su Changyu disappeared again. The same thing happened twice. How could Emperor Xia not be angry? Your Majesty, according to the spy, Changyu disappeared from the teleportation array of Jin State. He originally wanted to come to our capital of Daxia. But for some reason, it did not appear in the capital of Daxia. Moreover, I have asked someone to investigate and found that there was a problem with the formation at that time. Changyu might have teleported to other places. Taishang Xuanji spoke, he lowered his head, and he didn't dare to say the rest. Teled to somewhere else? Where has it been teleported? Taishang Xuanji, you'd better tell me the truth, otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Emperor Xia slapped his hand heavily on the table. He knew that Taishang Xuanji had absolutely not told the truth, so he was forcing him to tell the truth. Your Majesty, the teleportation array involves space formations, and I cannot know that they can only calculate through Tianji Pavilion. But please rest assured that Your Majesty will not encounter any danger when you are young, and you will naturally not encounter any danger. Maybe there is still a chance of luck. Taishang Xuanji spoke, and he could only use this kind of words to comfort Emperor Xia. It's impossible to say that Mr. Changyu is going to be in trouble, right? Opportunity? Humph. There are good luck everywhere in the Great Xia Treasure House, so what other luck opportunity is needed? Emperor Xia's voice was full of anger. For him, as long as Su Changyu needs it, the Great Xia dynasty cannot give Su Changyu anything. What does fortune count as a matter of? Your Majesty said very well, but I said the wrong thing. At this moment, Taishang Xuanji has nothing to say, but he just needs to be scolded with his head down. But at this moment, Emperor Xia's voice sounded again. Xuanji, I am now ordering you to do everything possible to find Changyu. If Changyu has any 3 or 2 shortcomings, I will only ask you. While speaking, Emperor Xia threw out a dragon talisman. He looked at the other party and said, Mystery. I'm here. Taishang Xuanji knelt on the ground and looked at the dragon talisman that fell in front of him, and his mind was shocked. This is the dragon talisman. The Great Xia Dragon Talisman is the supreme talisman. Deploy the Daxia Imperial Guard, the 5-term Divine Camp, the Golden Dragon Guard, the Black Dragon Guard, and the Purple Dragon Guard, and conduct a quick investigation. Even if the Daxia is overturned, you will find Changyu for me, do you know? Emperor Xia spoke and issued an order. Since the order. Only. Taishang Xuanji swallowed. At this moment, the reaction shown by Emperor Xia made Taishang Xuanji completely understand how important Su Changyu was in Emperor Xia's heart. The Great Xia Imperial Guard, the 5-term Divine Camp, the Golden Dragon Guard, the Black Dragon Guard, and the Purple Dragon Guard. This is half of the troops stationed in the Daxia dynasty. There are 3 million troops in total, and it is a bit too exaggerated to dispatch so many troops to search Su Changyu. More importantly, if so many troops are dispatched, will it be suspected? Just what? Emperor Xia frowned, and he looked at the latter and asked. Your Majesty, if you dispatch so many troops, you may cause some unnecessary trouble. I suggest that Your Majesty think twice. Although Taishang Xuanji followed the order, he still couldn't help but exhort, hoping that Emperor Xia would not be blinded. What's the trouble? Emperor Xia looked at the other person quietly, his eyes full of coldness. Feeling the cold gaze of Emperor Xia, although the latter was a little scared, he still couldn't help but speak. Your Majesty, if you dispatch so many troops, there will be 3 troubles. One of the civil strife. Now the 5 major dynasties have put pressure on the major Immortal Sect Holy Lands, and these Immortal Sect Holy Lands have become increasingly sensitive. If you rashly dispatch a large army, you will be afraid that you will be noticed by those holy places of the Immortal Sect, and you will mistakenly think that our Daxia dynasty will take action first and implement new policies. If this is true, then the Great Xia dynasty will continue to insurgency. The second is the civil strife.
Now that the demon god cult is revived, although I don't know who is supporting him, once the army is dispatched, the forces of the demon cult will definitely go to major holy places and lobby everywhere, which will inevitably have a significant impact. Third, it is civil strife. The Daxia dynasty suddenly dispatched 1 million troops. As the enemy country knows, it will investigate carefully. If the news leaks and the 10th prince is still alive, things will be even more troublesome. Your Majesty, it's better to do this. I personally go to Qingyun State and ask the king of Qingyun State to thoroughly investigate the matter. I will also supervise the whole process and strive to find Qiangyu within 1 month.
Taishang Xuanji spoke.
It's not that he can't understand Emperor Xia's mood, but he understands the mood of the people in the world better. He dispatched 3 million troops in one breath, which was forcing the civil strife of Daxia. The voice of Taishang Mystery sounded, causing Emperor Xia to gradually calm down. It's not that he is not smart, but he is just blinded by anger for a moment.
But in an instant, he regained his rationality.
He knew that Taishang Mystery, every word was gem, and he said it very well without any mistakes.
Thinking of this, Emperor Xia finally took a deep breath. He spoke slowly. Anyway, bring the Golden Dragon Guard.
This was the final compromise of Emperor Xia. If he said that he only relied on the national strength of Qin, he would still be worried. He would be even more at ease with the Golden Dragon Guard.
Since the order. Your Majesty is wise. Taishang Xuanji knelt on the ground and let out a long breath.
He was really worried that Emperor Xia would do his own thing. He was the Emperor of Daxia. Whatever he said, what the ministers had to do.
Mystery, if you can't find Qiangyu, you know the consequences.
Finally, Emperor Xia spoke slowly and said clearly in one sentence. The Supreme Mystery also understood that he stood up and bowed to Emperor Xia again, then left the place with the dragon talisman. After he leaves. In the hall, only Emperor Xia was left.
But, it didn't take long. A voice sounded. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Jingwei is here.
As the sound rang out, Emperor Xia calmed down and his face became calm in an instant.
Enter.
The next moment, a figure walked into the hall. The figure was very majestic, and when he walked in a dragon and tiger. He came to the hall and was wearing a 4-clawed python robe. I, the Marquis of Jingwei, please see your Majesty. The Marquis of Jingwei bowed to Emperor Xia. In the Great Xia dynasty, kings and princes had the right to not worship the king, so there was no need to kneel down.
The Jingwei Marquis in the main hall is also one of the 19 Marquis of the Great Xia dynasty.
In the entire Great Xia dynasty, there were 3 kings and 19 lords, and these were the most powerful person besides the emperor and the crown prince.
No gift.
Emperor Xia spoke slowly, his expression seemed very calm, and all his emotions were hidden in his heart. Emperor Xia spoke directly.
My dear, what about this negotiation?
This time, the ministers went to the Great Zhou, Dali, and the Day's dynasty for negotiations.
The Great Zhou Dali dynasty is willing to implement the new policy with Daxia. This matter has been negotiated, but although the Day's dynasty is interested, it does not like the Daxia dynasty to lead the Daxia dynasty. Zheng Wehu spoke.
As soon as he said this, Emperor Xia couldn't help but frown slightly.
Does the Day's dynasty have to fight for the implementation of new policies? Emperor Xia frowned and said so. Your Majesty, the Day's dynasty has made rapid progress in recent years.
They realize that they are the leader of the 5 major dynasties, and even repeatedly fight with the Dacian dynasty. Another point, the implementation of the new policy benefits the country and the people. If it can be successful, it will definitely bring luck to heaven and earth. Naturally, the Day's dynasty wants to become the leader. But this matter was what your Majesty thought. Naturally, it was impossible for the Day's dynasty to snatch it away, so I didn't agree to anything. The Marquis of Jingwei spoke and replied. After all the time, it's still a battle of luck. Day's dynasty, over the years, has been eyeing our Daxia dynasty, but they should not forget that although our Daxia dynasty has indeed declined over the years, it is not a persimmon that can be picked up by others. Qingming, you are going to Dazhou and Dali this time.
Since the Day's dynasty is not happy, I won't bring them with me. Once the new policy is implemented, it will benefit the country and the people. With this opportunity, I can also successfully abdicate.
At that time, the prince ascends the throne, and the country's prosperity and peace, the national destiny of Daxia will soar into the sky and sweep away the past.
Qingming, you have to do this matter well. If it is done well, the future Daxia will not be the 3 kings, but the 4 kings.
Emperor Xia spoke, and he said this, and Shen Qingming, the Marquis of Jinghua, couldn't help but feel excited.
King.
This title has a huge appeal to the Daxia court officials.
What is king? Those who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the emperor will be kings.
The 3 hereditary kings of Daxia all made immortal contributions to the Daxia dynasty. Moreover, there are 2 kings among them, because of the achievements of the dragon. Even if they are marquis, they will be difficult to obtain even if they are marquis. Naturally, for the Jinghua Ho, the king's temptation was too great.
I will die before I can die. Zheng Guohe took a deep breath and said. Okay, Qingming, you can do this, don't let me down. Emperor Xia nodded. Let the other party leave.
The latter didn't say much, and turned around and left the hall.
After Jinghua Ho left, Emperor Xia's eyes couldn't help but fall on a piece of white paper on the desk. The word forbidden immortal is written on the white paper. This is the new policy of the Great Xia dynasty. It is also what all major dynasties want to do now. The so-called forbidden immortals. It is the great unification of the dynasty and completely suppressing the holy land of the Immortal Sect. All under the world is the king's land. Anyone who is the king's minister in the shore of the land is the king's minister. This is what the Great Xia dynasty wants to do, and it is what all the 5 major dynasties want to do. The dispute between heaven and earth is a struggle for luck. The holy land of the Immortal Sect is the ultimate way. I hope to rely on the 3,000 great ways to compete for the position of becoming an immortal. And the struggle between dynasties is about the luck of the world. But now the 5 dynasties are at their peak. Even the Great Xia dynasty has declining one after another, it is still a giant. Therefore, the unification of the 5 dynasties was impossible. But the 5 great dynasties are only a little bit short of the fortune of immortals. Therefore, Emperor Xia came up with a solution. The fortune of plundering the Holy Land of the Immortal Sect and completing the great unification of the dynasty can not only compete for luck, but also stabilize the general trend of the dynasty. A hero violates the ban with martial arts, while an immortal violates the ban with martial arts. The Immortal Sect Holy Land itself is a thorn in the eyes of major dynasties. Naturally, if you can still obtain the immortal statue while suppressing the Immortal Sect Holy Land, it is naturally a great good thing. Forbidden immortals. It's the new policy. But this matter needs to be brewed continuously. It is never possible to implement it at will. Otherwise, it will cause chaos in the world in an instant. Emperor Xia knew this. The emperors of the 5 dynasties also know it. That's it, time passes like a flash of time. In the blink of an eye. 7 days passed. The Great Xia dynasty. The Qingyun Mountains of Jin State. 2 figures were walking in the mountains. This is Yi Ping and Shuizhuan. Senior brother Lin Bei planned to continue appraising treasures in Qinzhou. Although the Qinzhou Treasure Appraisal Conference has ended, the treasures were not identified. Lin Bei was really unwilling to accept it, so he continued to stay in Qinzhou. As for Yi Ping, he followed Shuizhuan back to the sect. What? Have you learned it? What have you learned? Shuizhuan's voice sounded. He looked at Yi Ping with curiosity. I don't quite understand what Yi Ping means. Senior brother, you told me that my wealth is very good a few days ago, and I seem to have learned it. Yi Ping's voice sounded, and he gave the latter an answer. But when Shuizhuan said this, she was a little confused. What kind of wealth can help the gods? That's something I made up. Can you learn this? Junior brother, although you have extraordinary qualifications, there is no need to brag like this, right? If you want to know some swordsmanship and alchemy skills, your senior brother has nothing to say yet. Can you learn this thing? On the mountain road.
Shuizhuan felt strange inexplicably. It's not that he doesn't believe in Su Changyu, but that the things he taught Yi Ping are just things that are made up.
Can you learn this? This is completely illogical. Do you know how to cultivate immortality? Junior brother.
However, like Su Changyu and others, even if they complained in their hearts, Shuizhuan could only cough a little and then slowly said,
Do you know why you can understand it? Shuizhuan spoke and asked Yi Ping. Yi Ping inexplicably didn't understand this question. But after thinking about it carefully, Yi Ping tried to ask. Is it my senior brother who took action? Yi Ping asked. That's right. Shuizhuan spoke.
He didn't care whether Yi Ping really learned it or not, so he would just talk about it first. Senior brother is afraid that you won't be able to learn, so he also used the money to communicate with the gods and spent a lot of spirit stones.
But since you can learn it, it's worth it.
Shuizhuan spoke, his voice was very calm, and he also felt a sense of being detached. For a moment, Yi Ping naturally said gratefully.
Thank you, senior brother fourth.
I'm sorry, I can't repay you for your kindness. Yi Ping said gratefully. But Shuizhuan shook her head, indicating that there was no need for this.
Junior brother, you and I are brothers, don't be so polite.
Shuizhuan spoke, but no matter how he said that, he didn't think Yi Ping had really learned how to understand the gods.
That's when.
Suddenly, a sound came from Qingyun Sect.
Yi Ping, come quickly. The sound rang. This is the voice of senior sister, Xiaomuxue. Hearing the voice of the elder sister, Yi Ping immediately walked towards the sect.
Although he didn't know what the senior sister had to do with him. But he knew that the eldest sister must have something urgent. The big ban was pushed.
Strange, and please give me some monthly tickets.
End of this chapter. Chapter 235, Junior brother, be prepared, senior sister will take you to a good place, please ask for everything.
Qingyun Sect. In the back cliff. Xiaomuxue stood alone on the back cliff.
Her figure seemed extremely depressed, holding a wine gourd in her hand. She was silent, not sure what she was thinking.
Yi Ping has come. After seeing Xiaomuxue, he couldn't help but speak slowly. Junior brother Yi Ping, I have met my senior sister. Different from the past.
In the past, Xiaomuxue saw herself in all kinds of unrestrainedness, but at this moment, when the senior sister Xiaomuxue saw her, she did not have any smiles, and replaced it with seriousness. Yi Ping was also inexplicably curious and nervous and serious.
Junior brother. Sister told you a few days ago that you want to do something, do you still remember? Xiaomuxue spoke and said calmly. My junior knows. But senior sister, didn't you say you would wait for half a year? Yi Ping nodded.
He remembered this incident, but at that time, the senior sister told him that he could wait for half a year. Well, that matter is indeed waiting for half a year, just to hone you. Senior sister plans to let you go to a place now. Xiaomuxue spoke slowly, making Yi Ping full of curiosity.
Where to go? Yi Ping asked. King Realm.
Xiaomuxue said two words, which made Yi Ping even more curious.
King's domain?
Yi Ping was a little confused.
Seeing Yi Ping's confusion, Xiaomuxue seemed very calm.
Then he slowly explained.
The so-called kingdom is an ancient ruin located in the ultimate Middle-earth.
And the reason why it is called the King Realm is because this ruins are opened every 500 years, and every time they open, it will be an unprecedented battle.
If anyone can win, who is the king of the same generation can get unimaginable benefits. Junior brother, are you willing to go? Xiaomuxue spoke.
She originally wanted Yi Ping to go to another place, but unexpectedly, the kingdom was opened, so she thought of Yi Ping at the first time. The battle between the kingdom is a fortune, and for Yi Ping, it is even more a supreme fortune. When Yi Ping heard what Xiaomuxue said, he naturally felt passionate. But Yi Ping still said with some confusion. Senior sister, my junior brother is naturally willing.
But my junior brother's current cultivation level, can I go?
It's not that Yi Ping doesn't want to go, but he just feels that he is still a little ineligible.
So I couldn't help asking like this.
However, on the cliff, Xiao Muxue drank a sip of wine and looked at Yi Ping and chuckled.
Silly junior brother. Since my senior sister asks you to go, it means you are qualified to go. However, the kingdom is indeed dangerous, but our generation of immortal cultivation is extremely dangerous. The battle of luck, the struggle of dynasty, the struggle of power, the struggle of immortals, and cultivating immortals is a struggle for a glimmer of chance. If you are afraid of this, then you are afraid. What are you talking about the great way to cultivate immortals? Xiao Muxue chuckled like this.
The sound sounded, which made Yi Ping suddenly realize.
If you think about it carefully, it is true.
Besides, even though I have never fought for anything, everything seems very salty.
If this continues for a long time, it will be bad for you.
After all, when cultivating immortals, one cannot achieve the immortal realm by meditation alone.
If you can become an immortal by meditation alone, then everyone will go to meditate. What else does it take to establish a sect and establish a school?
Thinking of this, Yi Ping nodded immediately.
Senior sister, I understand. Hearing Yi Ping's answer, Xiao Muxue nodded in satisfaction.
She then continued. My junior brother, the battle between the kingdom is just a trial, and it is mainly about saving your life.
Don't fight too much for anything.
Xiao Muxue reminded him, afraid that Yi Ping would come to trouble.
This junior brother understands, but senior sister, when will you go to this kingdom? Yi Ping asked. 7 days, in 7 days, I will take you to the kingdom. At these times, you can also prepare.
Senior sister knows that many strong people will go through this battle in the kingdom, some of which are geniuses. Xiao Muxue said very seriously.
Are you a genius? Okay, senior sister, junior brother, go and prepare well. Yi Ping was a little looking forward to it. Yeah, go. Xiao Muxue didn't say much.
Yi Ping also turned around and left.
After Yi Ping left, Xiao Muxue gradually disappeared on the back cliff. About half an hour later.
In the Qingyun Mountains.
Xiao Muxue's figure appears here.
At the same time, there was a figure standing in front of her.
It's a man.
If Yi Ping was here, he would be a little surprised. Because the other party is Qingyun Sect.
See the upper. In the woods, Qingyun Sect bowed to Xiao Muxue and seemed extremely respectful.
For him, the person in front of him was the strongest existence in the Jiantian Academy, the superiority of the Jiantian Academy, and the real leader.
You are Qingyun Sect, right?
Xiao Muxue looked at the latter in a calm tone, and she asked in a calm tone.
Back to the top, yes. Qingyun Sect gave a simple answer. What's the matter with me?
Xiao Muxue continued to ask. Sir, according to the investigation of the Daxia Supervisory Court, Lord Qingming, the Xinguahou, went to Dali, Dazhou, and the Day's dynasty had returned. According to our investigation, if nothing unexpected happens, the Xinguo Marquis went to these 3 dynasties to discuss the new policy.
Qingyun Sect lowered his head, and he reported these things and informed Xiao Muxue. New deal?
Xiao Muxue's beautiful eyes frowned slightly. Yes, sir, all signs indicate that except for the Daqian dynasty, all the other 4 dynasties want to implement the new policy. But it is said that the Day's dynasty seemed to want to be the leader and did not like the Daxia dynasty as the leader, so there would be friction between them. I think the new policy would be delayed for hundreds of years.
Qingyun Sect said so. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Muxue's voice continued to sound. What does the senior management of Daxiayuan mean? Xiao Muxue asked.
Returning to the top, the senior officials in the hospital unanimously agreed that the theory of the new policy is contrary to the laws of nature and will inevitably lead to a great war between the dynasty and the Immortal Sect. Now, the 5 dynasties occupy the world, and the Immortal Sect Holy Land is already overwhelmed.
If you really want to implement the new policy, you will be afraid that people will suffer.
Therefore, the Daxia Supervisory Heaven Academy will obey the General Academy's wishes.
Qingyun Sect said so.
Although he did not understand the pros and cons, he also knew the terribleness of the new policy.
Do you follow the meaning of the general hospital?
Then you go back and tell the above that the matter of the new policy is of great importance. In a few days, I will personally go to your daxia supervisory courtyard. Also, the ruins of the kingdom are about to be opened this time.
I will have a list for me tonight. Do you know?
Xiaomuxue spoke and asked Sikong Jiantian to do these things. The latter agreed without any hesitation.
Soon, after Sikong Jiantian left here, Xiaomuxue couldn't help but sigh. New policy, new policy.
She murmured these two words to herself, her eyes full of strangeness.
And at the same time,
the Great Xia dynasty, within the territory of Qin State.
In a mountain. Hundreds of figures appeared here. There is a large formation among the mountains, surrounded by blood. This is the large formation of Fengjue, which can avoid the deduction of the secrets of heaven.
These hundreds of figures are all senior leaders of the Demon God Sect, and basically half of the leaders of the Demon God Sect gather here. If there are strong people here and kill them, the Demon God Sect will be directly severely damaged. And so many powerful people from the Demon God Sect gather here, the things they naturally plan are different. It was at this moment. A figure appeared in front of everyone. The figure was wearing a huge black robe and a hat on his head, and could not see his appearance clearly. But there were 3 red patterns on the black clothes. For a moment, everyone bowed to the black shadow. We have met the deputy leader. The sound was not very loud, and even the sounds of hundreds of people could not be heard outside the array. This is the deputy leader of the demon god cult. No need for politeness. The latter came to everyone, spoke slowly, and then looked at everyone and said, "This time, I'll call you to come here to discuss something with you. My holy sect disciple lurks in the Daxia dynasty, and only then did I learn that the Xinghua Marquis Qingming has returned to the court. And Qingming, the Marquis of Xinghua, returned to the court this time to inform the emperor of the Great Xia and the new policy. If nothing is wrong, Dali, Dazhou, and Day's dynasty all agree with the new policy.
So the leader sent me to come and inform you that the battle of my holy religion is about to begin. In the next few days, you will gradually close the net and inform the undercover who are placed in the holy places of the major immortals. Let them spread the news, so that before the new policy begins, we will provoke the relationship between the immortal sect and the dynasty. If necessary, no matter what means, no matter what the cost, it will cause chaos in the world. As long as the immortal sect starts a war with the dynasty, the gods we worship will revive, and then the whole world will be the things in my holy religion, do you know?"
The voice of the deputy leader of the demon god cult was full of excitement. He did not talk much, but directly spoke straight to the point and told the purpose of gathering them here.
Just say this.
In an instant, an uproar suddenly caused.
The 4 dynasties really dare to implement the new policy? Are they really not afraid of chaos in the world? Associate leader, is this matter serious? Okay, God really helps me with the holy teaching.
The 5 dynasties have been in power for so many years, and it's time to change people.
Let them bite the dog, and we will reap the benefits of the fisherman. Everyone made a sound, looking extremely excited.
But at this moment, the deputy leader of the demon god sect couldn't help but speak.
All right.
This time is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, especially for my holy sect.
The leader has personally contacted other holy sect leaders.
When the time comes, we can wait for the blessing of heavenly fortune. However, during this period, the leader has ordered that he must never show up.
He must secretly provoke the relationship between the immortal sect and the dynasty.
If we show up, I am afraid that the dynasty will push our holy sect and treat it as a scapegoat.
So you must pay attention, do you understand?
His voice was a little cold, informing everyone.
I understand. Everyone nodded.
However, at this moment, a sound could not help but sound.
Deputy leader, if you can't do anything, what should the kingdom do? We are planning to send disciples to the kingdom to compete for good fortune. Someone spoke and said this. As soon as they said this, everyone couldn't help but agree. The battle between the kingdom will only start every 500 years.
There are a lot of opportunities and luck in it, and many forces will train their disciples to go to the kingdom.
After all, the chances and creations in the kingdom are unimaginable.
If you miss it, it is equivalent to losing a fortune for no reason. The leader personally told me to not send disciples to this battle between the kingdom. He spoke and told everyone not to send his disciples to the kingdom.
Why? Did you give up this once every 500 years?
Master.
This. After hearing this, everyone couldn't accept it. After all, the kingdom has been opened once every 500 years. This is a grand event for geniuses.
As long as a genius with some skills is more secure after entering, you can get the opportunity of luck that is difficult to get outside for decades or even hundreds of years. So it is indeed a bit uncomfortable to let them give up. The demon god cult did not gather together, but was scattered throughout the Dacian dynasty. Basically, each country had a branch, and the branches would secretly compete with each other. So they also hope that the geniuses under their command can become stronger and obtain resources.
Let them not fight now.
They were naturally a little unhappy. However, at this moment, the voice of the deputy leader of the demon god cult couldn't help but sound coldly. This time, I told you not to go to the kingdom, it is the leader's intention.
Do you want to disobey?
His voice was cold. When talking about the leader, everyone fell silent in an instant. No one dares to provoke the leader. But even so, someone still couldn't help asking.
Master Chen, can you reveal any information? Someone spoke out.
I believe that the leader of the sect could not issue this order for no reason.
Even if you say that you don't let everyone show up, it won't be like this, right? Don't want to give me a free opportunity? Don't even give it for free? Yes, Master Chen, please reveal some information, otherwise we will be completely unaware of it. Did Master Chen know something? Everyone was curious and couldn't help asking Master Chen. The latter glanced at everyone.
Finally he sighed and spoke slowly. I know, if you don't explain it clearly, I'm afraid you won't give up. According to the leader of this battle between the kingdom, there will be many geniuses going to visit, and there are no shortage of true peerless geniuses. But the most important thing is that the Holy Son of the God-killing also plans to go to the kingdom.
Do you understand? When Master Chen talked about this.
At this moment, everyone was quiet.
Kill the Holy Son of the God.
He is the most terrifying demon son of the demon god cult. It is said that once he is killed, his relatives will not recognize him and he will kill his own people. Thinking of this, everyone completely understood why the leader did not let him go to the kingdom.
If I go, wouldn't I deliver vegetables to my own people? Okay, I won't talk about many things.
You guys are ready. The deputy leader of the demon god cult said this, and then turned around and disappeared.
At this time,
Jin State, Qingyun Mountains. A figure quietly stared at the stars in the sky. It is Li Changya's figure. And behind him, a voice also sounded slowly.
Long Ya, you have learned the last move to be a teacher. This time you will be truly invincible at the same level. And you have also entered the realm of the Golden Pill. This is the ancient order of the King Realm. Take this token and go to the King Realm to open your true undefeated life. The Battle of the King Realm is your first battle to revive your strength. Remember, you are undefeated.
The old voice sounded shocking. End of this chapter.
On the top of the mountain. Until now, Li Changya didn't know where he lost to Yiping. Qingzhou Jiandao Conference.
It was a small kendo competition. To put it bluntly, he could win in a row even if he participated in 100 games. But unexpectedly, he was defeated as soon as he left the mountain gate, which made him really unacceptable.
At this moment,
Li Changya's master, at this moment, stood behind him, his eyes full of helplessness. Since Li Changya failed to attend the Qingzhou Swordsman Conference half a year ago, he has been in a state of dismay. Fortunately, he kept a move that time because he was afraid that Li Changya would fail. But I didn't expect that Li Changya was defeated so quickly and so directly. But this time, he was confident that Li Changya would not lose.
Master. This time, will I really not lose? Li Changya's voice rang out. He asked with his back to his master. You have already mastered the 4 sword techniques of our sect. Long Yi, you have now arrived at the Golden Pill realm naturally and can exert some of the power of the 4 sword techniques. Not to mention anything else, you are invincible under the nascent soul. Even if you encounter a nascent soul cultivator, if you can use the last move, you can defeat the other party. Li Changya's master said seriously. The so-called 4 sword techniques. There is no one. There are 4 sword techniques in total, but each move is very terrifying. Li Changya did not learn this sword technique at the beginning. This set of swordsmanship was his last reservation. It's a pity that Li Changya is too unsatisfied. He was defeated by others as soon as he went down the mountain, which made him really helpless. But now it's okay. Not only has Li Changya mastered this sword technique, he has achieved some success, and he has successfully broken through to the Golden Pill realm. I think this talent will never be defeated again. Unless it is suppressed in the realm, it is basically impossible to defeat Li Changya. Master. I mean if. What if I lose again? On the top of the mountain. Li Changya couldn't help asking. The Qingyun Swordsman Conference had already planted a demon seed in his heart, a fear of failure. Seeing Li Changya's appearance, the latter couldn't help but sigh. Then he spoke slowly. If you really lose this time, there is only one way. Let's go on the road of invincibility. Taking the heart of Tao with defeat, losing all the way, and defeating to the extreme, you can still walk into an invincible path. It's just that this road is very difficult, because the so-called road to failure is not to make you really fail. But you have to do your best every time, but you lose to the other party every time. Do you understand that in such extreme conditions, invincible hearts are nurtured? Li Changya's master said this, and his eyes looked at Li Changya, full of determination. The road to victory? At this moment, Li Changya was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there was such a statement. However, Changya, I still hope that you can continue to walk the invincible path. You have to remember that the Qingyun Jiandao conference, the reason why you lost is because you are not the strongest you. If I handed over the 4 sword techniques to you at that time, you would not have lost. In your heart, there is already a seed, which will affect your heart of Tao, so forget everything and fight all enemies, do you know? He said earnestly. Guiding Li Changya. Do you hit all enemies? Master, can I do it? Li Changya turned around, looked at his master, and asked this. If you believe in yourself, you can do it. If you don't believe in yourself, no matter how strong you are, you will never be able to reach the highest level. Remember, the most powerful enemy is often yourself. Li Changya's master said this. He warned Li Changya that he was still helping him stand invincible. That's when Li Changya took a deep breath. At this moment, his eyes became extremely fierce, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Master, I understand, I already understand. This time I go down the mountain, my disciple will definitely not embarrass you. I will definitely defeat everyone and truly embark on the road of invincibility. Especially he, I will definitely defeat him. Li Changya said seriously. The latter nodded with great satisfaction. Long night, your confidence is back, and Master has seen you once again. Good, very good, and it's not in vain that Master teaches you like this. Long night, go down the mountain. This is the order of the kingdom. If you get this order, go to the kingdom. Master Li Changya took a deep breath, his eyes full of relief. Yes, Master. Li Changya no longer said nonsense. He went down the mountain directly, his eyes brightly. He went down the mountain. Alone. This time, he is going to truly embark on the road of invincibility. I hope I can meet that person named Ji Ping. This time, I will not defeat him. I will let him know what a real genius, a real strong man, a real invincible man. He said this in his heart, extremely confident. And at the same time, the Great Xia Dynasty. Da Xia Academy.
In a palace, this palace is extremely luxurious, inlaid with gems and mysterious jade, making it look extremely luxurious.
And in the palace,
several figures sat cross-legged in this luxurious hall.
The leader was an old man.
There was a piano in front of him, and two people were sitting on each side.
2 men and 2 women.
These 4 people were all handsome, with extraordinary temperament, especially the first man on the left, wearing a starry robe and sitting there, like the sons of stars, with an indescribable feeling.
The second person was also extremely extraordinary.
He was wearing a blue shirt and holding a feather fan in his hand. His eyes were extremely calm, like a master in the world. As for the 2 women, they look extremely noble, one wearing purple clothes and the other wearing red clothes.
Their appearance is beautiful in the world and their temperament is also of top quality.
These people are all geniuses of the great Xia dynasty, real geniuses, and geniuses of the world. Everyone is a famous existence in this world. It was at this moment. The voice of the old man in the palace could not help but sounded slowly. You should pay attention to this battle between the kingdom and the master. Heard that the demon god sect will also go to the kingdom this time. If any one of you can kill the god sect demon sect, I think the chief position of the Daxia Academy will belong to one of you. The old man's voice was very calm. He told the 4 people that the god-killing demon son would also go to the kingdom.
Are you a god-killing demon son?
I heard that once this person is killed, his relatives will not recognize him and will not even let him go.
Master, are you so confident that you can let us go to the kingdom? If you want to tell me, it's better to be on the way to the kingdom. We don't have to do so many things when intercepting the god-killing demon, and it's inefficient to waste time.
The lazy man in blue spoke. He stretched and said. But as soon as he said this, the man in the sky robe couldn't help but snorted. He seemed to be very despised by the man in blue and couldn't help but snorted.
It's just a prince's realm, what's there to worry about? We are all the strongest geniuses in the Daxia Academy. Could it be that we are still afraid of just a demon son?
He spoke, his words full of confidence, as if he was not afraid at all. Yes, senior brother Qingyun is definitely not afraid of this mere demon son.
Who are you?
The strongest genius in the Daxia Academy in the past 3,000 years, but I can't do it. If senior brother is willing, our Daxia Academy will not have a den of the demon god sect.
Senior brother will go and kill it directly.
The man in blue spoke in a casual tone, with a sarcastic feeling.
Junior brother Wang, what do you mean? You and I are both brothers. If you have anything unhappy, just say it. Why bother to sarcastically here?
The man in the star robe continued to speak. He didn't even look at his junior brother, but his face was full of coldness.
Senior brother is so serious. How dare I see you unhappy?
After all, you are the strongest genius in the Daxia Academy.
You are only 20 years old.
You have already practiced to the great perfection of golden elixir and have also practiced the Tianlong technique to the 5th level.
I dare not sarcastically.
But the junior brother's meaning is very simple.
In this battle between the kingdom, I won't go to this muddy water. God knows whether there will be any monsters in this battle between the kingdom. What if a king really comes out? Wouldn't it be a death in the past?
The man in blue seemed to be very casual in his speech, but the meaning was probably very simple. He didn't want to go to this battle between the kingdom. But before the man in the star robe could not help but speak.
Chinner, you may not be able to go this time.
His tone was very calm. He seemed to have no disgust at all for the quarrel between his apprentices, but instead felt like he was used to it.
Master? Are you still playing with a strong person? The latter frowned. Chinner, what you said just now is right. Daxia Jitai predicted that there will be an unprecedented change in the kingdom this time.
The birth of the kingdom was created by the 12 immortal kings himself. It starts once every 500 years, and every winner can receive the reward of the immortal king, but this time Tianji Station predicts that the kingdom will usher in unspeakable changes.
If the guess is good, it may be the last time the kingdom has competed for.
The old man spoke slowly. But these words made everyone's expression change.
King's Realm.
It is one of the most famous relics in the fairy tale world.
It is said to be created by the joint efforts of the 12 ancient immortal kings.
These 12 immortal kings chose a blessed land, and then put their lifelong unique skills and treasures into the kingdom. And 3,000 ancient orders of the kingdom realm were created, which were opened every 500 years.
With the ancient order, you can step into the kingdom realm.
After entering the kingdom realm, the ancient order will disappear and will automatically appear in the world every 100 years.
Wait for the next turn on.
In the kingdom, there are different changes every time, but no matter what changes, they revolve around a rule.
Cultivation of goo.
That's right, it's just raising a goo, putting 3,000 days into the kingdom, and then fighting each other in fighting each other. Of course, you can choose not to fight, hide in the kingdom, and steal all kinds of luck.
The final winner will receive the reward of the immortal king.
Generally speaking, it is a top-quality Taoist weapon, or an equivalent inheritance, and occasionally, it will be rewarded with a quasi-immortal weapon. For others, Taoist artifacts and inheritance are extremely precious. But for the top geniuses in the Daxia Academy, although they are still precious, they are not as precious as life.
That's why the man in blue doesn't want to go.
But now that he heard this, everyone was naturally curious.
Last time? Master, what do you say?
Yes, the kingdom has been derived from ancient times to the present, and it will inevitably open every 500 years.
How can it disappear? Master, you are not trying to let us go, are you? Everyone was curious and looked at their master. Nonsense, how can you be fooled by your teacher? This time, it may be the last time in the kingdom, so whoever can win the championship this time will have the possibility of real inheritance of the immortal king. I heard that the 12 immortal kings jointly sacrificed a treasure. This treasure shocked the world and wept ghosts and gods, and had supreme uses. So, you really won't go this time?
The old man spoke and looked at everyone. In an instant, even the lazy man in blue couldn't help but show a strange look at this moment. They may not care about Taoist artifacts, inheritance, and quasi-immortal artifacts.
But the inheritance of the immortal king is different.
Especially the inheritance of the 12 immortal kings. It's impossible for them to not care.
Master, what's the basis besides Tianji Station?
The man in blue continued to ask, as if he didn't believe in his master very much.
The kingdom is opened every 500 years, and every time it is opened, there are 3,000 king orders, right? He asked. Yes. Everyone answered.
This time, it is said that 30,000 king orders appeared, and there were restrictions on the kingdom this time. In the past, as long as you have ancient orders and your realm does not exceed the nascent soul realm, you will not be able to enter. But this time, the realm cannot exceed the nascent soul realm, but the most important thing is that there is a genius ladder at the entrance of the kingdom. Only those who cross the genius ladder can enter.
Do you understand? Everyone's master said this. After saying this, everyone believed it. 30,000 ancient orders, this is a bit terrible. But what is even more terrifying is the genius ladder. In the original kingdom, you can enter with an ancient order.
In addition to the inheritance of the immortal king, there are many treasures, rare treasures, spiritual medicines in Taoism, so some monks will also go in to get some treasures. But this time, geniuses must be allowed to enter.
What does that mean? This means it is a real fight. Watching everyone silent.
The old man continued. So, if nothing unexpected happens, this time the kingdom will produce a true king. Whoever can win the championship can be the best in the world and can obtain the peerless inheritance of the 12 immortal kings.
Are you willing to go? Having said that, for a moment, all four of them showed hope. At the same time, Dakian Dynasty, Dali Dynasty, the Great Zhou Dynasty, Day's Dynasty, the 10 Holy Places, the Alliance of Scattered Cultivators, the Demon Clan, and the Demon Clan are all planning for the affairs of the kingdom. Because this time the kingdom, a true peerless king will be born. And the inheritance of the 12 immortal kings. For the forces, the inheritance of the 12 immortal kings is of immeasurable value.
For individuals, this kind of naming is simply irresistible to the peerless king of the same generation.
The king of the same generation. A genius king of an era. Let me ask, would that cultivator resist such a reputation?
End of this chapter.
The Great Xia Dynasty. Xia Qian sat upright in the hall.
He seemed extremely quiet during this period. Since finishing everything, Xia Qian has understood that he can do nothing, care about anything, and say nothing at the moment. Because once what he wants to do is leaked, he can die without a place to bury himself.
Fat brother.
Such things are contrary to morality and ethics and will be cursed by people all over the world, and no scholar dares to support him. So he must do it without knowing it. But even so, there is one thing that Xia Qian must do. This thing is the ruins of the Seven Kings. In order to obtain the treasures from the Seven Kings' ruins, he paid a lot, and even told the Day's dynasty about the non-toxic pill recipe. But it is precisely because of this that he gave up the battle for the kingdom. Although he knew that the kingdom was more valuable, he understood that the kingdom was not something he could touch. The relics of the Seven Kings are within the Great Xia Dynasty, and you can get involved in it, but the kingdom is of too great significance and belongs to the remains of the 5 dynasties and the world's monks. Even if he is involved, he will not take risks. At this moment, a shadow appeared in the hall.
Subordinate, I have met His Highness the Crown Prince. A figure appeared and knelt in front of the prince. Explain. Xia Qian said calmly. Your Highness, my subordinates have investigated this battle between the kingdom and the kingdom.
All the 5 dynasties have sent great geniuses to fight for the kingdom. The 10 holy places, as well as the demon cult, the demon clan, and some external forces, have also gathered in the king's realm. He spoke and informed Xia Qian of the information.
Good.
Since that's the case, the Jitai's guess was not wrong that day. This battle between the kingdom is probably an unprecedented variable.
This palace's plan can also be implemented.
Xia Qian nodded with satisfaction. When the kingdom was opened, he personally went to the ruins of the 7 kings, and they fought for their own. As long as all the geniuses go to the kingdom, no one will compete with him for the remains of the 7 kings.
Your Highness, are we really not participating in this battle between the kingdom?
His Highness spoke and looked at the prince, his eyes full of curiosity.
Not involved. Xia Qian took a deep breath.
Then he spoke slowly.
The kingdom is a small world created by the 12 ancient immortal kings. It opens every 500 years.
This time may be the last time, but because of this, it is even more impossible for me to participate.
There is obviously a huge variable here.
Although there is luck behind the variables, there must be shocking dangers afterwards. This palace does not need treasures from the kingdom, and the inherited treasures of the 7 ancient kings are not bad at all.
Okay, 5 days later, it will be a dispute over the kingdom. Let's start to arrange this matter.
Xia Qian spoke, and after saying this, his eyes were full of confidence and expectation.
Although the 12 ancient immortal kings are more famous than the 7 kings, the two are not the same concept.
The 12 immortal kings are peerless immortals in the early days of ancient times. The 7 ancient kings are peerless immortals in the late period of ancient times. In comparison, the 7 ancient kings are indeed not as good as the 12 immortal kings, but they are also famous all over the world and are peerless immortals.
Besides, the competition in the kingdom of the 12 immortal kings is fierce.
And his 7 kings' ruins were empty, so I was waiting for him to go over and pick them up. With this expectation, Xia Qian was in a pretty good mood during this period.
That's it. At this moment. Jin State, Qingyun Daozong. On the back cliff. Yi Ping is practicing.
Long before going down the mountain, Yi Ping had already entered the Golden Pill realm. However, during this period, Yi Ping did not practice well, thinking that he should not be too anxious, so he slowed down.
Now we are about to go to the so-called kingdom.
Yi Ping naturally needs to seize the time and improve his cultivation. On the back cliff, Yi Ping sat cross-legged. The rolling spiritual energy penetrated into his body.
In the dantian, a golden elixir shines. This golden elixir is very full, as big as a pearl.
But at this moment, suddenly, the golden elixir suddenly split into two, and a white golden elixir appeared. This is Yi Ping's golden elixir method.
He wants to condense 9 golden elixirs.
The spiritual energy is rolling. Yi Ping opens the candle dragon fairy orifice and absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth madly. One day later, the 2 golden elixirs were as big as before. But on the same day, the 3rd golden elixir split again, and it was a green golden elixir. That's it, time passes like a flash of time.
In the blink of an eye, the 4th day. Click. With a sound in Yi Ping's body, the 6th golden elixir split out. This means that Yi Ping has also entered the mid-stage golden pill to complete.
The 9 golden elixirs are considered to be the great perfection of the golden elixir.
In the Dan Tian. Gold, white, green, red, blue. The 5 colors of golden elixir form a circle and surround the Yeping Dantian. The 9-colored golden elixir is a sign of great success. However, if you want to split out more golden elixirs, the more exaggerated the spiritual energy you need. The reason why Yi Ping was able to split out 5 golden elixirs was because he didn't consume much spiritual energy before, and because he had accumulated a lot before. Now that you have squandered everything, you can't continue to practice.
It was at this moment.
The figure of senior sister Xiao Muxue appears here.
She stood not far away, her eyes turned golden, and she looked at Yi Ping up and down. After a moment, Xiao Muxue nodded with satisfaction.
My younger brother is really a peerless genius. He actually dares to split the golden elixir.
TSK, it seems to be the middle stage of the golden elixir, but in fact, his strength is probably not necessarily able to defeat the junior brother even if he is a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul. If you think about it carefully, the younger brother has been practicing for almost a year now, and his growth rate is simply exaggerated.
I don't know if my junior brother can seize the fortune in this battle between the kingdom. If he can seize the fortune in the kingdom, then the next thing will be easier.
Xiao Muxue murmured to herself in her heart.
Thinking of this, Xiao Muxue couldn't help but speak slowly. My junior brother. The shouts rang out. Yi Ping woke up from entering into meditation. He looked at Xiao Muxue and bowed immediately. I've met my senior sister.
Yi Ping opened his mouth and looked extremely serious.
However, Xiao Muxue couldn't help but chuckled. Who have you seen? She asked Yi Ping. For a moment, Yi Ping was a little confused. I'm not wrong. It's senior sister.
Yi Ping looked at Xiao Muxue in a little confused, while the latter had a smile in his eyes. In an instant, Yi Ping knew that the other party had started again. But this time Yi Ping really doesn't know what to answer. Senior sister, what did I say wrong? Yi Ping couldn't help asking. He thought for a long time but didn't know how to answer. Little brother, what are you calling me? Xiao Muxue continued to ask. Senior sister. Yi Ping replied subconsciously. What's senior sister? Xiao Muxue continued to ask. Big. Dot. Yi Ping fell silent for a moment. Can this play tricks? No, no. Senior sister, why are you starting to be inappropriate again? Yi Ping really didn't know what to say. He had a lot of calculations, but he didn't expect that he could drive. Spit out. Yi Ping stopped talking. He thought the eldest sister had returned to normal, but unexpectedly, the eldest sister was not a normal person. Looking at the silent Yi Ping, Xiao Muxue couldn't help laughing loudly, looking extremely happy. After a while, the senior sister patted Yi Ping on the shoulder and then said, Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Junior brother, please follow your senior sister. Xiao Muxue didn't plan to continue teasing Yi Ping anymore and took Yi Ping away from the place. However, Xiao Muxue said that she would leave, obviously not leaving directly. She waved her hand and in an instant a jade flying boat appeared in Yi Ping's eyes. The flying boat is made of jade and looks magnificent. And as Yi Ping stepped onto the flying boat soon disappeared into the void. That's it. One day later. Central Domain Holy Land.
This is the central point of the 5 dynasties. It is also praised by monks all over the world as the land of the saints. The rumored origin of monks is here. In addition, the 5 dynasties all took a fancy to this area, which led to this area not being any force. There are also countless myths and legends in the Holy Land of the Central region. There is a legend about the immortal king. There are also legends about ancient immortal treasures. Even now, people believe that there are immortals in the Holy Land of the Central region. But it has to be said that in this Holy Land, there are indeed people who have obtained the opportunity to create. However, today, the most central area of the Central region Holy Land. A colorful fairy gate appeared in several canyons. The Immortal Gate is huge, 100 feet long, with strange light flowing, and it looks extremely extraordinary. The huge Immortal Gate, standing above the void, is also eye-catching. This is the entrance to the kingdom. This Immortal Gate is also called the Gate of the Immortal King. Outside the Immortal Gate, a staircase appeared, which was the ladder of the genius. Only the true genius can enter. Of course, if you hold the ancient order, you can slightly reduce some of the requirements. In the sky, figures walked towards the Immortal Gate. There are countless monks standing above the surrounding canyons. Today is the time when the kingdom is opened. The battle between the kingdom was originally a grand event for 500 years. Although there will be casualties in it, basically the monks who enter will get some luck. In the face of huge benefits, both mortals and monks are irresistible. It was at this moment. A jade boat appeared in the sky. This is Xiao Mushue's jade boat. No one will pay too much attention to a jade boat like this. After all, those who can come to the kingdom are just people with good standing in various places. There are many princes of dynasty, chief of Holy Land, and geniuses of some land. On the jade boat, Yi Ping stood at the head of the boat, staring at everything below. His eyes were a little surprised. Above several canyons, there were monks, and they looked a little scary. Little junior brother, look, that's the entrance to the kingdom. You just take this ancient order and just go there. Xiao Mushue spoke, and at the same time handed Yi Ping an ancient order, saying so. Okay, senior sister. After taking the ancient order, Yi Ping nodded. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Mushue's voice continued to sound. My junior brother, remember what my senior sister said. First, there are many levels in the kingdom, which are different every time, but as long as you abide by the rules, there will be no problem. Secondly, don't trust anyone. Your own interests are the most important, and your own life is the most important. Don't lose the big picture because of the small. Third, get the magic pill, eat it directly, and use it directly after getting the treasure. Don't be reluctant to leave this or that. In the kingdom, although the realm is limited to the nascent soul, in the kingdom, you can improve the realm at any time. There are some geniuses who suppress their cultivation, step into the kingdom, and directly upgrade to the nascent soul realm. For a Jindan monk like you, it's a great loss. So, if you get the elixir and elixir after entering, and swallow it directly, don't save it, and don't think about bringing it to others, do you know? Before leaving, Xiao Mushue specifically reminded Yi Ping to worry that something happened to Yi Ping in the kingdom. Don't worry, senior sister, junior brother understands. Yi Ping nodded. He still understands these things. Okay, since you understand, then go. Xiao Mushue nodded, then patted Yi Ping on the shoulder. But in the end, Xiao Mushue grabbed Yi Ping again. Wait. After saying this, she took out a gourd and handed it to Yi Ping. Junior brother, if you encounter danger, taking a sip of wine will help you. Don't drink too much, just take a sip. Xiao Mushue handed his wine pot to Yi Ping. I didn't say much afterwards. Thank you, senior sister, I will not let you down. Yi Ping took the wine pot and then flew directly into the distance. Soon, Yi Ping came directly to the Tinjia ladder. He stepped on the ladder. In an instant, the steps emitted light, which was considered to be past. That's it, not long after, Yi Ping's figure directly sank into the Immortal Sect. Looking at Yi Ping leaving,
Xiao Mushua's eyes were inexplicably full of curiosity. I don't know what level will my junior brother reach after he comes out of the kingdom. She was inexplicably curious, but soon, she also withdrew her gaze.
It was at this moment. In the Dacian palace. Emperor Dacian looked at Su Changyu in silence.
As for the Empress of Dacian Shu Royun, who was standing beside him, he said reluctantly.
Changyu, are you really going to the great Xia dynasty? Shu Royun looked at Su Changyu and asked this. Kindness. Inside the main hall. Su Changyu nodded seriously.
He wanted to go back to the great Xia dynasty, go to find the grand historical records, and explain the matter clearly, which can be regarded as giving himself an explanation. This time he went down the mountain. His original intention was to find Taishang Xuanji.
But God knows what's going on. Coming to the Dacian dynasty.
Since nothing is wrong now, he plans to return to the great Xia dynasty as soon as possible.
Isn't it beautiful to see Taishang Xuanji earlier, my biological father explaining his words to a clearer one? What's the point of Da Xia? Changyu, don't you like Dacian? Is it not done well? Or who is unhappy about you? Do you still hate Lier?
If so, I will let Lier come over and apologize to you personally.
If you are not satisfied, I will let him come over directly. You have to beat and punish, and you will do your best. Emperor Dacian looked at Su Changyu, his eyes full of expectation. He didn't want Su Changyu to go to Da Xia. Is it not good to stay in the Dacian dynasty?
There is food and drink, except for the throne that cannot be passed to Su Changyu. The rest is only Su Changyu spoke. He can give it to Su Changyu.
Facing what Emperor Dacian said, Su Changyu immediately shook his head and said, That's not the case.
I went back to Da Xia because I wanted to make a break.
Su Changyu spoke. His voice sounded, and in an instant, Emperor Dacian and Empress Dacian couldn't help but look surprised. Make a break? What did it take?
End of this chapter.
Emperor Dacian looked at Su Changyu in confusion. He didn't understand what Su Changyu was going to do. Looking at Emperor Dacian's doubts, Su Changyu was a little puzzled.
I want to go to the great Xia dynasty. Why are you so lenient?
What do you want to do if you keep me? Could it be that I really want to be the prince consort? Now Su Changyu has accepted the setting that the other party is Emperor Dacian. But the problem is, Su Changyu doesn't want to be a prince consort. He doesn't want to be a woman, and he doesn't have much interest in the prince consort.
After all, it is too troublesome to have one or the other after becoming the prince consort.
Go back quickly, find Taishang Xuanji, handle your own affairs, and then go back to the sect. Isn't it good to live your life freely? Furthermore, although the imperial power is good, he is an ordinary monk and an ordinary monk, so there is no need to join in.
Since ancient times, emperors are the most ruthless. Su Changyu has heard from the storytellers that they have said it many times.
Naturally, it won't be involved.
However, Emperor Dacian and Empress Dacian did not know what Su Changyu was thinking, but just looked at Su Changyu curiously, not knowing what Su Changyu wanted to do. He was very curious, not to mention him, Empress Dacian was even more curious. Both of them looked at Su Changyu with an extremely curious look. Feeling the eyes of the two, Su Changyu felt inexplicably embarrassed for a moment. He didn't know whether he should say it. After all, this is my own private matter. But looking at the eyes of the two, Su Changyu finally sighed and then said slowly. It's a matter of breaking apart, something related to my life experience.
Su Changyu answered.
As soon as this answer was said, Emperor Dacian and Empress Dacian were instantly inspired. Especially Emperor Dacian, he said curiously.
Related to life experience? What does it mean?
He was very excited and didn't know what Su Changyu meant, but he vaguely guessed something, so he couldn't help asking curiously.
Changyu, don't feel embarrassed. Meeting is fate.
If you call me aunt, then just treat me as a dear aunt.
Just say it. It's all a family. Don't feel embarrassed.
Chu Royun said this, telling Su Changyu not to feel embarrassed and say whatever he has. When the two heard Su Changyu mention his life experience, they were extremely interested.
Why? Since that's the case, then Changyu said.
Su Changyu sighed, although he didn't know why they were so interested in him. But think about it, the two of them did not have any malice, and maybe it was really boring in the palace, so Su Changyu would rather explain.
Actually, it's a long story.
I was an orphan, and I was adopted by my master and lived a hard life.
My master said that I became an orphan because of a flood. I always thought I was an orphan and my parents might have died long ago.
But, just a while ago, when I was traveling around, I saw someone in danger. As a monk and a sword cultivator, I naturally drew my sword to help. I used my sword technique to save two people, one named Lao Xian and the other named Lao Xia. Su Changyu slowly talked about that past, but it must be a little bit more important to add fuel to the fire. Emperor Dakian and Empress Dakian became inexplicably energetic when they heard this.
Lao Xian? Lao Xia? Isn't this the supreme mystery and Emperor Xia? But what does it mean to draw a sword to help? Don't they have very strong cultivation? The two of them were a little confused and very curious. Are they weak? Emperor Dakian couldn't help asking. This is impossible.
Although Emperor Xia and Lao Xian are not peerless masters, they also have the power of the Yuanshan realm, especially Emperor Xia. As the Emperor of Xia, he is blessed by the Emperor's luck.
How could you encounter danger?
Furthermore, even if you are not strong enough, you will be protected by peerless masters around you. So the two of them were very curious and looked at Su Changyu. Faced with such a question, Su Changyu said very seriously.
Fragile. Su Changyu replied seriously. No way? Emperor Dakian couldn't help but speak, feeling it was a bit unreasonable. After saying this, Su Changyu became a little angry. What do you mean? Don't you believe in my sword fairy Su Changyu? Is that kind of person my sword fairy Su Changyu? I am the peerless sword immortal. Am I the kind of lying? If I don't believe it, then I won't say it. Su Changyu had a little temper. If you don't believe it, then you don't believe it, then what else do you want me to say?
Feeling Su Changyu a little angry, for a moment, Emperor Dakian was a little at a loss and felt that he had said the wrong thing. Okay, stop talking, let Changyu say. Changyu, you continue talking. Seeing that Su Changyu felt a little uncomfortable, Empress Dakian immediately spoke, asking Emperor Dakian to shut up first. Hearing this, the latter quickly smirked. He was the Emperor of Dakian, but he would only laugh when facing Su Changyu and Chu Royun.
This would have to be anyone else.
He started cursing directly.
Changyu, what about the follow-up? Queen Dakian asked.
Then, the next step is that I will repel all the thieves and save their lives. But when they saw that I saved them, they wanted to follow me and ask for advice. I saw that they were destined to be, so I could protect their safety. Perhaps because of this, they gave me a few sets of clothes. But later, I gradually realized something was wrong. Su Changyu's voice was very calm, and he spoke very slowly. He did not speak like others, and his speech was extremely fast, but rather slow. The two of them were fascinated by the hearing, especially after hearing this. They looked at Su Changyu with curiosity, not knowing what Su Changyu was curious about. What are you curious about?
The two couldn't help asking.
They spoke in unison, which made Su Changyu a little curious, not understanding why the two of them were so concerned about their affairs.
But after thinking about it, Su Changyu couldn't help but speak.
I gradually realized that this old Xia seemed to have some inexplicable feelings for me.
He often looked at me and gave me some precious clothes.
At first, I didn't know, but later, my master woke up the dreamer with a word.
He said, "This old Xia is very likely to be my biological father."
Su Changyu said slowly. Actually, it was Lao Xian, but Su Changyu wanted to say it was Lao Xia. After all, he just met these two people, so it was impossible for him to say anything, right?
Even if the two are Emperor Dakian and Empress Dakian, so what? Be a good person and you will meet each other in the future. It's impossible to see someone, just say anything, right? Su Changyu is not stupid.
He guarded the two of them and deliberately said Lao Xian is Lao Xia. But in the eyes of Empress Daqian and Emperor Daqian, what Su Changyu said made them even more excited. Okay, this Xia Emperor has met Changyu for a long time, but it is not clear at all. If it weren't for Su Yang's General Changyu, I'm afraid we will still be in the dark. This old Xia would really not be a son. Emperor Daqian was furious, and his spiritual sense transmitted his voice to communicate with his queen. I really don't know why my sister likes such a person. If she says she doesn't want to tell others, it's fine, but Changyu is your nephew after all, so she doesn't say this or anything.
Emperor Xia, it's really bad enough.
Chu Royun, a person with a very good temper, couldn't help but scold Emperor Xia at this moment.
What did you think after you know he is your biological father? Also, what did you mean by saying that you did it? Do you want to recognize your relatives? However, Empress Daqian still asked the question she wanted to ask. She looked at Su Changyu curiously and asked this.
Not to mention Empress Daqian, Emperor Daqian is also very curious at this moment. I don't know what decision Su Changyu wants to make and what he wants to make.
No.
Su Changyu shook his head directly. He looked at Emperor Daqian and Empress Daqian, and then spoke slowly. I went to Daxia to break the relationship, although he is likely to be my biological father.
But he didn't treat my mother well and abandoned me.
I don't hate him, but I just won't recognize him as my father.
I think my mother thinks that way.
Su Changyu spoke, and he expressed his thoughts. The supreme mystery, because of his glory and wealth, abandoned himself and his mother. He would just let it go if he was sorry for himself. After all, Su Changyu could not hate his father when he was born as a son.
This is ethics, but Taishang Xuanji abandoned his mother, which Su Changyu could not forgive.
And as soon as these words were said, Emperor Daqian almost said a word.
He was very excited and happy.
He didn't expect that Su Changyu would actually cut off relations with Emperor Xia when he went to the Great Xia dynasty. Okay, very good, very good. We should cut off the relationship between father and son.
Is this Xia emperor very powerful? Is the weakest emperor of the 5 dynasties very powerful? Does the things that the Daxia dynasty have, but the Daqian dynasty does not have? Although the Daqian dynasty could not give the throne to Su Changyu, the throne could still be given to a hereditary king. One word, the king side by side. Isn't it more fragrant than the prince of your Daxia dynasty?
Furthermore, Emperor Xia is indeed not a good thing. Emperor Qian hated Emperor Xia very much. In his eyes, his sister was killed by Emperor Xia, and no matter what, he could not forgive Emperor Xia. But unexpectedly, his nephew was so sensible. To be honest, he was really worried before, worried that Su Changyu would be tempted by the benefits of Emperor Xia. But I never thought that my nephew was very smart, very smart. At this moment, Emperor Daqian was very happy, and he felt like he drank a bowl of iced sour plum juice during the dog days of summer.
Happy, happy, really happy. In short, Su Changyu hated Emperor Xia, so he was happy. Cough. Feeling the uncoverable smile of Emperor Daqian, Queen Daqian couldn't help but cough. Although she was very happy, Emperor Daqian was a little too much. After all, Su Changyu wants to cut off relations with his biological father. What are you doing so happy? Otherwise, wouldn't Su Changyu suspect that they had any problems?
Sure enough, Su Changyu's eyes looked a little strange when he looked at him. At that moment, Emperor Daqian immediately fell silent and returned to his usual beauty, but he still couldn't help it. Su Changyu, who was standing beside him, was a little puzzled. You are going to break off your relationship with your biological father. How can you be happy to do what? Wish I would be an orphan? Su Changyu was puzzled, but he was still very calm on the surface. After all, this is the Daqian palace, not his own sect, so he should pay attention to his words. However, after returning to normal sex, Emperor Daqian couldn't help but speak. Your mother is really pitiful after hearing what you said. Your father is really not a human being. Emperor Daqian clenched his fists, and his 2 words came from the heart. But when Su Changyu said this, he felt even more unhappy. What do you mean? What does my father mean to be a human being? What about me? Lao Tai,
although you are the Emperor of Dacian, you won't be talking like this? Do you really think that I am a peerless sword immortal Su Changyu, who has no temper?
Su Changyu complained in his heart.
On the surface, I can only endure it. There is no way, let's keep a low profile. Your Majesty, you have said this.
Changyu's mother is a poor person, but Changyu's father, Empress Dacian originally wanted to make a comeback, but after thinking about it, the Emperor of Dacia was indeed not a human being in her heart.
Okay, I won't talk about this anymore. Changyu, since you went to the Dacia dynasty for this, then my aunt will let you go. But after you went to Dacia and cut off the father-son relationship, do you have any considerations? Do you want to come to our Dacian? Since you are my nephew, why not do this? I will betroth the princess to you and let your uncle give you a throne, how about it? Empress Dacian spoke and asked Su Changyu whether to surrender to their Dacian dynasty.
Yes, I'll give you a throne and betroth you a princess. Changyu, let's not talk about anything else. Dacian's princesses are all shy of the moon.
I allow you to choose 1, 2 are fine, if you want, 3 are fine.
Emperor Dacian nodded and agreed with Empress Dacian's words. In his eyes, as long as Su Changyu was willing to come to the Dacian dynasty, he is willing to do anything.
Hearing this, Su Changyu couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Really? Really? Sure enough, I liked my beauty. Alas, why do I, Mr. Su, always encounter such a thing?
He looked at Su Changyu and said nothing.
Empress Dacian couldn't help but continue speaking.
How about this, Changyu, when you go to Dacia this time, your aunt will send a few people to stay by your side, so as not to encounter any trouble. As for the subsequent things, I will talk about them later.
Queen Dacian said so.
After saying this, Su Changyu breathed a sigh of relief.
This is almost the same.
What he feared the most was this betrothal, that betrothal to himself.
He was still so young and had not pretended enough to let himself get married and have children? This is definitely not possible.
As for sending a few experts to guard me, this is good, this is very good. At this moment, Su Changyu answered. I, Mr. Su, is a peerless sword immortal.
Do you need someone to protect me? Su Changyu's voice sounded. The expression is extremely cold. Just say this.
The smile in Su Changyu's heart froze instantly.
I got sick again.
Hearing Su Changyu's words, Emperor Dacian and Empress Dacian were a little embarrassed.
But thinking about it is, too. Su Changyu's cultivation level should be quite good.
Although it seems to be in the Qi training realm, this kind of courage will never be in the Qi training realm. Then, Changyu, you go back and have a good rest first.
Aunt asks you to prepare the teleportation array. How about it? She said so.
Okay, I'm sorry. Su Changyu nodded, and at the same time bowed to the two of them, then turned around and left.
Wait for Su Changyu to leave. Emperor Dacian couldn't help but frown. Royun, you said Changyu didn't want this or that, what should I do? Emperor Xia gave Changyu so many things, should we also express our opinions? When Su Changyu left, Emperor Dacian couldn't help but say this. Yeah, we really want to express it.
I know what to give to Changyu, and Changyu will definitely accept it. But doing so may be a bit unfair to the prince.
Queen Dacian spoke. Just say this. The latter immediately understood.
Immediately afterwards, Emperor Dacian spoke directly. No matter whether he is fair or not, it's great, my nephew is the biggest, okay, I know what you mean, I will deal with this matter. You will be with Changyu these days. After saying this, Emperor Dacian stood up and he had an idea in his mind. End of this chapter.
The Great Xia Dynasty. King's Realm. Yi Ping crossed the Immortal Gate and soon saw a huge waterfall. The waterfall is falling straight, extremely spectacular.
At this moment, a sound accompanied by several lights fell into Yi Ping's hand.
The first level of the kingdom, competing for the ancient Immortal King Order, and the contestants can obtain 3 ancient Immortal King Orders. Come together 12 ancient Immortal King Orders and enter the second level of the kingdom.
Each piece of the ancient Immortal King Order can offset death once, and can be resurrected in the kingdom.
If there is no ancient immortal king order, once he dies, he will die completely. An ancient voice sounded, telling Yi Ping what the first level of the kingdom was.
Yi Ping, after taking these 3 ancient immortal king orders, had no time to ask anything. The next moment, a powerful suction force sucked him into the waterfall.
In just a moment, Yi Ping actually came to the kingdom. In the kingdom, the mountains are majestic, and the peaks stand between the sky and the earth. The ancient trees are towering, full of vitality.
If you look carefully, there are also some rare spiritual beasts walking around the kingdom. This is like a primeval forest, lush and terrible, and there are many crises hidden in the dark. At this moment, a loud noise came into my ears.
Boom! It's an explosion.
Yi Ping opened his eyes and saw a nearby mountain being smashed, and gravel dust swept over and spread for several miles.
Before he could react, Yi Ping instantly noticed the crisis. Swish!
Yi Ping disappeared from the spot, and a pagoda suddenly fell from the sky, bombarding where Yi Ping was placed. The void burst on the spot, the space torn apart, forming a black hole-like matter, which looked like a huge hole.
Someone is attacking? In an instant, Yi Ping realized that someone was attacking him. The pagoda disappeared into the void in an instant. Obviously, the other party dared not reveal his true body. It's a pity that he shouldn't have provoked Yi Ping. When he was circulating the ancient gods and demons, Yi Ping's body seemed to be gilded, and a true dragon of qi and blood hovered behind Yi Ping. Qi and blood are like dragons.
Yi Ping closed his eyes in an instant, and he used his physical body's blood to search for the enemy in the dark. No matter whether a monk practices physical skills or not, as long as he is nearby, his qi and blood cannot be hidden.
If he is an evil practitioner, it will be easier to detect it. Finished.
In just a moment, Yi Ping noticed the other party's location.
Hiding in the void is not very far away, about 1,000 meters away. Boom! Locking the target, Yi Ping didn't say anything nonsense.
He raised his fist and punched him out.
Roar!
The roar of the true dragon sounded. Yi Ping has now advanced to the Golden Pill realm, and his physical body and magic power have reached an incredible level. This punch killed, forming a golden dragon, suppressing the void and penetrated everything, and a distance of 1,000 meters away, it was killed in front of the enemy in just one thought. Oops! 1,000 meters away, a man in brocade face instantly became ugly. He used the method of void to hide himself and used a quasi-tau weapon to sneak attack the enemy. He could succeed every time, and even if he couldn't succeed, he would not be discovered. But unexpectedly, this time I got into trouble. Facing Yi Ping's true dragon fist, he had no intention of resisting. He turned around and wanted to escape. At the same time, he sacrificed the pagoda to block Yi Ping's attack. However, he overestimated himself and underestimated Yi Ping's strength. The ancient true dragon fist fell, and it was filled with a strong and yang atmosphere, and it had an invincible aura. With just one punch, the pagoda vibrated violently and kept roaring. Before he could breathe 3 times, it broke on the spot, like glass shattered, falling to the ground piece by piece. Don't kill me, I am the chief disciple of the 7-star cave. We can cooperate, so there is so much offense just now, and it is completely unintentional. The other party spoke immediately, and he explained to Yi Ping that he did it without intention and did not want to provoke Yi Ping at all. At the same time, he also hoped to cooperate with Yi Ping. However, although Yi Ping is kind and calm in Qingyun Sect on weekdays, he can come to the kingdom differently. Yi Ping knew that there was no mercy in the kingdom. Either you die or I live. If he hadn't reacted just now, he would be himself. If there was no ancient immortal king order, he would undoubtedly die. So Yi Ping didn't listen to the other party's explanation at all, nor did he feel any pity. Roar! Dragon fist kills you. The latter turned into ashes on the spot and could not resist this terrible punch. At the same time, an ancient immortal king order also floated in the void. This is the first level in the kingdom. Kill one person and you can get an ancient immortal king order. If the other party does not have an ancient immortal king order, it will not fall. By gathering up 12 ancient immortal king orders, you can leave the first level and enter the second level.
after killing this person. Yi Ping did not have any pride or any excitement. Instead, it seems a little cautious.
The first level of the kingdom is so fierce, there are fighting everywhere, and I don't know what dangers will be in the next few levels.
To be honest, if an ordinary person gets an ancient immortal king order, he might be very happy.
But for Yi Ping, he felt that this was not a good thing. This is the first level, and it is so intense.
Wouldn't it be even more cruel in the future?
One person has 3 ancient immortal king orders, which means that only 4 people can gather 12 ancient immortal king orders and enter the second level.
75% of people will be eliminated, and the remaining 25% will only enter the second level. Naturally, it makes people feel inexplicably dangerous. However, being cautious is not only cautious.
Since he has come to the kingdom, Yi Ping knows what he wants to do: temper his fighting spirit, get all kinds of treasures, and improve himself. Yi Ping doesn't want to get the greatest chance of luck for the time being, so he will first gather 12 ancient immortal king orders.
That's it.
Yi Ping left the place.
About half an hour later,
a familiar figure appeared in Yi Ping's eyes, which surprised Yi Ping.
Junior brother Huangfu.
Yi Ping's voice sounded, and his eyes were filled with surprise.
I never thought that I could meet Huangfu Tianlong in the kingdom. Senior brother Yi? On a mountain, Huangfu Tianlong looked around vigilantly. After hearing Yi Ping's voice, he was shocked.
Then he looked at him and found that it was Yi Ping, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Junior brother Huangfu, I haven't seen each other for many days. Yi Ping fell directly from the void. When he saw Huangfu Tianlong, he smiled and said so.
Senior brother Yi, didn't expect you to come to the kingdom too? Yes, you are a talented person and a real genius. How could you not come to the kingdom?
Huangfu Tianlong walked to Yi Ping, gave Yi Ping a bear hug, and then said excitedly, "It was my senior sister who asked me to come."
When did you come in?
Yi Ping spoke, explained, and asked when Huangfu Tianlong came.
Here I came 3 hours ago. Brother Yi, have you collected a few ancient immortal king orders? Are there 12? Huangfu Tianlong asked.
They're so fast there, I've just arrived, only 4. Yi Ping smiled bitterly, and he had only had less than a stick of incense in his place. To be honest, if someone hadn't come to die, he would probably have only 3 ancient immortal king orders so far.
4?
Brother Yi, we have to hurry up. I have already collected 6 of them, and many people have collected 12 of them and entered the second level.
Huangfu Tianlong said so. Let Yi Ping seize the time. Someone has collected 12?
Yi Ping was a little surprised.
It seemed that the Wang realm had not been open for a long time, right?
It took less than 4 hours, and this speed was a bit fast. Senior brother Yi, you don't know that the kingdom has been open for 4 hours. In the first hour, the killing was the most fierce and fiercest, and basically killing everywhere. When I came, I kept fighting, but there were fewer people in the place where I appeared, but even so, I killed 3 people and obtained 3 ancient immortal king orders. If nothing unexpected happens, in a few hours, there will be only a group of old Yin and young people left.
Huangfu Tianlong answered Yi Ping as if he was accustomed to it. Old Yin Yang man? Yi Ping was curious and didn't know what this meant. I just like to hide in the dark and attack.
These people have practiced hidden techniques for hundreds of years, hid in the void, and even disguised as a stone.
When you are not paying attention, you will suddenly attack. If you succeed, run away after taking the ancient order. If you fail, you will run faster.
My junior brother has encountered several of them before, but he can't catch up.
Huangfu Tianlong told Yi Ping, and at the same time he was inexplicably angry in his tone.
It was obvious that he had encountered such a person, but unfortunately he did not catch the other party.
That's really going to be quick. Yi Ping nodded. He really didn't expect this, but he thought about it.
At the beginning, there were definitely the most people.
If you were a real genius, the 12 ancient immortal kings would naturally be easy to get.
Just say, if there are 12 people in front of Yi Ping now, Yi Ping can easily solve it. And the further we get to the back, I am afraid that the people who come in will be hiding in the dark. To put it bluntly, there are only two types of people who come to the kingdom. One is to try to push everything, and I am invincible. Another type is to come here to get the benefits, and you can get whatever you can, with a simple purpose. The first existence will definitely not wait for time and kill it when it comes. If the three ancient immortal king orders are gone, just leave the kingdom directly, which is considered as voluntarily giving up the qualification. In the first level of the kingdom, you can choose to give up your qualifications. As long as you leave, there will be no problems. However, this time the kingdom has restrictions, either a genius holding the ancient order of the kingdom, or a real genius. So basically, the strongest group of people have already entered the second level, or have encountered stronger enemies, withdrawn or fallen. There are basically no other possibilities. 99% of the geniuses who joined later were old Ian and young people, just like the monk Yi Ping met before. Yes, I have to hurry up, but delaying is not without benefits. Huang Fu Tianlong nodded, but said this again, which made Yi Ping completely curious. There are any benefits to delaying it? What are the benefits? Yi Ping was completely unaware of the Wanyu except for some basic information, so he was naturally full of curiosity. Senior brother Yi, every time the kingdom is opened, there will be 3 levels, but this time there are variables in the kingdom, which may be the last time it is opened. I don't know how many specific aspects there are, but there is an iron rule that basically everyone who has participated knows. This iron rule is that in the kingdom, there is a treasure in every level. However, it is not clear when this treasure will appear, but so far, the treasure in the first level has not appeared yet. Senior brother Yi, maybe we are destined to get the treasure of the first level. If that's the case, then we'll make a lot of money. Huang Fu Tianlong said so. There are 3 levels in the kingdom, and each level has a treasure. This kind of treasure is the real treasure, second only to the last treasure. Don't think too much, let's talk about the ancient immortal king first. Yi Ping didn't think much about it. He smiled bitterly. What he wanted to do now should be to collect the ancient immortal king order first. Kindness. Huang Fu Tianlong also understood which one is more important. He nodded. That's it. Time passes slowly, like a flash of time. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. At this moment, the eyes of the monks in the world gathered here. But at the same time, a big thing happened in the Dacian dynasty. The Tianqin divine tree has bare fruit. This incident attracted discussion in the Dacian dynasty. The sacred tree bears fruit and brings countless auspiciousness. The sacred tree of the Dacian dynasty is a symbol, and the fruits produced by the sacred tree can save one person from 500 years of hard practice without any side effects. And this divine fruit varies from person to person. If you are a genius and swallow this divine fruit, it is equivalent to a genius saving 500 years of hard practice, and it will soar into the sky. And if you are an ordinary monk, it would be equivalent to saving an ordinary monk's 500 years of hard practice. It's not very meaningful. Generally speaking, the divine fruits of the Dacian dynasty will be taken to the prince to stabilize the prince's cultivation, and at the same time it can be regarded as an announcement by the world that the prince is orthodox and will basically ascend the throne. However, this time, in the Dacian palace, inside the hall of Zhaixin, Emperor Dacian and Empress Dacian were sitting among them, and they looked at Su Changyu with anticipation. Su Changyu looked at the jade box on the table, his eyes extremely calm. He had some doubts. Looking at this jade box. Just half an hour ago, the two of them came here in person and said that they had prepared a gift for themselves. To be honest, Su Changyu was noble and honest and never accepted food from pity. However, thinking about the experience of Lao Xin giving gifts to him before, Su Changyu still planned to take a look. I thought it was clothes or something, but I didn't expect it to be a fruit. Although this fruit is crystal clear and looks like a jade, it is indeed like a treasure. But what do you want this thing to do? Changyu, this is my Dacian divine fruit. If you take it, you can save meditation and treat it as a meeting gift. Emperor Dacian spoke. He is extremely confident about the Dacian divine fruit. This divine fruit was originally for the crown prince. If it weren't for the fear that Su Changyu would be deceived by Emperor Xia, and Su Changyu was his nephew who had been separated for many years. If it were anyone, he would not be willing to give it to him. Of course, although this thing was given to Su Changyu, he also compensated a lot of things for the prince, which was considered to have taken care of both sides.
Save hard practice and meditation? All are cultivators, every realm and every day of practice is a footprint.
I don't need this kind of external object to improve my cultivation.
Su Changyu shook his head.
He refused directly. He knew that this kind of thing would improve his cultivation, but it would damage his potential.
If he swallowed this thing and could not build a foundation, wouldn't it be embarrassing?
As soon as I heard this, Emperor Daqian was not angry at all, but was even more amazed at Su Changyu. This thing is priceless treasure anywhere.
But unexpectedly, Su Changyu was not moved at all.
He is worthy of being my nephew. What Changyu said is very much, but this result can save you 500 years of hard practice, without any side effects, and will not affect your practice.
Empress Daqian spoke, and was full of admiration for Su Changyu. However, for a moment, Su Changyu was stunned. What? Save 500 years of hard practice? No side effects. 500 years? Are you bluffing me?
End of this chapter.
Su Changyu was a little surprised.
He felt that he had heard it wrong.
Save 500 years of hard practice? Is this a bit exaggerated? To be honest, Su Changyu thought it was the kind of elixir that could easily increase his cultivation for decades.
If it is that kind of elixir, it does not make any sense, but instead consumes your potential.
But it will be different in 500 years. Decades of cultivation have lost potential, which is a loss.
But the cultivation of hundreds of years is different.
Whether you can practice for hundreds of years is still a question. Su Changyu was moved. What else should I do if I don't feel moved?
Su Changyu, you must not get sick, you must not get sick. Holding the excitement in his heart, Su Changyu kept reminding himself not to get sick, and never to get sick.
Changyu, what do you think? Queen Daqian's voice sounded again. She asked Su Changyu, wanting to see if Su Changyu was willing to accept the gift. The road to cultivation must be one step at a time. Su Changyu spoke, but he continued.
But, since it's my aunt's kindness, it's hard for Changyu to shirk. Su Changyu spoke, it was fine this time, he didn't get sick.
Su Changyu was in a very happy mood.
If you pretend to be sick, you can really die if you have a divine fruit with 500 years of cultivation.
When he heard Su Changyu's answer, Emperor Daqian and Empress Daqian were immediately overjoyed.
They were really worried that Su Changyu would not accept this gift.
Changyu, if you want to swallow this thing, you must prepare it well.
Your uncle has prepared a spirit-gathering array for you to clear your orifices and cleanse your marrow.
You can't swallow it directly, do you understand? Queen Daqian spoke and said so.
She was more afraid that Su Changyu would take this Tianqinshan fruit directly, and the effect of taking it directly was not the best. It is necessary to cooperate with the corresponding formations and some other spiritual medicines, so that the heavenly heartsword fruit can play its greatest role.
Understood.
Su Changyu didn't know much about this kind of thing. In his eyes, elixirs were basically harmful things, which Wang Zhuoyu told him. So Su Changyu had no good feelings for things like elixirs.
Especially this kind of thing that can improve others' cultivation. Of course, if it is 500 years, then there is no big problem.
At this moment, Queen Daqian's voice continued to sound.
Changyu, when are you planning to swallow this magical fruit? She asked. The sooner the better, how about today?
Su Changyu answered, he must have been eager to swallow it today, finish it early, and leave early. If 500 years of cultivation can help you break through to the golden elixir realm, that would be different.
If I really am in the Golden Dan realm, once I return to the sect, I will not be left to myself as the head of Qingyun Dao sect this time?
Of course, Su Changyu was not sure whether he can break through to the Golden Pill realm.
Today?
After receiving Su Changyu's answer, the two of them couldn't help but look at me and I looked at you. Although they knew that Su Chanyu was anxious, they did not expect that Su Chanyu was so anxious. But after thinking about it, Emperor Dakian still spoke. If it is today, I'm afraid it won't work, but you can go through the first step.
The Emperor Dakian said. First step? Are there many steps? Su Changyu was a little curious. Isn't it just eating a fruit? Still have to be divided into steps?
Well, it takes 4 steps to maximize the effect of this Tianqingshan fruit.
Queen Dakian replied. 4 steps? This time, Su Changyu became even more curious.
He had to take 4 steps in the front and back.
Isn't this too troublesome? It's better to eat it directly and save some trouble.
500 years of cultivation is okay, but it doesn't make much sense to spend more than a few decades.
He really doesn't want to continue wasting time here. Leaving early means more.
At this moment, Su Changyu was thinking about returning to the Great Xia dynasty as soon as possible, and then finding his biological father, Taishang Xuanji, explaining everything to him, and breaking up this relationship. Let Taishang Xuanji stop looking for himself, and don't give him any clothes, just give it to yourself in one breath.
Changyu, don't worry.
This heavenly mind fruit can only bear fruit for thousands of years. The fruit that bears can not only increase your cultivation for 500 years, but most importantly, it can give birth to a talent.
Maybe it will activate your talent. My aunt sees that you have good sword skills. Maybe after swallowing this magical fruit, your sword skills will become stronger.
Empress Dakian comforted Su Changyu like this and told Su Changyu not to be anxious.
As soon as he said this, Su Changyu suddenly felt energetic. Improve the qualifications of swordsmanship? Hey! You know, Aunt, I am indeed very talented in swordsmanship. Of course, if I can strengthen it a little bit, I can accept it.
Su Changyu was indeed a little impatient at first, but now he heard that he could improve his sword skills and his spirits came instantly.
Aunt, how many days will it take for these 4 steps? Su Changyu asked. It depends on your personal physical condition.
The first step in these 4 steps is body shaping. I have someone prepared the best body shaping pill for you, which can help you cut off hair and cleanse marrow and return to your innate nature.
If you have good physical condition, you can return to your innate life in 1 day at most. The second step is to gather spirits. I asked your uncle to prepare the innate spirit gathering array for you.
Once your physique returns to the innate nature, you can absorb the purest spiritual energy in this world.
The third step is nirvana.
Nirvana of the physique can activate your talent, and maybe you can make your sword talent stronger.
The last step is to swallow the heavenly heart scientific fruit.
Once you swallow this heavenly heart scientific fruit, you can directly save 500 years of hard practice, allowing you to soar into the sky and be strong. Although the steps are a bit too many and it takes a long time, my aunt is for your own good, so don't be impatient. Queen Dakian said this, but she was afraid that Su Changyu would feel impatient and seemed a little bitter. If these words were heard, it would probably be silent for all the monks of the Dakian dynasty to remain silent.
Fangli would even cry and feel sad after seeing them. Although Empress Dakian has a gentle personality, the problem is that she is not so gentle.
She has to be afraid that others will be impatient when giving Dakian magic fruit to others.
This is really, it's so annoying to compare people. I understand, thank you Aunt. Su Changyu nodded, and then Su Changyu continued to ask. Then, let's start tomorrow, Aunt, Uncle.
It's not that I don't want to stay in the Dakian dynasty, it's mainly because of this matter. If I don't go there myself, I'll stop it. I have regrets in my heart, but it won't go well after practicing. Su Changyu found a reason, but the fundamental reason was that after doing these things, he quickly returned to Qingyun Sect to lie on his body. He really didn't want to run around, so he would feel comfortable staying in the sect and eat without worrying about food and drink. He would occasionally go down the mountain to buy something, and pretend to be with his junior brothers of the sect. This kind of life is simply too good. Run out and meet this person or that person, you are lucky and you have not encountered any misfortune. If you are not lucky, you are injured, or you are missing or even dead. This is not worth it. I understand, this matter is indeed an urgent matter.
Chanyu, in this way, my uncle will be ready today and start at noon tomorrow. Emperor Dakian nodded.
His nephew was going to break off the father-son relationship with Emperor Xia. He must be happy and naturally supported him very much. If it weren't for the worry that Su Changyu was bewitched by Emperor Xia after he went to the Great Xia dynasty, otherwise he would have wished that Su Changyu would go to the Great Xia dynasty now. Show off directly with Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia dared to have any obstacles, so he turned against Emperor Xia directly. At worst, he would fight to the war.
Who is afraid of whom? I'm sorry, uncle. Su Changyu thanked him.
The latter didn't say much, and immediately stood up, walked out of the hall, and asked someone to arrange this matter. Soon, time passed by little by little.
That's it. It was night.
The entire Dakian palace was still brightly lit, and formation masters rushed over to arrange the innate spirit gathering formation.
For Su Changyu.
Emperor Dakian had invested a lot of money and directly transferred the order, and 3,000 formation masters were transferred back to Dakian Palace from various states. At this moment, in the Tianqin Palace, 3,000 formation masters gathered in the Tianqin Palace. Everyone was carefully setting up the formation, 1,000 people were engraving the formation patterns, 1,000 people set up the formation, and 1,000 people were responsible for the formation and the details.
Everyone obeys the order. Your Majesty has the order.
Within 3 hours, you must arrange the formation, and then arrange 3,000 Qi cultivation arrays, 3,000 silence arrays, 3,000 small spiritual gathering arrays, and 3,000 Qi and blood arrays.
None of them can be missed.
Thank you for your hard work.
If you do it well, your Majesty will be rewarded.
But if someone does it wrong or delays the time, don't blame Dakian for being harsh in punishment.
A loud voice sounded, and this was the inspector.
He shouted loudly, asking everyone to arrange the formation seriously. At the same time, this behavior naturally attracted many princes and princesses to watch.
They were a little curious.
After all, it was indeed a bit exaggerated to dispatch 3,000 formation masters to come to the palace to arrange formations. It takes 4 steps to swallow the Tianqin divine fruit, but there is no need to invite so many formation masters to come over, right?
The prince is really favored.
Each of these formation masters is top-notch. His value is no worse than that of a cultivator of the soul.
He is actually sent back. I think the prince is extremely favored in the heart of his father.
Oh, this is called better to have a baby early than to have a baby. People were talking about it, and this vast momentum naturally attracted a lot of attention, and waves of discussion sounded.
These princes and princesses are extremely envious. At the same time, Dakian Dan Immortal Palace.
The huge palace looks extremely brilliant and luxurious. The palace is extremely spacious and hundreds of meters high. There is a purple gold elixir furnace floating in the center of the hall.
This is the alchemy furnace of the Dakian dynasty, a proud immortal artifact in pill.
It is precisely because of this immortal elixir furnace that the Dakian dynasty has achieved prosperity in its national strength, because this elixir furnace can be produced in large quantities, with small non-toxic pills, only 30% of the toxicity of normal elixirs.
However, a figure appeared.
It was Emperor Dakian who came, and he pushed open the door of the hall and walked slowly into it. Then with a wave of his hand, the cover of the elixir slowly rose, and then a fairy pill filled with strange light appeared in his hand. This is the innate body-shaping pill, which requires 3,333 extremely precious medicinal materials as the main medicine, and 100,000 different precious medicinal materials as auxiliary medicines, and it requires the innate body-shaping pill that can be refined after 100 years. If this pill is swallowed, it can make people return to the innate world.
For countless monks, returning to the innate world is an excellent thing.
Looking at the elixir in his hand, Emperor Dakian waved his hand, and a terrifying spiritual energy erupted from the elixir furnace again. Then a golden pill appeared in the sky. This golden pill is surrounded by 9 pills of different colors.
Seeing this scene, Emperor Dakian couldn't help but smile.
The innate body-shaping pill was refined every 100 years, and it was basically for the prince or other people in the royal family to enjoy. But this pill is different. This pill uses nearly 10 times the medicinal materials and smashes countless immortal pills with heavenly and earth treasures.
It is a real immortal pill.
It takes 1,888 years to refine such an immortal pill. It can not only improve physical fitness and return to the innate world, but also make up for all defects and condense an extraordinary physical fitness. This immortal pill has ancestral teachings in the Dacian dynasty, and can only be used by the Dacian royal family, and must be used by the most talented people of the Dacian dynasty. So over the years, this pill has been kept in the alchemy furnace, and the effect of absorbing other pills is becoming more and more dazzling and incredible.
Now the Emperor of Dacian wants to take out this pill and give it to Su Changyu.
However, at this moment, Empress Dacian appeared in the palace. She looked at the pill with a little surprised look in her eyes.
Your Majesty, do you really want to swallow this pill for Changyu?
Queen Dacian asked. A hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. Because she knew better the importance of this pill. Generally speaking, even the prince is not qualified to enjoy this pill, because it took more than 1,800 years to refine this pill alone, and then it was kept in this pill furnace for more than 3,000 years, which means that the age of this pill is 5,000 years. Only when the Dacian dynasty gives birth to a real Qingyun child can it be taken out and swallowed by the other party. But what she didn't expect was that Emperor Dacian would actually take out this pill and give it to Su Changyu. Well, I looked at Changyu carefully just now, and I found that Changyu had a shortage in innate nature.
I think it was because when Changyu was lost, someone did it on purpose, so Changyu's cultivation was mediocre. He is a Qingyun's son, how could he be the only Qi training realm?
After I thought about it, even the heavenly heart scientific fruit could not make up for the injuries suffered by Changyu.
The only way is to use this elixir. Changyu is my nephew.
It's not against the ancestral teachings for him.
You probably won't stop me, right? Emperor Dacian asked.
The latter shook his head and said,
Your Majesty, how dare I stop me? I am too happy.
It's just that this elixir was given to Changyu.
Changyu is truly flawless. I am worried that someone still wants to plot against him. Queen Dacian said so.
But the next moment, the voice of Emperor Dacian slowly rang out. Who dares?
Destroy who?
End of this chapter.
The Dacian palace is in full swing at this moment. So people are preparing for the spirit gathering formation. And at this moment,
a major event also happened in the kingdom.
The first level of the kingdom. The vast forest looks vibrant.
And above a high mountain, a divine light soared into the sky. The appearance of this divine light alarmed all the monks in the entire kingdom. They looked at each other, their eyes fixed on this mountain.
What happened? What's wrong? How could such a wonder be there? Is the treasure born? Yes, it must be the treasure that was born.
The monk at the first level of the kingdom was full of surprise. Soon someone guessed that this might be the birth of the treasure. For a moment, countless figures rushed to this fairy mountain. Compared with the final treasures in the kingdom, most monks knew that they were not qualified at all. So there are some geniuses who did not choose to enter the second level, but they did not have the strength to enter the second level. Instead, I want to wait for the treasure of the first level. If they can obtain the treasure in the first level of the kingdom, it will be extremely rich for them. Therefore, as this divine light soared into the sky, countless monks rushed there for a while.
On the mountain. The place where divine light gathers is a nest.
In the nest, a white divine egg was lying, and all the divine lights were leaked from this divine egg. This divine egg is surrounded by wisps of divine light, and there are even a few divine patterns on the eggshell, and it has extremely strong Qi and blood power.
The terrifying power of Qi and blood gives people the feeling of being like a real dragon egg.
At this time, some monks had arrived at the first time. They saw this divine egg in an instant, and everyone's breathing became rapid in an instant.
This is a real dragon egg.
Such rich power of Qi and blood is definitely a real dragon egg.
Look, there's something in this egg. You don't talk nonsense. There is nothing in this egg, so what's the egg? No, you can look carefully. There seems to be a sound coming from this fairy egg.
Countless monks gathered here, and they were in the sky, staring at the fairy egg, and they all showed themselves. There is no point in keeping the slightest in front of the treasure. As everyone talked, everyone listened carefully in an instant. It's true that there was a slight roar coming from the fairy egg, like an ancient ferocious beast.
This is not a dragon egg, but a phoenix egg. I didn't expect that there are things like dragon and phoenix in the world. This thing has a fate with me. I have been waiting here for a long time, but I didn't expect that the opportunity for fortune that belonged to me really appeared, immortal heavenly lord. Amatba, the old monk is waiting here for hundreds of years, but he didn't expect that he would meet the old monk's fortune here. It's really the Emperor of Heaven who pays off. I'm so embarrassed. Everyone, can you please be a little shame? And this master, you are a Buddhist disciple at least, why are you so greedy? People were talking about it, and their eyes were red when they looked at the fairy egg. I wish I could take action and snatch the fairy egg away. But they knew in their hearts that whoever dared to take action would undoubtedly die. And at the same time, hundreds of miles away, Yi Ping and Huangfu Tianlong arrived at a very fast speed. A whole day. Both of them were looking for other enemies, but they found it but couldn't find it. Even if they took the initiative to show weakness, no one came out to attack. Now I see this divine light. The two rushed to this place as soon as possible. Senior brother Yi, we must hurry up and rush over, otherwise the treasure will be taken away. Huangfu Tianlong was in the void, and he was extremely fast. At the same time, he told Yi Ping to increase the speed. They searched for the enemy for a day, but they couldn't find it. Now that the treasure appears, I am naturally anxious. Good. Yi Ping didn't say much, and nodded, and used the great free sword control technique. In an instant, Yi Ping's speed increased several times, turning into a gust of wind and disappeared from the spot. The confused Huangfu Tianlong was left behind. At first, he disliked Yi Ping's speed not fast enough, but as Yi Ping accelerated, Huangfu Tianlong realized that he was the slower he was, and Yi Ping was accommodated. Senior brother Yi, wait for me. Huangfu Tianlong's voice sounded behind him. That's it. In the blink of an eye, less than half a quarter of an hour, the two of them came to the foot of the mountain. But before they could go over and join in the fun, all the monks rushed to all directions like crazy. Who took away the fortune of mine? Who dares to steal the opportunity? Who dares to steal my monk's dragon egg? Voices sounded. Everyone disappeared from the sky and spread in all directions. It was obvious that the treasure had been stolen, but they didn't know who it was. Brush. A blue light appeared, and a monk sacrificed a bronze mirror to illuminate a blue fairy light. This fairy light instantly locked in the southwest direction. Soon, a figure appeared. This figure, holding an immortal egg in his hand, couldn't help frowning after being shined by the immortal light. At this moment, all the monks were striking, and they rushed towards the southwest. Holding various magic weapons in your hand, you will compete for this thing. The vast army of monks looked like locusts, covering the sky in the sun. Huangfu Tianlong watched all this and couldn't help but speak. I just said that this group of people was hiding there, but I didn't expect that they were all here. Sure enough, only the treasure can lead to these yin and yang people. Senior brother Yi, you have started working. Huangfu Tianlong stretched out his muscles and bones. Let the treasure aside first, anyway, the treasure will not run away. But the 12 ancient orders of the immortal king are different. They are bound to win this thing. Good. Yi Ping answered calmly and then took the initiative. In an instant, the Qi and Blood True Dragon appeared, and Yi Ping and Huangfu Tianlong were like gods, and they killed them directly. Boom! In just a moment, Yi Ping found the target, and the ancient True Dragon fist fell. The latter had no resistance at all. It turned into clouds and smoke on the spot, leaving only an ancient immortal king order. Huangfu Tianlong was also extremely powerful. He found someone and still killed him with one punch. He and Huangfu Tianlong are both geniuses among geniuses. Although those who can enter the kingdom are also geniuses, they are not yet called geniuses, let alone geniuses among geniuses. Brother, there is a treasure in front of you. Are you still thinking about the ancient Immortal King Order? Are you having any brain problems? Yes, fellow Taoist, why are you doing this? Two fellow Taoists, why are you so sinister? We are competing for treasures, but you are playing sneak attacks?
Young man, you don't have martial ethics.
There were many voices, and they didn't expect that at this critical moment, someone was still fighting for the immortal King Guling.
The treasures in the first level of the King realm have all appeared.
Aren't everyone working together to get the treasures first? Why do we need to kill each other? This made the monks from the other side see it and thought we were not united.
Unfortunately, although they were angry, under the fists of Yi Ping and Huangfu Tianlong, they all turned into clouds and smoke, leaving only the ancient order of the immortal king. However, most of the monks were still blinded by the interests. They all looked at the immortal egg, fought desperately, and all kinds of methods were used. A small number of monks also realized that this was a good opportunity to take action, so they directly attacked the other monks, intending to collect 12 ancient orders of the immortal king.
Various melee began.
But I have to say that once the monks gathered, Yi Ping and Huangfu Tianlong were like collecting vegetables and obtained many ancient orders of the immortal king. Especially Yi Ping, he was less than Huangfu Tianlong before, but in less than a stick of incense, Yi Ping had already collected 12 ancient immortal king orders.
After receiving enough of the ancient order of the immortal king, Yi Ping couldn't help but look at Huangfu Tianlong. How many are you missing? Yi Ping asked. Senior brother Yi, there are still 2 left. Huangfu Tianlong gave an answer. Boom! Boom!
In just a moment, Yi Ping's fist was like a god. On the spot, the 2 of them turned into clouds and smoke, leaving behind 2 ancient immortal king orders.
Junior brother Huangfu, go and chase the treasure.
Yi Ping opened his mouth and was clean and neat. Yi Ping knew how important the treasure was. The ancient immortal king order is just a need to enter the second level, but the ultimate treasure is even more important.
Good. Huangfu Tianlong didn't think much about getting the 2 ancient immortal king orders given by Yi Ping.
He knew that the treasure was the most important now. The 2 of them turned into rainbow light and disappeared from the spot.
Let's chase the thieves together.
In the distance, almost tens of thousands of monks and various ancient bells of flying swords and pagodas were killed towards the man. The person who steals treasures has a black ancient tower above his head, blocking all attacks and walking towards the border of the kingdom. His idea is very simple. When he reaches the border, he can leave the kingdom. Yi Ping was extremely fast. He had already chased behind the treasure-stealing man, and his fist was as strong as a dragon, hitting the ladder. However, the pagoda has extremely strong defense and is a treasure that can block Yi Ping's attack. This pagoda is really strong. Yi Ping was shocked. This pagoda gives him a very terrifying feeling. His attack did not even shake the pagoda. This is the ancient tower of Black Prison. Brother Yi, he has a very strong defense. This person should be from the great heavenly prison. Huangfu Tianlong seemed to know the origin of the pagoda, so he spoke and told Yi Ping where the other party came from. Is there any way to crack it? Yi Ping asked on his own initiative. It's very difficult, Brother Yi. This pagoda is a supreme Taoist weapon and is difficult to attack, but this kind of pagoda cannot be brought in theory. Huangfu Tianlong said curiously. In the kingdom, there are not only restrictions on monks, but also on magic weapons. Taoist weapons are not allowed to be brought here, and at most, they can only bring treasure weapons into it. So he was puzzled. As soon as these words were said, someone couldn't help but speak. This is not that supreme Taoist weapon, it is a copy that has a certain effect, but it won't last long. Someone spoke out and explained the root cause. The next moment, suddenly, the man with the pagoda above his head suddenly stopped in the void. Everyone was stunned. Don't know what happened. But soon, everyone discovered that something had happened. The fairy egg ruptured. A beam of divine light cannot be covered. A beast roar suddenly rang. The real dragon is about to be born. The real dragon is born. Super, the real dragon is born. People spoke because the roar of the beast was indeed a dragon roar.
But the next moment, an extremely dull voice rang out. I am irreconcilable with sin.
End of this chapter.
I am irreconcilable with sin. The sound sounded, attracting everyone's curiosity.
The monks on the pagoda above their heads were the most shocked. He looked at the fairy egg in his hand, not only emitted a blazing light, but it was also very hot.
The most important thing is that this fairy egg can still speak? Is this a bit outrageous? Roar! The next moment, the dragon roar sounded, and the terrifying power of chi and blood filled the entire void, drowning everything. It's a real dragon, it's a real dragon. This must be a dragon egg. It's indeed a dragon egg.
I didn't expect that one day I could actually get this dragon egg.
You get it? You want to be a fart? Are you dreaming?
The monks were shocked. This was a bit exaggerated and a bit outrageous.
Unexpectedly, this fairy egg was really a dragon egg. True dragon. This is a divine beast that has been extinct in the fairy tale world. If you can get it, it will naturally be different.
People were surprised and full of shock, and of course the greed in their eyes was exposed without reservation.
The only thing that makes people wonder is why this dragon egg can speak.
And what you said is still such a stupid word.
However, when everyone was curious and confused, Yi Ping was stunned.
Because Yi Ping felt that he had heard this sentence somewhere.
Click. Click. Click.
The sound of the dragon egg rupture sounded, and everyone's eyes instantly gathered here. The dragon egg ruptured, and soon a dragon shadow appeared, looking very realistic, and a golden light burst out.
It makes people wonder.
But soon, as the golden light gradually dissipated, a shadow appeared in front of everyone.
Not a dragon. Isn't this a dragon shadow? What is this?
People were surprised because they discovered that this was not a real dragon.
It's a horse. It's a horse. This is a horse. How is it possible? Isn't it a real dragon?
The monks were shocked. The fairy egg burst and countless divine lights bloomed. Finally, the shadow of a horse appeared in everyone's eyes. In particular, the horse made a weird sound.
In the void.
Yi Ping was a little surprised. When he saw this shadow, he was stunned. Because he inexplicably remembered a familiar person.
Chen Yuan. That's right, it's Chen Yuan. The resentful soul I met in the ancient city of Qingyun.
This voice and this tone made Yi Ping feel extremely familiar.
Chen Yuan. Yi Ping yelled, and he shouted. Who is calling me? The sound rang. From the golden light.
At this moment, Yi Ping confirmed that it was Chen Yuan. However, at this moment, as the golden light gradually dissipated, a pure white horse appeared in front of everyone, but this horse was a bit strange. His whole body is as white as jade, his hooves step on the void, surrounding the divine flame, his chi and blood are like dragons, and even his long beards are like dragons.
Dragon horse. This is also a divine beast, a combination of true dragon and Tianma, a dragon horse, an ancient divine beast. Nay. It's actually a dragon horse?
Although it's not a real dragon, it's almost the same.
I didn't expect that my chance of creation was actually a dragon horse.
No wonder there is such a terrible power of chi and blood.
I didn't expect it to be a dragon horse. But why is this dragon horse so weird? It seems to be intelligent?
People exclaimed. When the golden light disappeared, they saw clearly that it was a dragon horse, and everyone was naturally shocked.
Senior brother Yi, do you know this horse? Huangfu Tianlong was the most surprised. He was always beside Yi Ping and saw Yi Ping calling him, and the dragon horse actually responded. How can this not surprise him? Maybe I know.
Yi Ping was not sure yet, but just continued to shout.
Chen Yuan, do you still remember me?
Yi Ping pushed his hands and pushed everyone around him away. A phantom of the true dragon of chi and blood hovered over Yi Ping's head, shocking the monks. The dragon horse that broke out of the shell also looked at Yi Ping at the first time.
In just a moment, Longma's eyes instantly became extremely shocking. It seemed like seeing a ghost. The Supreme Immortal? Yi Shangxian? Longma was shocked, and he widened his eyes and looked at Yi Ping, unable to believe it. Why do you still have memories of your past life? Yi Ping was also surprised that Chen Yuan had reincarnated. It is logical that there is no memory? Even if you are reincarnated as a dragon horse, you will not remember the memories of your previous life. This is simply impossible. I don't know, the Supreme Immortal. Nay, why did I become a horse? Shangxian, what's going on? Also, why do you look at me like this? What do you want to do? Chen Yuan was stunned this time. He didn't know what was going on either. I only remember that after entering a circle of white light, I gradually lost consciousness. Then, I don't know how long it took, but when I opened my eyes, I found myself trapped. After trying his best to break free from this constraint, I saw the scene in front of me. You are reincarnated and become a dragon horse. Yi Ping asked without hesitation. However, before Yi Ping could open his mouth, the monk with the pagoda above his head frowned and interrupted Yi Ping's voice. Chen Yuan, don't be deceived by him. You are my son, I am your father. They are here to chase you. Come with Dad quickly. The monks on the pagoda above their heads didn't know what had happened. I just felt something was wrong, so I spoke quickly. Although he didn't know how Yi Ping knew this dragon horse. But his intuition told him that Yi Ping was fooling Longma. After all, when the dragon and horse were just born, their minds were still in chaos. Yi Ping's first claim to win. Pretending to be familiar with each other, he actually wants to fool Longma. Therefore, he also shouted, pretending to know Longma. Anyway, no matter whether you know it or not, he hatched it. This is your future mount. But after saying this, in an instant, Longma's eyes widened, and then he kicked the man hard, showing a fierce look. It's your uncle, I'm your father. Chen Yuan had a very bad temper and kicked the man with the pagoda above his head hundreds of meters away with one kick. The next moment, Chen Yuan flew directly to Yi Ping and walked. Shangxian, I remember it, I have been reincarnated. We are really destined to be together. In our previous life, we said we would be a cow and horse for you, but we didn't expect that we would be a cow and horse for you in this life. Brother Yi, ride me. He came to Yi Ping happily. He had already recovered his memory. When he remembered who Yi Ping was, he came over to show his kindness immediately. He was very proactive and asked Yi Ping to ride him. But if it were just an ordinary dragon horse, Yi Ping would have ridden it directly. Yi Ping was inexplicably embarrassed to know that the other party was originally an individual. Everyone, the divine beast we are waiting for has been bewitched by this man. Let's take action together and kill him. Yes, don't let this kid succeed. However, at this moment, the monks were a little unhappy. Although they don't know the whole story, they can't let Yi Ping take the dragon horse away no matter what. This is an ancient divine beast. Although it is not a real dragon, it is also a divine beast. If you grow up, the future will be an invincible existence. So everyone locked the signs on Yi Ping. Senior brother Yi, will you beat me? In just a moment, Huangfu Tianlong spoke and asked Yi Ping if he would beat him. However, Yi Ping did not speak and pinched out 12 ancient orders of the Immortal King. Crush it on the spot. When Huangfu Tianlong saw this scene, he didn't say nonsense and directly crushed the 12 ancient Immortal King orders. In an instant, the void collapsed, and soon, the figures of the two disappeared from the spot. And Longma followed in an instant. That's it, many monks were a little confused. They had no idea what they had done, but Yi Ping would do this trick. And at the same time, Qingyun Dynasty. Finally, under the preparations of 3,000 formation masters, the spirit gathering array has been arranged. End of this chapter. Qingyun Dynasty. After several days of preparation, the 3,000 formation mages have prepared the super spirit gathering formation. At this moment, Emperor Qingyun was very satisfied.
The formation set up by the 3,000 formation mages really satisfied him very much.
Now, it's time for Su Changyu to come.
Transfer my will and let the dragon guards guard the surroundings of Shangxian Temple.
No matter what happens these days, no matter what happens, without my will, you will not be allowed to enter Shangxian Temple, no matter who it is. Victims will be arrested in the prison.
Emperor Daqian looked at the spirit-gathering array in the Shangxian Hall with satisfaction, and said so, ordering others to guard the surroundings.
To ensure that Su Changyu's practice is foolproof. Abide by the order. Someone spoke and answered Emperor Daqian.
The next moment, Emperor Daqian turned around and left, walked out of the hall, and went to find Su Changyu and brought him here in person.
This makes you feel more sincere.
After all, now is the time to compare who prefers Su Changyu. Naturally, the Emperor Daqian could not have been at a disadvantage.
Walked towards Jiaxin Hall.
Emperor Daqian was still muttering in his heart.
Emperor Xia, you just give me a few clothes, just want my nephew to let his past grudges? You really think about it.
As long as I am a nephew, once you have a mercy, I will immediately make him king, and turn around and ask him to marry 2 princesses, and live in Daqian. I will see you, are you angry?
Snort. Emperor Daqian's thoughts are very simple. He just wanted to anger Emperor Xia.
Over the years, since he learned that his sister had died, he had been resentful and full of hatred towards Emperor Xia. At the beginning, he also said that he would not want his sister to marry someone like Emperor Xia. But my sister didn't listen to advice, and he had no choice but to be his brother. The same thing happened once, forget it, after all, God's will is hard to violate. But it was completely impossible to happen the second time. He could never have made it happen again, and he didn't want it to happen again. This is not only his idea, but the queen also has this idea. Therefore, in order to worry that Emperor Xia will continue to give benefits, he would rather hand over the heavenly heartsword fruit, which originally belonged to the crown prince, to Su Changyu.
Let Su Changyu go and eat, and even arrange a spirit-gathering formation at all costs, so that Su Changyu can know something. There is no Daxia dynasty, there is also the Daqian dynasty. That's it.
Half a quarter of an hour later.
Inside the hall of Jiaxin. Su Changyu meditated quietly and practiced.
For some reason, just yesterday, Su Changyu discovered that the realm that he could not break through for a long time seemed a little loose yesterday.
This is a great thing.
Su Changyu vaguely remembered that he had been stuck in the 7th level of Qi training and had been stuck for more than half a year. If this breaks through, you will reach the 8th level of Qi training. This means that in your lifetime, you can break through to the foundation building realm. Although there is a magical fruit that can save you 500 years of hard practice, Su Changyu fully knows who is better and who is worse. In any case, others cannot take over the cultivation level you have improved. And relying on this magical fruit elixir, there will definitely be side effects after taking it. It is precisely because of this that Su Changyu was very happy. At this time, a familiar figure walked into the Jiaxin Hall. Changyu, come, uncle has prepared a spirit-gathering array for you. Emperor Daqian walked in with a smile on his face and looked very kind. He is the Emperor of Daqian and has never been so good to others. Even when he is with princes and princesses, he often has a cold face. But only when facing Su Changyu, his smile was all over his face, and even a little pleasing.
Are you ready?
Su Changyu was a little surprised. After all, yesterday he said that it was fast for 1 day and slow for 3 days. However, he did not expect that the spirit-gathering array would be arranged overnight. It really surprised him a little. Changyu, for you, my uncle mobilized 3,000 formation mages, carved 3,000 spirit-gathering arrays, 3,000 Qi cultivation arrays, and 3,000 body bundling arrays. At that time, if you eat them together with the divine fruit, you will have magical effects. Emperor Daqian nodded, then he wanted to pull Su Changyu to the Shangxian Palace.
Su Changyu did not refuse either.
After hearing these words, his eyes were full of curiosity.
The arrangement of so many formations naturally makes people curious. That's it.
Another half a quarter of an hour.
Su Changyu came to the Ascension Palace. The entire Shangxian temple covers an area of more than 400 acres, and some spiritual trees are planted around it.
The temple is located in the center, hundreds of meters high, and it is magnificent.
It also looks extremely dazzling under the day.
There were many dragon guards stationed around the Shangxian palace. They were expressionless and guarded around them. If there was a trace of wind and movement, they would take action without hesitation and kill the enemy.
And outside the Ascension Palace,
Chu Royun had been waiting here for a long time.
Changyu. Seeing Su Changyu, Chu Royun walked slowly.
She was wearing a wind robe and looked extremely noble. The tassels on her head slowly shaking.
I've seen my aunt. Su Changyu spoke, looking polite, but his face was still so calm and indifferent.
Changyu, everything has been prepared for you in the Shangxian Palace. Aunt has sent someone to the Tianshan Divine Water.
When you walk into the hall, you will see a pool.
If you enter, bathe in the divine water first and wait for an hour. Walking into the center of the hall, the spirit gathering array will be in the center.
As long as you instill a little magic power, you can activate the array.
After the formation is activated, you are swallowing the Tianqin spirit fruit, and you can exert all the medicinal effects of the Tianqin spirit fruit. Empress Daqian said this and told Su Changyu what he would do next. Su Changyu kept all these things in his heart. But I remembered it, but Su Changyu still felt it was a bit troublesome. If it weren't for the 500 years of hard practice, Su Changyu wouldn't be willing to use this method to improve his cultivation. Changyu, remember, no matter what happens, you should not give up. Although the process may be a bit painful, saving 500 years of hard practice may allow you to reach the Golden Pill realm directly. Empress Daqian said seriously, telling Su Changyu not to give up halfway.
Understood.
Su Changyu nodded, but he was still a little nervous.
At this moment, Emperor Daqian continued to say, Changyu, there is another thing.
After you swallow the Tianqin spirit fruit, a golden elixir will appear in the spirit gathering array.
That golden elixir is also very important to you.
After the Tianqin spirit fruit's medicinal effect is exerted, then swallow the golden elixir.
Do you know? Emperor Daqian reminded the matter of Jindan.
Clear.
Su Changyu nodded and confirmed this matter.
Okay, since that's the case, Changyu, then you go.
Emperor Daqian nodded and said everything he should say.
Then, Su Changyu walked towards the hall without saying nonsense.
Follow Su Changyu into the hall.
The two of them also left behind and guarded outside the Hall of Ascension.
At this moment, Empress Daqian couldn't help but speak. Your Majesty, you said Changyu, there will be no danger, right? She asked. Emperor Daqian shook his head and said, Don't worry, there will be no problem with the golden elixir. I am very curious now.
Changyu will transform into what he will eat after eating the Tianqinshan fruit and the golden elixir.
Emperor Daqian said curiously.
End of this chapter.
Inside the Hall of Ascension, Su Changyu looked at the brilliant palace building and couldn't help but feel a sigh in his heart.
Although I like to pretend, I give people a look that I have never seen before.
But in fact, to put it bluntly, what kind of storms have people who came out of small places seen? This is one of the most important halls in the Daqian Palace. Ascension Palace. Naturally extraordinary. However, although he was a little shocked, Su Changyu still looked calm and he walked into the Ascension Palace. Soon, I saw a pool.
This immortal pond is filled with misty air.
This is the sacred water of Tianshan Mountain, and every drop is valuable. Can be consumed or used as medicine.
But it is almost unheard of for taking a bath directly. It can be said that except for the Daqian dynasty, it is difficult for the other 4 dynasties to have such a move.
Su Changyu took off his robe.
But after pausing for a moment, he looked around and confirmed that there was no one, then he walked into the immortal pond.
Step into the fairy pond. Su Changyu suddenly felt an indescribable warmth. It seemed as if the pores in the whole body were completely opened at this moment. Thousands of words form one word. Cool. Soaked in the immortal pond, Su Changyu did not forget his purpose.
He immediately practiced the practice of mind. In an instant, the rolling spiritual energy penetrated into the body. These spiritual energy, like a flood that broke through the embankment, rushing into Su Changyu's body. It's a bit uncomfortable, but it can withstand it. Bo. Su Changyu's cultivation level was instantly improved, and he broke through to the 8th level of Qi training on the spot. Very good, very good. I just soaked for a while and broke through to the 8th level of Qi training? Isn't this a genius? I, Su, are indeed a genius. Su Changyu was a little excited. He didn't think that the immortal pool brought the gain, but thought that he was talented. That's it. Time passes by little. In a blink of an eye, 3 hours passed. Within these 3 hours, outside the Dakian Ascension Palace, Emperor Dakian and Empress Dakian looked inside the hall with some concern. Your Majesty, it's already 3 hours past. I think the divine water in the immortal pond has been absorbed by Changyu, right? Queen Dakian asked. Kindness. Emperor Dakian nodded. I don't know if Changyu has absorbed so much divine water and has broken through to the Golden Pill realm. Queen Dakian asked calmly. It should be no problem. The divine water of Tianshan Mountain can allow ordinary monks to break through to one level of realm in just one drop. The Tianshan divine water in a pool, not to mention the nascent soul, the golden elixir is still more than enough, but considering that Changyu's body is lacking, the golden elixir will be in the early stage. Emperor Dakian said so. The Tianshan divine water mainly cultivates the body, repairs defects, and returns to the innate world. This is the effect of the Tianshan divine water. Instead of simply improving your cultivation. At this time, in the Ascension Palace, as the two guessed exactly the same, the water in the fairy pond has completely dried up. So much immortal water has also made Su Changyu achieve perfect Qi training. Yes, the Qi training is perfect. For this result. At this moment, Su Changyu felt extremely satisfied. He is now able to achieve his full mana power, which is really a pleasure. For some reason, he inexplicably wanted to whistle to express his joy in his heart. And the smile in my heart is almost impossible to hide. Happy. Very happy. Take a bath and you will soon be able to achieve the perfection of Qi training. If I soaked again, wouldn't I have reached the foundation building realm? The foundation building realm. For Su Changyu, it was simply his dream. Su Changyu didn't have any big ideas. He was also satisfied with the foundation building in his life. Now that this dream is close to him, how can you not make him happy? So how can you not please him? After breathing a long sigh, Su Changyu stood up, wiped his body, and then put on a new set of clothes. Whether it is style or production, it is still the best choice. This is Dakian garment. After putting on this long robe, Su Changyu slowly walked to the center of the hall. At this moment, Su Changyu's eyes were full of confidence. He had an indescribable feeling, and this kind of self-confidence was not pretending, but self-confidence from the inside out. Build the foundation in half a step. It's so scary. This wave of profits. Su Changyu was filled with joy and came to the center of the hall. Then he sat down cross-legged, then adjusted his mentality and said to himself. Su Changyu, don't be proud or arrogant. There are many experts in the world. Although you are about to be a foundation-building powerhouse, you should know that you may be a well-known person in Qingzhou, but if you take other places, you will still be an ordinary monk. Remember, don't be arrogant. Su Changyu adjusted his own mentality. Although it is adjusting, the joy in my heart cannot be concealed at all. He didn't look humble at all, but on the outside, he was still very calm and detached. Half a quarter of an hour later. Su Changyu calmed down his mind, and waved his hand, and the next moment, the spiritual energy overflowed from his body and then blessed the formation. As the spiritual energy penetrated into the formation, there was a rumbling sound. The brightest light burst out from the entire hall. The formations appeared in the hall like the sun. 3,000 spirit gathering arrays. 3,000 chi raising arrays. 3,000 body bundling arrays.
At the same time, directly recover.
If we say that the spiritual energy before was as fierce as a flood, but the spiritual energy now was as strong as a vast ocean, pouring into Su Changyu's body. With such a terrifying spiritual energy, the spiritual veins in Su Changyu's body were still extremely stable and were not affected at all.
Eat fruit. At the critical moment, Su Changyu did not forget what he wanted to do. He immediately took out the heavenly heart scientific fruit. Then swallow it directly.
The magic fruit melts in the mouth and flows into the body.
Soon, after the magic fruit was swallowed, a jade box also appeared in front of him.
In the jade box, there is a golden elixir hidden. Su Changyu didn't say nonsense, and picked up the golden elixir and stuffed it into his mouth.
The God of Heavenly Heart. Dakian Golden Pill. 3,000 Spirit Gathering Arrays.
With such a terrifying blessing, Su Changyu's body turned into a golden sun at this moment. But at this moment,
Su Changyu also fell into a coma.
He came to a dark space. In the space, there is a piece of round jade. The pure white round jade broke from the middle. But with wisps of golden light, it permeates the round jade. Soon, this round jade, which was like a jade plate, was gradually repaired. And in the process of combining round jade, 4 words suddenly appeared in Su Changyu's eyes. Son of Destiny. Su Changyu's mind was in chaos. He couldn't understand what this meant. However, as the round jade continues to close, at the end, the broken round jade is combined into one time.
This moment,
a beam of divine light, 100 feet tall, soared into the sky from the Ascension Palace.
Soon,
this divine light continues to expand.
300 feet. 500 feet. 1,000 feet.
The divine light soared into the sky, less than half a quarter of an hour.
All monks in the Dakian dynasty sensed this terrible divine light. But this is not over yet.
End of this chapter. The divine light soared into the sky, in the Dakian palace. With this divine light pierced the sky. At this moment, various auspicious clouds appeared above the Dakian palace.
Golden auspicious clouds float above the Dakian palace. Your Majesty, this is the auspicious cloud of destiny. Your Majesty, look at it.
In the Dakian palace, Empress Dakian Shu Yunru pointed at the auspicious clouds in the sky and couldn't help but say this. Her face was full of smiles, unconcealed smiles.
Emperor Dakian couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, with an unconcealable smile on his face. My nephew has the gift of an immortal.
Emperor Dakian said in his heart, and sighed openly.
I'm not wrong.
The reason why Changyu disappeared was because someone was jealous of his talent and his qualifications.
So it's undermined and ruined his foundation.
Now I used the heavenly heart spirit fruit, the great Qian golden pill, and so many spirit gathering arrays to repair the innate wounds for Changyu.
Once Changyu's innate wound is healed, it will regain its former glory. Changyu, don't let me down. Emperor Dakian murmured to himself.
He was naturally happy to see Su Changyu's situation. However, this divine light continued to spread, and the entire Dakian dynasty sensed this terrible divine light.
In the Dakian dynasty, many strong people opened their eyes in an instant.
They felt this divine light, their eyes full of shock, because this divine light was so terrible. From the Dakian palace, it penetrated into the sky, and could be seen by monks 100,000 miles away. And when it comes to the back, it is not just the so-called auspicious clouds.
Other magical objects have even evolved.
Golden dragons hovered above the sky. A jade unicorn stands in the void with treasures. Fire phoenixes soar above the palace. The entire Dakian palace, golden lotus surging in the ground, and the divine beasts running around, appearing extremely auspicious. Even in the Dakian palace, many people were bathed in this golden light, and inexplicably felt indescribable, as if their cultivation had been greatly improved.
But all of this,
they all rose up because of Su Changyu. In the Ascension Palace, the combination of the round jade in my mind was successful.
An indescribable feeling appeared in the body. Crack 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 see.
It seemed like the sound of shackles breaking.
In the blazing light,
Su Changyu seemed to stand alone in the sun. His body was melted by this terrible light in an instant. But soon, long golden lines appeared in the sun.
A full 108 long golden lines.
This is a spiritual vein, a golden spiritual vein. As the spiritual veins appeared, soon 108 spiritual veins intertwined and finally evolved into a body.
This is Su Changyu's body. Return to the innate body. Su Changyu's physical body suffered innate injuries, which can also be understood as a Taoist injury.
This injury is almost impossible to repair. Only Emperor Dakian was willing to take out such a precious thing and force Su Changyu to change his fate against the will of heaven. Fortunately, Su Changyu did a destiny to change his fate.
At this moment, a terrifying spiritual energy poured into Su Changyu's body.
The 108 spiritual veins in Su Changyu's body formed a large circle.
With every rotation, Su Changyu's cultivation level can achieve an indescribable transformation. Roar. Cracking.
The sound of dragon roaring and phoenix singing sounded from Su Changyu's body.
Su Changyu's physical body has greatly increased. This is the dragon body and the phoenix soul.
An extremely terrifying physique, with the defense of a real dragon and the ability of a phoenix to heal itself.
More than that, an indescribable momentum also permeates the hall. This is a kind of sword intent.
A terrible sword intent.
Su Changyu's spirit condensed a sword energy with an extremely sharp edge. The sword energy permeates the hall.
Full of sharpness. It's like a peerless fairy sword.
If it were said, Su Changyu's temperament was like a peerless master.
At this moment, Su Changyu's shadow alone gave people an indescribable sense of oppression.
Inside the blazing golden light,
it seems to be nurturing a divine fetus.
That's it, 7 days passed in a blink of an eye. It took 7 days.
During these 7 days, the entire Dakian dynasty caused a sensation.
Everyone knows that something amazing happened in the Dakian palace.
The strange phenomenon 7 days ago was impossible to hide it from the monk Dakian. But no matter how you inquire about the news, people don't know what happened in the Dakian palace.
I only know that there seems to be an amazing person in Dakian palace.
Some monks speculated that Emperor Dakian had a prince who was born extremely unique and was a pride of heaven. He had been practicing for decades and was born, which shocked the present in present. Some monks also speculated that a concubine of Emperor Dakian gave birth to the next Qingyun son. It attracted strange phenomena in heaven and earth, just like the 10th prince of the Great Xiao dynasty more than 20 years ago.
This statement has been approved by many monks. After all, if there is really a genius, why hide it?
If it were other small sects, it would be understandable that they were afraid that their disciples would be taken away or they would be plotted against.
How could Prince Dakian be afraid of being plotted against by others? After thinking about it, this second statement is the most reasonable and truest. It is precisely because of this. The people of Dakian were extremely excited. After all, the Emperor of Dakian gave birth to a Qingyun son. Doesn't this mean that the fate of Dakian's country will take off? It is precisely because of this that the entire Dakian dynasty was inexplicably excited. And Dakian Palace. Outside the Ascension Palace. All kinds of visions have already ended at this moment. Over the past 7 days, amazing strange phenomena often appear in the Ascension Palace. But these 2 days have improved a little bit. No vision has appeared. Even the voice calmed a lot. Outside the Ascension Palace, Queen Dakian looked at Emperor Dakian and said, "Your Majesty, it's been 7 days. Has Changyu returned to his innate form?" She asked Emperor Dakian.
Look. Emperor Dakian took a deep breath, and then a purple and golden light flowed in his eyes. The next moment, Emperor Dakian saw through everything and stared at the scene of the Ascension Palace. However, when Emperor Dakian saw the figure of the Ascension Palace through the magic circle,
he couldn't help but be stunned. He was completely stunned. In the Ascension Palace,
a figure sat cross-legged inside. The figure was surrounded by divine beasts in the 5 directions, with the mysterious and yellow chi above the head, and even the chi-gathering pagoda, which meant great perfection. With black hair behind, she shows her freedom and freedom.
As for his face and temperament, it made Emperor Dakian even lose his mind. At this time, he seemed to see it.
A man who fell into the mortal world.
Immortal. Tell me something.
From the beginning of this book has suffered a little. From the beginning, it took 2 months to go on the shelves, which resulted in not being put on the shelves in the best time period. The update status is unstable. The most important thing is that we have not found the core point of this book.
I still want to write long-term.
If I write some daily funny things, it will be better if I have more than 1 million words. So far, I won't be able to make a dog like a tiger.
Of course, there is nothing else to say to everyone.
Even if you give me a notice, the book will still be well written.
But there won't be too many updates, sorry.
End of this chapter.
Emperor Dakian's eyes showed shock. Inside the Hall of Ascension,
he seemed to see an immortal. Su Changyu had long hair, each of which was crystal clear, surrounded by 5 spirits and holy lights, and the 5 sacred beasts surrounded Su Changyu, showing extraordinariness. But the most shocking thing is Su Changyu's appearance and temperament. If it is described as handsome, it would have defiled Su Changyu. It might be better if it is described as unparalleled. Su Changyu's appearance has undergone a huge change. Although he can still be identified through the outline, the most important thing is his temperament. If it were said, Su Changyu before was like a peerless sword immortal, with extraordinary temperament. And now Su Changyu is completely like a banished immortal. He stood there, neither happy nor angry, neither sad nor smiling, indifferent and detached, supreme, and even felt a feeling of worshipping people. Even as the Emperor of Dakian and the Emperor of Dakian, who possesses the power of the real dragon, could not help but lose his mind after seeing this scene. Su Changyu is so handsome that he satisfies all the fantasies of immortals.
This is too amazing. Emperor Dakian's eyes were shocked.
And in the Palace of Ascension,
Su Changyu's mood also changed drastically. This time, Su Changyu had inexplicably understood something.
He was very calm, and his cultivation was as powerful as a bamboo shoot, reaching the perfection of the golden pill.
But Su Changyu's golden elixir was not 1, but 10.
There are a total of 10 golden elixirs, which rotate in the body, just like 10 days in the sky, shining brightly. Not only that, I also obtained many supernatural powers and methods in my mind in an instant. At this moment, Su Changyu's temperament has not only undergone a tremendous change, but his cultivation and strength have also undergone earth-shaking changes. He is very strong, sitting in the Ascension Palace, exuding a terrifying aura, which makes people feel inexplicably frightened. Su Changyu was a little surprised when he felt his own changes.
Is this fruit so powerful?
Although he realized something, Su Changyu was still Su Changyu.
When he came to his senses, Su Changyu couldn't help but murmur in his heart. In Su Changyu's cognition, don't say that the golden elixir is perfect. Even if he could reach the foundation building realm, he was satisfied, so Su Changyu was very satisfied at this realm. That's when.
Suddenly, the door of the Ascension Hall was opened. Outside the hall, 2 people came, namely Emperor Dakian and Empress Dakian.
The 2 walked in.
Emperor Dakian saw Su Changyu through his divine eyes, but even so, when he really saw Su Changyu, he couldn't help but be amazed. Su Changyu's appearance and temperament are too incredible, giving people an inexplicable illusion.
It seems like an immortal descending to earth.
But he knew that there were no immortals in this world, but there might be one in the future.
Changyu. How does it feel?
However, Emperor Dakian quickly returned to his usual temperament, with a smile on his face, and asked Su Changyu how he felt.
Thank you, uncle.
If Su Changyu had said that before, he might not have understood anything, but now Su Changyu has some understanding in his heart. What Emperor Dakian prepared for him was extraordinary, although I don't know why the other party valued him so much. But Su Changyu understood that the other party had invested a lot.
Sure enough, that sentence was answered. Beautiful and lucky. It's okay, as long as you are happy, you are happy. Emperor Dakian was extremely happy to receive Su Changyu's thanks.
The Empress Dakian, who was standing beside her, gradually came to her senses. She had never seen Su Changyu like this before, so she lost her mind. Now that I came to my senses, Queen Dakian spoke.
Changyu, now you have improved your cultivation level. When will you go to the Great Xia dynasty? She asked. Let's have a few days. Su Changyu replied calmly.
It's not that he has such a temperament, but Su Changyu found that as his cultivation level improved, he became more indifferent, as if everything seemed insignificant in front of him.
Oh? Why? Empress Dakian was a little curious. Su Changyu had been saying that he would go back early. Why do you suddenly talk about it again?
Uncle, Aunt, Changyu plans to go to the sutra library to read some books and add some knowledge. Su Changyu spoke and explained the reason. For some reason, Su Changyu now felt that his mind was extremely smart. He wanted to go to the sutra library to read some books, and then go to the Great Xia dynasty after reading it. After all, learn more, you won't be able to make a living in Qingyun Sect in the future. Okay, Oklahoma, Changyu, you have this kind of thinking, you are really mature and steady.
Comparing my eldest son, you are much better than him.
Emperor Dakian did not expect that Su Changyu planned to go to the sutra library to read books, but this was good, he agreed directly.
Thank you, uncle. Su Changyu thanked again.
Emperor Dakian didn't say much, and directly asked someone to arrange for Su Changyu to go to the sutra library.
Just a quarter of an hour later. Following Su Changyu into the Dakian Sutra Pavilion.
A figure slowly came behind Emperor Dakian. The other party knelt on the ground and said respectfully, Your Majesty, Tianji Station will be rewarded.
The sound rang. Let Emperor Dakian come to his senses. What's the matter? Emperor Dakian said curiously.
Return to Your Majesty, an hour ago, Tianji platform looked at the sky and found that a purple Wei Emperor star was born.
The latter answered.
In an instant, Emperor Dakian's expression changed.
Ziwei Emperor Star? This is impossible. The Emperor Star of Dakian is Xuanji Emperor Star, how could it be Ziwei? Emperor Dakian was a little surprised. He looked at the latter and said so. Emperor Star. The Emperor Star representing the dynasty.
The Emperor Star of Dakian has appeared a long time ago.
It is the Emperor.
The Emperor Star is extremely stable, how can it be changed? The replacement of the Imperial Star of the dynasty is not a trivial matter, because the Emperor of the Dakian dynasty must be his son, even if he is not the prince. Your Majesty, the Imperial Star of the Dakian dynasty is still there.
The Ziwei Emperor Star is standing in the sky. Tianjitai said that it may be the common ruler of the world.
The latter replied with his head down.
But this answer shocked Emperor Dakian. The world is the master? Emperor Dakian was a little shocked.
The 5 dynasties divide the world and have similar strengths.
Even the Dakian dynasty is firmly ranked first, they cannot conquer other dynasties.
After all, the 5 dynasties dare not move each other.
But the appearance of Ziwei Emperor Star is a bit terrible. The world is ruled.
These 4 words shake the past and the present. But the next moment, Emperor Dakian stared at the sky. His eyes flashed with purple and golden light. I saw the scene above the sky. Indeed, a rising purple Wei Emperor Star stands above the sky, and the imperial stars of the 5 dynasties are all rotating around this imperial star. However, Emperor Dakian discovered the clue instantly. Because of the Great Xia Emperor Star, it seemed to become a little dull.
Da Xia. Changyu. Ziwei. Di Xing? Emperor Dakian inexplicably understood something. But at the same time, in the Great Xia dynasty,
Prince Xia Qian, standing in Tianji Taichung, quietly looking at the star map in front of him, his eyes extremely cold. End of this chapter.
The Great Xia Dynasty. Tianji Taichung.
Xia Qian quietly looked at the star map in front of him.
He was silent.
Your Highness, this shift of the Emperor's star is not a bad thing. Suddenly, someone in Taichung spoke to Xia Qian about something, for fear that Xia Qian would feel uncomfortable.
Isn't it a bad thing? How do you say this? Xia Qian asked with a calm expression. It's like this.
Your Highness, the Emperor's star is shifting and the birth of Ziwei may not necessarily be a bad thing.
Judging from the hexagram, there is a possibility.
That is, the common ruler of the world is likely to be selected from one of the 5 dynasties.
The latter spoke, saying so.
In an instant, Xia Qian's expression changed.
Are you serious?
Xia Qian was a little surprised. He knew what the appearance of Ziwei Emperor's star meant.
But I didn't expect that there was such a saying. Yes, Your Highness, Ziwei Emperor star suddenly appears.
This is likely to represent that among the 5 dynasties, there is one existence who can inherit the throne, thereby sweeping away the other 4 dynasties and becoming the common ruler of the world. The powerful man from Tianji explained this. Hearing this, Xia Qian had some clarity, but the next moment he continued to ponder.
After a while, Xia Qian couldn't help asking.
I'll ask you something, you can't spread this matter, otherwise.
Xia Qian said so. Please speak, I promise not to speak indiscriminately. The latter nodded. If
this Lord of the World is the second prince of the Day's dynasty, but the prince of the Day's dynasty gives the second prince, would he say that he can plunder his luck?
Replace it? Xia Qian said in a faint hint that he mentioned the prince of the Day's dynasty.
But the latter clearly felt what the prince meant. But he didn't ask much, so he could only lower his head and said.
If you can determine who is Ziwei Dixing, you can indeed replace him. But Your Highness, since ancient times, the destiny of heaven cannot be violated.
He lowered his head and told Xia Qian.
However, he was also very curious that no one knew who the appearance of the Ziwei Emperor star was.
Tianjitai, among the 5 dynasties, all believed that it was very likely that there was a prince among the 5 dynasties who would rule the world and complete great unification in the future.
Isn't the most famous person in the Great Xia Dynasty Xia Qian? Why did he ask this? He was very curious and could not guess what Xia Qian said. The destiny cannot be violated? But if I knew who the Ziwei Emperor star was, how should I plan his luck? Xia Qian asked calmly. I know who it is. The latter thought for a moment and then spoke.
Suppress him in all aspects. In this way, the throne may change.
He replied. How to suppress it? How to suppress it? Who will judge it? Xia Qian asked 3 questions directly, and the latter was silent. He didn't know how to answer this question. In short, if the Emperor's star falls, will all luck be blessed with the person who kills him? Xia Qian opened his mouth directly without any concealment. Almost.
It's just that the Lord of the Emperor's star is like a helper of God. Even if His Highness knows who it is and goes against the laws of heaven, he will be afraid that he will cause trouble. The other party dissuaded. I hope Xia Qian is not reckless, although he still doesn't believe it. Xia Qian knows who was the Emperor Ziwei. After all, Tianji Station has not calculated such a thing, so Xia Qian cannot calculate it.
A bordering the way of heaven? We cultivators are just going against the will of heaven. Okay. Forget everything you say to you today. Don't mention it to anyone, otherwise you will know the consequences.
Xia Qian said nothing, and at this moment, he had made up his mind. He is going to implement his plan in advance.
If you don't want to sit and wait for death, it's nothing more than chronic death.
If you don't take it as you can't criticize yourself after cooking the raw rice.
That's it. In a blink of an eye, 7 days passed.
With the emergence of the Ziwei Emperor star, all the dynasty places were discussing this matter.
And in the Dakian Sutra Pavilion. In these 7 days, Su Changyu had read all the books in the Sutra library once. Su Changyu doesn't like most books very much. I was a little interested in formation, so I read a lot of formations. Now 7 days have passed. Su Changyu didn't want to stay any longer. He planned to return to the Daxia dynasty and settle the matter. Therefore, Su Changyu asked his attendants to find Emperor Daqian. Not long after, Emperor Daqian came. Changyu, are you leaving? Emperor Daqian came and asked Su Changyu. He looked at Su Changyu, but he couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Su Changyu's appearance is hard to describe. He stands in the Sutra Pavilion like a banished immortal, just like an immortal, hiding here. Yeah, uncle, my nephew is leaving. Su Changyu said calmly. After roughly reading the catalogue of books in the Sutra library, I understand everything I understand, and there is no need to stay here. Don't you read books anymore? Emperor Daqian asked. I've finished reading it. Su Changyu replied. Hiss. Emperor Daqian was a little surprised. In just 7 days, Su Changyu had finished reading so many books. He was really not an ordinary person. The books in the Sutra library are very precious. If you want to understand them, each book will take a long time to read. Related to qualifications. It has nothing to do with whether you can see it at a glance. So Su Changyu said that he had read it all, and Emperor Daqian was naturally shocked. My nephew has the gift of immortals. Emperor Daqian sighed in his heart. However, he did not waste time and immediately arranged for Su Changyu to go to the formation. A quarter of an hour later. Inside the Daqian formation hall. Emperor Daqian pointed to the formation platform in front of him and said, Changyu, this formation can directly lead to the capital of the Great Xia dynasty, which only takes half a quarter of an hour. Also, if you hold this ancient order, if you encounter danger, crushing this ancient order will save your life, do you know? Emperor Daqian handed Su Changyu an ancient order to make him pay attention to safety. Changyu, if you go to Daxia and your father treats you badly, come back quickly and tell your aunt, and help you. You have to remember that the Emperor of Daqian and the Queen of Daqian are both strong shields behind you, do you know? Empress Daqian looked reluctant and told Su Changyu in various ways, for fear that Su Changyu would suffer a loss. Please don't worry, aunt. Su Changyu nodded, looking very calm. Then, he stepped onto the teleportation array and said goodbye to everyone. This time I went to the Great Xia dynasty and it would be completely cut off. Changyu, if you suffer grievances outside, you must come back. Queen Daqian continued to speak, but the voice gradually disappeared. The formation is activated. All kinds of radiant lights. Inside the formation platform. Su Changyu's eyes fell on a formation plate. Su Changyu knew about this array plate. It is the core of the adjustment formation. At that moment, Su Changyu couldn't help but adjust the formation plate. Planning to study. However, as Su Changyu studied it, the formation suddenly vibrated. Su Changyu? End of this chapter. What's going on? As the formation swayed violently, Su Changyu was a little confused. He just adjusted the array plate simply, so there was no big problem? Can't even study it? Feeling the formation shaking, Su Changyu was inexplicably panicked. During this period, I read a lot of books in the Daqian Sutra Pavilion and read a lot of books on formations. Su Changyu knew exactly how serious the problem with the formation was. Especially the teleportation array. If something goes wrong with the teleportation formation, either the space collapses and the whole village will have a meal. Either the teleportation location is wrong, it is like you obviously want to go to the Daxia dynasty, but end up going to the Daqian dynasty. The former is cool. The latter is fine, at least it was just a small matter. Why do you always encounter such things? In the formation, Su Changyu had a little brain pain. Since his junior brother came, he has found that he often encounters such unlucky things. And every time the formation is wrong. Fortunately, I have been reborn and completely changed, as long as I don't encounter such a collapse in space. No matter where you are, with your current cultivation strength, you can at least withstand it. A Jindan monk. This is a powerful person.
In some remote small places, Jindan monks are all ancestral-level existences. So Su Changyu was inexplicably confident about his strength. Although he is indeed a little strong, he just doesn't understand the realm.
And at the same time, in the kingdom, the second level of the kingdom, in a mountain range, 3 figures appeared here. This is Yi Ping, Huangfu Tianlong, and Longma. The 2 of them were a beast, hiding here, and they seemed a little alert. I didn't expect it. Brother Yi, you have known this dragon horse for a long time. Senior Brother Yi, this is destined by God. You have the resources to become an immortal. After hearing the whole story, Huangfu Tianlong couldn't help but feel extremely amazed. The resource for becoming an immortal? Forget it, with this dragon horse, I guess we will be targeted everywhere in this trip to the kingdom. Yi Ping shook his head. He rejected what the other party said, and even felt that the dragon horse was a disaster. Supreme Immortal, you can't talk nonsense. I am a dragon horse, an ancient auspicious beast. No, I am a divine beast. There are dragon veins in my body. Let's join forces in the future. Who will be our opponent in the sky and the earth? Longma said excitedly. He was very happy. After all, he was an ordinary disciple of the demon god sect in his previous life, but he didn't expect that he would become a dragon horse in this life. Although it is not a human, it is a divine beast. What is a divine beast? The god among the beasts has dragon blood flowing in his body. As long as he grows up, he will be an invincible existence in the future. It's just one step. I'm still invincible in the future, and I don't know how to solve the current situation. This is the second level of the kingdom. All the geniuses gather here. I am afraid there will be more misfortunes. Yi Ping sighed. Although the divine beast is good, it must be kept. When you reach the second level of the king realm, there are many strong people. You may have been looking for opponents from each other, but when you see that you have a divine beast, why don't you cause trouble for you as soon as possible? A very simple truth. 2. Huangfu Tianlong fell into silence. Although he has enough confidence and feels that he is very strong, the problem is that 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands, and 1 or 2 geniuses are fine. What if they are a group of geniuses? 1 fights 10? Or 1 hits 100? People can be confident, but they must not be reckless. The 2 of them stopped talking. After a while, Huangfu Tianlong was suddenly stunned, and then took out the ancient Immortal King Order in his arms. He frowned and looked at the ancient Immortal King Order. The ancient orders appear red. Huangfu Tianlong was a little surprised. What's going on? After entering the second level, the 12 ancient Immortal King Orders will become one. As for what it does, Yi Ping and the others don't know. Now that they have become like this, they are even more confused. Did it change color again? The ancient order of the Immortal King in Huangfu Tianlong's hand changed color again, but this time it turned blood red. It gives people a bad feeling inexplicably. Shangxian, what's wrong? Chen Yuan asked Huangfu Tianlong curiously. Huangfu Tianlong didn't know what was going on. He looked at Yi Ping. Yi Ping couldn't help frowning, because he didn't know what was going on. But looking at this color, there will definitely be no good things happening. Hide it first, don't move around. Yi Ping spoke. He didn't know what was going on, but he hid first. Good. Huangfu Tianlong nodded. But before the 2 of them set off, the sky suddenly cracked open, and a figure took action, holding a golden iron rod in his hand, and directly smashed it at Yi Ping and Huangfu Tianlong. The golden stick, like a pillar of the sky, fell down directly, and in an instant, burst out thousands of rays of light. Boom! 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 A mountain was smashed on the spot, and this terrible sound could be heard within 1,000 miles. The whole mountain was ashes disappeared, and replaced by endless mountain ash, covering 100 miles. In an instant, the day turned into night, which made people feel shocked. In the sky, this figure was like a god general. He was wearing golden armor and a golden stick returned to his hand, his eyes like a golden lamp, staring at the destroyed mountain. Not dead? In an instant, the golden heavenly general frowned.
The next moment, a stove soared into the sky, with a real dragon wrapped around it, and smashed it directly at him like a meteorite.
Bang! The golden heavenly general was shaken away.
Fortunately, the armor on his body resisted this attack for him, otherwise he would definitely die.
I didn't expect that there would be a sneak attack in the second level of the King Realm. It's really ridiculous. Although I'm talking about being a genius, I only know how to attack? Surprising attack on yin and yang people. Yin and yang people have a rotten butt.
Yi Ping and Huangfu Tianlong spoke one after another. Obviously they were ashamed of this sneak attack. And Longma started to squirt directly, a little furious.
Dragon horse? It's actually such a divine beast. It's very good. It can become my mount. As for sneak attacks? It seems that you don't know the rules of the second level yet, right?
The golden heavenly general soared from a mountain. Although he was not seriously injured, he was still slightly injured.
However, he was not angry at all. Instead, he looked at Longma and seemed very surprised.
At the same time, he said something that Yi Ping and others didn't understand.
Rule? What rules? The two were a little curious.
But the next moment, another figure appeared, tearing through the space and coming to everyone. The man was wearing a white robe and carrying a 7-star ancient sword, surrounded by extremely terrifying sword energy, staring at Yi Ping. Soon, 3 figures appeared, and terrible light was surrounded by them, and even thunder sounds came from their bodies.
That's it, less than a quarter of an hour.
Hundreds of figures gathered from all directions. Each figure is terrifying, almost not weaker than this golden general, and there are even a few figures that are stronger than them.
2 immortals, I may know the rules of the second level.
At this moment, the voice of Longma sounded.
Yi Ping and Huangfu Tianlong couldn't help but remain silent.
End of this chapter.
The voice of the dragon horse sounded. Yi Ping and Huangfu Tianlong couldn't help but remain silent. At this time, you need to talk about what is the second rule? Isn't this very obvious? The first level is to collect 12 ancient immortal king orders. The second level is the 12 ancient immortal king orders merged into one. But you will choose one person and become everyone's target.
Kill this target and you may be able to enter the third level.
The holder is chased and killed.
If he can survive the time, he will pass the level. Therefore, hundreds of geniuses gathered here, and Yi Ping and Huangfu Tianlong felt extremely stressed. Although both of them are confident, they are both geniuses of the world, and their 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. What's more, this situation.
2 to 100? Huangfu Tianlong has this confidence, but Yi Ping does not.
Not afraid, there is no hope at all. If you can enter the second level, no one will be able to get worse, and they are all geniuses among the geniuses. In this case, it is simply a delusion to try it out.
What should I do with the 2 immortals?
Longma swallowed, but he stopped shouting, and hid behind the 2 of them, feeling a little panicked.
The 2 were a little depressed. What to do? They don't know what to do either?
In this space, hundreds of figures appeared, and the momentum emitted by each figure was terrifying.
Anyone who threw it out was the best in the world. 3 or 5, Huangfu Tianlong is not afraid.
Yi Ping was not afraid of more than a dozen people. But there are more than 100, and the 2 of them are not afraid, but they are very vulnerable.
Hundreds of pairs of eyes were staring at Yi Ping and Huangfu Tianlong.
As Yi Ping and the others guessed, the second level of the kingdom is the escape mode.
When we arrive at the second level, each person's 12 ancient immortal king orders will become one. However, every once in a while, the kingdom will activate an ancient order.
Those who activate the ancient order will start to escape, because the task of others is to hunt the other party.
If you kill, you can obtain a new ancient immortal king order. If you gather 3, you can go to the next level.
Of course, if you have the strength, as long as you persist for 3 hours, you can pass the level directly and go to the third level. At present, hundreds of geniuses gathered here, and they were watching Yi Ping. This group of people has been slow to take action, not because they are afraid, but because they are both afraid and plotting against each other.
No one is a fool. The first one is to kill Huangfu Tianlong, even if he doesn't necessarily get the ancient order of the Immortal King.
Of course, this is not the most important thing.
But Dragon Horse. This is a divine beast, a real divine beast, a divine beast with the bloodline of the real dragon. This kind of divine beast is rare in the world.
If you can subdue and become your own mount, it is not only about face, but also about identity symbols. They are geniuses, the best in all regions, and everyone is famous all over the world.
So they don't like each other and compare everything. How could they not be excited when they saw a divine beast, Dragon Horse? How to not be greedy? Give me a dragon horse to me, I can protect you.
At this moment, a voice sounded. This was a man with a silver pagoda hanging above his head, standing under the void like a god. He spoke to Yi Ping. He is willing to help, but Longma needs to give it to him.
Give it to you?
It would be better to give it to me, fellow Taoist. The dragon and horse are the divine beasts of heaven and earth.
They are with you. It would be better to give it to me. If I become an immortal in the future, I will give you good fortune. How about it? Seeing someone saying this, someone immediately spoke in the void.
They are eyeing dragon and horses, and they all want to have a divine beast.
They are geniuses. If a dragon horse becomes their mount, who dares not give them face in heaven and earth?
A joke, divine beasts are virtuous people who can gain them. Do you look like virtuous people?
Someone spoke out and said sarcastically. Is there any virtue? I will know if I fight for a fight. Some people also spoke and started fighting. However, the dragon horse hiding behind Yi Ping couldn't help but speak. Why not like this? If you fight, who will win, who will I go with?
Longma shouted loudly, telling everyone that he would follow whoever wins.
Sure enough, as soon as these words were said, the geniuses couldn't help but feel energetic.
It is indeed a good thing to be followed by dragon and horse. Forcibly restraining the dragon and horse is not a good thing. But immediately a genius reacted and spoke loudly.
Don't be deceived by him. First get the Immortal King Ancient Order, and then compete for the dragon horse. He wants us to have internal strife and delay time.
The genius spoke, and everyone instantly realized that their original fighting spirit gradually dissipated. Indeed, finish the important thing first. In an instant, all eyes gathered on the two of them again.
It's over. Longma frowned and seemed a little depressed.
He really hoped that these people would start to have internal conflicts, delay time in this way, and have a chance to escape. But what I didn't expect was that these people were very smart and were not deceived by themselves at all.
Feel the eyes of everyone. Huangfu Tianlong couldn't help but take a deep breath and spoke. What's the point of bullying two people? Have the ability to fight one by one?
He shouted loudly, and a phantom of a dragon appeared behind him. Although the wheel battle is still very troublesome, if these geniuses take action together, they will be unable to resist it.
As you wish.
In an instant, a genius took action. It was a man with seals with both hands. A phantom of a mountain appeared in the sky, mixed with infinite magic power, and directly bombarded Huangfu Tianlong.
Roar!
The phantom of the dragon and elephant condensed instantly, and Huangfu Tianlong rushed forward without hesitation. The war broke out and his magic power was everywhere.
Huangfu Tianlong's punch was very fierce.
But since the other party dares to be the first, he naturally has the ability. But one thing is that the other geniuses did not take action. Obviously, they felt a little ashamed to join forces to suppress Huangfu Tianlong and Yi Ping. Just a quarter of an hour later, Huangfu Tianlong could no longer resist it. The opponent's attack was calm and powerful, and a lot of magical powers came over, which made Huangfu Tianlong extremely difficult.
Boom!
But at this moment, a big hand seal appeared in the void, and someone attacked and bombarded Huangfu Tianlong.
It's also a loss to fight alone. The ancient Immortal King Order is the most important thing. If you don't have time to make trouble with you, don't delay.
I don't know where the sound sounded, so I asked everyone to take action together, don't hide it, knowing that the other party just wants to delay time. Sure enough, when these words were said, everyone did not hesitate. No one wanted to waste time, and they all rushed towards Huangfu Tianlong and Yi Ping.
Their goal is not only Huangfu Tianlong, but also Dragon Horse. It's over. Hundreds of killer moves appeared.
The void was twisted. Yi Ping and Huangfu Tianlong knew that this time they were really in trouble. If no miracle happened, both of them would die here.
Kill.
Now that things have come to this point, Yi Ping has no nonsense, his face is calm, and he wants to fight for a path of blood.
However, at this moment,
suddenly, the void in front of him was twisted.
It is a teleportation array. Yi Ping understood instantly.
End of this chapter.
The second level of the kingdom.
Faced with the gathering of hundreds of geniuses,
Yi Ping and Huangfu Tianlong both felt an unprecedented pressure.
Especially when these people didn't get in, the two of them were under great pressure.
Boom! Hundreds of people all took action and killed Yi Ping and Huangfu Tianlong.
The blazing light drowned the entire sky.
This attack was extremely terrifying. Yi Ping and Huangfu Tianlong knew that they could not withstand it at all.
The other party is a genius, and it is a bit difficult to get one, let alone one to get 100? But even so, Yi Ping did not lose his will to fight. He inspires his fighting spirit, and the ancient gods and demons condenses out, preparing for the ultimate battle. Although there is a high possibility of failure, he no longer cares. After all, there is no way out. Countless lights flooded the world, and all the geniuses took action together. They had invincible magical powers, and their various moves were even more dazzling. The sky trembled and the void collapsed.
However, at this moment,
the void in front of Yi Ping began to twist.
Teleport array?
Yi Ping was a little surprised.
Why did a teleportation array suddenly appear? As a formation master, Yi Ping naturally knew what this was.
Not to mention them, even these geniuses were slightly surprised when they saw the teleportation array appear. In the kingdom, it is basically impossible to have a teleportation array.
All formations are forbidden here.
However, although curious, everyone was still decisive in taking action, without any hesitation, and rushed towards Yi Ping and Huangfu Tianlong. Hundreds of magical passages bombarded around Yi Ping and Huangfu Tianlong, shattering the void. But a scene that surprised countless people. All the magical powers were swallowed by this twisted void. The next moment, the void was twisted bigger and more terrifying, and strange light shone down, and even condensed into a door.
A magnificent door.
The gate is 9 feet tall, surrounded by golden dragons and phoenixes, and the dragons and phoenixes are singing together. Accompanied by the waves of fairy music, bundles of fairy light bloom, shining with light, and the fairy spirit is filled with.
What's going on? What's wrong? Is it the treasure of the second level? The geniuses were surprised and didn't know what happened.
Some people guessed that this might be the treasure of the second level. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but stare at this thing that looked like a fairy gate. But soon, someone opened his divine eyes and stared at the door and exclaimed,
"Look, is there a figure behind this gate?"
This man had 3 eyes, the sky eyes. After opening it, he burst into a golden light. He stared at the immortal gate and soon found a figure behind the gate. Soon, the figure behind the door became clearer and clearer.
Everyone was shocked, not sure what was going on. Is it an immortal? Is this Zhu Xian King? Can you be so Zhu Xian King is not dead? Is this a descendant of the Zhu Xian King? One by one, a series of guesses sounded.
Now Yi Ping and Huangfu Tianlong are not their important concerns.
This immortal gate is what everyone is concerned about. Senior brother Yi, what's going on? Huangfu Tianlong couldn't understand either, so he couldn't help asking Yi Ping.
Yi Ping didn't know what was going on at all, but he looked at the immortal gate and indeed found a figure behind the immortal gate.
And this figure is like an immortal. Standing behind the door, there are 5 divine beasts surrounding it.
People held their breath, and no one spoke, all looked at the immortal gate. They were really worried, afraid that the person behind this door would be descendants of the Zhu Xian King. If that's the case, it's probably a real trouble.
After all, how terrible would it be if the descendants of the Zhuxian king were still alive? However, Yi Ping was the only one who showed surprise. Because of the figure behind the Immortal Sect, he seemed to feel very familiar. And it's the very familiar one. 3 million sword immortals in the sky. You need to lower your eyebrows when you see me. At this moment, a calm voice sounded. This sound is ethereal and full of high above. But being high and being superior also seems inexplicably transcendent. It is not the kind of high and looking down on sentient beings, but the kind of extremely noble and noble. In the Immortal Gate, the figure slowly walked out. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. This is a man with a peerless appearance, like a banished immortal, wearing a long robe, like an immortal who is in the world, with a transcendent temperament and is not in the world. His facial features are so handsome that they are unreasonable. He stood in the void. There are 5 holy beasts surrounding it, and from the feet to the top of the head, there is a fairy spirit everywhere. He is like a real immortal. Silence is putting all the geniuses incredibly pressure. These geniuses swallowed. Because the feeling this man gives people is really extraordinary. As peerless geniuses, they have seen many geniuses. But I have never seen such a genius. He looks like an immortal. Besides, the visions around them are also very terrifying, and this is not a vision that ordinary people can condense. In addition, this unique temperament is calm and indifferent, as if everything in the world is nothing but clouds and smoke, as if everything in the world is nothing but clouds and smoke. Some people need to rely on record, fights, and prominent background to highlight themselves as geniuses. But this person is different. Standing there, like an immortal. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but wonder that he was the reincarnation of an immortal. Everyone couldn't help but feel that this was the arrival of the king of Zhuxian. Otherwise, why do you have such momentum? But at this moment, Yi Ping's voice suddenly rang. Senior brother. In the void, Yi Ping also showed an extremely shocked look. He didn't expect that at such a dangerous time, the eldest brother actually appeared. More importantly, the eldest brother seemed to have become a different person. More like an immortal? Is this the real face of the eldest brother? In the void, Su Changyu still had some of his brains that he didn't come back to his senses. He changed the teleportation array diagram, which caused problems with the teleportation array. By chance, I came to the kingdom. But under the bumpiness of the teleportation array, Su Changyu was still feeling a little scared. So I don't know what happened at all. However, suddenly, hearing Yi Ping's voice surprised Su Changyu. Little junior brother? Su Changyu was also surprised. He didn't expect that he would actually meet his junior brother here. However, before Su Changyu could say anything, the hundreds of geniuses couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They thought that this was the resurrection of the Zhuxian king. But after hearing Yi Ping say that he is the eldest brother, everyone breathes a sigh of relief. As long as it is not the king of Zhuxian, everything is easy to say. So it's not King Zhuxian? Pretend to be a god or a ghost? Since you are also a cultivator, you can enter the kingdom and your strength is not much stronger. Everyone, let's take action together. Don't waste time anymore, 2 hours are almost over. After the geniuses reacted, they wanted to take action again, but everyone said that they said so, but they were a little afraid in the end. At this moment, Su Changyu was a little stunned. What's going on? Why did you fight as soon as you meet? Also, so many of you? Bullying the 3 of us? Junior brother, you should take it first, senior brother go and call someone. Su Changyu complained in his heart. End of this chapter. In the kingdom. Su Changyu did not expect that he had just appeared and was about to fight. Although I have increased my skills for 500 years and reached the golden elixir realm. But try to encounter something like fighting as little as possible. If you can, don't fight. Isn't it good to be harmonious? Just as the other party was staring at him, Su Changyu couldn't help but speak slowly. He doesn't think he is weaker than the other party, but it is best if he can delay it. If he can resolve the misunderstanding or contradictions, it is best. What happened?
Su Changyu spoke, and he stood quietly in the void, facing hundreds of geniuses without any change of color, but calm and composed. It seemed as if the person standing in front of him was not a genius, but a group of ordinary monks.
This calmness really surprised everyone.
After all, they are all real geniuses.
Hundreds of people stood here and suppressed the void.
But unexpectedly, Su Changyu could still be so calm. How could he not surprise them? Of course, saying 1,000 or 10,000 is because Su Changyu's appearance is really extraordinary.
Standing there, it's like an immortal. No one knows the origin of Su Changyu, nor does anyone know the origin of Yi Ping.
They were afraid, and all kinds of shouting were just a test. At least so far, no one dares to take action directly, and no one wants to be the first to be a leader.
Senior brother, this is the kingdom. This is my fellow Taoist, Huangfu Tianlong.
This group of people gathered here to kill us and steal the ancient order of the immortal king in the next level.
Also, this is my junior brother's mount, and they also covet my junior brother's mount.
Yi Ping spoke and explained the matter very clearly in a few words.
Just say this. Su Changyu couldn't help but be curious. What is the kingdom? To fight for a piece of ancient order, you have to kill someone? No need, right?
Su Changyu didn't understand the truth, and he seemed a little confused.
However, there must be misunderstandings here.
Su Changyu spoke, intending to explain carefully to avoid everyone from having an unhappy relationship.
Just as I spoke, the meaning was wrong. Really?
Two words that were extremely calm sounded. Su Changyu and the void looked at everyone without any anger or any contempt.
There is only a kind of indifference.
This indifference makes people feel uncomfortable inexplicably.
His voice gives people a sense of doubt.
The person who was swept by Su Changyu's eyes was inexplicably guilty and did not dare to look directly at him.
This is Su Changyu's terribleness.
There is no need to take action. A look or a sentence makes people feel inexplicably uncomfortable.
Your Excellency, this is the rule of the Wang realm. Your junior brother's fellow Taoist was chosen by the Wang realm as the leader. We have no choice but to do anything about it. This is the rule.
Someone spoke, and he was a genius entangled with 7-colored light.
He spoke directly, thinking that this was the rule.
Whose rules? However, Su Changyu's voice sounded, and there was still no emotion at all, and he was extremely indifferent. The voice was filled with a questioning tone.
In an instant, the latter was a little afraid to speak, and he was inexplicably panicked, not knowing why.
The rules of the kingdom are naturally the rules of the Zhuxian king.
Do you still look down on the king of Zhuxian?
But he dared not speak. There was always someone who dared to speak. This is another genius, with a green sacred tree behind him, standing behind him, and thousands of rays of light droop down, looking very eye-catching. This is a genius of the world, with enough confidence, and he still dares to speak even when facing Su Changyu.
After saying this, Su Changyu didn't want to answer. But he couldn't control himself and couldn't help but speak. The rules of the Zhuxian king? Do you have to abide by them? Su Changyu's voice sounded. In an instant, everyone was silent.
Including Yi Ping, Huangfu Tianlong, and Longma were all silent.
Is this too arrogant? This is the world opened up by Zhuxian king. Who is Zhuxian king?
One of the legendary 12 immortal kings.
Ancient immortal king, the kind of existence that can wipe out everyone with just one finger. But what I didn't expect was, Su Changyu was so disrespectful to the king of Zhuxian? Is this too arrogant? Boom!
Even at this moment, a terrifying thunder sounded from the sky of the kingdom. Like the thunder of the world-destroying world, the explosion made everyone's ears tinnitus, and their hearts couldn't help but tremble. Su Changyu's words were too arrogant and he directly provoked the king of Zhuxian. Senior brother Yi, your senior brother is such a tough guy.
Huangfu Tianlong couldn't help swallowing his saliva.
He thought he was a genius and arrogant. He punched the 10 kingdoms back then, and was extremely arrogant. But now when Huangfu Tianlong saw Su Changyu, he understood. I am just a child playing house.
What is arrogance? This is the arrogance. What is a genius? This is what it means to be a genius. What is invincibility? This is called invincibility.
Not to mention Huangfu Tianlong, even Yi Ping couldn't help but feel excited at this moment. The eldest brother is indeed a peerless man. The eldest brother is indeed a hidden master.
Isn't the king of Zhuxian afraid? This is not a hidden master. Who is a hidden master? Senior brother is mighty. Yi Ping was extremely passionate.
But on the contrary, Su Changyu was so depressed that he was about to cry.
Because he started to get sick again.
I originally wanted to make peace the most important thing, so that everyone could calm down and talk slowly.
Why do you make a big deal? Is there anything you can't sit down and talk about? But now, not only did I not calm down the situation, but instead went further to humiliate the other king of Zhuxian? Isn't this seeking death? Oh, what's going on?
All of them have enhanced their cultivation for 500 years, but why can't I change this problem?
And just when everyone was shocked. Abruptly,
an extremely strong voice sounded above the sky.
Who is insulting me? The sound rang.
In the sky, dark clouds rolled, lightning, thunder and terrifying dark clouds gathered into a pair of terrifying eyes, staring at all the geniuses in the void. At this moment, everyone felt an unprecedented pressure. This kind of pressure comes from the Immortal King.
This is the real Immortal King. Please forgive me for your sins. We have not offended you. It's this person who is talking nonsense.
At that moment, someone spoke and pointed at Su Changyu.
In an instant. This I instantly locked Su Changyu. Faced with such a mighty power, Su Changyu was completely panicked. Isn't this panic?
The king of Zhuxian was forced to be born by himself.
Isn't this panic?
Although he has increased his cultivation for 500 years, the other party is the Immortal King. Ghost knows what realm it is, but with the word immortal, I am afraid that I can instantly kill myself, right?
Thinking of this, Su Changyu kept stabilizing his heart. He knew that he must not be nervous.
Because the more nervous you are, the more serious the disease you are.
Don't be nervous. Never be nervous. Who are you? The voice of the king of Zhuxian sounded. Ask Su Changyu. Facing the inquiry, Su Changyu took a deep breath and kept reminding himself not to be nervous. Call. Take a deep breath. After 10 breaths. Under the gaze of everyone, Su Changyu spoke. Are you worthy to ask? The sound rang. Su Changyu did not make any struggle. Everyone fell into silence again.
Let me explain, I have encountered some private matters recently and am dealing with them.
I can't describe anything. I just encounter a bunch of stinky dog shit.
I feel that it smells bad and I don't step on it next to me to make people feel uncomfortable. But in the end I still didn't step on it.
After all, I knew it was a piece of stinky dog shit and I still stepped on it. Then I had a problem with my brain.
But it affected the update, sorry. End of this chapter.
Everyone was stunned. No matter who it is. Yi Ping and Huangfu Tianlong didn't know what to say.
Especially Yi Ping, he knew that his senior brother was very strong and a peerless master. But what I didn't expect was that my senior brother was a bit outrageous.
This is the kingdom. In other words, this is the temple of Zhuxian King. It's not your temple. First call out the name of Zhuxian King, and then lead out Zhuxian King. Forget it. If someone asks you who you are, do you say you don't deserve to know?
This is a peerless king. Hundreds of geniuses called themselves experts, look at Su Changyu, and then look at himself.
After comparison, they feel that what they do is not a little arrogant?
Even after comparison, they all felt like they were a bit like a jumping clown.
Click.
A thunder sounded, and the lightning flashed, shining on the sky. The next moment, a figure appeared. Earth, fire, wind and thunder filled the sky, surrounding the figure.
Is it the king of Zhuxian? Someone swallowed and was shocked. Did King Zhuxian really not die? Some people felt unbelievable. Although Su Changyu was a little rude, he wouldn't have provoked the real Zhuxian king, right? It shouldn't be the king of Zhuxian. This should be the remnant soul or soul left in the kingdom, right?
Yes, King Zhuxian has been dead for countless years.
How could he be resurrected?
Well, the king of Zhuxian was from the previous era and could not have lived to this day. Many geniuses spoke, they knew something and knew that the Zhuxian king could not be alive. After all, the times are of great significance. It is not a million years or tens of millions of years, but a tens of millions of years for an era.
The era of Zhuxian king was too old.
If he hadn't been invincible in the world and had done too many brilliant things, otherwise the world would not have known his name.
Therefore, the king Zhuxian could not be resurrected. Even if you are not resurrected, a distraction or a remnant soul is enough to kill us.
Although some people think that this cannot be the original deity of the Zhuxian king, some geniuses believe that even a remnant soul of the Zhuxian king may die here.
It's not necessarily true that why did the Zhuxian king kill us? We didn't offend them? Besides, this is the kingdom, the temple of Zhuxian king. His original intention was to let us geniuses fight for hegemony, so why did we kill us? There are also geniuses who think that everyone is a little worried about it.
After all, this is the temple of Zhuxian king, so there is no need to cause trouble for them. If you cause trouble for them, there is no need to open this temple. Or, just open up this temple and wipe out everyone directly. Why is it still so troublesome? As soon as this sentence was said, everyone immediately realized it and felt it made sense. For a moment, many people breathed a sigh of relief, but were still alert. If there was really danger, they would leave here directly as soon as possible.
And at this moment, Su Changyu had nothing to say.
Anyway, every time he got sick, he would cause trouble. This time it was even more amazing, and it directly provoked an immortal king.
Although I don't know how powerful this immortal king is, I think he should be stronger than the Jindan cultivator, right? Su Changyu had nothing to say. If you like to get sick, just get sick. Sooner or later, you will die from illness.
It's just that you will die early or late.
After understanding this truth, Su Changyu didn't care.
It would be useless to apologize at this critical moment.
It's better to let things go. After all, even if you die, you will pretend to be dead. It can be considered as fulfilling one's own dream. However, with the appearance of Zhuxian king,
it's nothing more than seeing the appearance clearly, but it still makes people feel handsome. He stood in front of Su Changyu, without any action, nor did he intend to kill Su Changyu. Instead, he looked at Su Changyu quietly.
I have set up a temple for so long, and I have never seen someone like you.
He said this first, making Su Changyu even more desperate.
But the next sentence of Zhuxian king surprised everyone even more. However, I think you have good cultivation and strength, and you are better than them. You are very proud and strong. Do you want to challenge me like this?
The voice of the Zhuxian king sounded, and he guessed that Su Changyu wanted to challenge him.
Okay, I will give you a chance to suppress your cultivation to the same level as you. If you welcome it, I will give you all the treasures in the temple. But if you lose, you will be doomed. Do you dare to accept it? The voice of the king of Zhuxian sounded.
He took the initiative to invite Su Changyu to fight.
Do you fight the same realm? I want to.
Some genius spoke, thinking that one can try it when fighting in the same realm.
But soon, someone sneered. Don't think too much.
There are ancient books that Zhuxian king once practiced the supreme master of 8 or 9, and it would be fine if he was invincible in the same realm.
Moreover, Zhuxian king's countless years of martial arts experience can you compare with?
The genius spoke, and a basin of cold water fell, causing many genius to lose their fighting spirit. Yes, even if the Zhuxian king is a remnant soul, after so many years of martial arts experience, you will know how you are going to fight as soon as you raise your hand.
How can you beat it?
Indeed, the supreme heavenly mastery of 8 and 9 is the supreme mental method of the king of Zhuxian. Countless monks of all generations have wanted to come to the kingdom, and they are competing for this supreme heavenly mastery of 8 and 9. The 8 or 9 Supreme Heavenly Achievement is the world's first physical technique. It is said that the only one type of god and demon body can be confronted with it. Forget it, I still don't deserve to fight with the Zhuxian king, so don't think about it, watch the battle. Everyone was talking, and when they arrived here, everyone couldn't help but sigh, and looked at Su Changyu curiously again.
I don't know if Su Changyu is willing to take it.
They wanted to see the strength of Zhuxian king, and they were also very curious about Su Changyu's strength. After all, the Zhuxian king said before that Su Changyu's strength is stronger than everyone else, and they are both geniuses, so they naturally don't accept it.
In the void.
Facing the opening of the Zhuxian king,
Su Changyu had no idea at all.
He could not control his body now, so he simply became a bystander. Nowadays, Su Changyu's only idea is to hope that the other party will be more ruthless, and it is best not to make himself feel too painful.
It's Su Changyu's last concern that death doesn't hurt. Therefore, Su Changyu spoke. Fight with all your might. Su Changyu spoke, saying this sentence was said by Su Changyu himself. Just say this. Everyone was shocked again.
Su Changyu responded to the challenge, and the way he responded to the challenge really made people feel an extremely terrifying anger.
Fight with all your might? How confident this is. Only then would he say such words? A genius.
He is really a peerless genius. At this moment, even the king of Zhuxian felt interesting.
He nodded.
Okay, since that's the case, I will fight with all my might, so you won't regret losing.
You can make a move. King Zhuxian spoke. He asked Su Changyu to take action first, which was the last chance for Su Changyu. Because, if he takes action first, Su Changyu will undoubtedly die. However, in the void, Su Changyu looked at the king of Zhuxian quietly.
Then close your eyes. A full quarter of an hour later,
Su Changyu's voice sounded.
End of this chapter. Facing the invitation from Zhuxian king.
Everyone looked at Su Changyu with curiosity. Especially Su Changyu's answer.
The king of Zhuxian looked at Su Changyu, and he was also very curious about what answer Su Changyu would give.
However,
at this moment, Su Changyu slowly opened his eyes.
He looked at the king of Zhuxian.
His eyes were not confident or intent to fight, and he was still so transcendent and calm. To the extreme indifference. Su Changyu's voice gradually sounded.
I've lost. 5 words. Very calm. But once this is said, everyone was a little confused. All the geniuses? Yi Ping? Huangfu Tianlong? Ryuma? Everyone couldn't help but be confused. Already lost? Where are you losing? If you lose, you will pretend to be fine without it? Big brother? Can you not play? If you want to fight, just fight well? Even King Zhuxian was a little confused this time. He doesn't know where he lost? However, in the void, Su Changyu seemed a little natural. King Zhuxian lost. It's indeed lost. And lose completely.
Just now, after he closed his eyes, for that quarter of an hour, he fought fiercely with the king of Zhuxian by raising swordsmanship. It has to be said that the king of Zhuxian is worthy of being the immortal king, and he is terrifyingly strong. Su Changyu imagined a stick of incense before defeating the king of Zhuxian. If it were someone else, he had already won, but when facing the Zhuxian king, it was difficult for him to win, but fortunately, he won.
Where am I losing? King Zhuxian looked at Su Changyu and asked this.
He was not angry, but instead asked Su Changyu curiously where he lost.
Lost anywhere. Su Changyu replied calmly. This answer made everyone even more silent. Inexplicably, they felt that Su Changyu had some problems.
But, looking at Su Changyu's expression and this temperament, it feels nothing wrong.
So, who has the problem? Everyone was completely confused and didn't know what tricks Su Changyu was playing. Interesting.
But what was even more unexpected was that the Zhuxian king did not get angry at all, but instead looked at Su Changyu.
I didn't expect that you could see through it at first sight. I was just a spiritual body. Ah, I did lose. You are very good.
For many years, every once in a while, I will appear to test the hearts of these geniuses, but for many years, no geniuses dare to truly fight me.
You have already passed the first level of the kingdom. It's very good, very good.
The face of Zhuxian King was full of smiles, and he told this secret. At this moment, everyone was a little surprised.
I really didn't expect that this was actually a test for the Zhuxian King. What I didn't expect was that Su Changyu had already seen through everything. No wonder he is so arrogant. No wonder you are so confident.
At this moment, everyone finally understood why Su Changyu would say this sentence, everywhere.
Finally, I understood why Su Changyu said that the king of Zhuxian had lost.
Indeed, the Zhuxian King in front of him is not a remnant soul or a clone, but a spiritual body. The so-called spiritual body is basically an alternative clone that the strong keep and explain some things. He has no combat power, but except for his cultivation, the others are exactly the same.
Standing there can still be intimidating.
Su Changyu saw through at a glance that this was just a spiritual body, so that was the case. At this moment, the geniuses were extremely amazed. I thought he was pretending to be too much, but I didn't expect that I misread him.
It turns out that we are the ones who are wrong. I have to say that this is a heart-killing move. Yes, who can defeat the Zhuxian King in the same realm? It's mainly because of life and death. Few people dare to really come forward. Even I was a little scared just now. This person is really extraordinary. Who is this person? Why have you never heard of it? Sure enough, there are strong players among them. Su Changyu, this name will not be famous for a long time.
The geniuses were talking a lot. They sighed with Su Changyu's determination and also felt Su Changyu's strength.
They saw through everything at a glance and understood the truth. That's when the spirit of Zhuxian King waved his hand. He spoke slowly.
You have passed the real first level and followed the rules to give you two choices as rewards. As the king of Zhuxian waved his hand while speaking, a magnificent palace appeared in the sky.
Everyone can see it.
This palace is magnificent and magnificent.
Every building is made of top-quality jade. In the palace, even a lamp is an extraordinary treasure. Hiss, look, that's the long-lived lamp. The lamps in the palace are actually lamps of longevity? Light of longevity?
This is a top treasure.
If you ignite your own hard work, you can last for 500 years. A long-lived lamp is of great value.
I didn't expect that in this palace, anything is a treasure.
It's far more.
If you look closely, there are more treasures inside this palace.
Is it the 12 Immortal King Wheel? There are also 7-star ancient swords. Demon subduing pestle? 9-turn immortal pill?
The geniuses looked at the palace. I won't talk about the luxury outside the palace, but there are countless treasures inside, piled up into a mountain, and anything can be set out. Not to mention the entire palace, even if they were given one, they would be satisfied. As it is rumored that the king of Zhuxian once ruled the world and collected countless treasures. Whether it was Buddhism, Taoism, or demons, they were all collected by the king of Zhuxian, and eventually evolved into the kingdom and were rewarded.
It seems that all these are true. What is the reward for the first level? It's not like giving all these treasures to Su Changyu?
The geniuses were talking about it, and some people suddenly felt that the reward for the first level would be to give Su Changyu everything in the palace.
If that were the case, Su Changyu would have been lucky.
They are envious and extremely jealous at the same time.
The voice of Zhuxian King gradually sounded.
Su Changyu, congratulations on completing the real first level of trial.
Now I give you two choices. The first choice.
The treasure in this palace is the lifelong hard work of this king and other brothers. Dao tools, mental methods, magical powers, secret books, and all kinds of strange treasures are hidden in them.
If you choose this palace, you will give them all to you. The second choice is the true inheritance of this king and the Zhuxian inheritance.
However, if you choose the second one, you cannot choose the first one, within one stick of incense, and make a choice.
King Zhuxian spoke.
Rewards for the first level.
In an instant,
the geniuses were completely suffocated. Because these two rewards are extremely precious to them.
This luck. It's simply against the will of heaven.
End of this chapter. Facing the reward from Zhuxian King.
All the geniuses fell into silence.
Although this reward has nothing to do with them, it does not prevent them from fantasizing themselves. A palace full of treasures. And the peerless inheritance of the Zhuxian King.
No matter what you choose, you won't lose money. But soon, someone frowned and couldn't help but speak. Why do you feel that there is some conspiracy?
When a genius spoke, he always felt that there was a conspiracy.
When this statement was said, it attracted many people to agree. I feel like there is a conspiracy, too. I think it's a bit conspiracy when you say this. It's indeed a bit weird. You give such a good reward in the first level, so what about the second level?
I understand, it's also a test, to see how you will make a decision in this situation. These geniuses are talking so much that they think things cannot be so simple.
And it makes sense.
In theory, it is impossible to give so many benefits to the first level of assessment.
If so many are given, what about the second level? What to give? So this is obviously an assessment.
They guessed that this was an assessment, but the problem was that they couldn't guess what they were going to evaluate.
Senior Brother Yi, what do you think is going on? Huangfu Tianlong couldn't help but be very curious when he saw this scene. He couldn't help asking Yi Ping to see what Yi Ping said.
It's hard to say, but what they said is right. If this is just the reward for the first level, it would be too much.
Yi Ping replied. But Longma shook his head and expressed his opinion. It's not clear, the Supreme Immortal, the Zhuxian King has a strange personality.
Maybe he deliberately did this, which makes people hesitate and entangled.
I think it's more reliable to choose the first place. Even if the Zhuxian King doesn't give all the treasures, it's a little bit. But Longma expressed his opinion.
He knew more, after all, he was born in the kingdom and knew more than outsiders.
Uncertain.
Yi Ping shook his head.
But Huangfu Tianlong couldn't help but speak. I feel that there is a problem. If you choose the first one, you will probably not get any benefits. Although the Zhuxian King has strong peerless magical powers, there are so many treasures. Who can calm down his mind? Normal monks will choose the first type, but often this is the trap. This is Huangfu Tianlong's idea.
It was not that he looked down on the magical powers of King Zhuxian, but that the treasures in this palace were treasures collected by the 12 kings of Zhuxian throughout their lives. Although peerless magical powers are good, they also need to have enough time to develop. Otherwise, if you have magical powers, you have no qualifications, no understanding, and no resources. What about the future?
But if you don't choose the first one, you may be fooled. After all, the things about Zhuxian King are definitely not that easy to get.
I can directly choose the second one, but I am very unwilling to accept it. In short, it is very entangled and very entangled. Just as everyone was confused, suddenly, the voice of the Zhuxian King suddenly rang out.
Don't be doubtful. No matter what you choose, I will give it to you.
This is not an assessment, nor is it an assessment, but no matter what you choose, I will give it to you, I will give it to you. The king of Zhuxian spoke, not deceiving Su Changyu, but asking Su Changyu to make a choice as soon as possible. From his words, the geniuses were even more surprised. They also think that this is just an assessment, but what they didn't expect was that this was actually true. For a moment, more envious and jealous eyes fell on Su Changyu. Everyone's eyes were sour that they wanted to replace them. They had previously guessed that this might be a test, but they didn't expect that this was actually true.
Two kinds of rewards, choose one of two. How can it not be enviable?
At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Su Changyu again. They knew that no matter how Su Changyu chose, he could get a huge opportunity.
They are jealous and full of envy. But unfortunately, they cannot replace it. Oh, how great it would be if I got this opportunity. Don't dream, you. If you really get it, what would you choose?
The geniuses knew that they could not get this opportunity of fortune, so they began to fantasize themselves.
I must have chosen the first one.
No matter how good the peerless magical power is, if there is no corresponding resource, it is more stable to choose the former.
Yes, choose the first type. Any treasure in this palace can make the outside world fight, let alone the mountain of treasures? If it were me, I would definitely choose the first type. Most monks choose the former. After all, there are so many treasures, who can resist the temptation if anyone else? But some geniuses shook their heads. They were outstanding and extraordinary. If I were asked to choose, I would choose the latter.
The reason why the Zhuxian king had so many treasures was entirely because of his magical powers. Furthermore, with the help of external forces, the Taoist mind is unstable, and what can I do if I am strong? In the end, it may be another empty thing. Some people make the second choice, believing that the former will corrode the heart of Taoism, and choosing the second one is better. Yes, although the rewards of the former are so generous, but in fact, they will only cause the heart of Tao to collapse. Choose the second one and put it to death before they can live. This is the real kingdom. Yes, the second type is peerless inheritance, and to stabilize the heart of Tao. Many geniuses stood up and thought that the second type was better. They were all geniuses with stable hearts and were not short of resources, so they said such words. Of course, more importantly, they do have the heart of Tao. However, no matter how they choose, the real right to make a decision is entirely in Su Changyu's hands.
At this moment, Su Changyu, who was standing in the void, was completely confused.
He is not good at female sex, nor is he good at magic weapons and pills, but the problem is that there are so many magic weapons and pills, Su Changyu really can't stand it.
What is this concept?
So many treasures, like mountains, can make you soar into the sky.
What's more, there are so many treasures in a palace.
As for what kind of peerless magical powers?
What do you want this thing? If you don't fight and kill yourself, what can you do if you learn it?
It's like a top-grade martial arts and a low-grade spirit stone were placed in front of Su Changyu. When it was not allowed to be sold, Su Changyu chose the spirit stone without hesitation.
What's the use of exercises? Can't practice. Spirit stones are different, you can buy things.
That's what it is now, the treasures of a palace and the peerless inheritance.
Su Changyu must have chosen a palace treasure. That's when the voice of Zhuxian King sounded again. Time is up, let's choose. King Zhuxian spoke. Let Su Changyu make the choice. In an instant, everyone couldn't help but look at Su Changyu. And Su Changyu didn't plan to pretend. He took a deep breath. He spoke slowly.
No matter how good the treasure is, no matter how powerful the magical powers are, it's all but the clouds and smoke of the past. I am Su Changyu, a peerless sword immortal, and only some magical weapons. Su Changyu spoke, and his voice fell. The king's realm was silent. End of this chapter.
Su Changyu's answer. It made everyone completely silent. But that's it? So many magical channels? So many magical treasures? You don't want it? If anyone else was afraid that wouldn't be able to accept this.
Peerless magical powers and treasures in a palace, the heart of Tao is unstable, and if you choose treasures in the palace, the heart of Tao is strong, you can choose peerless magical powers.
Choose nothing? Should we say that Su Changyu is stupid, or should we say that Su Changyu is invincible?
Senior brother Yi, you senior brother, are really peerless. Huangfu Tianlong said with great emotion.
Su Changyu's operations can subvert everyone's views every time. If you don't accept it, you won't be able to do it. You really don't want it? I can tell you clearly that no matter what you choose, you can take it away. I will not lie to you. So, don't act irritating. The king of Zhuxian also spoke.
He once again emphasized that he mistakenly thought that Su Changyu was afraid of any traps, so he clearly told Su Changyu that no matter what he chose, he could get it.
The king of Zhuxian spoke like this. The geniuses couldn't help but look at Su Changyu.
I want to see if Su Changyu will change his meaning.
However, Su Changyu's expression was still so calm.
But behind the calmness is endless pain.
Su Changyu didn't expect that he would get sick like this at this time? No matter how you choose these two things, you won't lose. But I just want nothing?
At this moment, Su Changyu was really uncomfortable. Someone gave him a treasure from a mountain, but he actually refused. It would be fine if I rejected the treasure, but the problem is that I don't even choose the peerless magical powers?
Hatred. 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 Su Changyu hated him to death. He didn't know what disease he had. At this moment, Su Changyu even doubted whether there was a king living in his body? Otherwise, how could it be so cerebral palsy? He was so uncomfortable and extremely depressed.
I wish I could kill myself by hitting her head.
Finally encountered opportunities, but this happened. This is just like before.
You can get more treasures, but you have to pretend to be so bad that you can only get a fairy sword in the end.
Now it's even more amazing. With so many treasures, I don't choose any of them. One word. Absolute. But no matter how depressed he was, on the surface, Su Changyu continued to be sick.
In the eyes of outsiders, at this moment, Su Changyu stared at the Zhuxian king and spoke calmly.
I said it, but it's already. Su Changyu's voice was calm and determined. Without any hesitation, he even seemed a little impatient. In the eyes of outsiders, Su Changyu has already made up his mind.
This action made the geniuses feel a little moved. If I said the first time, I might be really worried about fraud, but the Zhuxian king has already said this.
Su Changyu still firmly firms his heart of Tao. Can't this prove anything?
At this time, I can still strengthen my heart of Taoism.
This Su Changyu will be my enemy in the future.
A genius spoke, he took a deep breath, looked at Su Changyu, and made such an evaluation.
No, it is our enemy. We are all geniuses among geniuses.
The real difference between geniuses lies in the heart of Tao. His heart of Tao is extremely strong.
If we encounter it in the future, I am afraid that we will not be able to compare with him. Yes, it seems that I really met an opponent.
The geniuses spoke one after another, and they felt extremely stressed.
Su Changyu is too strong.
This strength does not refer to the strength of cultivation. Which of the cultivators who can enter the second level of the king realm is not a genius, and which one is not a strong man? They are not short of resources, nor are they lack supernatural powers and methods. All they need to do is to sharpen their own heart of Tao. As long as they successfully hone their hearts of Tao, they will be destined to soar to the sky in the future. But in front of Su Changyu, everyone felt ashamed of themselves.
Faced with such a treasure, Su Changyu remained motionless. Could he not be moved? It is definitely impossible. Who is not moved by the inheritance of the Zhuxian king, and the past and present? Even if you are really an exiled immortal, you will not be moved by the inheritance of the Zhuxian king. In this case, Su Changyu still chose to refuse, not both.
This kind of Taoist heart is countless times higher than them. Because if they were them, they were afraid they would make a choice right away. Those who are a little more greedy will choose the first one, and those who are a genius with a stable heart of Tao will choose the second one. But Su Changyu had no choice, and he didn't care about these treasured supernatural powers.
There are only two possibilities.
The first possibility is that Su Changyu has a brain problem.
The second possibility is that Su Changyu ignores all this and only believes in his own way. The former is impossible, the latter is too terrible. Su Changyu, I will ask you again last time, do you really want it?
The voice of Zhuxian king sounded again. It seemed that it was Su Changyu's choice that made him unable to react for a while. He asked Su Changyu, with doubt in his eyes.
He didn't believe that someone would reject such temptation.
Even if it was him, he would not have refused such a reward when he was young.
Same thing, I don't want to say it the third time. This is Su Changyu's answer.
Simple, but firm, it makes people feel scared.
This solid heart of Tao. It's really rare in the world. Okay, very good, very good.
At this moment, the king of Zhuxian laughed, his face full of smiles.
I have finally waited for someone who is destined to be.
Very good, very good. Su Chanyu, congratulations on completing the second level of assessment and passing the real assessment. The laughter of Zhuxian King made all the geniuses stunned. The next moment, the discussion started to boil.
Is it really a test? It's really a test? This. Didn't you say you didn't lie? Why is it still a test? This test is a bit confusing. Everyone was a little surprised. They didn't expect that this was a test, which was a bit outrageous.
But the voice of Zhuxian King sounded and explained it to everyone.
No.
I have said before that this is not a test, but also a test. No matter what Su Changyu chooses, I will give it to him, but no matter what he chooses, I cannot complete this level of assessment. The true inheritance of this king is not a peerless magical power, nor is it the so-called treasures, but the will of Zhuxian. Su Changyu, you are very good, you have made the most important choice. Faced with such a tempting treasure, your heart of Tao is still solid, which proves that you can inherit my will of Zhuxian. Very good, very good.
The king of Zhuxian was extremely happy and he told the secret. Let the geniuses suddenly realize it.
But the next moment, Su Changyu's voice rang out.
Zhuxian's will.
But before Su Changyu finished speaking, the king of Zhuxian waved his hand, and in an instant, Su Changyu disappeared from the spot.
Only the geniuses are left. He didn't give Su Changyu a chance to continue pretending. Su Changyu wants the best of this will to Zhuxian, and he has to ask for it even if he doesn't want it. And to others. King Zhuxian glanced and spoke slowly. I have found the inheritor, so let's go back. Don't stay.
Within half an hour, the king's realm will destroy itself.
After saying this, the entire kingdom began to collapse in an instant.
End of this chapter.
The voice of Zhuxian King was very calm, but it was not refuted.
He has found the inheritor, so naturally, there is no need for the kingdom to exist.
Feel the shaking of heaven and earth.
All the geniuses no longer stayed. Although their eyes were still on Yi Ping, everyone was still a little worried, afraid that the kingdom would collapse directly.
After all, this is a small world. If it collapses directly, no one can escape.
Everyone left one after another and stopped staying.
Senior brother Yi, what do we say? Changxian, what should we do? Huangfu Tianlong and Longma spoke one after another and asked Yi Ping what to do. Let's go first.
Yi Ping spoke, he didn't know what to do, so he could only take one step first.
However, at this moment, Su Changyu's voice suddenly rang.
My junior brother, go to the capital of Daxia to wait for me. Su Changyu's voice sounded, telling Yi Ping to go to the capital of Daxia to wait for him.
Good. Yi Ping answered immediately. Then he left the kingdom with Huangfu Tianlong and Longma. And in another space, under an extremely luxurious palace, the figure of the Zhuxian king stood on the steps, his face full of smiles, looking at Su Changyu. Su Changyu was very calm on the surface, but his heart was full of doubts and curiosity. He didn't know what the hell was going to do. You're very good, come up. King Zhuxian spoke and asked Su Changyu to go up the steps. The latter did not talk nonsense and walked towards the king of Zhuxian. When the two met, the Zhuxian king looked at the clouds in the sky and then slowly spoke. I don't know how many times, no one has ever come to this level. You are very good, come to me. He spoke, his voice was very peaceful, which made people feel more favorable. However, Su Changyu was a little curious and puzzled. Because after all, he didn't know who this person was. But what surprised Su Changyu? The king of Zhuxian seemed to see through Su Changyu's thoughts. He stared at Yunxia and then said slowly. Don't you know who I am? He asked so. I don't know. Su Changyu said the truth. No wonder. The king of Zhuxian chuckled, and he finally understood why Su Changyu was so calm with him. Those who don't know are fearless. That's what it means. Are you strong?
Su Changyu asked, but he was still very calm. Hearing this, King Zhuxian smiled indifferently.
The master of an era. His simple answer showed his pride. The master of an era?
Su Changyu turned his gaze on the king of Zhuxian and asked.
Better than the nascent soul monk? He asked like this. Zhuxian king, dot.
The king of Zhuxian was stunned for a moment. He didn't know how to explain to Su Changyu what the master of an era is.
Nascent soul realm?
He didn't even know how much he would die in this state. He was a little depressed.
How can this kind of problem be expressed from Su Changyu's mouth? I have talked about the master of an era. Nascent soul monk? What is that? I told you that I am the master of an era. Do you ask me if I have strong nascent soul realm? Would you rather humiliate me? If it weren't for the fact that the Zhuxian king had practiced for countless years, I'd probably have already failed.
Seeing that King Zhuxian refused to answer for a long time, Su Changyu became a little suspicious. Feeling Su Changyu's doubts, King Zhuxian sighed. If the person in front of him was any monk, he would have slapped him with a slap. But it was Su Changyu, the first person to reach this level in countless years. So he could only endure it.
Stronger than the nascent soul.
The king of Zhuxian said helplessly.
What about the soul? Su Changyu continued to ask. Zhuxian king, dot. Can you not ask this question? Are you sick? I am all called Zhuxian king. Do you ask me if I am better than the Yuanshan cultivator? The Zhuxian king has some problems with his mentality. Better than them, I'm an immortal.
The king of Zhuxian said helplessly and told Su Changyu about his own strength.
Immortal? Su Changyu was stunned for a moment.
But soon, Su Changyu frowned and said, You are lying, and the immortals are still in the sky.
You cannot be an immortal. Su Changyu said very confidently.
Since childhood, the head of the sect has talked about the legend of immortals.
The so-called immortals are the ultimate goal of countless monks. If you become an immortal, you have to go to the immortal world. This is the immortal. Now that the king of Zhuxian said that he was an immortal, Su Changyu would definitely not believe it. Zhuxian king, dot.
At this moment, the king of Zhuxian really didn't know how to explain to Su Changyu.
Even the king of Zhuxian was a little silent. How could he encounter such a weird thing? It took a long time.
The king of Zhuxian came to his senses and then looked at Su Changyu. I am indeed an immortal, but I have indeed ascended to the immortal world.
This is just a spiritual body of me.
The king of Zhuxian explained. But soon, he continued. These things are all small things.
Now I want to hand over my will to you. Do you know what Zhuxian's will is? The king of Zhuxian asked Su Changyu. I don't know. Su Changyu didn't even know who the king of Zhuxian was. How could he know the will of Zhuxian? Okay, just don't know, sit down. The Zhuxian king nodded with satisfaction.
It was enough if he didn't know, but he was afraid that Su Changyu would know.
Sit down?
Su Changyu felt that the other party was plotting against him.
He was a little wary and took a step back. Stop struggling, sit down.
The king of Zhuxian chuckled and waved his hand. Su Changyu sat on the ground and was forcibly fixed.
What are you up to?
Su Changyu said calmly, but his heart was full of tension.
Tell me about your will to Zhuxian. My friend, you are very lucky.
Zhuxian will is the method of becoming an immortal that I have only studied for 100,000 years.
As long as you don't commit suicide, you will become an immortal in the future. The king of Zhuxian said seriously.
While speaking, an ancient tripod condensed above the sky.
This is a utensil condensed by Zhuxian's will. Zhuxian cauldron.
The cauldron has 3 feet and 3 feet in body, and the 3-legged round cauldron has some ancient divine texts engraved on it, which looks very simple.
Su Changyu could not move, and could not even speak.
The king of Zhuxian stood in the void and looked at Su Changyu in a very calm manner. Su Changyu, when you choose to inherit the will of Zhuxian, you have to bear the cause and effect of this world. Where there is yang between heaven and earth, there is yin. Yang is the righteous energy of heaven and earth, and yin is an evil thing.
Every once in a while, an evil demon will be revived. The will of the immortal is to kill these evil demons.
Punish him, practice the way for heaven, and regard him as a killing immortal, so that he can obtain the supreme immortal position. Su Changyu, today, I will hand over the will of Zhuxian to you, and you must do your best to heaven. Of course, you must also seize the time to improve your strength.
Once the evil demon is born and you lack cultivation, you will be killed.
But don't worry, I will leave all the treasures in this palace to you.
Changyu, see you in the fairy world.
After the Zhuxian king said this, his figure gradually disappeared. Su Changyu, who was covered in circles on his face.
What? Still dangerous?
End of this chapter.
Su Changyu was a little confused. Why is there still danger? Can I not want this will of Zhuxian? He must have the benefits of free use. But if you have to take risks, you definitely don't. Especially, Su Changyu couldn't stand the evil demons in confrontations. Drink tea, Su Changyu goes. Fighting, killing, Su Changyu can't do it. Isn't this a force to force people? But no matter how Su Changyu wanted to explain, he couldn't say anything.
Not only that, but more importantly, the Zhuxian king had disappeared.
With the disappearance of Zhuxian king, Zhuxians will also bless Su Changyu's body.
At this moment, Su Changyu had an unprecedented experience. This is a kind of inheritance of will, which made Su Changyu understand a lot. However, it was at this moment. In Su Changyu's soul, the jade engraved with the Sun of Destiny was even more dazzling.
Above the sky, the Ziwei Emperor star also emits an extremely dazzling light.
The other 5 imperial stars were dull and dull. This is recognized by destiny. At this moment, Su Changyu understood that the will of Zhuxian was not the will of Zhuxian king, but the will of heaven and earth. After King Zhuxian obtained the will of heaven and earth, he changed his name to Zhuxian will of himself.
The so-called will of Zhuxian. It represents the battle between yin and yang.
In this world, there is yang and yin. The so-called yang is the beauty of all things, and it is prosperous and upward, which means good.
Yin is an evil thing, the evil thoughts of all things, and the evil thoughts of heaven and earth. When these evil thoughts increase, a demon will be born. This devil will destroy everything.
But good thoughts, that is, the will of heaven and earth, will bless a person to resist evil thoughts. If you win, everything will be happy, and heaven and earth will usher in new life and all things will be revived. But if it is defeated, the demons will rule the world, a new order will arrive, and the creatures will be devastated. In other words, inheriting the will of Zhuxian means that you have become a savior and saved the people and the fire. And at this moment, 2 green lotus appeared on the jade of luck. A green lotus, a black lotus. The green lotus is slightly smaller, and the black lotus is bigger. This represents yin and yang, the green lotus is yang, and the black lotus is yin. Especially the black lotus, it is almost fertile seeds. The green lotus obviously has a malnutrition feeling. At this moment, I understand all the causes and consequences. Su Changyu was completely panicked. His greatest dream in life is to become the head of Qingyun Sect. Let yourself be the savior? This is obviously impossible. Go and save the world by yourself? It's almost the same to wait for others to save the world. This time I've had a big time playing. Completely big play. After inheriting the will of Zhuxian, Su Changyu knew that once the will is inherited, it will not be changed. Unless he dies, the will of heaven and earth will be blessed on anyone and cannot be seized or transferred. It's over. It's over. It's over. Another thing is that the black lotus is obviously much stronger than the green lotus, which means that the devil nurtured by the black lotus is much stronger than itself. And once lotus seeds are born, the devil will be born directly, which will be a huge trouble. However, at this moment, 2 lotus seeds gathered on the green lotus, which seemed to be able to nurture 2 people. This made Su Changyu breathe a sigh of relief. 2 lotus seeds, that is, are the 2 people who inherit the will of the heavenly way?
That's fine, it's fine. Su Changyu breathed a sigh of relief.
If this responsibility is really put on himself, Su Changyu promises to go back to the sect and not go anywhere, and he will not care about the chaotic world of demons.
After all, there is nothing we can do.
But if there was one person, Su Changyu would not be very worried.
Just paddle by yourself and let another person go. No matter what opportunities and luck are, I will give it to him.
The only trouble is that Su Changyu doesn't know who this person is. At this moment, a portal appeared in front of Su Changyu.
After inheriting the will of Zhu Xian, you can leave directly. And at the same time, outside the kingdom. Things in the kingdom have been completely spread.
I don't know how many monks knew what happened in the kingdom. Many monks sighed that they did not expect such a thing to happen.
The Zhu Xian king actually hid a soul in it.
But outside the kingdom, the most eye-catching ones are Yi Ping and the other two. It's not that Yi Ping is eye-catching, but that the dragon horse is too dazzling.
Stepping on the void, surrounding the dragon's shadow, the power of qi and blood is like a sun. This is an immortal mount and a divine beast. How can it not attract the attention of the monks? My junior brother, it seems that you have gained a good harvest?
At this moment, Xiao Mushua's figure appeared in front of Yi Ping.
She glanced at Longma and couldn't help but say this.
I have met my senior sister, but I have gained a lot. When Yi Ping saw Xiao Mushue, he bowed immediately, and Huangfu Tianlong beside him also bowed quickly.
I heard that even the king of Zhu Xian appeared this time, right? Xiao Mushue asked. It's appeared, but the king of Zhu Xian shows the eldest brother. Yi Ping replied. What? Choose the eldest brother? That eldest brother?
Xiao Mushue was a little surprised.
It's senior brother Changyu. Yi Ping subconsciously replied, isn't the eldest brother just one? How could I choose this waste?
Xiao Mushue was slightly stunned, and she murmured to herself.
She knew the part of the Zhu Xian king, but she never expected that Zhu Xian king would choose Su Changyu as his successor. This is a bit troublesome. Sister, you don't know how strong the eldest brother was at that time.
He suppressed all the geniuses, and he simply didn't know how to describe it.
Yi Ping was a little excited. He is still extremely shocked by what the eldest brother did in the kingdom.
Faced with so many geniuses, the eldest brother suppressed it in a few words. He is really a peerless master.
Okay, then are you going back to the sect or what are you doing?
Senior sister has some things to deal with, and she is looking for you in a few days.
Xiao Mushue spoke.
Now that she learned that Su Changyu had obtained the inheritance of the Zhu Xian king, she had something to deal with. The eldest brother asked me to go to the Great Xia imperial capital to wait for him. The younger brother planned to go to the Great Xia imperial capital.
Yi Ping answered this. Okay, then you should be careful.
There is also this dragon horse, be a little low-key, otherwise it will cause you trouble. Xiao Mushue nodded, and at the same time made Longma low-key, afraid of causing some trouble to Yi Ping.
Clear. Yi Ping nodded. At that moment, Xiao Mushue's figure disappeared from the spot.
Yi Ping didn't think much about it, and went to the Daxia dynasty with Huangfu Tianlong in Longma.
And at the same time, under the Qingyun Taoist temple,
a group of men in black appeared slowly.
Do you understand what the above explained?
The leader of the man in black spoke, his tone was calm and cold.
Clear. Everyone answered one after another.
Immediately afterwards, the group of men in black slowly stepped onto the Qingyun Dao sect. End of this chapter.
Inside the Qingyun Dao sect,
the group seemed mysterious. They were dressed in black.
Walking up the mountain. It was night.
Taoist Taihua stood alone on the cliff behind the green clouds, staring at the stars in the sky.
When he was free, Taoist Taihua told Su Changyu and others a fortune-teller. Looking at the big evil hexagram in the compass, a look of worry couldn't help but appear in the eyes of Taoist Taihua.
However, when Taoist Taihua calculated the great good hexagram for himself, a little smile appeared on his face.
This is not bad, at least I am not lucky.
The heaven is above, I hope to resolve their disasters by the disciples.
Taoist Taihua murmured to himself. That's when. Taoist Taihua couldn't help but recall the past again.
In his mind, he vaguely saw Su Changyu in the flood. I can also vaguely see the scene of meeting several other disciples for the first time. But at this moment, suddenly, a group of figures slowly appeared outside the Qingyun Sect. The group of men in black covered their faces, only a pair of eyes revealed, and the expression in their eyes was full of coldness. They came and communicated with their spiritual sense. According to the intelligence investigation, the only strong man in this Qingyun Sect is our target, Yiping.
Kill everyone, don't leave any traces, do you know? The man in the lead spoke with a gloomy voice.
Yes. The other 12 men in black spoke one after another. However, just when they had just arrived at Qingyun Sect, soon, a figure appeared in their eyes.
But it was not Taihua Taoist, but Daxu.
As usual, after finishing his work, Daxu came to the front cliff of Qingyun Daozong to meditate. Since he came to Qingyun Sect, Daxu has felt more and more that he has picked up a treasure. Every disciple of Qingyun Sect seems to be very useless, but in fact he is hidden in it. So, Daxu has been secretly observing these disciples. I found that Su Luochen and others were studying the formations and talismans every day except for meditating. Therefore, Daxu believed that there must be some treasure hidden in this Qingyun cliff, and this place must be a feng shui treasure land. It is precisely because of this that Daxu meditates and practices every day on Xianya. I look forward to one day when I can suddenly realize or discover the secrets of Qingyun Sect. However, just today, Daxu, who was about to enter into meditation and meditate, suddenly found some figures and were sneaking into the Qingyun Sect.
In an instant, Daxu cheered up.
Who?
Daxu frowned and shouted loudly. In an instant, the group of men in black instantly noticed Daxu. The evil demon in the nascent soul realm? I didn't expect that a small sect would actually have a nascent soul cultivator. This is the Ghost King.
The men in black instantly saw through Daxu's original body and had already cultivated. They were a little surprised, but not afraid.
One of them was even more direct and took out a treasure mirror.
The mirror shone out a fiery red light on the spot, shooting on Daxu.
3 spirits true fire?
Daxu's expression changed and he was so scared that he quickly retreated, but this mirror was extremely extraordinary and the light shining out was extremely fast, making it difficult to avoid.
Sizzle!
White smoke emanated from Daxu, looking very lethal.
Sector, the enemy attacks, the enemy attacks. But in an instant, Daxu roared, reminding Taihua Taoist to attack.
Now, there are only Taoist Taihua in the Qingyun Sect. Although he didn't know who the other party was, Daxu's first reaction was to notify the leader immediately. The sound was deafening and spread throughout the Qingyun Sect.
In the middle of the back cliff, Taoist Taihua was still pondering, and after hearing this sound, his face changed. Enemy attack? What does it mean? Taoist Taihua was a little confused. Why were they attacked by the enemy for no reason?
But at this moment, more than a dozen figures appeared instantly on the cliff behind Qingyun. Dozens of people surrounded Taoist Taihua and brought Daxu over.
Where is Yiping? Take Yiping, you can't kill you.
As everyone appeared, before Taoist Taihua understood his thoughts, these people had already arrived in front of him. They are very strong, no lower than the nascent soul, otherwise Daxu would not have had the power of backhand.
Everyone looked at Taoist Taihua.
They searched the entire Qingyun Taoist sect with their spiritual sense and found that only Daxu and Taoist Taihua were. At that moment, I couldn't help but frown and asked in various questions. Before, they didn't dare to search with their spiritual sense, because they were worried about alerting the enemy, but they didn't expect that Yiping was not here.
Everyone, what happened? Did Yiping cause trouble outside? If you really get into trouble, I hope you will forgive me. I can apologize to you on his behalf. Taoist Taihua has never seen this posture before. How can you cause trouble? Suddenly, why did a bunch of uninvited guests come?
Taoist Taihua subconsciously thought that Yiping caused trouble outside and was thinking about how to seek peace. However, these men in black looked cold.
The man in black, led by the leader, stood with his hands behind his back. In his eyes, Taoist Taihua was an ordinary chi training cultivator. So there is no fear or defense at all. You don't need to know some things. Now I will write a book to ask your little disciple to come back. I can guarantee that it will not hurt his life, but someone will ask him to come. He spoke, his tone was very calm, but his tone was not too rushing, but instead made people feel calm, giving people a feeling that there was only some conflict. However, although Taoist Taihua had a poor cultivation level, he still had experience in cultivating immortals. He knew that something must be wrong, otherwise, he would not have been so complicated and sent so many people. Everyone, I think there must be some misunderstandings in this. Why not sit down and chat?
If my disciple did not offend him, as his master, I, Taihua, would not be able to protect me.
Taoist Taihua still wants to understand what happened. But the latter shook his head. In an instant, Daxu's scream sounded. The red mirror light shone on him, just like a flame burning on him. This is the most powerful and yang magic weapon, which is dedicated to restraining evil spirits. Dax's body was smoking and in great pain. He rolled on the ground but could not escape. Daxu! Taoist Taihua shouted, then looked at everyone, his tone weakened a little again. If you have something to say, don't do that. I hope you can explain clearly what happened. Taoist Taihua was not afraid, but was a little at a loss, especially when he saw Daxu's appearance. He felt even more distressed. Okay, since you are pretending to be confused with your understanding, I will tell you. After more than 20 years ago, did you find an orphan? The other party spoke. Yes, but that's not Yi Ping. Taoist Taihua nodded and replied. Not Yi Ping? Are you still lying to me here? The leader in black spoke coldly. The next moment, the mirror light became more intense, and Daxu screamed louder. I didn't lie to you. Yi Ping is my little disciple. I didn't know him even more than 20 years ago. I really didn't lie to you. Okay, I lied to you, you continued to say. Taoist Taihua kept explaining, but Daxu was burned all the time, and Taoist Taihua finally bit the bullet and admitted it. End of this chapter. If it weren't for the pain of being burned by Daxu. To be honest, Taoist Taihua plans to make it clear to these people. After all, you can come here to rob, but you can't fabricate right and wrong. Black is black, white is white, and you can't lie when you are a human being. This is the principle of Qingyun Sect. But when people were under the roof, they had to bow their heads. Daxu was still in the hands of these people, so they could only listen honestly. 20 years ago, you saved an orphan. Do you know the origin of this orphan? The other party's tone was very calm, and he stood with his hands behind his back, staring at Taoist Taihua, and asked this. Chang Yu's identity? Taoist Taihua frowned slightly, his expression seemed a little unfair. Sizzle! The next moment, Dax's screams rang out again. At that moment, Taoist Taihua immediately spoke. You mean Yi Ping's life experience? Taoist Taihua continued to bite the bullet and answered. Yes, it's Yi Ping's life experience. Do you know who he is? The man in black said coldly. Who is it? Taoist Taihua asked curiously. Don't pretend to be confused with me here, would you not know? The other party spoke coldly. Have no idea. Taoist Taihua shook his head. Sizzle! Dax's screams rang out again. Okay, I know. Taoist Taihua is a little terrible. But I don't know whether Taoist Taihua has a temper or not, and the one who has the least temper is Daxu. Daxu was puzzled. What do you ask Yi Ping's matter, is it all my business? Moreover, Taoist Taihua said it wrong and didn't care about my nonsense. Why is it me who was beaten? Please. Let me go. If it doesn't work, I'll invite Yi Ping over. Can you tell him in person? Don't bully a ghost. Do you still have a conscience? Is there any morality? Even ghosts bully? Dax's mentality is really explosive. He did nothing and did not have anything to do with him. He was the one who was beaten and punished. If you want to kill, just kill. What are you torture ghosts? Since you know who Yi Ping is, you should also know what we are here for, right? He continued to speak, saying so. Taoist Taihua was about to say he didn't know, but after seeing Dax's gaze, he finally nodded. The latter seemed very satisfied, and then took a few steps forward and looked at Taoist Taihua. I think you are also a person who knows the current affairs. Take your apprentice, this matter has nothing to do with you, and I will give you a reward, a spirit stone that is enough to make you never have to worry about in your life. I know, it's difficult to get you to give up this relationship between master and apprentice, but you have to know what Yi Ping is, do you understand? The other party tempts it and gives benefits, but the purpose is also clear. Want to know Yi Ping's whereabouts? Of course, the better thing is that Taoist Taihua can deceive Yi Ping over. However, Taoist Taihua shook his head helplessly. Although he knew the other party had misunderstood, he didn't want to explain. After all, it seemed that these people would not listen to their explanations. Secondly, neither Su Changyu nor Yi Ping would harm his disciples. Yu sighed, not waiting for Taoist Taihua to speak. The latter's eyes instantly became cold. Are you punishing the wine if you want to toast? As he spoke, the mirror light became even more intense, and Daxu was burning and screaming. Please kill me directly. Daxu cried loudly, he would rather die than die. He is the king of ghosts, the most in thing. The mirror light released by this mirror is the light of golden sun. It shines on him, which is 100 times more painful than baking in a stove. Ordinary people can't bear it at all. This extreme pain made Daxu call him a good guy. Taoist Taihua was also a little confused. He hasn't spoken yet? Just shake your head, are you? Wait. Taoist Taihua spoke, he reached out his hand, and then calmly said. Can I ask a question? Taoist Taihua took a deep breath. Ask the other party. You say. The latter stopped torture to Daxu, but looked at Taoist Taihua and asked. Who sent you here? Taoist Taihua asked calmly. Do you need to know? The latter looked at Taoist Taihua and replied meaningfully. At least be a wise ghost. If you don't understand, you will die. I'm unwilling to accept it. Taoist Taihua answered this. All fools know that if they tell the whereabouts of Yi Ping or Su Changyu, the other party will definitely not let him go. He knew this truth that cutting grass requires eradication, 10 years ago. Just say this. The latter was a little silent. He thought that Taoist Taihua was easy to deceive, but what he didn't expect was that Taoist Taihua could guess that they had made up their minds to kill. But even so, he did not panic at all, but continued to lie. As long as you tell Yi Ping's whereabouts, although you will die, I can guarantee that the other disciples of yours will not die, and I will give them a spiritual stone to help you resolve the relationship between master and disciple. You are not wrong, I don't want to kill you either, but unfortunately, you are involved in this matter, so. He continued to lie. After all, he was worried that Taoist Taihua would be burned to pieces. Whether Taoist Taihua died or not was not the main thing, but Yi Ping died was the main thing. So he needs to stabilize Taoist Taihua. But Taoist Taihua still shook his head. I just want to get the answer, I don't want to know anything else. For some reason, the temperament of Taoist Taihua has changed slightly. The latter is silent. Finally, he thought about it and spoke slowly. The Great Xia Emperor's Star. He gave an answer, but this answer was a bit vague. The Great Xia Emperor's Star refers to the Great Xia Emperor and also refers to the Great Xia Prince. However, for Taoist Taihua, this answer is enough. Sure enough, I finally got to this point. Taoist Taihua shook his head and sighed deeply. Okay, where is Yi Ping? The other party did not want to continue to waste time, so he directly asked Taoist Taihua. However, Taoist Taihua seemed very calm. I ask you something. Do you know what happened in Qingyun 20 years ago? Taoist Taihua spoke calmly and asked the man in black. What's the matter? The latter frowned slightly, but soon he couldn't help saying. 20 years ago, a strange treasure was released in Qingyun, which caused two cultivators in the Yuanshan realm to fight,
which eventually led to the Qingyun disaster.
He spoke slowly.
But the next moment, his expression changed instantly, and sword energy appeared around him. However, an extremely cold voice slowly appeared in his ears. Remember, in the next life, be decisive and don't be too verbose.
The sound rang. I saw, not far away. A talisman on Taoist Taihua's chest was torn off. In an instant,
the terrifying spiritual energy spread throughout the Qingyun mountains.
No.
He is a strong man in the Yuanshan realm.
No. This is not the realm of the soul, this is the realm of the Mahayana. The next moment,
a sound filled with incredible shock slowly rang out. End of this chapter.
Inside the Qingyun Sect. Unexpectedly, these men in black died. Taoist Taihua was actually a peerless master? Mahayana realm. There aren't many in the world. How could such a strong man appear in a small sect? The cliff behind the sky. Taoist Taihua took off the talisman from his chest.
He had no joy or any intention of pretending, but instead seemed extremely helpless and looked at the group of men in black. Taoist Taihua's eyes were very complicated, both complicated and helpless. He had no hatred for these people, but a helplessness. Senior, I hope you forgive me. We are just doing our orders, which is not what we meant at all.
I hope you can forgive me for your sins.
These monks in black were cowardly. They knelt on the ground and begged for mercy at the first time, because they themselves didn't know what to do except begging for mercy.
This is a powerful man in the Mahayana period.
The gap between them and Taoist Taihua is to describe it as a 100-800 mile long distance praising them.
All the men in black were surrendered.
Facing a monk in the Mahayana realm, they really cannot have any sign of resistance, they only have fear and awe. It can be said that in the entire Qingyun sect, there is only one person in an extremely happy mood, while the others are a little dull. Even Taoist Taihua didn't know why, and he wasn't particularly happy. And the only person who is happy is Daxu. After being tortured for so long, I didn't expect that the head of the sect would hide it. To be honest, Daxu was very curious at the beginning. The head of the sect was obviously a peerless master, so why did he keep hiding it? Now Daxu understands that the leader's move is called using fake to distort the real. At the beginning, I pretended that I was weak, and the purpose was to force these people to tell who the real murderer was behind the scenes. This trick is really good, and the only disadvantage is that it has caused me a lot of hardships. But now the bitterness is over, and the bitterness is over. Daxu struggled out of the mirror light. He took action directly and beat the people up. He did not forget how these guys treated him before. However, before taking action, Daxu still glanced at Taoist Taihua. The latter seemed to be full of worries. After feeling his gaze, he did not give any answer, but he did not mean to stop him. At the moment, Daxu didn't care about it and took action directly to beat these guys to death. Daxu was extremely cruel and was ruthless in his attacks. After all, these guys had no mercy before. Stop fighting, fight again, it will be a life-threatening person. Train, move, we will do everything. 2 seniors, please let us go. Super immortals, seniors, we all act on orders, and the people behind the scenes are not us. This group of people was beaten and doubted their lives. They cried on the ground without any backbone. It is really unimaginable why the Emperor Star of Daxia sent such a person to assassinate Yi Ping. How long has it been? Can't stand this? Okay, Daxu. At this moment, Taoist Taihua sighed and stopped Daxu's behavior. Sect Master, will you let these guys go like this? Hearing the voice of Taoist Taihua, Daxu was a little depressed. In his eyes, these people came to assassinate them. How could it be that way that they were let go? However, Taoist Taihua did not answer Daxu, but looked at the people. Has Changyu's identity been known by the Daxia royal family? Taoist Taihua spoke out, and he looked at these people calmly and asked. Changyu? Senior, it's Yi Ping. Yes, Senior, you made a mistake again. I'm waiting to come to trouble Yi Ping. Everyone spoke, they were very serious in this regard and corrected the mistakes of Taoist Taihua.
Okay, do they know Yi Ping's identity?
Taoist Taihua had nothing to say, so I asked this directly. Yes, Di Xing already knows Yi Ping's identity. The man in black answered this, but the imperial star he mentioned was not the emperor of Daxia, but the prince of Daxia, the future imperial star.
Really?
Taoist Taihua sighed, and he stood not far away and spoke slowly.
Senior brother, you are not wrong. The real demon is hidden in the great Xia dynasty.
Taoist Taihua shook his head helplessly.
Then, he waved his hand and looked at Daxu. Daxu, send them home.
After getting his own answer, Taoist Taihua had nothing to say, and this group of people couldn't use it, so he asked Daxu to send them home. Just as he said this, Daxu was stunned. He was a little confused about what this sentence meant. However, the next moment, before the group of men in black could explain anything, Taoist Taihua waved his hand, and the group of people were sealed, unable to make any sound, and could not move anything.
At this moment, Daxu probably understood what Taoist Taihua meant. Okay, master. Daxu looked full of joy.
He had been angry a lot before, and he was the Ghost King, so he was not at all unfamiliar with doing such a thing. Taoist Taihua sat alone on the cliff behind the blue clouds and fell into deep thought. His eyes were filled with helplessness.
Because he just uncovered the talisman in his body.
In fact, I am indeed a hidden master, but the reason why I become a hidden master is that I don't like to pretend. But more than 20 years ago, after he stole Su Changyu from the Daxia palace, he was chased and killed. The whole thing is very complicated. More than 20 years ago, everyone in the world knew that the 10th prince was born, and auspicious light came from the sky and auspiciousness was everywhere. But no one knows that the auspicious light in the sky is endless blood.
Because a demon was born in that day.
The reason why Taoist Taihua stole Su Changyu was because he used the secret of Taishan Tian to figure out that someone would be unfavorable to Su Changyu in his cradle. I want to sacrifice Su Changyu to awaken the devil. As a righteous monk, Taoist Taihua naturally could not let this happen. So he took action to resolve the situation and rescued Su Changyu. But what Taoist Taihua didn't expect was that the person who wanted to be unfavorable to Su Changyu was actually his senior brother. His senior brother also defected to the demon god sect, trying to use Su Changyu's blood to awaken the demon that destroyed the world. So more than 20 years ago, he fought with his senior brother in Qingzhou, and finally narrowly won half a move, injured his senior brother, and then claimed to be his own cultivation and hid in the Qingyun Sect.
But what I didn't expect was, I actually encountered such a thing and had to uncover the talisman. And once the talisman is revealed,
my senior brother will sense himself as soon as possible.
In other words, things are a little more troublesome. But at the moment, Taoist Taihua knows that many things cannot be hidden. Instead of hiding them like this, it is better to go straight to the point.
Respond to changes with the same change.
However, at this moment,
a sound could not help but sound slowly. Junior brother, I haven't seen you for more than 20 years.
Do you miss me?
End of this chapter. Junior brother, I haven't seen you for more than 20 years.
Do you miss me?
The old voice sounded, with a feeling of long-lasting experience.
Inside the Qingyun Sect. Taoist Taihua didn't feel any surprise when he heard this sound again.
Instead, he sighed and looked along the sound. I didn't expect that you have been lurking in Qingzhou for more than 20 years.
Senior brother, can you really not let it go?
Taoist Taihua spoke, and his words were helpless. At this moment, a figure appeared on the back cliff. The difference is that this is not an old man, he sounds very old, but he is a middle-aged man. He stood in front of Taoist Taihua, expressionless.
Can't let go?
The middle-aged man spoke with his expression unchanged, but his eyes showed coldness and looked at Taoist Taihua.
Senior brother, you are too persistent. Taoist Taihua sighed and said so.
Daxu, who was standing beside him, was silent at this moment. He did not dare to speak. After all, this occasion was not suitable for speaking.
Persistence?
Junior brother, you have learned the master's style to the fullest.
No wonder master likes you so much. Taoist Taihua spoke, but there was sarcasm in his words. Senior brother, let it go. So many years have passed, and your plan has failed. If there is still hatred, can the life of junior brother offset the hatred in his heart? Taoist Taihua looked at the other party and said like this. However, the latter shook his head, and he looked at Taoist Taihua, his eyes full of fierceness. Taihua, I have always treated you as my junior brother and have good care of you everywhere. More than 20 years ago, my senior brother, I learned about the method of becoming an immortal. I didn't say anything, I only told you one person. But not only did you not help me, but you also ruined my plan. Now you are even more hypocritical here. Junior brother, how could you become so hypocritical? The latter spoke, clenched his fists, and looked at Taoist Taihua, and his eyes were almost filled with fire. Just as this said, Taoist Taihua was full of bitterness. Senior brother, your method to become an immortal is to sacrifice countless people. I would rather become an immortal than become an immortal in this way of becoming an immortal. Moreover, if the cause and effect of heaven and earth really become an immortal, you will bear more karma. When the time comes, no one is human, no immortal, no ghost, that will harm you. Taoist Taihua still dissuaded him, and he explained again, hoping that the other party could understand. However, the latter waved his robe and roared. Don't be full of compassion here, and people will not be punished for themselves, and heaven will be punished by the earth. Everything in the world has a certain number. If you say compassion, there are 10 gigabytes of creatures in a bowl of tea. If you drink it in one mouthful, is this compassion? Is this what is called compassion for ordinary people, raising livestock in captivity, killing and eating them? In the end, it's just a matter of strength and weakness. What's the people in the world? What's the impact of the sacrifice part in changing my immortal throne in 1,000 years? He roared, his eyes full of anger. Some remarks are even more contrary to the laws of nature. Senior brother, you are a fallacy. Taoist Taihua took a deep breath and said so. Skewer? Nothing you say is useless now. The grudges of more than 20 years will be settled today. Besides, is it a fallacy? After I become an immortal, the wrong thing will be correct. Taoist Taihua's senior brother was completely obsessed with his eyes, and his desire to kill. Senior brother, my junior brother is still the same. If you want to kill me and you feel hatred in your heart, my junior brother will stand here. Taoist Taihua sighed. He was willing to use his life to resolve the other party's hatred. However, the latter laughed. Kill you? Just kill you? More than 20 years ago, you fought a great battle and you seriously injured me. Then you used the ancient talisman of transformation to prove your own cultivation, forcibly transforming into mortals, sealing memories, and cutting off all breaths. I have been looking for you for more than 20 years, and now I have finally found you. Do you think it's as simple as I want to kill you? He laughed, and told the secret of that battle back then. After hearing this, Taoist Taihua couldn't help but feel helpless. Yes. More than 20 years ago, Qingyun suffered a great disaster. Some people recorded that it was a battle between two soul monks, which caused the lives of Qingyun to suffer. But in fact, they were not two soul cultivators, but two Mahayana powerful men, he and his senior brother. Later, Taoist Taihua severely injured his senior brother and used a defiant means to tamper with the memories of all the monks in Qingyun, making them mistakenly believe that it was two cultivators who were fighting for a treasure. In the end, Taoist Taihua used the ancient talisman to transform the mortal. I forgot everything and only knew that I was an ordinary cultivator, established the Qingyun Sect, and my cultivation was self-confirmed. However, just a few days ago, by chance, the inheritance of the 7 kings was obtained. The 8 trigrams diagram shook the ancient talisman of Huafan, resulting in the restoration of some memory. It is precisely because of this that his senior brother will notice it. But even if some of the memories were restored, Taoist Taihua didn't want to be completely exposed. If it weren't for the people from the Daxia dynasty who came to the door directly, he wouldn't have revealed the talisman. However, after revealing the ancient talisman, he also had his own ideas. He wanted to make a break, and the break between his brothers.
More than 20 years ago, in order to become an immortal, his senior brother wanted to sacrifice Su Changyu, and then supplemented the lives of countless people, so as to awaken the demon god and obtain the mystery of becoming an immortal. But this plan was destroyed by himself, but Taoist Taihua knew that this matter would be settled sooner or later. Now, Su Changyu has grown up and his plan has been completely shattered, and he has no regrets of death.
Senior brother, the method of becoming an immortal has been cut off. If you want to kill, just kill. Taoist Taihua has nothing to say.
In his eyes, his senior brother was so entangled because he could not become an immortal, and now he was only hatred.
But Taoist Taihua's senior brother shook his head and said incredibly gloomy. You're wrong. Taihua, you're very wrong. At that time, you destroyed my plan, and even I thought I could not become an immortal. But do you know what I discovered after being severely injured by you? Senior brother discovered the remains of the ancient demon sect, which was hidden in Qingyun.
I learned the real way to become an immortal, the great way to transform demons.
I can't become an immortal, but if I can become a demon god, the meaning is the same.
As long as I find the Son of Destiny, sacrifice him, cooperate with the essence and blood of tens of millions of people, and arrange a formation, I can revive the demon god, let him enter my body, and complete an alternative resurrection.
At that time, I can still become an immortal, ha ha ha. He laughed, looking a little crazy.
Senior brother, if you do this, you will likely be taken over by the devil at that time.
You have been bewitched, which is obviously fake.
Taoist Taihua spoke with a moving expression.
Snatch the body? So what? At least I can become an immortal. At least I have the opportunity to become an immortal.
Besides, I will naturally not let him succeed in taking the body.
I'm at the end. If I don't try my best, it's at the end. Taihua, I will give you one last chance to help me and bring him.
You and me are still brothers.
If I become an immortal, I will make you an immortal. In this world, I am the only relative of you. Taihua, I can ignore the past, what?
He spoke out and looked at Taoist Taihua, his eyes full of expectation. End of this chapter. His eyes were full of fanaticism. At the same time, it also has a last glimmer of hope.
However, facing his senior brother, Taoist Taihua finally sighed.
Senior brother, stop, you can't make any mistakes in your plan. Taoist Taihua shook his head, his tone was full of helplessness. But when he said this, the latter laughed.
Ha 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 ha. Junior brother, you are indeed you. I finally understand why Master likes you so much. You are like your master, you are a person who obeys the will of heaven, but have you ever thought about something?
What we cultivators do is to go against the will of heaven and change our destiny, stealing the yin and yang of heaven and earth, and taking away the fortune of heaven and earth, but you are thinking about following the destiny of heaven.
It's really ridiculous.
Taoist Taihua sneered. When he said this, his eyes were extremely cold at Taoist Taihua.
However, I can give you one last chance.
You have inherited the master's magic trick. You can tell yourself a fortune to determine whether you will die. If you think you are going to die, don't blame your senior brother. If you think you don't die, then your senior brother will let you go.
What?
He said this, let Taoist Taihua tell his own fortune.
Good. Taoist Taihua nodded, and he agreed without any hesitation.
After saying this, Taoist Taihua took out the bagua plate and then used the technique of Tianji. Various lights were released from the bagua plate.
Taoist Taihua looked extremely calm, and he kept making various magic seals.
A full quarter of an hour later,
a word appeared on the bagua plate. Fierce. This is the hexagram.
After seeing this hexagram, Taoist Taihua did not show any panic, but instead smiled. This surprised Daxu a little.
Why did you smile when you figured out the bad omen?
He was puzzled. The senior brother of Taoist Taihua was also puzzled.
Why are you laughing? He asked Taoist Taihua. But before he could react, a halo of gossip suddenly appeared under Dax's feet.
At this moment, he realized. Taoist Taihua is not telling fortunes at all, but setting up formations.
He was going to send Daxu away and leave this place. Because Daxu is here, he will definitely die. Sect Master? This?
Daxu didn't expect that Taoist Taihua had to do it all over and over again, and actually wanted to send him away.
For a moment, Daxu didn't know what to say. Daxu, leave quickly and bring this letter to them. Remember, don't think about avenging me.
Taoist Taihua left the last sentence, and a flying sword appeared in his hand in an instant. The flying sword appears black, filled with countless sword energy. Senior brother, I could defeat you more than 20 years ago, and I could still. Taoist Taihua drew his sword, he stared forward and said. The sword shadows were heavy, and the sword energy filled the entire Qingyun Sect.
Junior brother, you're thinking too much.
More than 20 years ago, my senior brother was plotted against. If the 13 princes of the Great Xia dynasty had not taken action together, I would not have been seriously injured. Junior brother, master teaches you the Tianji algorithm, but you pass on the strongest swordsmanship to me, you can't compare to mine. The senior brother of Taoist Taihua said this. He was very confident and conceited, standing with his hands behind his back, not even showing his sword. Even so, I'll give it a try. Taoist Taihua took action. And the moment he took action, Daxu left and disappeared from the spot. The senior brother of Taoist Taihua did not stop him. He knew that he could not stop him because Taoist Taihua used the skill of heaven to teleport Daxu away. So the road has been completed. Clang! 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 The sword light soared into the sky, illuminating the entire Qingyun Sect. However, the latter just stretched out his hand indifferently, and the infinite sword intent was suppressed directly by him. Clang 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 clang. The more terrifying sword energy was filled with sword energy, and these sword energy were everywhere. Everything in the entire Qingyun Sect turned into sword energy. The sword energy is erect, making the body's muscles cold. Under the terrifying sword energy suppression, Taoist Taihua was inciting the robe, and he could not withstand the pressure of this sword energy. Puff! A mouthful of blood squirted to the ground, and Taoist Taihua looked extremely pale. Junior brother, do you really not plan a big deal with me? This is becoming an immortal. As long as you become an immortal, what else can you nostalgia in this world? At worst, senior brother will benefit the world in the future, how about it? The senior brother of Taoist Taihua was still reluctant to kill Taoist Taihua, so he asked Taoist Taihua. I hope Taoist Taihua can work with him to make great efforts. Senior brother, stop. However, Taoist Taihua is just this sentence. Puff. The next moment, Taoist Taihua stopped talking nonsense, and the sword energy was scattered, directly piercing the heart of Taoist Taihua. This sword energy not only penetrated the heart of Taoist Taihua, but also directly shattered Taoist Taihua's tendons and veins. This leaves no room for anything. You force me to do all this. Do you know? The senior brother of Taoist Taihua, with a calm expression, stood in front of Taoist Taihua. Boom! It's thunder. The heavy rain fell, as if it was seeing Taoist Taihua. The tendons and veins were broken, the heart was pierced, and all vitality was cut off. Even if the gods come, it will be difficult to save Taoist Taihua. The rain fell, wetting Taoist Taihua's robe. He half-kneeled on the ground, barrenly supporting one's body. He was vomiting blood in his mouth. His face was pale. Blood flowed from his mouth and dyed his clothes red, but Taoist Taihua did not have any sadness, but instead smiled. What the hell are you laughing at? Taoist Taihua's senior brother pinched the latter's throat, and his eyes were extremely cold. He didn't understand what Taoist Taihua was laughing at. Senior brother. Do you know, who did I calculate the quick just now? Taoist Taihua smiled. Although his face was extremely pale, his eyes were filled with smiles. For whom? For me? He frowned and asked. Taoist Taihua didn't say anything, but just sighed slowly. Even for me, so what? Junior brother, I will prove to you that your cheating is against you. He said so, and then his figure gradually disappeared from the spot. Taoist Taihua's aura has been extinct, like a candle, and no one can save him when he comes. He didn't have to worry, someone showed up to save Taoist Taihua.
Because it's useless if anyone comes. Click.
A ray of lightning streaked across the sky. The heavy rain fell on Taoist Taihua.
The rain wet everything. The blood is diluted. The sky is full of night. The calm moonlight shines on Taoist Taihua.
As the rain gradually stopped,
Taoist Taihua lay on the ground, dying of his aura.
And the two words appear next to Taoist Taihua.
Destiny.
This is a blood word.
Taoist Taihua is dead. Extremely life. The next day. The sky is clear. The Great Xia Dynasty. Su Changyu stood in an inn in the city. For some reason,
he had some inexplicable emotions in his heart.
Feeling sad inexplicably. That's when the knock on the door was Yi Ping's voice.
End of this chapter.
Senior brother Changyu. In the room. As Su Changyu opened the door, Yi Ping's voice sounded. My junior brother.
Su Changyu nodded, then picked up the teacup on the table and poured Yi Ping a cup of tea. Senior brother Changyu, you look a little restless. Since leaving the kingdom, Yi Ping and Su Changyu met in the Daxia dynasty. But Yi Ping didn't know what Su Changyu came to the Great Xia dynasty to do, but now he saw Su Changyu's expression change a little. After all, Su Changyu's expression has been very calm for a long time.
Nothing, I just had a dream. Su Changyu shook his head, he didn't talk about this topic.
Yeah. Yi Ping nodded, then looked at Su Changyu and said,
Senior brother, do we have anything to do when we come to the Daxia dynasty this time?
Yi Ping spoke and asked Su Changyu, not knowing what Su Changyu did to the Daxia dynasty.
Looking for relatives. Su Changyu replied calmly.
But this answer surprised Yi Ping.
Looking for relatives? Didn't the master say that the senior brother has no father or mother?
Looking at the curiosity in Yi Ping's eyes, Su Changyu explained slowly.
Do you remember that the senior brother brought two people a few days ago? Su Changyu said so. Remember.
Yi Ping nodded and answered like this.
One of them is my father.
Su Changyu's tone was very calm, and when he mentioned his biological father, there was no fluctuation at all.
One of them? Yi Ping's eyes became even more curious. Yes, do you know who it is? Su Changyu asked, let Yi Ping guess. Is it the surname Xia? Yi Ping asked without hesitation.
Just as he said this, Su Changyu shook his head. It's not him, but Lao Xian.
Su Changyu replied in this way, rejecting Yi Ping's answer.
Yi Ping was a little surprised after saying this. After all, Lao Xian's appearance had nothing to do with Su Changyu, and Lao Xia's appearance was slightly similar to Su Changyu. But since the eldest brother said it was Lao Xian, then it was Lao Xian. The junior brother congratulations to senior brother for finding a relationship. Yi Ping congratulated that this is a good thing, after all, he found his biological parents. But Su Changyu still shook his head and looked at Yi Ping.
Nothing to be congratulated. Although I learned about my biological father's identity, he didn't want to recognize me.
Su Changyu said this, with sorrow relief in his words, but his expression was still so calm.
The elder brother is so serious.
There are parents in this world who don't want their own children. Yi Ping dissuaded that after all, such things are impossible to talk nonsense.
But Su Changyu took a sip of tea and looked at the traffic outside the window. Young junior brother, you don't understand.
My biological father, in order to seek wealth, climbed up to the top and abandoned me and my mother.
Actually, I thought about it, but I didn't expect that reality would be so cruel.
But, well, my senior brother has no ambitions or ambitions.
Just guard the Qingyun Sect.
I came here this time just to make a break. Senior brother has been practicing for so many years, and he has seen through a lot of things.
Su Changyu seemed to see through everything. This. Yi Ping didn't know what to say.
After about a while, Su Changyu stood up, put the teacup in his hand on the table, and then looked at Su Changyu. "Junior brother, please come with me."
Su Changyu spoke with a calm tone. "Where to go?" Yi Ping asked immediately. "Go and find my biological father and do the final sect. After the sect is finished, let's go back to the sect with my senior brother." Su Changyu walked out of the room and said so. "Good."
Yi Ping didn't think much about it and followed Su Changyu away from the inn.
And at the same time, inside the Great Xia dynasty, Prince's palace.
Xia Qian listened to what the guard in front of him said, his eyes full of surprise.
"You mean, all the people sent by this palace were dead, but the head of Qingyun Dao sect was also dead?" Xia Qian asked with a frown.
"Report to your highness, when I went to Qingyun Dao sect, my body was found, including the body of the head of Qingyun. But in my judgment, both of them were not killed by both defeats. Our people were killed in one attack without any other wounds, while the head of Qingyun Dao sect was killed by an extremely powerful sword energy. If nothing unexpected happens, the master of this sword energy will at least be a strong man above the Yuanshan realm." The other party knelt on the ground and said so.
"What's going on?"
Xia Qian frowned, and he couldn't think of the answer.
"Your Highness, this matter is actually simple.
It's just that Qingyun Dao sect itself offended people and happened to meet with the people we sent out," the other party explained.
Let Xia Qian nod a little. "Have you dealt with their bodies?"
Xia Qian did not think about this question, but asked about this matter. "Please rest assured that I will be cautious in doing things."
The latter nodded. "Well, you did a good job. You must not have anything to do with us, otherwise you will be in trouble."
However, unfortunately, Yi Ping was not killed. He clenched his fists, looking a little unwilling. But before he could finish his words, a figure suddenly appeared in the hall.
"Report!
Your Highness, we have discovered Yi Ping's whereabouts." The sound rang out in the hall. In an instant, Xia Qian flicked and sat up, saying incredible.
"Where is it?" he asked in a hurry.
Just within the capital of Daxia, a spy discovered that Yi Ping had returned from the royal realm and appeared in the capital of Daxia, and had a clear registration.
The other party answered so.
In an instant, Xia Qian's face was full of excitement.
"Good. Good. Good." He couldn't help but clench his fists, looking extremely excited.
After all, his target was Yi Ping.
"But I haven't found Yi Ping's bottom lane.
Now that I have been searching for it without any effort, I am naturally very excited." But soon, Xia Qian calmed down. "Transfer the order of this palace to monitor Yi Ping in full, and then keep in touch with Prince Days. There are many strong people in the capital, so they should not act or be reckless, but as long as Yi Ping leaves the capital of Daxia, he will be killed by any means," Xia Qian said firmly with her face.
He has made up his mind.
In the capital, he dared not take action. After all, his father is here, and the Great Xia dynasty has a powerful man who has passed the tribulation. If he really dares to take action, he will be discovered as soon as he appears. So it's best to be more stable. He will kill Yi Ping silently. It doesn't matter to my father that he guessed that he was not concerned. After all, once Yi Ping dies, the Emperor's star will shift, so everything is enough for him.
And at the same time,
the Great Xia dynasty, in the hall of Yangxin.
The supreme mystery also brings good news. His Majesty. His Majesty. I found Changyu, I found Changyu.
End of this chapter.
The Great Xia dynasty. Inside the Hall of Peace of Heart.
Emperor Xia sat in the hall and reviewed the memorials.
But these days, Emperor Xia has been uneasy.
He was inexplicably uneasy when his own son was born, and his sudden disappearance made him feel inexplicably uneasy. He lost it once more than 20 years ago, and he lost it again more than 20 years later. Emperor Xia felt guilty. At this time, the memorials on the desktop made people feel sleepy, and this situation has never happened. However, at this moment, sounds sounded, making Emperor Xia's whole body energetic. Finished, found, Your Majesty, found Changyu, found Changyu.
Taishang Xuanji jogged in all the way.
He was full of joy and extremely excited and came to the palace of Yangxin.
What have you found? Xuanji, who did you think you found? Has Changyu been found? Where is he? There is no danger, right? Hearing this, Emperor Xia stood up directly from the dragon throne.
He was very excited and walked towards Taishang Xuanji. Your Majesty, congratulations to Your Majesty, I have found my friend Changyu. As soon as Taishang Xuanji walked in, he would kneel down to Emperor Xia. But Emperor Xia waved his hand and directly stopped Taishang Xuanji's kneeling and said in a hurry.
Where is he? How did you find him? Emperor Xia doesn't want to make so many false names now. He just wants to know where Su Changyu is? How to find him?
Your Majesty, my friend Changyu is now in the capital of Daxia. He has registered his entry into the country, and it was told by the people below that I have visited it, and it is indeed my friend Changyu.
Taishang Xuanji replied. Have Changyu arrived in the capital of Daxia?
Hearing this, Emperor Xia was suddenly a little surprised. He did not expect that Su Changyu would take the initiative to come to the capital of Daxia.
Yes. Taishang Xuanji nodded. What did he do when he came to the capital? Can he know his identity?
Emperor Xia was a little nervous. He was curious about why Su Changyu came to the capital and was worried that Su Changyu would know his identity.
I don't know this.
However, according to what the people below said, it seems. When Taishang Xuanji talked about this, he hesitated for a while.
Speak straight. Emperor Xia said in a deep voice. It seems that my friend Changyu came from the Daqian dynasty. Taishang Xuanji replied.
As soon as he said this, Emperor Xia's face instantly became a little ugly.
Daqian dynasty? Others may not know why the Daxia dynasty and the Daqian dynasty have not felt much in recent years.
But he knew how much Emperor Daqian had for him. It was not a bit exaggerated to say that it was water and fire, but it was definitely an enemy relationship. Although Emperor Xia felt guilty, many things were caused by the other party misunderstanding him and did not know what to say, so the two countries have not established diplomatic relations recently. Now that I heard that Su Changyu came from the Daqian dynasty, Emperor Xia had some thought of something. After a while, Emperor Xia shook his head and frowned. Xuanji, please help me think about it. What's the matter with Changyu coming to the capital this time? Emperor Xia was unwilling to think about it, but asked about the mystery of the Supreme One. He wanted the Supreme Mystery to guess why Su Changyu came to the Great Xia dynasty. After hearing this, Taishang Xuanji actually knew in his heart what Emperor Xia was worried about. After all, Su Changyu had been wandering outside for more than 20 years, and now he learned that he was the 10th prince of Daxia, he might feel hatred. What Emperor Xia was afraid of was the estrangement between father and son, although from the perspective of others, Su Changyu should not do that.
But Taishang Xuanji is not easy to say anything.
So after thinking about it, Taishang Xuanji spoke. Your Majesty, I think my friend Changyu should just want to come over to see the world.
He definitely won't be here to find relatives. Taishang Xuanji spoke and gave such an answer.
However, Emperor Xia shook his head and looked at Taishang Xuanji with a heavy expression. Xuanji, I ask you, if Changyu came here this time, he was really looking for relatives.
What should I do? Emperor Xia asked.
No matter what Taishang Xuanji said, he was still a little nervous.
If you really come to look for your relatives, then your Majesty will accept it.
After all, it is a family and some things cannot be hidden.
Taishang Xuanji said with his head down.
He didn't know what to say, so he could only follow Emperor Xia's wishes.
If you do this, it's not for Qingyun.
Emperor Xia spoke, and he spoke again, mentioning the crown prince.
Your Majesty, the prince should not be angry.
Now he is cultivating himself and cultivating his mind.
Besides, although the prince is quite naughty, he still understands the minimum benevolence, righteousness and morality. Please don't worry about your Majesty. Taishang Xuanji replied.
The reason why Emperor Xia told him this was actually related to the prince. In fact, Emperor Xia also wanted to recognize Su Changyu. But the problem is that once we recognize each other, the court will inevitably cause waves. Especially the crown prince, he knew this in his heart if he was not the emperor for a day and was uneasy for a day. It is because he understands it so much that Emperor Xia must weigh the pros and cons. Not only can he recognize Su Changyu, but also hopes that the prince will not be angry.
That mysterious means, is I hope I will recognize the elders? Emperor Xia continued to ask. Your Majesty, it is a good thing for father and son to recognize each other, so why bother with you? Taishang's mysterious music is very smart. He also knew that it would be a matter of time before Emperor Xia recognized the 10th prince, so he would not refute it. As for the prince? He was not worried that Emperor Xia would abolish the crown prince because of the 10th prince. After all, in the court, the crown prince was in power for several years, a director of the country, and was born in the palace since childhood. Even if Emperor Xia wants to make Su Changyu the emperor, it is useless, and the people in the court will not agree. Unless the prince commits a heinous crime. Otherwise, he would ascend the throne without doing anything. Okay, since that's the case, then I will recognize Changyu, right? After finishing the work at hand, let the prince succeed to the throne, and I will also enjoy the joy of family. Emperor Xia smiled and was in an extremely happy mood. As soon as he said this, Taishang Xuanji's expression changed and he then knelt on the ground and said, Your Majesty is wise. Taishang Xuanji was indeed happy. He retreated to advance, and the prince succeeded to the throne in advance. This is a good thing, and it can also be weighed against the 10th prince and the prince. After all, you have been allowed to succeed to the throne, what else can you worry about? But at this moment, a sound rang out of the hall. Report! Your Majesty, someone outside the palace asked for a meeting. He was Lord Xuanji's slave, saying that something happened in Lord Xuanji's family. The eunuch's voice rang out. Break the tranquility of the hall. As soon as he said this, Taishang Xuanji couldn't help but be confused. Something happened at home? What happened? His eyes were full of curiosity, and Emperor Xia was also a little curious. Why did something go wrong? What's wrong? Emperor Xia asked. When you go back to your Majesty, I heard that someone claimed to be the illegitimate son of Lord Xuanji, and came back to look for his relatives. The eunuch continued. Just as he said this, Emperor Xia and Taishang Xuanji were stunned. Illegitimate child? Looking for relatives? Ha! End of this chapter. Inside the main hall. Emperor Xia and Emperor Taishang Xuanji both showed doubts. Especially Taishang Xuanji, he was even more confused. Illegitimate child? When did you have an illegitimate child? The problem is that this kind of thing is not known. Xuanji, when did you have an illegitimate child? At this moment, Emperor Xia couldn't help but look at the mysterious secret of Taishang. And the latter is really a little confused. Your Majesty, I have never had an illegitimate child? This must be a misunderstanding. Please ask carefully. Taishang Xuanji spoke. Emperor Xia nodded and asked him to deal with it. Taishang Xuanji didn't say much, turned around and left the hall and asked his slave. After a while, Taishang Xuanji hurried to the hall, looked at Emperor Xia, and said with a bitter face. Your Majesty, something happened. Taishang Xuanji said with a sad face. What happened? What happened? Now Emperor Xia became even more confused. What happened to this? Your Majesty, it has something to do with you. Taishang Xuanji continued to say bitterly. You're talking nonsense. How can it be related to me? Don't spit people with blood. In an instant, Emperor Xia's face changed. Isn't this nonsense? What does your illegitimate son have to do with me? Can this be forced to be black? No, Your Majesty, you were wrong. The person who came to Lichun's family is Changyu's friend. The mystery of the Supreme Master is full of bitterness, and he doesn't know whether he should say it. Changyu? What did Changyu come to you? This time Emperor Xia was excited. He didn't expect it to be Su Changyu, but he was even more curious. I really don't understand what Su Changyu went to Taishang Xuanji's home to do. Your Majesty, my friend Qingyun probably misunderstood something. He thinks he is his biological father. Taishang Xuanji said this, and he didn't know how to answer. How did you encounter such a thing? This. For a moment, Emperor Xia didn't know how to answer. Your Majesty, what should I do?
Taishang Xuanji asked Emperor Xia, but he didn't know what to do.
Even if he knew, he couldn't say it.
If he did something wrong, he would be the one who was punished again.
Emperor Xia did not answer. He walked around the hall.
Half a quarter of an hour passed. Finally, Emperor Xia took a deep breath and looked at Xuanji.
Let's go to your mansion.
A look of firmness appeared in Emperor Xia's eyes.
He didn't want to hide anything.
Since Su Qingyu is his own son, there is no need to hide it. Thinking of this, Emperor Xia's eyes became more and more firm. And Taishang Xuanji immediately understood what Emperor Xia was thinking. Without saying much, he took Emperor Xia to the official residence.
At the same time, the Supreme Mansion. In the backyard. Su Qingyu stood quietly in the backyard.
Under the peach blossom tree, he seemed particularly handsome. Wherever he stood, even the most beautiful peach blossom in the world was not as good as him. Yi Ping stood beside him, and even under Su Qingyu's suppression, Yi Ping did not seem inferior. His only disadvantage was that Su Qingyu's temperament was too similar to an immortal. Yi Ping is like a scholar and a Confucian scholar. Looking at the huge garden, Su Qingyu's heart was full of bitterness. It was exactly the same as what my master guessed. My biological father is rich and powerful. It would cost at least several thousand taels of gold to buy such a good mansion in the capital of Daxia. And in the front yard. A few women cried in silence. The wife of Taishang Xuanji did not cry. It is normal for men in this era to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but she feels a little uncomfortable. There was an illegitimate child outside, but he didn't tell me that he didn't trust me? Or what to do. However, the saddest crying was my own daughter's. This made Mrs. Xianji a little confused. Why are you crying so sadly? Mrs. Xuanji was really curious. She didn't cry. Why are you crying? Mom, this person is my father's illegitimate son. Wouldn't he have a blood relationship with us? He is so handsome, but he has no chance of being with us. Do you think we cry? Yes, Mom, when I think of such a handsome man, I will be snatched away by other women. My daughter's heart is as uncomfortable as if it was broken. They cried, heartbroken, and the reason made her not know what to say. That's when the figure of the servant came over and rushed, shouting loudly. The master is back. With the sound. Everyone couldn't help but get up one after another, trying to walk out the door. But as the servant said the next sentence, everyone was surprised. Your Majesty is here too. The voice sounded and everyone was silent. Your Majesty is here too? What are you doing here? Everyone was curious, but Mrs. Xuanji spoke immediately. Okay, don't mess around anymore, let me deal with it. Mrs. Xuanji stood up and walked outside. And at this time, Taishang Xuanji and Emperor Xia came to the mansion. Emperor Xia walked ahead, and Taishang Xuanji walked behind. As soon as he walked into the official residence, Mrs. Xuanji walked over quickly. I'll pay my respects to your Majesty. Mrs. Xuanji said very respectfully that she had to respect the Emperor of Daxia. No gift. Emperor Xia spoke indifferently, and Taishang Xuanji spoke immediately. Madam, some things will be difficult to explain for a while. Where is that young friend who calls himself Su Qingyu? There are many things that Taishang Xuanji doesn't want to say much. After all, this kind of thing must not be spread by Emperor Xia before it was made public. If you can become the Prime Minister's wife, Mrs. Xuanji is naturally smart and understands that there must be some other things in it. So she didn't care or talk too much, and she spoke directly. Husband, I'm in the back garden, I've asked my servant to make arrangements. Mrs. Xuanji replied. Okay, I'm sorry, madam. Taishang Xuanji nodded, but also signaled her to leave.
The latter immediately understood and immediately left. Then, Taishang Xuanji looked at Emperor Xia and said, "Your Majesty, next." The Supreme Mystery looked at Emperor Xia and asked like this. "Go." Emperor Xia nodded, and he didn't say much. But I was still a little nervous.
After all, the father and son recognized each other, and he was worried that Su Changyu would not accept it. He was also worried that Su Changyu blamed him. Although he is the emperor of Daxia. But after all, he is Su Changyu's father.
Father and son, monarch and subject. The former is big.
He can command the people of the world, but he cannot command Su Changyu, especially Su Changyu who has been separated for many years and has suffered so many years.
Come outside the back garden.
Emperor Xia became more and more nervous. In the end, he even stopped outside the yard.
Looking at the mystery of the Supreme.
The latter felt Emperor Xia's gaze, then lowered his head without saying a word.
The same thing is said, if you can stop talking, you won't speak. All choices are the choices of Emperor Xia himself.
You can't control yourself. If something happens, you can't take the blame. Seeing Taishang Xuanji lowering his head, Emperor Xia understood what he was thinking. After a bitter smile, he walked in with a tough forehead. When the two stepped into the back garden,
in an instant, Su Changyu reacted.
He instantly sensed that Emperor Xia and the Supreme Mystery appeared.
At this moment, Su Changyu became nervous inexplicably. No, not nervous.
He was extremely nervous.
At the same time, Su Changyu inexplicably realized it. Oh, I'm going to get sick.
End of this chapter.
The Supreme Mansion.
Looking at the Taishang Xuanji and Emperor Xia who were walking towards him,
Su Changyu felt inexplicably sick. He was silent. Try to keep yourself from talking.
But as the mystery of the Supreme One gradually comes.
Finally, Su Changyu couldn't help it. I know all this. An indifferent voice sounded. Su Changyu did not look back.
He stood under the peach blossom tree, as if he was enjoying the beautiful scenery, leaving Taishang Xuanji and Emperor Xia with a peerless and independent back. At this moment, the peach blossom trees rustled and the peach blossoms drifted all over the sky, and the scene was so beautiful that it was unremarkable. But in front of him and in front of Su Changyu, everything became dim, making such a beautiful scenery dim. Taishang Xuanji, who had just walked into the garden, was a little confused.
Have you all known? What do you know? Su Changyu knows that he is the 10th prince?
They thought of the information they had received before that Su Changyu came from Dakian.
Could it be that during Dakian's time, Su Changyu learned about his life experience? This is very likely.
But in this case, why did Su Changyu say that he was the illegitimate son of Taishang Xuanji? In an instant, the two of them guessed that Su Changyu must be unable to enter the palace to find Emperor Xia, but with the token given by Taishang Xuanji, he came to Taishang Xuanji's mansion directly on this grounds. At that time, Taishang Xuanji will definitely report to himself. After guessing the cause and effect, Emperor Xia wanted to speak, but he didn't know what to say for a moment. Originally, he had already decided not to hide it and told Su Changyu directly, but when Su Changyu said directly that he knew everything, he didn't know how to speak for a while. Su Changyu himself was also a little confused. He suddenly became ill and spoke, disrupting all his original words.
But there is nothing wrong with it.
Taoist Taihua had already analyzed with him that he was an illegitimate son, and his father, Lao Xian, abandoned him and his mother for the sake of glory and wealth. He reorganized the language and spoke the words he was about to break off relations. Although I understand your difficulties, I can't accept abandoning my wife and children. Tell me the whereabouts of my mother, and from now on, there will be no relationship between you and me. Su Changyu turned around, his eyes fell on Taishang Xuanji, and his face was calm and indifferent. His eyes were like the vast starry sky, as if he had seen through the mystery of the Supreme One.
Taishang Xuanji was stunned. Abandon your wife, your mother's whereabouts will never be related to you, what are you talking about? Why can't you understand? And you say it, why are you watching me? Taishang Xuanji is a little uncomfortable.
Emperor Xia was also stunned and his face turned dark.
What does this mean? Why did I abandon my wife and children? Slander, who is slandering me? Su Changyu came from Daqian and knew all this. Yes.
The Daqian royal family must have contacted Su Changyu, recognized Su Changyu, knew that Su Changyu was the 10th prince and the nephew of Emperor Daqian, and then told Su Changyu all this. However, because of the past events, they did not tell Su Changyu the truth, but instead distorted the reality and slandered him, causing Su Changyu to cut off his ties with him. Emperor Xia was a little angry, but more depressed. At this time, Yi Ping did not speak and stood quietly aside. Before coming, Su Changyu told him that his father, in order to seek wealth, had climbed up to the top and abandoned him and his mother.
So I have to come over and make a break.
He naturally supports his senior brother's idea of what he wants to do.
Taishang Xuanji also knew what Su Changyu had misunderstood now.
He even had a double misunderstanding of himself, not only thinking that he was his biological father, but also misunderstanding that he abandoned his wife. This made him very embarrassed.
He didn't say anything, see what Emperor Xia was going to say.
When the latter saw the gaze of Taishang Xuanji, he naturally knew what it meant.
He smiled bitterly and signaled that Taishang Xuanji would explain it quickly. At this time, he really didn't know how to speak. Although he is the emperor of Daxia. But he really didn't know how to tell Su Changyu. Especially now there are so many misunderstandings.
He didn't know where to start explaining.
Taishang Xuanji is a little uncomfortable. Didn't you still look firm before? Why did you ask me to come again at this time?
But there was no way. Taishang Xuanji looked at Su Changyu with a tough bullet.
My friend, there may be some misunderstandings in this. There is no such thing as abandoning your wife and children. Moreover, it is not me about your biological father. Your biological father is my master. Taishang Xuanji looked at Su Changyu and said this.
Hearing these words, Yi Ping, who was standing by, nodded secretly in his heart. When Su Changyu told him that one of Lao Xian and Lao Xia was Su Changyu's biological father, Yi Ping immediately felt that it was Lao Xia. Because Lao Xian's appearance is completely incompatible with Su Changyu, but Lao Xia's appearance is a bit similar to Su Changyu. When Su Changyu told him that it was Lao Xian, he was a little surprised. It seems that the eldest brother misunderstood and confused Lao Xian and Lao Xia, but it's good to unravel the misunderstanding.
He didn't say anything, and stood quietly aside.
Su Changyu looked at Taishang Xuanji with a calm face, but still a little nervous inside.
After all, this is to face his father, his biological father.
But when he heard Taishang Xuanji's words, he felt a little unhappy and dispelled his nervousness. Su Changyu's idea is very simple.
My biological father is really bad and has no responsibility.
No wonder he did the matter of abandoning him and his mother in order to seek wealth and gain a high point. It was already this time. I came to him, and said so clearly that I had to shirk responsibility and pushed it to Lao Xia on the side, saying that Lao Xia was his biological father.
It's simply outrageous. You don't even have this responsibility?
You have to push this matter to Lao Xia. I know that if I come here directly this time, it may make you feel a little ugly, but now that I have nothing to say, I just want to tell me the whereabouts of my mother.
Su Changyu's voice sounded. The expression is extremely cold.
When Taishang Xuanji heard Su Changyu's words, he was a little embarrassed and could not speak.
This made him say so.
It's all because Emperor Xia asked him to deliver things to Su Changyu, which made Su Changyu misunderstand that he thought he was his father, and now he doesn't know where to explain it. Seeing this scene, Emperor Xia couldn't help but smile bitterly. However, he took a deep breath and popped up a golden light towards Su Changyu.
The golden light entered Su Changyu's eyebrows. Before Su Changyu could react.
In an instant, memory scenes appeared like a sudden look.
Imperial Palace. The main hall. Lao Xia's face. There is also the appearance of a woman.
This is the memory that was once sealed in Su Changyu's mind, but is now restored by Emperor Xia. Seeing these memory scenes, Su Changyu stood there in a daze.
Ha! Ah! This! Su Changyu was completely confused. He didn't expect that he had made a mistake? This? Is Lao Xia his biological father? What's going on?
End of this chapter.
In the back garden. Are you really my father? Su Chanyu was a little confused and looked at Lao Xia, wanting to know what was going on.
There are not many memory fragments in his mind, they are some graphic memories that exist in his subconscious mind. However, through these memory images, he probably knew that he had indeed made a mistake. Including the fact that I am an illegitimate child, my father is greedy for wealth, climbing up to the top and abandoning his wife, there seems to be misunderstandings.
Chanyu, I am your biological father.
Emperor Xia also looked at Su Chanyu and said this, with a little nervous look in his eyes. He no longer called Su Chanyu a friend, but directly called him Chanyu, which seemed even more intimate.
However, Su Chanyu just said calmly, "What the hell is going on?"
Even though Su Chanyu was very complicated and confused, he seemed extremely indifferent instinctively. It seemed as if he knew his biological father, and his life experience could not make him fluctuate, which seemed insignificant. Hearing Su Changyu's indifferent tone, Emperor Xia was silent. His heart was in chaos, and his heart was irritated. He has never been willing to mention this past. However, now Su Changyu asked, he naturally could not hide it. Do you know the disappearance of the 10th prince of the Great Xia dynasty 27 years ago? Emperor Xia's voice was a little calm.
Su Changyu looked calm and nodded slightly. He didn't know about the 10th prince of the Daxia dynasty, but wouldn't it be embarrassing to say that he didn't know at this time? But after hearing what Lao Xia said, is his life experience related to this 10th prince?
I am the Emperor of Daxia, and you are my 10th son, the missing 10th prince of Daxia. As for your mother's whereabouts, your mother was cursed when she was pregnant with you. This curse made her die once she gave birth to children. So, your mother, at the moment you were born, was dead after seeing you safely born. She asked me to take good care of you and raise you.
But, it's only just one day.
A peerless master from the Mahayana realm has been lurking in the palace and taking the opportunity to plunder you. Emperor Xia said slowly, his voice full of sadness. He himself has never wanted to recall this past, and every time he thinks about it, his heart hurts. In a short time, his son was born, but the woman he loved most left him. All his love fell on this son, but his son was taken away again.
Changyu, I have been sending people to find your whereabouts.
I have been searching for 27 years, but there has been no trace. Finally, the time when Xuanji and I were in Chen State, I met you. When I saw you for the first time, I felt that you were my son. I dare not recognize you for some reason.
Emperor Xia continued to speak out and said so.
He did not explain why he did not recognize Su Changyu at that time. Knowing that Su Changyu was his son, he was wandering outside and lonely for 27 years, he did not dare to recognize Su Changyu at all. He was afraid that the sudden recognition would make Su Changyu unacceptable and unwilling to accept his father. As the Emperor of Daxia, he was afraid that he would not recognize each other.
Su Changyu was silent.
Before, he always thought that his father was the best mystery. Because of his glory and wealth, he abandoned himself and his mother, so he wanted to cut off his relationship. Even if Taishan Xuanji is replaced by Lao Xia, the same is true. But he didn't expect that he was not an illegitimate son, but the 10th prince of the Daxia dynasty. My father didn't have anything to be greedy for wealth and climbed up to the top and abandoned his wife and children. His mother died because of giving birth to himself. This information made it difficult for him to accept for a while. At the same time, he thought about what happened during the Dacian dynasty. Why did Emperor Dacian and Empress Chu Royun treat him so well? At that time, Su Changyu thought he was handsome, but now, Su Changyu understood.
It's your own identity.
At that time, Chu Royun recognized him, so he asked him to call him aunt.
And Emperor Dacian was his uncle.
But neither of them told him. Yi Ping, who was standing aside, was also a little confused. He didn't expect that his senior brother would be the legendary 10th prince of Daxia. Compared to Su Changyu, he had at least gone out and heard a lot of rumors about the 10th prince of Daxia.
The prince is by my side?
Looking at the silent Su Changyu, Emperor Xia was very nervous.
Chanyu, it's me who's sorry for you and your mother. I've been suffering for years. I will make up for your debts. I will agree to you whatever you want and what you have any requests.
Emperor Xia continued to speak, his words and eyes were nervous. He didn't know how to face Su Changyu, so he promised everything to Su Changyu, hoping that the other party could accept him.
Su Changyu looked calm and remained silent.
He was very confused inside, and this information could not be accepted and digested for a while. Before, when Taoist Taihua told him that he might be an illegitimate child, Su Changyu felt uncomfortable for a long time. And now, Emperor Xia suddenly told him so much about how to accept this information. Emperor Xia looked at Su Changyu and wanted to continue speaking, saying something, but he couldn't say it. As the Emperor of Daxia, he didn't know what to do in this situation.
For a moment, the scene became quiet.
After a moment of quietness, Yi Ping looked at the situation and spoke out. Senior brother, why don't we stay here for a while and let's talk about it when you feel at peace? Yi Ping said this. He knew that Su Changyu must be very complicated at this time. After all, this kind of thing will not be confused if anyone else is involved in it.
Yes, Changyu, why don't you calm down first?
When Emperor Xia heard this, he hurriedly said. He felt that he was a little anxious. He couldn't be anxious at all, nor could he come. I was so confused that Su Changyu could accept this matter at once. Su Changyu nodded, but said lightly He needs some time to digest this information. Immediately, Emperor Xia arranged for people to take Su Changyu and Yi Ping to the palace to rest. After Su Changyu and Yi Ping got on the carriage, Emperor Xia asked Taishang Xuanji. Xuanji, you said, will Changyu accept me? His tone was a little heavy and he felt very nervous.
I believe that my friend Changyu will definitely accept your majesty. Taishang Xuanji said with his head down.
In this case, what he could say could only follow the wishes of Emperor Xia. Looking at the mysterious appearance of Taishang Ji, Emperor Xia didn't know what he meant, but just smiled bitterly. The Taishang mansion was not far from the palace. After a while, Su Changyu and Yi Ping came to the palace and arranged their residence. If the two adults have any instructions, just call the younger one. The eunuch who brought them all the way said respectfully.
This is the eunuch around Emperor Xia.
Before, Emperor Xia told him to serve Su Changyu and the others well and follow any requirements. If he could not do it, he would report it to him directly. If he can become a eunuch around Emperor Xia, he is naturally good at observing his words and demeaning his emotions and doing things smoothly. This is the first time he has seen Emperor Xia be so solemn and naturally very respectful. Thanks for your hard work.
Yi Ping nodded. Senior brother Changyu, are you okay? Yi Ping looked at Su Changyu's expression and said carelessly. Su Changyu's expression were extremely calm.
Although he was still very calm now, Yi Ping and Su Changyu had been in contact for so long, and there was a slight change. Since he joined the Qingyun Sect, the eldest brother has been extremely concerned about himself and taught himself with all his heart. Therefore, at this time, Yi Ping was very concerned. My junior brother, I'm fine, I just can't accept this fact for a while.
Just slow it down. Su Changyu shook his head and said so.
He had thought before that his father abandoned his wife and children, and he came over to make a break, and he was mentally prepared. But I didn't expect it to be completely different from what I originally thought. Okay, senior brother, please have a good rest. No matter what choice you make, junior brother will always support you. Yi Ping nodded and said so. Su Changyu felt warm in his heart and nodded. Yi Ping did not disturb Su Changyu, and came to his room and rested alone.
Stay in the room.
One thing he suddenly thought of was a friend, Princess Daxia Ten, Xiaqingma. When we parted last time, I said that after coming to Daxia Palace, I would like to play with her. Now that I have come here, there is nothing to do, so I will naturally go and meet her. Immediately, Yi Ping walked out of the palace and asked the eunuch who was serving outside where Xiaqingma was.
Your Excellency, the 10th Princess's palace is in Qingfeng Hall.
When the eunuch saw Yi Ping, he immediately told Yi Ping where Xiaqingma was and took the initiative to find someone to take Yi Ping over. If it were an ordinary person, it would be impossible to walk around the palace.
Not to mention a man went to see the princess. However, before, Emperor Xia personally instructed him to serve Su Changyu and Yi Ping well and agree to any request. It's a problem. Yi Ping nodded.
In this way, a guard came over and took Yi Ping to Qingfeng Palace.
In the palace, there is a formation restriction and cannot fly.
Yi Ping's residence is a bit far from Xia Qingma's Qingfeng Palace, and he walked for almost half an hour. After coming to Qingfeng Palace, someone immediately went to inform and report.
Princess Qingma, long time no see.
Yi Ping looked at Xia Qingma with a gentle smile on his face.
Senior brother Yi Ping, why are you here?
Xia Qingma walked out of the palace and saw Yi Ping, and looked extremely happy, but also full of surprise. When she heard the maid report just now, she was still a little unbelievable. Because of some things from senior brother Changyu, I came to the palace. Yi Ping said this.
Senior brother Changyu, what's wrong with senior brother Changyu? Xia Qingma was a little curious. Some private matters, how are you doing recently?
Yi Ping shook his head and did not answer this question. Emperor Xia is Su Changyu's biological father, so Xia Qingma in front of him is the eldest brother's sister. However, the eldest brother has not made a decision yet, so Yi Ping naturally would not spread the matter. End of this chapter. In front of the Qingfeng Palace. When Xia Qingma heard Yi Ping's words, he knew that Yi Ping didn't want to say more, and did not ask more questions. She knew that Yi Ping's senior brother Su Changyu was a peerless sword immortal, and the matter of such a person must be of great importance. When Xia Qingma heard Yi Ping ask about his situation, he felt sad.
I'm not doing well recently.
When I'm bored on weekdays, I took out the picture of senior brother Yi Ping.
Xia Qingma answered like this with a faint smile.
Then he continued to speak.
Senior brother Yi Ping, since you are here, I will take you around the palace. Xia Qingma did not invite Yi Ping to his bedroom.
She was not favored in the palace, and the palace was very deserted, and there was nothing to entertain Yi Ping. In addition, she is getting married now. If she invites Yi Ping to her bedroom, the maid in the palace will definitely report to the prince, which may cause unnecessary trouble to Yi Ping.
Good. Yi Ping nodded and replied.
It would be boring if two people were sitting there and chatting, so it would be better to take a walk.
That's it, the two of them walked side by side.
Xia Qingma was very familiar with the palace and took Yi Ping all the way, enjoying many beautiful scenery, while constantly explaining and telling interesting things. The Daxia Palace is very big and extraordinary. It is completely different from the Jin Dynasty Palace. Just then, a voice sounded.
Princess Qingma, why are you here?
Your wedding dress is ready.
Please try it on now to see if it fits well, and what are you not satisfied with?
A nanny in the distance saw that she was taking Yi Ping to wander around Xia Qingma, and immediately stepped forward and said. Xia Qingma, who was originally smiling, paused, his smile was closed, and his teeth bit his lip. After a while of silence, he said lightly to the nanny.
I have something to do, tomorrow. Xia Qingma said so.
Princess Qingma, your wedding dress must be settled today.
Please go with me and confirm it.
The nanny spoke, and she did not have much respect in her voice when she faced Xia Qingma. Xia Qingma was the most unpopular princess in the great Xia dynasty. Although these servants dare not insult Xia Qingma, they only have basic respect.
When I send my friend back.
Xia Qingma said lightly, then looked at Yi Ping.
Senior brother Yi Ping, I'm afraid I can't accompany you anymore.
Where do you live? I'll send you back. Xia Qingma said this, a smile squeezed out on her face, and she was a little forced to smile.
Yi Ping nodded.
Since Xia Qingma had something to do, he naturally would not continue to wander around alone.
Wedding dress? Princess Qingma, are you going to get married? Yi Ping asked.
Unexpectedly, Princess Qingma was about to get married after only such a while. After hearing Yi Ping's question, Xia Qingma felt a slight pain in his heart and an indescribable feeling arises in his heart. Xia Qingma felt grateful for Yi Ping, saving the beauty from the hero he had just met. Later, when he was in the Qingyun Sect, he gradually developed a good impression of Yi Pingsheng. When she was about to leave Qingyun Daozong, she learned that Yi Ping was the poet she had always liked, Qinglian lay Buddhist.
At that time, Xia Qingma couldn't help but feel a trace of emotion in his heart and planted a seed. After returning to the palace, she still lived as immeasurable as usual, but when she picked up the painting given to her by Yi Ping and looked at the collection of poems by Qinglian lay Buddhists that she had collected, this seed began to sprout. But Xia Qingma knew that it was impossible for her and Yi Ping. Not to mention that Yi Ping she doesn't like her, she has no right to choose when facing the marriage herself. So, today Yi Ping came to play with her, and she was very happy. She knew that there was not much time like this, so she regarded it as the last time she met. Because, when she married days, she would not have any interaction with Yi Ping. But now, when Yi Ping knew that he was going to get married and asked about this, Xia Qingma didn't know how to answer and was silent. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly unhappy?
When Yi Ping saw Xia Qingma's expression, he couldn't help but care.
Why did Xia Qingma immediately become unhappy when talking about this matter?
In an instant, Yi Ping had a guess in his mind. When the great Xiao Weiho came to the Qingyun Sect to pick up Xia Qingma, everyone felt that Xia Qingma was not favored in the imperial palace. At that time, the second senior brother Su Luochen sighed that the royal family was cruel, like an unpopular princess like Xia Qingma, who was going to be sent to a joint marriage.
Senior brother Yi Ping, I'm fine, Xia Qingma said with a forced smile.
Then continue speaking. In a few days, I will marry Days and marry His Highness the Third Prince of Days. I feel a little reluctant to leave when I think of leaving Daxia.
Although Xia Qingma tried to look dull and nothing happened, she could clearly see her depressed face.
Suddenly, Yi Ping thought to himself that the second senior brother really made the decision.
Princess Qingma, are you unwilling to marry Days?
Yi Ping opened his mouth and said like this.
Xia Qingma is his friend, one of the few friends.
If his friend encounters this situation, if he can help, he will naturally try his best to help. Seeing Xia Qingma so depressed and obviously unhappy, he obviously didn't want to marry unexpectedly.
This is normal, no one will be happy if they encounter a joint marriage.
What's more, it's a marriage outside, and it's a marriage to other countries. Yi Ping has also heard of the saying that marrying a princess is worse than a concubine. It is a pity to think about it.
Xia Qingma was silent.
She naturally didn't want to do this, but she had no choice at all.
But what's the use if you don't want to?
She knew that Yi Ping was caring about her and wanted to help her, but even if she told Yi Ping, she couldn't help her. Xia Qingma still remembers what the prince said to him after he returned to the palace. If Yi Ping wanted to help him and the prince found out, it would definitely cause trouble. Looking at Xia Qingma's appearance, even if he didn't say it, Yi Ping already knew the result.
But if I want to help Xia Qingma solve this joint marriage, how can I help? After all, this is related to the joint marriage between Daxia and Days, how can I help me?
I'm afraid that only the Emperor of Daxia can change this kind of thing.
The Emperor of Daxia?
Yi Ping suddenly felt aroused. Why didn't he ask the senior brother to help him?
Xia Qingma is not only his friend, but also his friend of the Qingyun Sect.
The senior brother can't ignore Princess Qingma's marriage like this. And the eldest brother should be able to speak in front of Emperor Xia.
Princess Qingma, I'll just go back by myself. Since you don't want to marry, I will help you. Yi Ping looked at Xia Qingma and said so. Xia Qingma was stunned and looked at Yi Ping.
For a moment, the inexplicable throbbing in his heart. The melancholy on his beautiful face dissipated, and he showed a smile from the bottom of his heart.
Thank you, senior brother Yi Ping. Xia Qingma thanked Yi Ping.
Before, she had never wanted Yi Ping to know, nor did she want Yi Ping to help, but now, she has not refused.
We are friends. If we have trouble, we naturally need to help,
Yi Ping said with a faint smile on his face.
Then he went back directly,
and he wanted to go back and talk about this to the senior brother to see if the senior brother is willing to help.
If that doesn't work, think of another way.
End of this chapter.
Chapter 269, the engagement was cancelled. Emperor Xia scolded the prince, please ask for everything.
Yi Ping returned to his residence.
Knocked at the door. Senior brother Changyu. In the room. Su Changyu was lying on the bed thinking about life.
His heart was calmed down, but he had not yet thought about the result he wanted.
The environment here was not good, making him unable to fully immerse himself.
This made him miss the cliff of Qingyun Sect. If he stood on the cliff and looked up at the starry sky, he believed that he would have already achieved results.
Hearing Yi Ping's voice, Su Changyu woke up from his thoughts.
Enter.
Su Changyu spoke.
The next moment, Yi Ping pushed open the door and walked in.
I've met my senior brother. Yi Ping walked into the room and bowed immediately.
Young brother, you need to be polite.
Su Changyu spoke calmly, then looked at Yi Ping and continued to ask. Is there anything wrong with me when my junior brother is looking for me?
Su Changyu spoke with a plain face. When Yi Ping saw Su Changyu's appearance, he knew that Su Changyu's heart had almost calmed down. I couldn't help but think that I am indeed the eldest brother, and I have seen through everything.
Senior brother, do you remember Princess Qingma?
Yi Ping opened his mouth and said so.
Su Changyu nodded.
He did remember that when Yi Ping brought back his friend from Qingyun Sect, he fell in love with him at first sight as soon as he came to the sect and kept secretly peeking at him. There are many women who admire him, but Xia Qingmo remembers it. When the other party left Qingyun Sect, he also gave him a secret book as a gift. I don't know if the other party has given him a secret lesson.
Xia Qingma seems to be the 10th princess of Daxia. Did the junior brother go to see Xia Qingma just now and what happened? Su Changyu thought so. Do you want to tell me about Princess Qingma?
Su Changyu said lightly. Well, senior brother, I just went to see Princess Qingma and learned that she was going to marry into the Day's dynasty, but Princess Qingma was not very willing, so I wanted to ask senior brother for help. Facing Su Changyu, Yi Ping was embarrassed and spoke directly about Xia Qingma. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Changyu did not rush to answer. Instead, he sat up and looked at Yi Ping. At the beginning, Princess Qingma kept peeking at herself because she liked her. Later, she realized that she fell in love with a person who could not have any results, so she chose to give up and did not continue peeking at herself. Then I got closer to my junior brother.
In an instant, Su Changyu understood and looked at Yi Ping for a few times.
The younger brother has reached this age.
It's indeed time to consider it. As the eldest brother, how could I not help this?
Yu Dao is the eldest brother like a father.
This is a lifelong event that concerns the younger brother. But how can I help myself? Lao Xia. To be honest, Su Changyu doesn't want to see Emperor Xia now.
Although his heart has calmed down, he still doesn't know how to face Emperor Xia. But this is a big deal about his junior brother. Young brother, don't worry, leave this matter to your senior brother.
Su Changyu spoke and said lightly.
Although he had no confidence, if he was hesitant and said that he would go to Emperor Xia to talk to him, and try something, wouldn't he seem embarrassed? I would like to thank my senior brother for Princess Qingma. Yi Ping was very happy and trusted Su Changyu very much, believing that his senior brother would succeed. Young brother, you are waiting for my news here. Su Changyu said this and walked out of the room slowly. He let out a breath, and when he thought of finding Emperor Xia, he felt a little confused. But they have already agreed to the junior brother. Sir, what are your instructions? The eunuch waiting outside the hall immediately stepped forward and bowed to inquire.
I want to meet Lao Xia Emperor. Su Changyu said lightly.
Sir, come with me, and the younger one will come here for you. The eunuch who served the service did not ask much, and even agreed directly even if he met Emperor Xia.
He clearly remembered Emperor Xia's explanation before. Su Changyu nodded and walked with the eunuch.
Inside the Hall of Peace of Heart, Emperor Xia sat in the hall and reviewed the memorials. But the memorial did not move, because Su Changyu's affairs made him feel confused. He was wondering whether Su Changyu would accept him and had no intention of handling matters at all. At this time, an eunuch walked into the Yangxing Palace and reported the news to Emperor Xia. Hearing this, Emperor Xia immediately stood up from the dragon throne and became energetic.
Hurry, let Changyu come in.
Emperor Xia was very excited and walked out of the hall quickly. He saw Su Changyu standing outside the hall, wearing a blue shirt, like a banished immortal descending to the mortal world.
Changyu, come in quickly.
Emperor Xia looked at Su Changyu and became a little nervous. Su Changyu came to him, there must be something wrong, or whether he would accept him or not.
I'm here to find you, there's something to ask you for help. Su Changyu spoke with a calm expression.
Emperor Xia was a little disappointed when he heard this. Su Changyu looked for him, not accepting his own affairs. However, it is also a good start to ask him for help if you have something to do.
What's the matter?
You said, I will definitely agree to you.
Emperor Xia said this. She doesn't want to marry Princess Qingma's marriage.
I hope you cancel this marriage and let her choose it for herself. Su Changyu spoke and told the matter directly. He didn't choose to beat around the bush, he couldn't do that kind of thing. Emperor Xia couldn't help but frown slightly, but he didn't expect that Su Changyu was looking for him because of Xia Qingma's marriage. It was a little strange that Su Changyu knew about Xia Qingma and asked him to cancel Xia Qingma's marriage.
The marriage between Xia Qingma and the third prince of days is very important to Daxia.
However, Emperor Xia was not too entangled and made a decision immediately. This is the first time Su Changyu asked him to help. How could he refuse in this case? And marriage is cancelled, after all, it is not possible to completely resolve the marriage between countries.
Okay, I promise you to cancel Qingma's marriage and let her choose. Emperor Xia said so.
Thank you. Seeing that Emperor Xia agreed to him so readily, Su Changyu thanked him.
It's okay, as long as you are happy, you are happy. Emperor Xia was very happy to receive Su Changyu's thanks.
But when he saw that Su Changyu had not called him yet, he knew that Su Changyu had not accepted him yet, and he had to take the comfort step by step. Changyu, you are still used to living in the palace. Emperor Xia continued to speak out, wanting to chat with Su Changyu.
Fortunately, if there is nothing wrong, I will go back. Su Changyu replied calmly.
He was not as calm as he appeared, and he was very complicated inside. He didn't know what to talk to Emperor Xia, but he seemed like this.
Okay, then you go back and rest. If you have any questions, you can come to me directly.
Emperor Xia didn't say much, but just asked the eunuch to serve Su Changyu well. Seeing Su Changyu leave, Emperor Xia returned to the Yangxin Palace and immediately ordered someone to cancel the engagement between Xia Qingma and Days. Su Changyu walked on the road and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. This time he met Emperor Xia, he clearly felt that he had difficulty accepting Emperor Xia, and accepted that he was the 10th prince of Daxia. However, I just asked someone for help and said that I felt that I could not accept this matter, which was obviously not good. It may also be that the meeting just now affects your mood. Su Changyu planned to calm down again and check it out in a few days. If he still had this idea, he would go directly to Emperor Xia to explain it, and he would continue to be his senior brother of Qingyun Daozong. After confirming what he was thinking, Su Changyu felt much more comfortable. When I returned to my residence, I saw Yi Ping who was reading a book.
Senior brother Changyu.
When Yi Ping saw Su Changyu coming back, he immediately stood up. My junior brother, the senior brother has already settled the matter with Princess Qingma. He has cancelled the engagement and let her choose for herself. You must work hard. Su Changyu said with a calm expression on his face. Thank you, senior brother, I will definitely work hard. Yi Ping bowed and thanked. Unexpectedly, the eldest brother resolved Princess Qingma's engagement so quickly. As for Su Changyu's words to ask him to cheer up, Yi Ping did not think too much, thinking that Su Changyu was asking him not to be distracted by these things and to practice hard. Su Changyu patted Yi Ping on the shoulder and continued to go back to the room to think about life. And at the same time, Daxia Palace. In the Crown Prince's hall, the Prince of Daxia sat upright on a chair, his face a little gloomy. You said that my father will cancel the marriage with Oz? Prince Daxia's tone was cold. Yes, Your Highness. His Highness stood alone and replied with his head down. But what's the reason? Xia Qian continued to ask. The marriage between the Daxia dynasty and the Days dynasty was achieved through one hand, which determined the establishment of diplomatic relations between the Daxia dynasty and the Days dynasty. Emperor Xia also knew about this matter. Unexpectedly, the engagement was approaching and was suddenly cancelled by Emperor Xia.
There is no reason.
Your Majesty just ordered the cancellation of the engagement between the 10th princess and the 3rd prince of Osawa, and said that he would not interfere with the engagement between the 10th princess in the future.
His Highness's man answered so. I'm going to ask my father. Xia Qian walked out of the hall and went directly to the Yangxin Hall.
A quarter of an hour later, Xia Qian came outside the Yangxin Palace.
Father! Xia Qian shouted into the hall.
Enter!
Emperor Xia's indifferent voice rang out. My son has met my father. Xia Qian walked into the Yangxin Palace. What's wrong with you coming to Yangxin Temple?
Emperor Xia looked at Xia Qian, his voice very calm. I heard that my father had cancelled the engagement with Days, so I came to ask why. This marriage is related to the border war. If the marriage is cancelled and the contract with Days is broken, our Daxia dynasty will inevitably be damaged. Xia Qian spoke and told her story. Xia Qian, I told you that you should not participate in anything anymore, and be quiet in the palace during this period, and study to nourish your heart. In the Yangxin Palace, Emperor Xia looked at Xia Qian and said calmly, but this calmness was scary.
Father, my son is just confused.
This marriage will only benefit my Daxia, but not harm me.
Xia Qian knelt on the ground and said with his head down.
Xia Qian, I told you that even though Daxia is not as good as Days now, no matter what, my Daxia dynasty is the Daxia dynasty after all. Now our Daxia has internal and external troubles, and it cannot be solved by relying on a marriage. You are the prince of Daxia, but you have always been so concerned about the affairs of the Days dynasty. The marriage was cancelled and it was cancelled, but you came to ask me.
What do you think of yourself, a subordinate of the Days dynasty?
Emperor Xia spoke, his voice as thunderous as he made Xia Qian pale.
Father, my sons are just worried about Daxia.
Xia Qian knelt on the ground, his face pale, and he didn't dare to look up and speak.
I asked you to study hard and cultivate your heart. Why haven't you made any progress in such a long time? You go back and continue to reflect on me.
You don't have to worry about these things now. Emperor Xia spoke, his tone returned to calm.
Yes, my son will go back and reflect on it.
Prince Xia Qian did not dare to continue to say more, and walked out of the palace of Yangxin with his head down. Seeing the prince walking out of the palace of Yangxin, Emperor Xia's eyes were a little disappointed, and Su Changyu's appearance appeared in his mind. He picked up the prince and compared it with Su Changyu.
Well. In an instant, Emperor Xia sighed.
End of this chapter. Inside the prince's hall. Xia Qian walked around the prince's hall, and Emperor Xia asked him to go back and reflect and read books to nourish his heart.
But if such a thing happens, how could he be able to calm down?
He really couldn't figure out why Emperor Xia suddenly cancelled his engagement with Days without any warning.
Could it be that the father is suppressing himself? Xia Qian had an idea in his mind.
The marriage between Daxia and Days was led by him. Once he married Days, he naturally had more say and received support from more people.
Last time, Emperor Xia asked him to reflect and took away his responsibility for governing the country. After that incident, his emperors and the emperors secretly began small movements one by one. If this time, the marriage between Daxia and Days that he was responsible for was directly cancelled by Emperor Xia, there would definitely be many rumors and information about his loss of favor in the court. Many thoughts arose in Xia Qian's mind, which made his face look a little ugly. Your Highness.
At this moment, Yanshi walked into the hall and saluted respectfully.
How about it?
Xia Qian stopped thinking and asked. After returning to the prince's palace, he asked someone to check who Emperor Xia had met before and whether there was any situation with Xia Qingma. Report to your highness, my subordinates found out that before His Majesty ordered the cancellation of the engagement with Days, uniquely took one person to the Yangxin temple to meet His Majesty, and Yi Ping found Princess Qingma to visit. Yanshi said this. When Prince Daxia heard the words Yi Ping, he was stunned and looked disbelief.
In an instant, Xia Qian's face became gloomy and became extremely gloomy. Yi Ping. 10th Prince.
In an instant, Xia Qian knew why his father cancelled Xia Qingma's engagement. Yi Ping appeared in the palace and met Xia Qingma. Soon after, his father cancelled the engagement between Daxia and Days.
This is obviously because of Yi Ping. If it doesn't matter, how could he not believe it? No wonder. No wonder.
No wonder when I asked Emperor Xia had no explanation at all, but instead scolded him. The jealousy and hatred in Xia Qian's heart surged into his heart like a flood, making him tremble. How could Yi Ping come to the palace?
Xia Qian spoke with a very cold tone.
He received news today that after Yi Ping returned from the kingdom, he came to the capital of Daxia. But unexpectedly, in a blink of an eye, Su Wei appeared in the Daxia palace. Yanshi saw Xia Qian's gloomy face and an angry voice, and couldn't help but shudder and lowered his head. According to the investigation of his subordinates, after Yi Ping and his senior brother arrived at the capital today, he went directly to the residence of Prime Minister Xuanji. Soon after, His Majesty left the palace and brought the two back to the palace.
Yanshi lowered his head and said truthfully,
"Go to the Supreme Mansion," and the father personally took it back to the palace. Hearing this, Xia Qian's body trembled even harder and his eyes were red.
Sure enough.
This is the 10th prince. The son he loved the most. After arriving at the capital, he immediately went to the Supreme Emperor's mansion, and his father personally welcomed him into the palace. As for the major event of marriage, my father originally agreed with him, but because of the 10th prince and Yi Ping's appearance, he changed his mind and cancelled the engagement. And give the daughter who was originally the least beloved to choose.
How biased this is. Is the 10th prince going to be the emperor, and his father will also change his attention? No matter how hard you work, what can you do in front of the 10th prince? In Xia Qian's mind, the words that Emperor Xia said, "I dare not change the crown prince when I am the one I dare to change." Now that the 10th prince was taken to the palace by his father, the meaning is already very obvious. Xia Qian's body trembled and he kept taking deep breaths.
Then there was a red pill on the place where the arm was trembling. This was Ningxian Jade Chlorosis pill, which had the effect of concentrating the mind and calming the energy. But looking at the red pill, Xia Qian was ferocious and threw the pill in his hand directly. When you reach this point, how to calm yourself down and how to calm down. But at this moment, Xia Qian's face changed instantly, and his whole body returned to calm. His eyes were as plain as a pool of stagnant water.
"Okay, I get it, you go back."
Xia Qian opened her mouth, and her voice was very calm, which was so calm that it was scary. Yanshi looked at Xia Qian, who was suddenly calm and a little confused. He had never seen Xia Qian like this, so calm that he was very scared.
"Yes, my subordinates take their leave."
Yanshi didn't dare to say much and retreated immediately.
Xia Qian was the only one left in the hall.
After a while of silence, he returned to the room to crush a token, and then took out an ancient lamp to light it.
The second day. Xia Qingma came to Yi Ping's residence.
Yesterday, after she tried the wedding dress for her marriage, a father-in-law came to tell her that Emperor Xia spoke and the engagement with the third prince of Days was cancelled. After hearing this, Xia Qingma was stunned.
It's simply incredible.
She couldn't help but think that when Yi Ping left that day, "I will help you if you don't want to marry." Unexpectedly, the result was achieved so soon, so my father cancelled the marriage. She knew the importance of this marriage.
How did Yi Ping change his father's attention?
If it hadn't been dark at that time, she would have come to Yi Ping to thank him. That night, she stayed up all night, and just dawned, she came to Yi Ping's residence. Yi Ping heard the guards notify him that someone was looking for him and walked out of the hall.
A crisp sound rang out. "Senior brother Yi Ping."
Xia Qingma stood outside the hall, wearing green clothes, long hair on his waist, and stood tall and graceful, giving people a feeling of quiet time.
"Princess Qingma, why are you here?"
Yi Ping smiled gently, but unexpectedly, Princess Qingma came to find her. Thinking about it, I am the only friend of Xia Qingma in the palace, and no one else will look for me. I'll thank senior brother Yi Ping. Xia Qingma said with a beautiful face full of smiles. Yesterday, there was always a hint of melancholy on her face, and now this hint of melancholy has disappeared.
"You're welcome. This is mainly done by the senior brother, and I couldn't help."
Yi Ping shook his head and said, This matter was entirely Su Changyu's attack, and he did not contribute at all.
Senior brother Changyu? Xia Qingma was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, it was Su Changyu who solved his own affairs. She remembered Yi Ping said that he came to the palace because Su Changyu had some problems. He is indeed a master, a peerless master, and a peerless man who was able to scare away the mighty Marquis of Wu. Yes, go in and say. Yi Ping nodded.
Since they were all here, we naturally let us meet the eldest brother. The eldest brother had some worries.
Now, seeing Princess Qingma and his former friend or his sister, maybe he would be in a better mood. Senior brother, Princess Qingma is here. Yi Ping knocked on the door. Enter. A calm voice sounded.
The next moment, Yi Ping pushed open the door and walked into Su Changyu's room. Su Changyu stood by the window, looking at the sky, and was calm and detached, like a banished immortal.
Senior brother. Yi Ping bowed. Qingma thanks senior brother Changyu. Xia Qingma saluted Su Changyu and said gratefully.
When she first saw Su Changyu, she felt indescribable and familiar. It's just that because Su Changyu was too tall and too cold, she couldn't touch it. When she saw Su Changyu again, Su Changyu became even colder and more extraordinary, but she felt a sense of intimacy in her heart.
You are welcome. Su Changyu glanced at Xia Qingma and said indifferently.
At this time, a follower brought the prepared breakfast, which was very meticulous and luxurious. Xia Qingma looked at the specifications in front of him and was a little surprised. She knew the specifications of the palace meals, but thinking about it, Su Changyu could even ask Emperor Xia to cancel his engagement, so how could it be normal? That's it, the three of them started to have a quiet meal. After using breakfast, Su Changyu continued to go back to his room and asked Yi Ping and Xia Qingma to go out for a walk together. The Great Xia Palace is very big. Yesterday, Xia Qingma took Yi Ping to walk through 3 or 4 scenic spots, so even if you visit for 10 days and half a month, you can't finish it.
After walking around for a day, Yi Ping felt a little tired.
I don't know why, but I condensed my qi and blood and had an ancient god and demon body, but after walking around for a day, I felt a little tired. Princess Qingma, it's a bit late, go back early. Yi Ping opened his mouth and said as he watched the sun set.
Xia
Qingma nodded, feeling a little reluctant, and then a faint shy look on her face and said, Senior brother Yi Ping, just call me Qingma. The word princess seems too unfamiliar. She always spoke when she took Yi Ping to enjoy the scenery in the palace, but she felt that her relationship with Yi Ping had improved a lot. When Yi Ping heard this, he immediately thought that Xia Qingma, as the 10th princess of Daxia, was not favored by ordinary people, so he must not like the title of princess very much.
Okay, Princess Qingma. Yi Ping nodded and said so. The two of them went back.
Yi Ping returned to his residence and saw Su Changyu in the hall.
Senior brother. Yi Ping bowed and bowed. No need to be polite. How are you having fun with Princess Qingma today? Su Changyu spoke and said so. It's not bad, I'm just a little tired.
Yi Ping said this.
Tired? Su Changyu was puzzled. What did he do?
He picked up the teacup on the table, poured Yi Ping a cup of tea and said.
My junior brother, senior brother has figured it out. Su Changyu spoke and said calmly.
Today, after thinking about life and calming down his heart, he confirmed his inner thoughts in his heart. He could not accept Emperor Xia and accepted that he was the 10th prince of Daxia, so he decided to give up the 10th prince and return to Qingyun Daozong to be his senior brother.
Have you thought about it?
Yi Ping was a little surprised. He was worthy of being the eldest brother and made a decision so quickly. Well, I'm going to tell Lao Xia tomorrow that I will leave the palace and return to Qingyun Dao Sect.
Su Changyu's tone was very calm and there was no fluctuation at all. Okay, junior brother supports your idea.
Yi Ping didn't say much. No matter what Su Changyu did, he chose to support him.
Will you go back to the sect with your senior brother or stay in the palace?
Su Changyu asked this when he thought of Yi Ping and Xia Qingma.
Of course I'm with the eldest brother.
Yi Ping was a little surprised why Su Changyu asked himself this.
Where is Princess Qingma? Su Changyu continued to ask. I'll see you later.
Yi Ping thought about it and said this.
Su Changyu nodded and said nothing.
If the junior brother wants to come to see Xia Qingma in the future, he will be able to help him. End of this chapter.
The next day.
When Su Changyu woke up, he asked the guards to take him to find Emperor Xia to explain the matter clearly. He had already thought it clearly.
After a while, Su Changyu came to the Yangxin Palace. Changyu, you are here. Is there anything you have to do with me?
When Emperor Xia heard the report, he immediately walked out, looked at Su Changyu, his heart trembled slightly, and asked. 2 days have passed, and Su Changyu has made a decision to look for him at this time.
I'm going to leave and return to Qingyun Sect. Su Changyu spoke with a calm tone.
When Emperor Xia heard this, his heart trembled and he was a little silent.
Changyu, can't you accept me?
Emperor Xia spoke, and sadness appeared in his eyes.
Right. Su Changyu nodded seriously.
He thought very clearly that he could not accept this biological father and his identity, but to follow his original intention and return to Qingyun Sect. Where is his return? Although he was poor, he was not as good as the Daxia Palace, but he preferred that kind of life. Su Changyu thought of Taoist Taihua, who was a teacher for 1 day and a father for life. Taoist Taihua raised him and was his father. For some reason, when Su Changyu thought of Taoist Taihua, he felt something indescribable in his heart.
Feeling sad inexplicably. Emperor Xia was silent.
Su Changyu understood his reasons very well and could not accept himself. When he was in Qingyun Sect, he asked Su Changyu tentatively. At that time, Su Changyu gave an answer and would not accept it.
Qingyun Sect was his home.
But he always had expectations in his heart. After all, Su Changyu came to the door. But for this answer, he only felt sad and guilt.
Changyu, how can you accept me?
Emperor Xia spoke, looking at Su Changyu, his eyes full of anticipation, and wanted to keep him.
Old Xia, let's forget it.
I came to Daxia, and my original intention was to come and make a break, but I found that there was a misunderstanding. Now that I know the situation, I don't care.
Qingyun Sect is my home.
Su Changyu spoke with an extremely calm tone.
Hearing this, old Xia, Emperor Xia breathed.
He knew what Su Changyu meant. Although he would not accept him as his father, the two could maintain their original relationship and treat it as friends.
When are you going to leave?
Emperor Xia spoke and continued to ask. He didn't persuade him because he knew that no matter how he persuaded him, it was meaningless, and he respected Su Changyu's ideas.
If you forcefully persuade, you might destroy this remaining feeling.
Moreover, although he didn't care, he still had concerns in his heart. For example, in the battle between the prince, the 4 dynasties fought against Su Changyu.
Su Changyu obviously didn't care about this position in the battle between the prince, but the current crown prince Xia Qian obviously would not think so. No one knows a son is better than a father. Emperor Xia knew very well about his son.
If he and Su Changyu recognize each other, the other party will definitely do a lot of confusing things at that time. As for the 4 dynasties, once they know that the 10th prince of Daxia appears, they will definitely attack Su Changyu. He believes that Daxia has the power to protect Su Changyu, but in this case, the peaceful life that Su Changyu wants will be broken.
Then, Changyu, let's have a meal together. I'll let someone prepare the teleportation array. How about it? Emperor Xia spoke and said so.
He hasn't said anything to Su Changyu these days, and now Su Changyu is leaving, so he made a request.
Okay, then I'll go back first. Su Changyu nodded, turned around and left without refusing. Back to the residence.
Yi Ping in the hall saw Su Changyu coming back and stepped forward.
Senior brother. Yi Ping shouted.
My junior brother, my senior brother has already explained to Lao Xia that he will leave today. You should also say goodbye to Princess Qingma.
Su Changyu nodded and said so. Okay, senior brother.
Yi Ping nodded and went to Qingfeng Palace to say goodbye to Xia Qingma. When he arrived at Qingfeng Palace, Yi Ping told Xia Qingma that the senior brother's affairs had been dealt with and that he would leave as well.
He returned to Qingyun Sect, and Xia Qingma was very reluctant to leave.
Unexpectedly, Yi Ping was about to leave in just 3 days.
It's okay. If you're bored in the palace, you can come to Qingyun Sect. I may come to the capital of Daxia in the future and I will come to play with you at that time. Yi Ping said with a smile on his face. Okay, if you have the chance, Qingya Mo will definitely come to Qingyun Sect to find senior brother Yi. Xia Qingma nodded and said so.
Then, Xia Qingma took out a purse and sachet from the hall with a shy look on his face and handed it to Yi Ping.
Senior brother Yi, Qingma has nothing to give to you.
This is what I did yesterday, so please accept it. Xia Qingma spoke, not daring to look directly at Yi Ping.
Good. Yi Ping nodded, took the sachet, and then left. At the same time,
in the prince's hall, a figure knelt in front of Xia Qian, extremely respectful. Your Highness, Yi Ping has just gone to Qingfeng Palace. According to the maid's report, Yi Ping said goodbye to Princess Qingma, and today he will leave the palace and return to Qingyun Sect.
The figure spoke and said so. Say goodbye, leave the palace, and return to Qingyun Sect? Upon hearing this news, Xia Qian showed joy and was very excited.
The day before yesterday, after learning that Yi Ping had arrived at the palace, he contacted Prince Oz, informed the other party of the cancellation of the engagement, and discussed the matter about Yi Ping.
About how to kill Yi Ping.
But he was afraid of Yi Ping in the palace, and he did not dare and had no chance to take action, so he could only wait for the opportunity. Unexpectedly, the opportunity came so quickly.
Xia Qian was very excited. Yi Ping is leaving the palace. This is an opportunity. It must be grasped well. Because once you lose it, you may not know when you will wait next time. Moreover, he couldn't wait any longer. Every day now is a torment for him. As for Emperor Xia's suspicion and blame after taking action, this is no longer between Xia Qian's consideration.
The 10th prince must die. Yi Ping must die. Otherwise, what if Yi Ping returns to Qingyun Sect, just say goodbye and continues to return to the palace and compete with him for the position of crown prince? In any case, at least the 10th prince is alive, and Xia Qian will be uneasy for a day. Xia Qian had no confidence at all, and felt that he could compete for the 10th prince and Yi Ping. Only when Yi Ping dies and the 10th prince dies can he feel at ease. What if Emperor Xia knew that he did this? Once Yi Ping died, the emperor's star shifted, and his luck was blessed. Xia Qian believed that Emperor Xia would not do anything to him.
Xia Qian is gambling.
In his opinion, as long as Yi Ping dies, he will have a high probability of winning.
Moreover, he had no choice, except Yi Ping's death. Noon.
Emperor Xia came to Su Changyu's residence, and the servant behind him was carrying lunch, which was very meticulous and luxurious. At the dinner table, Emperor Xia did not mention the separation, but just had a quiet meal and chatted with Su Changyu about family matters.
That's it, I ate this lunch for an hour. Changyu, the formation to Qingyun Sect is ready.
After eating, Emperor Xia said nothing and took Su Changyu and Yi Ping to the teleportation array. After a while, everyone came to the formation platform. Changyu, this formation can go directly to Qingyun Sect, which only takes about 3 breaths.
Also, you can hold this token. At that time, you can come to the palace to find me at any time with this token.
If something happens, just crush this ancient order, and I will receive the message and send someone to find you immediately. Emperor Xia said, then took out an ancient order and handed it to Su Changyu. He was reluctant to leave, but he didn't say much.
Good. Su Changyu nodded, extremely calm.
After saying this, Su Changyu and Yi Ping stepped onto the formation platform.
In an instant, the formation is activated and shines brightly. Su Changyu and Yi Ping disappeared from their original position. Leave Xia Emperor and others behind. However, it's at this moment. Abruptly. Rumble. Rumble. Rumble.
The formation vibrated violently, shattering the void, causing the space to collapse quickly, which seemed extremely terrifying.
What's going on?
In an instant, Emperor Xia's expression changed drastically, and then a jade seal appeared, bursting out endless divine light, floating in the sky, stationing the collapsed void, and restoring the formation platform to stabilize. In an instant, the formation platform returned to stability. However, Su Changyu and Yi Ping on the formation platform have disappeared. Hiss. 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 At this moment, everyone was shocked. Something happened. Something big happened. During the teleportation process, the formation riots and the void collapses. This is very dangerous. If you have good luck, it just makes the teleportation location errors happen tens of thousands of miles away, or hundreds of thousands or millions of miles. If you have bad luck, it will not be a waste of time. Just now, the riot of the formation was very serious. Damn it! Emperor Xia roared angrily, and his whole body was filled with energy, which was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Emperor Xia was furious. 27 years ago, the 10th prince was born. In just one day, he was plundered and was left outside for 27 years, making it impossible for them to recognize each other. Now that Su Changyu has returned to the Daxia Palace, this kind of thing has happened in just 3 days. How can he not be angry? Your Majesty, forgive me. The formation masters of the formation platform knelt on the ground one after another, looking terrified. They didn't expect that there was a problem with the formation. In a quarter of an hour, I want to know the result. Send someone to Qingyun Sect in Xinzhou, Jin State to check the clues of Changyu. Emperor Xia spoke, his tone was cold. He knew that the formation was tampered with. The formation masters in the palace are all proficient in formations, so this kind of accident cannot occur. Even if there is an accident, the formation will not riot so violently, and the void will collapse in an instant. At this time, Emperor Xia was full of expectations and hoped that Su Changyu would teleport back to Qingyun Sect with steadily. Yes. In an instant, sounds were heard hidden in the dark. These are the secret guards trained by Emperor Xia. After a while, a figure appeared behind Emperor Xia, and his spiritual sense transmitted his voice. Suddenly, Emperor Xia's original expression seemed very ugly. Xia Qian. Prince Xia Qian. The formation was moved by Prince Xia Qian. Before, Emperor Xia had speculation in his heart and suspected Xia Qian, but Xia Qian was his son after all, and he couldn't believe that Xia Qian would do such a thing, killing his brother. But now, the facts are in front of him. Xia Qian, you disappointed me so much. Emperor Xia took a deep breath, his expression was extremely cold, and he murmured in his heart. At this moment, he was extremely disappointed with Xia Qian. Go to the prince's palace. Emperor Xia turned around and walked towards the prince's palace with a cold look on his face. End of this chapter. Qingyun Mountains. Su Changyu slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he wanted to vomit. Damn! Why do you have any problems with the formation every time? During the Dacian dynasty, I at least moved the formation plate. This time I did nothing. Dynasty formation master, that's it? He wanted to vomit a little. Is this the Qingyun Mountains? Su Changyu looked at the surroundings and immediately recognized them. It's okay, it's just a little off. Su Changyu was very glad that if he changed his place, he would get lost again. Just as he stood up and headed towards Qingyun Sect, Su Changyu found something was wrong. Where is the junior brother? The younger brother is obviously with me, so such a big person is gone? Little junior brother, little junior brother. There were intermittent sounds in the mountains and forests. Su Changyu looked for it, but he did not feel Yi Ping's traces. He knew that the younger brother probably lost it and was teleported to another place by the formation. However, the younger brother is not like himself and he will get lost, so there should be no big problem. Su Changyu thought of this and then returned to Qingyun Sect first. When he approached Qingyun Sect, he felt a sword energy permeate. This made him a little surprised. What was going on? How come Qingyun Sect has the sword energy left? If I am not in the sect, will there be someone practicing swords and emitting such sword energy?
Walking into Qingyun Sect, Su Chanyu found that there was no one in the sect. No one. This made him a little strange. His junior brother and sister don't like going down the mountain. Even if the senior sister, Su Luochun, Wang Zhuoyu and others leave, Taoist Taihua will be in the sect, and there will always be someone. For some reason, Su Changyu felt bad in his heart. A few days ago, he always had a bad premonition in his heart. He searched the entire Qingyun Sect, but there was no one, which made Su Changyu feel more and more uneasy. He went to the last place of the sect. Back Cliff. Su Changyu quickly arrived at the whole cliff. When he arrived at the back cliff, Su Changyu was suddenly stunned. Looking at the situation ahead, he looked shocked and disbelief. Master! Su Changyu ran over and looked at the Taoist Taihua who was lying on the stone cliff and died. He picked up the body of Taoist Taihua. The body was already stiff and the blood on his body seemed to be washed by rain. Su Changyu was stunned, his eyes were confused and crazy. What's going on? How could the master die? Su Changyu's brain was like a turbulent river and was full of disbelief. He was raised by Taoist Taihua since childhood, and Taoist Taihua was his father. How could he accept seeing Taoist Taihua die? Su Changyu no longer looked calm, his face was full of sadness and shock. After his cultivation level improved, it seemed that nothing could make him unable to feel fluctuated in his heart. But at this moment, he could no longer be calm. Master! Su Changyu held the body of Taoist Taihua, and roared to the sky, and the sadness filled the entire Qingyun mountains, shaking the clouds in the sky. Holding the cold and stiff corpse, he did not move, and there was crystal clear water rolling down his eyes. This time he went out, he found his biological father, but he understood that Qingyun Daozong was his home and Taihua Daoran was his father. But now, the younger brother is walking with him, but he is not sure where to teleport by the formation. But Qingyun Sect didn't know what happened, and his junior brother and sister were all away, and his master, Taoist Taihua, turned into a cold corpse. All the past of Qingyun Sect and the warm face of Taoist Taihua appeared in my mind. Su Changyu choked with a sad face, quietly holding the cold corpse in his hand. Ah! This long roar, the sadness turned into endless murderous intent, and his aura was raging, just like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, causing the Qingyun Sect and the Qingyun mountains to fly, making the heaven and earth tremble. Su Changyu's black hair seemed to wither and turn snow-white at this moment. He still maintained this movement, dragging Taoist Taihua and quietly. At this moment, two somewhat dim handwritings flashed beside Taoist Taihua. Destiny. The two words flashed with blood. The next moment, two blood words rushed towards Su Changyu's eyebrows. At this moment, inside the Daxia Palace, when Emperor Xia came to the Crown Prince's hall, he had an unpredictable anger in his eyes. Prince Xia Qian was sitting in the hall. He was very calm inside. At this point, he had nothing to be afraid of. Xia Qian. Emperor Xia looked at the prince, and a thunderous voice rang out. Sons meet with the father. Xia Qian stood up and looked at Emperor Xia, his face was very calm and his voice was very calm, without any panic. At this time, don't you have anything to say? Seeing Xia Qian so calm, Emperor Xia spoke and asked. He was a little surprised, but he didn't expect that at this time, Xia Qian was so calm, completely different from usual. This made him even more angry. After doing such a thing, Xia Qian still felt so calm. My son doesn't know what the father means. Xia Qian said calmly, but this calmness was indescribable. You don't know what you did yourself? You still need me to say. Emperor Xia spoke, his voice was extremely cold. Please make clear to my father. Xia Qian continued. Formation platform. Emperor Xia's voice sounded again, saying word by word. After the words came to an end, the prince's hall was as quiet as death. Xia Qian spoke out, staring at Emperor Xia calmly and said lightly. Father, you forced me all this. If it weren't for you, how could I do this? In your eyes, except for the 10th prince, never had me as a son. I know, you have never forgotten the 10th prince. This position of prince did not belong to me.
It fell on me because of the bizarre disappearance of Lao Shi. Since I ascended the position of the prince, I have been anxious every day and can't sleep or eat every day, because of why? It's not the other princes, my only worry is the 10th prince.
However, what I'm worried about finally happened. Xia Qian opened her mouth and said so. Absurd. It's ridiculous. You are making excuses for yourself.
When Emperor Xia heard these words, he shouted. Indeed, what the prince said makes sense. If it weren't for Su Changyu, the position of the prince would not have fallen on Xia Qian. However, Xia Qian is already the prince. It was the prince he appointed. In this case, Xia Qian's words were unconvincing. He. Xia Qian sneered and continued.
Father, aren't you thinking that way?
After you went to Qingyun Sect and met the 10th prince, you dare to say that you had no idea. Since Qingyun Sect returned, your bias has been shown to the fullest. That day you took away your son's responsibility for governing the country, and your son clearly remembered what your father said, do I really dare not change the crown prince? At that time, I thought it was just that I did something wrong, but that was not the case. This time, you not only brought Lao Shi into the palace, but also changed your mind because of his words.
Do you know how much effort Akan has spent on this matter?
But you changed your attention because of Lao Shi's words and scolded Akan.
That's true now, what's going on? Did Lao Shi say that he wants to become the crown prince and the throne, you agree without hesitation?
After all, this position is his. Xia Qian's words were one after another, as if he wanted to express all the grievances in his heart. But his voice was extremely calm and looked very strange. So, you do something like this, brothers are slaughtering each other.
Aren't you afraid that I will destroy you?
Emperor Xia said expressionlessly. He knew that the prince would feel wronged and would have thoughts in his heart. But unexpectedly, the prince's idea would be so strong that he could do something to kill his brother.
Afraid. But father, if you destroy me, what should Daxia do?
Xia Qian looked at Emperor Xia, so calm that he was terrible. End of this chapter.
Qingzhou, in a hall.
The hall is very simple, just a jade plate is placed. At this time, a blue light flashed in the jade plate. The middle-aged man sitting in front of the jade plate opened his eyes instantly and showed ecstasy. This is the breath of the Son of Destiny.
The middle-aged man was very excited and couldn't help but tremble.
He was obviously only middle-aged, but his voice was extremely old. Junior brother, you have hid the Son of Destiny for so long, but I still found it.
You said, why are you doing this?
Senior brother will tell you that all this is right. The middle-aged man stood up, his voice feeling a little emotional. After the words came, there was no longer a middle-aged man in the hall.
At the same time,
Yi Ping opened his eyes, a little surprised. There are a wide range of treasures around it, and it is an ancient artifact or a Taoist artifact, as if it is not worth it. This made Yi Ping confused. There are at least thousands of ancient artifacts, and there are also treasures flowing from Taoist artifacts. These are Taoist artifacts, and there are nearly 100 pieces. You should know that Taoist weapons are already the standard magic weapon for nascent soul monks and Yuanshan monks. There are also immortal weapons above the Taoist weapons.
But how many immortal tools are there?
The fifth senior brother Lin Bei once said in the 3,000 treasures of the avenue that he gave him, there are 365 top-grade immortal weapons, and 10 ancient immortal weapons. Therefore, the preciousness of Taoist instruments can be imagined.
Moreover, there are 1 or 2 immortal artifacts all over the earth in this place, so there is nothing wrong with it.
Yi Ping felt like he was dreaming. He thought about it carefully and remembered that he and his senior brother stepped onto the formation platform and were about to return to Qingyun Sect, and then it seemed that the formation was rioting.
Did I teleport myself here because of the formation riot?
Senior brother,
Yi Ping shouted.
However, no sound was heard around.
Yi Ping walked forward and continued to call.
At this moment, Yi Ping stopped and looked at a pool ahead, a very gorgeous pool, extremely sacred.
Immortal artifact, this is an immortal artifact.
There is a golden liquid flowing in the pool, and a scent of aura like a dragon pillar rolls on the pool, exuding a terrifying fragrance.
Crazy Dragon Pool. There are 3 big characters on the pool. Yi Ping was shocked. He instantly saw it, an immortal weapon. This is an immortal weapon. And it is not an ordinary immortal weapon. It is very likely to be the legendary ancient immortal weapon. Could it be that I am triggering the adventure?
Just like falling off a cliff and picking up a secret book, the formation riots, allowing me to appear in some ancient ruins. Yi Ping thought to himself, and was a little disbelief.
After all, it's too dreamy.
He was very cautious and checked the surrounding situation to see if there was any danger of formation ban.
After confirming that there was no danger, Yi Ping walked towards the dragon pool.
At close range, he felt the extraordinariness of this immortal weapon even more, and the fragrance of the liquid in the pool made him feel transparent.
The liquid in this pool is extraordinary and valuable.
Some time ago, when he cultivated the golden elixir to the 5 colors, he squandered all his accumulated foundation. Now that there is an adventure, Yi Ping naturally cannot let it go.
What's more, only by improving your cultivation can you go back better.
Immediately, Yi Ping was completely immersed in the dragon pool.
At this moment, Daxia Palace.
Inside the prince's hall. Emperor Xia did not expect that Xia Qian would say such words. Looking at Xia Qian with a calm face, he found that he could not see through the sun and felt very unfamiliar.
Come on, take the prince.
Emperor Xia shouted with anger on his face. In an instant, 2 secret guards appeared and took Xia Qian directly. Xia Qian did not resist, and under such circumstances, he could not resist either. He just looked at Emperor Xia and said calmly,
Father, the 10th elder is the Ziwei Emperor's star. If someone kills the Emperor's star inversely, what will happen? I believe you know. Xia Qian opened her mouth and said so.
Hearing this, Emperor Xia shivered slightly, and was so angry that he could no longer speak.
He naturally knew what Xia Qian said, and Su Changyu was the Ziwei Emperor's star.
If someone can kill the Ziwei Emperor's star against the contrary, then it will be plundering the fortune of the Emperor's star on oneself.
This is the reason why Xia Qian took action and his confidence in taking action.
As long as Su Changyu dies at his hands or is suppressed by him, he will be plundered for his luck.
This is why Xia Qian could say what he said. What should Daxia do if he was useless?
Today, Daxia can no longer stand the tossing.
Crazy. Crazy.
In his opinion, Xia Qian was already crazy.
Trust Xia Qian into prison.
Emperor Xia looked at Xia Qian with anger and disappointment in his eyes. Indeed, he had the idea of the prince abdicating and letting Su Changyu become the emperor.
But it's just an idea.
Before, he had already considered it. After the implementation of the new policy, Daxia was stable, so he abdicated and handed over the best Daxia to the prince. But I didn't expect that the prince would go to this point and do such a thing.
If you know in advance, what will you do? Emperor Xia asked himself in his heart.
But he had no results in his mind. Because the performance of the prince's reign during his reign was very disappointed. The new policy was not implemented and the Daxia was not stable. He did not dare to abdicate and did not dare to let the prince ascend the throne.
Emperor Xia sighed as he watched the secret guard take the prince away.
Transfer to the heavenly secret palace. If there are any changes in the emperor's star, please report it immediately. Emperor Xia ordered that now, he could only expect Su Changyu to have nothing to do. Otherwise. In the hall, only Emperor Xia was left, and his face looked much older.
At the same time,
cloudy and misty mountains, in a valley. A sweet-looking girl was sitting on a monster with a leopard body and a unicorn head. Zhuozhang Yuan was very scared.
Here, hurry up and get off me. The blue-eyed Killiman stopped and Chen Lingru immediately got off the monster. Is it just a head?
Chen Lingru asked in a little scared.
Yes, have you seen that fruit?
The blue-eyed unicorn beast raised its claws and pointed at the dense forest. Chen Lingru looked carefully and saw a quiet pool deep in the dense forest. There was a strange spiritual plant beside the pool, with a fruit in the shape of a unicorn, emitting a red and yellow luster.
This is Qingyun divine fruit. Chen Lingru couldn't help but exclaim when she saw the fruit.
Once, she saw in classics that after taking the Qingyun divine fruit, it can produce Qingyun bloodline.
No wonder the blue-eyed Qingyun beast wants this fruit. You actually know each other?
The blue-eyed Qingyun beast was unexpectedly, but Chen Lingru actually recognized the fruit. Hearing this, Chen Lingru frowned slightly, a little angry.
What does this mean? Look down on others? But she didn't say anything, and she had to bow her head under the roof. Why didn't you see the monkey you mentioned? Chen Lingru spoke out and continued to ask.
She didn't care about this fruit, what she cared about was the white monkey mentioned by the other party. Although the blue-eyed Qingyun beast told her that the monkey was not strong, Chen Lingru did not believe it and must be seen as the truth.
It should be sleeping. The blue-eyed unicorn beast said so. Since you are sleeping, why don't you pick it now?
You have to wait until the night is dark and the wind is high. He sleeps during the day, and won't he wake up at night?
Chen Lingru spoke and asked a question. You know the Qingyun divine fruit, don't you see that the fruit is not ripe yet?
The blue-eyed Qingyun beast spoke, looking at Chen Lingru with contempt.
Chen Lingru was very angry.
She just saw her appearance in the book, but she didn't know if she was mature.
Okay, the fruit will be ripe in the next few days. You can have a sleep now.
I'll call you at that time.
The blue-eyed unicorn beast said so. I feel that I am still not good. Otherwise, if you send me back to the sect, I will ask my senior sister and junior brother to help.
Chen Lingru spoke and said like this.
I told you that monkey is not strong, so you should rest quickly. I will call you when the fruit is ripe.
The blue-eyed unicorn beast said impatiently. Chen Lingru was helpless. At this time, she could not sleep, so she could only stay quietly beside her.
At the same time, a fire domain.
Su Luochen had a gilded phoenix furnace above his head, and he looked haggard, looking at the flames surrounding him, feeling very uncomfortable.
Originally, he was well researched in the Qingyun Sect and the formation.
But for some reason, the Qingyun Sect seemed to have appeared strangely, and he heard Daxus shouting for an enemy attack. Before he could react, he opened his eyes and appeared here.
He didn't know where this place was.
There were flames burning around him, endless. If it weren't for the protection of the phoenix-winged pill furnace, he would have been cold. He also thought about leaving here, but the flames filled the place and could not find the way. Moreover, with his strength, he couldn't stand it even if he wanted to walk around here. What made him most uncomfortable was that he had not seen anyone after being here for so long.
This is normal.
After all, whoever is fine as walking in such a place full of fire is not asking for death?
Too uncomfortable. Is there anyone?
Help! Come here, Su Luochen is here, my junior brother is Yi Ping. Although there was no one, Su Luochen insisted on shouting every day.
What if? Otherwise, I would be waiting for death.
At this moment, Su Luochen heard a sound, and it was the sound of footsteps. Immediately, he was excited and shouted. Help! Help! At the same time, Qingyun Sect. On the back cliff, Su Changyu quietly hugged Taoist Taihua's body, his head full of white hair dancing. His face and temperament have changed drastically.
It can no longer be described in words and language.
This person should only exist in heaven, and I don't know why he fell into the world. Perhaps, this is an immortal, and all things in the world will be eclipsed in front of him. The only thing to say is that there is a faint murderous intent between the eyebrows, which slightly affects the noble, calm and detached temperament.
At this time, Su Changyu gently put down Taoist Taihua's body and stood up. His eyes moved slightly, and his eyes were calm, neither happy nor sad, as if he was indifferent to everything in the world.
He shot a magic trick at the corpse of Taoist Taihua. For a moment, time went back and a picture emerged. In the picture, it was a few days ago when a group of men in black stepped onto the Qingyun Sect. Then Taoist Taihua tore open the talisman and a middle-aged man came to the Qingyun Sect.
Su Changyu looked at the picture in front of him. He was very plain.
Even if the picture was so dull that Taoist Taihua died under the sword energy of the middle-aged man.
After reading it, Su Changyu put away Taoist Taihua's body. Come on the formation.
Su Changyu spoke, his voice was not loud and he was very calm. The pattern of formation appeared under his feet, and Su Changyu disappeared immediately. End of this chapter.
In the Great Xia Palace, Emperor Xia sat in the hall, and an old man appeared in the hall. Seeing the old man appear, Emperor Xia couldn't help but feel his heart. This old man is the owner of the Tianji Hall of the Great Xia dynasty. The status of Tianji Palace is very special. The old man in front of him can be said to be under the Daxia dynasty. On weekdays, Tianji Hall will send people to the Tianji Hall, but now the Lord of Tianji Hall comes directly, and it is obvious that the matter is very serious. Could it be that it was because of Changyu and because of the Ziwei Emperor Star? Emperor Xia asked quickly. District Master, is it Ziwei Emperor Star? Something happened. Emperor Xia looked at the Lord of Tianji Palace and said this. The Lord of Heavenly Meaning nodded. In an instant, Emperor Xia felt like he was struck by lightning, and his expression changed drastically, almost falling from the chair. Something happened to Ziwei Emperor Star. Does it mean that Changyu has already? Emperor Xia's heart was filled with countless emotions. Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? The Lord of Heavenly Memorial Palace saw Emperor Xia's appearance and asked worriedly. Ziwei Emperor Star. What's wrong? Emperor Xia's voice trembled. I just saw through the star map that the Ziwei Emperor Star is generous and radiant. The Lord of Heavenly Meaning said. The Ziwei Emperor Star shines brightly? The Ziwei Emperor Star has not yet fallen, but it still shines brightly? Emperor Xia in the hall was a little confused when he heard this and felt that he had heard it wrong. What's going on? You said the Ziwei Emperor Star shines brightly? Emperor Xia spoke, unable to believe it. Yes. The Lord of the Heavenly Memorial Palace nodded, feeling even more strange to Emperor Xia. Suddenly, Emperor Xia was excited and he was so excited. Extremely excited. The Ziwei Emperor Star shines brightly, which means that Su Changyu is not only fine, but also has unprecedented goodness. Could it be that the previous formation riot did not hurt Changyu, and it also gave Changyu the opportunity? Emperor Xia thought excitedly. Okay. He is worthy of being my son, the chosen son of God. Besides the great light of Ziwei Emperor Star, there should be other things. Although Emperor Xia was happy inside, he asked quickly and calmly on the surface. The Ziwei Emperor Star shines brightly. Although this is a big deal, Emperor Xia knows that if it is just like this, the Lord of Heavenly Memorial Palace will not come, so there must be other things. After the Ziwei Emperor Star shines brightly, it has separated from the imperial stars of the 5 dynasties. At the same time, there is something wrong with our Great Xia Emperor Star, and the Great Xia Emperor Star has an ominous aura. The Lord of Heavenly Meaning said. This is why he came here on this trip. The Great Xia Emperor Star is related to the entire Great Xia. Now the Great Xia Emperor Star has an ominous aura, representing an ominous sign. The Great Xia Emperor Star, an ominous aura. Emperor Xia's face changed. The Great Xia Emperor Star is getting dimmer now, which is why he is preparing to abdicate. Unexpectedly, the Great Xia Emperor Star suddenly showed an ominous aura. The Emperor Star of the Great Xia refers not only to him, but also to the Prince of Daxia. Emperor Xia immediately thought of Xia Qian. At this time, he only did one thing, and sent Xia Qian to prison. But in this case, it would not lead to the Great Xia Emperor Star. What's going on? For some reason, Emperor Xia thought of Xia Qian's calmness and terrible appearance when he confronted Xia Qian before. Where is this ominous aura coming from? Emperor Xia spoke and continued to ask. I cannot deduce this ominousness, so I come to report to your Majesty. I want to notify the other 3 halls to gather the power of the 4 halls and forcefully deduce this ominous. The Lord of Heavenly Palace spoke and said. The Great Xia dynasty had 4 heavenly halls, located in the east, west, south and north. It predicted the situation in the Great Xia dynasty and rarely gathered in normal times. This is a terrible thing happens now and he can't deduce it. Okay, you can summon the 4 palaces immediately to deduce the ominous.
Emperor Xia spoke and said in a deep voice. He also attaches great importance to this matter.
Just then,
a figure slowly appeared above the Daxia palace.
This figure is Su Changyu.
Just as Su Changyu appeared above the palace, a layer of invisible force enveloped Su Changyu. The king of Daxia prohibits flying in the air.
What's more, it's in the Daxia palace. It is a very disrespectful act to dare to control the air in the great Xia royal capital.
Without waiting for the imperial guards to take action, the formation ban will be triggered and they will be directly bombarded and killed. Therefore, the moment Su Changyu appeared, the formation restriction was activated. However, this power of the formation was enough to kill the powerful Yuaniang, and the power that even the powerful Yuanshan could not resist fell on Su Changyu, like a stone sinking into the sea. Nothing happened.
Who dares to break into the Daxia palace?
The palace guards shouted. However, when the palace guards looked upwards, they saw Su Changyu.
Everyone was stunned. It seems like he has lost his spirit. Immortal. This figure is so extraordinary.
Whether it is appearance or temperament, when people see it, they immediately think that this is an immortal who came to the earth to travel.
Not only them, many monks in the great Xia King capital sensed the movements in the palace.
All the monks were shocked.
Some people dared to blatantly break into the palace. This is simply too bold.
When they looked and saw Su Changyu, they were all lost.
Is there such a handsome and extraordinary man in the world?
He was wearing a blue shirt, white hair as snow, and his face was peerless, like an immortal in the dust. Just standing here will make the heaven, earth, sun, and moon pale.
Everyone's mind was blank. So handsome. So handsome. So handsome.
Both men and women have an unparalleled look at this moment.
Is this an immortal? Someone asked in a daze. This must be an immortal descending to earth. Is the immortal really so extraordinary? Yes, I don't believe that every immortal is so handsome.
Hiss. I never thought there would be such a handsome man in the world. I would never marry you in this life. I have traveled all over the 5 countries and have never seen anyone more handsome than me. In front of him, I feel unworthy. It must be what the Daxia royal family did that led him to forcibly break into the palace.
Yes, that's right. Countless monks were talking about it. Shocking.
What's wrong with my Daxia palace? The leader of the imperial guards came back to his senses and immediately raised his hand, asking the guards not to act rashly, and asked respectfully.
Su Changyu in front of him was too extraordinary.
The whole person is like an immortal, and the palace's forbidden formation has no effect in front of him, which is terrible. So he is very respectful.
Su Changyu said nothing and did not answer.
He took one step and wanted to enter the palace. In an instant, layers of formation barriers appeared, blocking him from moving forward. This was the palace's defensive restriction. Break! The layers of formation barriers appeared in Su Changyu, and a word was spit out from his mouth.
Boom 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 boom.
In an instant, the formation restriction in the palace vibrated and was directly shattered. Hiss! 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 Seeing the band formation in the palace shattered and the formation patterns were dim, all the guards were shocked. The other monks in the royal capital were also shocked.
This is amazing.
You know, this is the formation restriction of the Daxia palace, and even the Mahayana realm cannot be easily broken like this.
Immortal means. The man in front of him is definitely an immortal.
Bold. Who dares to force his way into the Daxia palace?
Who dares to be so rampant?
The next moment, sounds sounded. Many powerful auras appeared throughout the palace.
Su Changyu destroyed the formation of the Daxia palace. How could he not make the strong men in charge of the palace furious?
At this moment, the sky and the earth changed color, and the strong wind blew, and one powerful man appeared in the void, with 10 powerful men passing the tribulation. They stared at Su Changyu in front of them. However, when these people saw Su Changyu, they couldn't help but lose their minds. I wonder what's going on with my Daxia palace. A powerful man who passed the tribulation immediately returned to his senses and said to Su Changyu. If ordinary people dare to break into the palace and break the formation restrictions, they will take action directly. But after seeing Su Changyu's appearance, he felt that there should be a misunderstanding. Su Changyu said nothing, looking in one direction, which was the direction of the Imperial Palace prison. Then he took a step forward and his figure disappeared. The strong men in the field looked at each other and were shocked. They could not stop Su Changyu just now. This method is amazing. When did there be such a strong man in the world? Could it be that the immortals really come down to earth? They didn't think much about it and immediately chased after it. Palace prison. Xia Qian's face was no longer calm, but was extremely gloomy. What's going on? Did Yi Ping not die? How is this possible? The formation riots, even if someone stops them in time, the cultivator of the nascent soul realm will definitely die. Yi Ping only has the strength of a golden elixir, so how can he not die? Xia Qian muttered to himself in his heart. After so long, he did not feel the shift of the Ziwei Emperor Star, and the fortune of the Emperor Star blessing himself. In other words, Yi Ping was not dead. If Yi Ping is not dead, then his plan will fail. He lost the bet. Thinking of this, Xia Qian's face became ferocious. Just then, a figure appeared in the prison, which shocked Xia Qian. The figure in front of him made him feel familiar. Soon, he recognized it as Yi Ping's senior brother Su Changyu. For some reason, when he saw Su Changyu, he felt a sense of disgust, a deep disgust, and an instinctive disgust. How could the other party suddenly appear in the palace prison? You should know that the palace prison not only has layers of guards, but also has formation restrictions, and ordinary people cannot enter at all. Moreover, didn't Su Changyu step into the formation platform with Yi Ping? Even if you are not dead, nothing can happen and you suddenly appear in prison. Xia Qian was very puzzled. Kneel down. Before Xia Qian could continue to think more, Su Changyu spoke with a calm tone. Bang! Xia Qian felt that his whole body could not be controlled and knelt directly in front of Su Changyu. Su Changyu held Taoist Tai Hua in his hand and stood in front of Xia Qian, looking at him indifferently. In an instant, Xia Qian had a ferocious face and looked up at Su Changyu. As the dignified prince of Daxia, he actually knelt in front of the other side. Shame, naked shame. In an instant, he saw the corpse in Su Changyu's hand. Inside the Daxia palace. What, you said Changyu was back, forced to break into the palace and headed towards the prison? Emperor Xia said in disbelief. He naturally sensed the noise of someone forcing his way into the palace before, but Emperor Xia did not care too much, so someone would deal with it. However, at this time someone reported to him that the person who had forced the palace to break into the palace was the one who Emperor Xia brought into the palace a few days ago. After hearing the news, Emperor Xia was full of disbelief. From the Lord of Heavenly Memorial Palace, I learned that the Ziwei Emperor Star shines brightly, which proves what opportunity Su Changyu should have obtained and transformed. But even so, I wouldn't be able to go directly to the palace, right? If you want to forcibly break into the palace, you must have the strength to overcome the tribulation of the Mahayana. But he didn't think much about it because Su Changyu went to the prison. Why did he go to the direction of the prison? It's obvious, Xia Qian. Xia Qian had tampered with the formation before, causing the formation to riot and the void to collapse. If Su Changyu has nothing to do, it doesn't mean that Yi Ping has nothing to do. Yi Ping is Su Changyu's junior brother. Immediately, Emperor Xia disappeared in the hall. At the same time, a middle-aged man appeared outside the capital of Daxia. End of this chapter. Daxia Palace. In prison. When Xia Qian saw the corpse in Su Changyu's hand, he immediately recognized it. It was the corpse of the head of Qingyun. Not long ago, he sent someone to Qingyun Sect to kill Yi Ping. Then he received the message that all the people he sent out were dead, and at the same time, the head of Qingyun Sect was also dead and was killed by a powerful sword energy. But the body of his own people has been dealt with and no trace has been left. Moreover, Xia Qian remembered that in the investigation information, Su Changyu was just a waste. Why can you appear in the palace prison now and hold the body of the head of Qingyun? Even with a word, he left himself without any resistance and kneeling on the ground.
Xia Qian didn't think too much, nor did he think too much. Now, his heart was filled with humiliation and anger. Even if you send someone to kill the leader of Qingyun, what if? Even if I have tampered with the formation platform and wanted to kill Yi Ping, what if I can do it? How dare the other party? How dare you make yourself kneel down? I am the crown prince of the Great Xia dynasty and the future emperor of the Great Xia. Xia Qian's face is hard to see. I am the prince of Daxia. If you dare to let me kneel down. If you insult me like this, you have committed a death sentence. The Daxia dynasty will not let you go. I will destroy your Qingyun Dao sect and implicate your 9 clans. Xia Qian had a ferocious face and roared angrily. Su Chanyu held the body of Taoist Taihua and looked at Xia Qian in front of him with an indifferent expression. Suddenly, Xia Qian lowered his head uncontrollably. Then he knelt on the ground and kowtowed. For Xia Qian, kneeling down and kowtowing is a complete shame, and it is more painful than depriving everything. At this moment, figures appeared one after another, and the strong men from the palace arrived. When they saw the scene in front of them, their faces changed drastically. Prince Xia Qian actually knelt in front of others and kowtowed. This is the prince of their Daxia, the emperor's star of Daxia. At this time, kneeling in front of others and kowtowing, not only an insult to Xia Qian, but also an insult to them Daxia. At that moment, a powerful man who passed the tribulation was furious and pinched his fists with both hands, as if he was holding the sun and the moon, trying to kill Su Changyu. No matter how extraordinary Su Changyu was, he forced himself to break into the palace and appeared in the palace prison, and asked the prince of Daxia to kneel on the ground and kowtow. This is a serious crime and a death sentence. Boom! However, Su Changyu did not move at all, just looking at him. His eyes were neither happy nor angry, and he was indifferent and detached, supreme, which made him feel like he worshipped. As the fists approached, the sun and the moon enveloped Su Changyu. In an instant, 2 peerless fairy swords burst out from Su Changyu's eyes, directly cutting off the strong man's arm when he punched. Ah! A shrill scream rang out. In just one moment, a powerful tribulation man was cut off his arms in front of Su Changyu, and blood flowed. Too scary. This is impossible. The powerful palace masters watched this scene, and none of them believed the scene in front of them. They could see that Su Changyu did not kill him. Otherwise, the look just now could kill the latter directly, which is terrible. At this moment, another figure appeared in the prison. Emperor Xia appeared in the prison. However, when he saw the situation in front of him, he couldn't help but look shocked. What the hell is going on? His Majesty! The strong man in the palace was suddenly nervous, but he didn't expect that Emperor Xia also came here directly. Su Changyu asked Xia Qian to kneel down. What if the Xia emperor takes action? Changyu. Emperor Xia looked at Su Changyu and couldn't speak. Now Su Changyu is like an immortal. Even if he, the emperor of Daxia, feels like worship when he sees it. What happened to Su Changyu during these times? Looking at Su Changyu's snow-like white hair, Emperor Xia's eyes were shocked. However, he immediately shifted his eyes from Su Changyu to the body that Su Changyu was holding. This is the head of Qingyun, the Taoist of Taihua. Taoist Taihua is dead. Emperor Xia still remembers that Su Changyu once said that although he did not have a biological father, Taoist Taihua was better than his father. And now, Taoist Taihua is dead. Su Changyu held Taoist Taihua's body and asked Xia Qian to kowtow here. Emperor Xia was full of thoughts and had some guesses. Changyu, what happened? Emperor Xia asked with bitter face. You want to stop me? Su Changyu said without answering. His voice was extremely calm, with a feeling of being high above him. The strong man in the palace was surprised. Unexpectedly, Emperor Xia knew Su Changyu and such a peerless strong man. Moreover, the relationship seemed to be extraordinary. What the hell is going on? Emperor Xia was silent. Su Changyu's meaning is very simple, just what he saw and thought of. Xia Qian had already taken action against Su Changyu. It's not just this time the formation platform is wiggling. Someone was sent to Qingyun Sect, and the death of Taoist Taihua was related to Xia Qian. Emperor Xia couldn't speak. Faced with this situation, even if he was the emperor of Daxia, he didn't know what to do. Who would imagine the situation where their sons kill each other? The Lord of Heavenly Memorial Palace told him before that the great Xia Emperor star appeared ominous. This one is the Prince of Daxia, and the other is the son of Tianqian of Daxia, Ziwei Emperor star, and he ended up killing each other. In this case, it is normal for him to have an ominous appearance in the great Xia Emperor star. Emperor Xia was silent for a moment and spoke. Leave his life, I abolish his position as crown prince, imprison him in the palace, and will not leave for life. He is your brother after all, and I don't want you to kill your brother. Emperor Xia said this, his voice trembling slightly, with a plea. Indeed, Xia Qian was guilty and attacked Su Chanyu and killed Su Chanyu's master, Taoist Taihua, and could not refuse to die. But he is Xia Qian's father. How could he watch his son be killed or killed by Su Chanyu and let Su Chanyu kill his brother? Hiss. In an instant, the prison was silent. Deadly silence. Everyone was confused. Brother. Kill your brother. The man in front of him is Emperor Xia's son. Where did Emperor Xia get his son? Could it be? Could it be? Could it be? Could it be that the man who is like an immortal in front of me is the 10th prince? The 10th prince who once disappeared. The strong men in the palace were stunned and couldn't help but look at Su Chanyu, and found that the latter's appearance was indeed somewhat similar to Emperor Xia. However, Su Changyu's temperament is so extraordinary that everyone will not think of it. If Emperor Xia hadn't said this and others wouldn't have believed it. But what happened? The 10th prince and the prince had this happen. Xia Qian, who was kneeling in front of Su Chanyu and had blood on his forehead, was also confused. I was stunned. Su Chanyu is the 10th prince. In other words, I have always made mistakes. He has been sending people to kill Yi Ping, and not only did he not kill him, but he also killed him to death. Suddenly, Xia Qian felt that he was about to explode. The 10th prince was like a thorn, stuck in his heart, making him full of hatred and extreme. Even after so many years, he has never forgotten the 10th prince. Now, he knew that the 10th prince was Su Chanyu in front of him, and he was suppressed by Su Chanyu and knelt in front of him and kowtowed to apologize. Xia Qian couldn't accept it and was almost crazy. Moreover, in this case, his father, Emperor Xia, just told Su Chanyu that he would save his life, and then abolish the position of crown prince and imprison him in the palace for life. How eccentric is this? He doesn't have his son in his heart. Only 10 princes. Even if I haven't seen each other for 27 years, this is still the case. Xia Qian's heart was filled with endless anger. Ah! Xia Qian growled, his voice full of terror, with endless anger, hatred, resentment, murderous intent, jealousy, and fierce intent. It made everyone present feel creepy. At this moment, the black lotus on the jade of luck swayed in Su Chanyu's primordial spirit, and the lotus seeds inside seemed to be about to be nurtured. Su Chanyu felt the movement of the black lotus in his soul, frowned slightly, and spoke out loud. I will save his life. Today's affairs will cut off the bloodline and love between you and me. But the death penalty can be avoided, but the living penalty is hard to spare. Su Chanyu spoke out indifferently and said so. Before Emperor Xia could continue speaking, Su Chanyu put away Taoist Taihua's body and reached out his hand calmly towards Xia Qian. In an instant, infinite sword intent exploded. The sword light soared into the sky, dazzling and dazzling, making people feel cold all over their bodies and unable to look directly at them. Even the powerful man who has passed the tribulation cannot see clearly with great magic power. Everyone was shocked. What a stunning sword this was, how extraordinary! In the face of such a sword, let alone Xia Qian, even the strong man who survived the tribulation would have no chance of survival. Puff puff puff. The sword energy was scattered, piercing Xia Qian's body, shattering the meridians, and his face was defeated. Xia Qian was lying on the ground, unable to move. His eyes were as red as blood, and he stared at Su Chanyu tightly. Bang! Then he tilted his head and fell into a coma. After doing all this, Su Changyu turned around and left.
In the prison, everyone was watching quietly, watching. No one took action to stop all this, and they could not stop it.
Changyu.
Emperor Xia looked at Su Changyu's departure back and shouted.
Su Changyu ignored it and disappeared into the prison.
At this time, someone immediately stepped forward and helped Xia Qian up to check his condition. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's body was only severely damaged and his life was not in danger, but something seemed wrong with His Highness. The man frowned after checking the prince's condition and said. Why, things turned out like this. Emperor Xia did not answer, and he was completely lost in his mind and murmured.
Everyone in the venue was speechless. At the same time, Su Changyu appeared above the Dasha Palace.
He stood above the palace, his hair as white as snow, and stood with his hands behind his back, just like an immortal.
I finally found you.
I am worthy of being the son of destiny, and it is truly extraordinary.
Just then, an old voice rang out.
In the capital of Daxia, a middle-aged man looked at Su Changyu above the palace, his voice with excitement and expectation. Su Changyu's eyes fell on the middle-aged man. His expression was calm, but his eyes showed coldness. This middle-aged man is the man who killed Taoist Taihua in the picture with his divine magic time.
The other party came to find him, and why didn't he wait for the other party to appear on his own initiative?
Taoist Taishian stared at Su Changyu, and in his eyes, he looked like a wild beast seeing his prey, climbing up the sky step by step and walking towards Su Changyu. End of this chapter.
Dragon Pool.
Yi Ping was soaked in it, with vast and pure spiritual energy permeating, and golden liquid pouring into his body from his pores, making him stretch his whole body. Feeling the pure and majestic energy in his body, Yi Ping began to practice. The candle dragon's fairy orifice is shining brightly, absorbing and digesting this energy madly.
That's it, 3 hours later.
Click. A crisp sound sounded, like a butterfly breaking out of the cocoon and turning into a butterfly. The 7th golden elixir split out, which was a red golden elixir.
Yi Ping continued to practice. The practice just now has not consumed 1% of the energy in this pool.
At the same time, in the Jiantian courtyard, a stunning woman stretched her waist and murmured, "The East China Sea Dragon Palace was born. It's time to find my junior brother. Now the catastrophe is approaching. I just hope that my junior brother can grow up soon."
The capital of Daxia. Over the palace.
Su Changyu stood in the void, with a transcendent temperament, as peerless as jade. Taoist Taishian took one step at a time and climbed up to the sky, instantly causing a great sensation in the capital.
What's going on? Didn't that immortal just now enter the imperial city? Why did he come out so soon? Yes, and the powerful palace masters were obviously out. Why didn't they move again? Who is this person?
He actually walked towards the immortal, feeling that the person who came was not kind.
Why are someone stepping into the sky above the palace again? Is this life-threatening? Many voices sounded in the royal city.
Before, Su Changyu appeared alone and rushed into the palace directly, causing a great sensation. As a result, it was not long before, and there was no movement in the Daxia palace, which was amazing.
You know, this is the palace of the Daxia dynasty. How can we tolerate people standing on it? This is trampling the entire Daxia under our feet. Many people looked at Taoist Taishian, curious about what he was going to do.
Taoist Taishian stopped and faced Su Changyu.
27 years later.
Taoist Taishian looked at Su Changyu and murmured to himself.
He was very excited. Becoming an immortal is already his obsession and a demon in his heart. In order to become an immortal, he has given everything.
Now, the Son of Destiny is in front of him. As long as he sacrifices Su Changyu and sets up a formation with the essence of living creatures, he can revive the demon god and complete his path to becoming an immortal. This made him not excited.
Taoist Taishian couldn't suppress his excitement and looked at Su Changyu and said, "You are worthy of being the Son of Destiny. You are extraordinary.
You can grow to this level in just 27 years. If a junior brother continues to cover up for you and blind the secrets of heaven, and gives you enough time to grow, he will definitely surpass me.
But unfortunately, you don't have time to grow any longer.
Taoist Taixian spoke and said this, his voice carrying these feelings.
He could see that Su Changyu's cultivation was only perfect in the golden elixir. But this golden elixir is perfect and extraordinary. Unlike ordinary people, it has 10 golden elixirs. This situation has never been seen by Taoist Taixian. But the Son of Destiny is a bit special, isn't it normal?
He did not intend to use the golden elixir to measure Su Changyu's strength. After all, Su Changyu could stand in the sky above the palace in the great Xia royal capital. Taoist Taixian knew very well the formation of the Daxia palace, and knew that even the cultivators of the soul could not resist this formation.
This shows that Su Changyu only has the perfect realm of the golden elixir, but his actual strength has reached the primordial spirit and even overcome the tribulation. This is terrible, even outrageous.
However, as he said, Su Changyu has not yet grown up now. Whether Su Changyu has the soul or the strength to overcome the tribulation, it is the same in front of him, with only one ending.
If it weren't for you, my junior brother wouldn't have gone against me, and all this is related to you. Taoist Taixian stood in front of Su Changyu and spoke out loud. Su Changyu looked at Taixian Taoist indifferently. Are you finished? After saying something, kneel down. Su Changyu's voice sounded.
The sound is indifferent, but it is like thunder in the ears. Then, there was a bang. Taoist Taixian sank all over, feeling like an ancient sacred mountain fell in the world, pressing against his back, making his knees slightly bent.
However, Taoist Taixian is extremely powerful and has already reached the Mahayana.
Standing at the peak of this world, he is only one step away from becoming an immortal.
Dare to let me kneel down. You are looking for death.
Taoist Taixian looked at Su Changyu with an extremely drowsy look, his tone was calm, and he slowly said this sentence.
Once you finish speaking. In an instant, he took action. Clang 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 clang.
The infinite sword intent filled the air, and sword energy surged into the sky and emerged from the void, which shocked everyone in the royal capital. It's so terrible that you show such power when you raise your hands and feet.
But the next moment. You deserve a sword in front of me? A faint voice rang out.
In an instant, even more terrifying sword intent burst out. Su Changyu stood with his hands behind his back, his white hair blew, and a sword intent filled his air, directly suppressing the sword intent in the air. Then a series of sword energy formed around his body, bursting directly towards the person. The sword shadows were heavy, and the sword energy around Taoist Taixian was wiped out, and then slashed towards his body. Taoist Taixian took a step back and used his hand as a sword to shatter the sword energy in front of him.
Everyone in the great Xia King capital watched the battle between the two in the air, and they were speechless. Too scary. Just now, Taoist Taixian made his sword energy cold and a sensation of needle pricking, making it difficult for them to breathe. Su Changyu was even more amazing. He stood still and suppressed the offensive and countered it. At this time, a powerful man from the Daxia palace appeared and looked at the two people in the sky. In the Daxia royal capital, two such existences appeared above the palace to fight. How could the royal family wait and see? When you reach the realm of Su Changyu and Taixian Taoist, it is no problem to move mountains and seas and pick stars and get moons. If you have an unscrupulous duel, there will be extremely serious consequences. Although the king of Great Xia has a formation to protect it, it is extremely strong, but it cannot bear it. Moreover, in the capital, in addition to the monks, there are many civilians. It's him.
At this time, a powerful man from the imperial palace couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the Taoist Taixian. They recognized Taoist Taixian. 27 years ago, Taoist Taixian sneaked into the Daxia palace in order to plan the Son of the Destiny, but was discovered by the Daxia dynasty. The strong men came out together and 13 kings and princes were besieged. Only few people in the Daxia dynasty knew about this, but now, the Taixian Taoist appeared without any concealment and was naturally recognized by the powerful people in the Daxia. Swish! 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 The powerful palace men soared into the sky one by one, surrounding Taoist Taixian. When they were in prison just now, they already knew that Su Changyu was the 10th prince of Daxia.
Although Su Changyu said that he would cut off his bloodline and affection with Emperor Xia, can such things be cut off by saying that he could cut off? What's more, the other party is obviously coming to Su Changyu. Combined with the incident 27 years ago, this Taishan Taoist obviously has a big problem. They may not be able to help much when they rush up, but they still need to express their opinions. If this incident made Su Changyu change his mind and become the Prince of Daxia, wouldn't it be a pleasure? However, Su Changyu just looked at Taoist Taishan and spoke lightly. Come to Qingyun Sect. Kill you. After the words came, the pattern of Su Changyu's feet appeared and his figure disappeared. End of this chapter. The capital of Daxia. Everyone was a little confused when they looked at the disappearing Su Changyu. They naturally saw formation patterns appearing under Su Changyu's feet. If there is a formation pattern, it means the formation is deployed and the formation is activated. But the problem is that without a formation diagram, array equipment, there is nothing, the formation will be activated in the void. It's really a formation in the void. This operation is simply outrageous. However, when seeing Su Changyu leaving and wanting to fight against Taishan Taoist in another place, many people in the palace were relieved. If the two fight here, the consequences of the battle will be very serious. Taoist Taishan watched Su Changyu disappear and looked towards the direction of Qingyun Daozong in Qingzhou, Jin State. He knew that Su Changyu said the reason why he was killed in Qingyun Daozong. Not long ago, he killed his junior brother, Taoist Tai Hua, in Qingyun Dao Sect. With this incident, it is ridiculous to want to shake his beliefs and influence his heart. The most powerful tools are his belief in becoming an immortal. Even though Su Changyu had just shown the peerless formation, deployed the formation with one thought, crossed the void, and even set up a large formation in Qingyun Dao Sect and set up an ambush, so what? People cannot generalize. In order to fight for the immortal relationship for a lifetime, everything in the world can be destroyed. Taoist Taishan was very confident. He believed in his sword. He looked at the powerful people around the palace and turned into a swordlight, soaring into the sky, heading towards Qingyun Dao Sect. The powerful palace masters watched Taishan Taoist leave like this and did not take them seriously at all. But they knew that they would be unable to stop the latter even if they took action. What's more, Su Changyu left directly and said that he would go to Qingyun Dao Sect. Even if he was not in Daxia King, he would take action. If they forced their actions at this time, wouldn't they be asking for trouble? Why don't you go and have a look? Someone looked at the figure of Taoist Taishan leaving and said so. Where is Qingyun Dao Sect? I don't know. I haven't heard of it. Could it be some hidden sect? It must be the hidden sect. His Highness the 10th Prince is so extraordinary. How could he be an ordinary sect? The powerful Daxia spoke out, and they had no idea where the Qingyun Dao Sect was mentioned by Su Changyu. After all, the Great Xia dynasty is very large, and the Qingyun Daozong and the Great Xia dynasty are separated by countless layers. Meanwhile, Qingyun Mountains. A middle-aged man carrying a wooden sword and wearing a blue robe in the middle and a thick and burly man wearing a shiny head and a beast-skin leather jacket were walking in the mountains. These two figures are Gu Jianxian and Daxu. Lao Gu, I feel that the leader is already in danger. We may encounter danger when we return to Qingyun Dao Sect. Although you are powerful, you are not an opponent of that person. It's better to find Changyu's supreme immortal and several other immortals first, and we'll discuss what to do then. Daxu spoke and said so. Before, when Qingyun Dao Sect was in danger, Taoist Taihua set up a formation to send him away. As soon as he landed, he met a group of decent monks. Seeing such a seriously injured ghost king, the decent monk took action to kill demons and eliminate demons. Then Daxu was chased. He was chased for 7 days and 7 nights. Finally, Daxu lost his strength and his ghost body was about to disperse and he was about to die. At this time, the ancient sword immortal appeared and saw Daxu being chased and rescued him. After Daxu was rescued, he was a little disbelief. Unexpectedly, the ancient sword immortal who was once scolded by himself until middle age and was still a waste was so awesome and could not be revealed. Suddenly he understood that this was the basic operation of the disciples of Qingyun Dao Sect. Everyone was like the head of the sect, usually hiding,
pretending to be weak, and only then showed their strength at the critical moment.
How could Lao Gu be accepted as a disciple by Su Changyu, the senior brother of Qingyun Daozong? I am so stupid.
It's really, I am the only one who is a pitiful and helpless nascent soul ghost king, and everyone else is a big shot. As Su Changyu's apprentice, Gu Jianxian is a registered disciple, but he is also a member of Qingyun Dao Sect.
Immediately, Daxa told the ancient sword immortal about Qingyun Dao Sect.
When the ancient sword immortal heard Daxa's words, he was a little surprised.
Is the leader of Qingyun a master of the Mahayana realm?
A group of people came to Qingyun Dao Sect to cause trouble, but were killed by Taoist Taihua.
Then a Mahayana master appeared to cause trouble. Gu Jianxian was very surprised. He knew that there were only a handful of masters in the Mahayana realm in the world, so how could two of them appear at once? Moreover, when he was in Qingyun Dao Sect, he never noticed that something was wrong with Taoist Taihua.
If something is really wrong, it is up to the disciples.
A small sect can actually have a peerless genius like Yi Ping.
Chen Lingru was also a genius and should not have appeared in such a small sect.
The other wastes match very well with small sects like Qingyun Dao Sect. Even Su Changyu was a waste in his eyes.
But when he met Su Changyu, the other party pretended to behave in front of him. He suddenly had a whim and felt aroused in his heart and worshipped Su Changyu as his teacher. After learning about this, Gu Jianxian and Daxu returned to Qingyun Dao Sect to see what happened to Qingyun Dao Sect and what happened. The two of them had just arrived at Qingyun Dao Sect, and the ancient sword immortal looked at Qingyun Ho Cliff. On the back cliff, a figure stood with his hands behind his back, looking up slightly at the starry sky. As the breeze came, the robe was blowing, and the white hair was as white as snow. The peerless face made everything in the world dim. This person is naturally Su Changyu. The ancient sword immortal was attracted by Su Changyu's look. Even as the leader of the Casual Cultivator Alliance and the world's #1 sword immortal, he has to admit that Su Changyu's appearance is really extraordinary. It is no exaggeration to say that it is an immortal. The only thing that goes wrong is to practice. The golden elixir is perfect.
Wait, it's not right. Why is Su Changyu's golden elixir perfected?
The ancient sword immortal immediately felt something was wrong. He remembered that before, Su Changyu was still in the Qi training realm. It took only a long time before he had the ability to cultivate the golden elixir.
And 10 golden elixirs? You are having fun with me.
He knew the horror of practicing the splitting golden elixir. He had never heard of so many splitting. Not only did he split 10 pieces, but he was all round and flawless. Is it true that, as Daxa said, the entire Qingyun Dao Sect is pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, and they all hide their cultivation?
The ancient sword immortal couldn't help but feel a little suspicious.
I doubt whether Qingyun Dao Sect really has any secret method that can cover up its cultivation and make it impossible for me to see it.
Hiss. Daxu also saw Su Changyu on the back cliff and couldn't help but take a breath.
As expected, as I guessed, all the Qingyun Dao sects are peerless masters. Now that something happened to Taoist Taihua, Su Changyu immediately returned to the sect and showed his charm.
Daxu ran to the back cliff quickly and said loudly,
"Supreme Immortal Changyu, this is the letter that the leader asked me to give to you." Daxa took out a letter from his hand and handed it to Su Changyu, saying so. This letter was brought to Su Changyu and others when Taoist Taihua sent him away.
"Thank you." Su Changyu nodded slightly and spoke indifferently. Then opened the letter.
Inside was a letter written to everyone in Qingyun Dao Sect, and Su Changyu looked at the letter Taihua Taoist gave him. "Changyu, when you see this letter, your master is gone.
You don't have to avenge your master. Your master has always been ashamed of you. You are the 10th prince of the great Xia dynasty. You are the beloved of heaven and earth, and have a destiny. If you want to awaken your destiny, you just need to return to Qingyun Dao Sect and burn the sect with fire to untie it, but doing so will inevitably attract my senior brother's pursuit, so you must be prepared. You can use the power of the Dakian dynasty, because there is a demon hidden in Daxia, who comes to the world with you and is born in response to the disaster." The content in the letter is very simple.
In the letter, Taoist Taihua wrote everything about 27 years ago in the letter. For example, Su Changyu was the 10th prince of the Daxia dynasty, but because Taoist Taishan wanted to sacrifice him, Taoist Taihua took action to stop him, blinded Tianji with the divine calculations of Tianji, and covered Su Changyu's destiny, and then hid in Qingzhou with Su Changyu's self-proclaimed cultivation. At the same time, I will choose to Su Changyu, one is to continue living like this.
Another one is to untie the destiny and embark on another path.
Finally, Taoist Taihua was still in his letter, hoping that Su Changyu would take good care of Su Luochen. Among all the disciples, the one he was most worried about was Su Luochen. Su Luochen has had a very bad luck since childhood.
Only when he was with Su Changyu could his luck improve a lot.
Taoist Taihua now seems that it is because of Su Changyu's luck that can suppress Su Luochen's bad luck.
After reading the letter from Su Changyu, he was silent for a moment, then took a deep breath and spoke. Does the master say anything else? Su Changyu said so.
No, the situation was urgent at that time.
The head of the sect sent me away and asked me to bring the letter to you and told you not to avenge him.
Daxu spoke and said like this. Su Changyu didn't say anything, put away the letter, raised his head slightly, and looked up at the sky. At this time, the ancient sword Immortal also looked into the void. In an instant, a sword light fell and the figure appeared.
It was Taishan Taoist.
Taoist Taishan saw Su Changyu on the back cliff, and his eyes immediately fell on the ancient sword Immortal beside him.
Ancient sword Immortal. When Taoist Taishan saw the ancient sword Immortal, he recognized it and his expression slighted.
He is very confident in his strength, but as the leader of the Casual Cultivator League, Gu Jianxian has the existence of the world's #1 sword Immortal, and his strength is very terrifying. With Su Changyu showing such extraordinary strength, even if an ancient sword Immortal is added, he will not help but be afraid.
Changyu Shangxian.
When Daxu saw the Taishan Taoist who appeared, he immediately recognized it, shivered, and stood behind Su Changyu. The ancient sword Immortal also looked at the Taoist Taishan. It was immediately obvious that the other party came for Su Changyu, or that this person was the Mahayana cultivator mentioned by Daxu. Moreover, on the other side, the ancient sword Immortal could feel a sharp sword intent, and this person was not simple.
Is this your support? Taoist Taishan looked at Su Changyu and said so.
As he spoke, a black flying sword appeared in his hand, and an infinite sharp aura began to spread around him. In this case, he drew his sword directly and prepared to take action with all his strength. Even if the ancient sword Immortal is here, he cannot stop him. The hope of becoming an immortal is close to him.
Taoist Taishan can no longer wait and must take Su Changyu down.
But, no matter what today, you can't escape this disaster. Taoist Taishan took action, raised the long sword in his hand, bursting out endless light, and countless sword energy filled the void, blocking the world. This move was terrifying, which made Gu Jianxian more aware of the strength of Taishan Taoist. No wonder the other party chose to take action when he saw him. The ancient sword Immortal took out the wooden sword on his back and was about to take action. After all, he and Su Changyu had a master-apprentice relationship, although it was just a whim. But now, he has just come to Qingyun Sect. When encountering such a thing, it is impossible for Su Changyu to be taken away by Taoist Taishan. And for Taoist Taishan, as a sword cultivator, he felt happy to see him.
However, Su Changyu raised his hand and stopped the ancient sword Immortal.
He took one step forward, ascended to the sky, and calmly faced the Taoist Taishan. In an instant, 10 golden elixirs in Su Changyu's body soared into the sky, turning into a cycle of great suns and appearing on his body, in the sky for 10 days, shining for eternity. In Taichung, the primordial spirit, the green lotus emerged and grew wildly, like a world-sacred tree, almost supporting the entire world, and the great Taoist charm flowed around. In the sun, shining stars appeared one by one, like a scroll, evolving into the universe, terrifying.
This vision is amazing.
At this moment, Su Changyu seemed to be the only existence in the world.
Anyone in front of him can only become a background board. Taoist Taishan was confused. The ancient sword Immortal was confused.
Daxu was also confused.
With the Qingyun Mountains as the center, in a radius, the entire Qinzhou, Jin State, the 10 Kingdoms, and the Daxia dynasty, everyone couldn't help but look up, look at the sky, look at this strange phenomenon, and couldn't speak in shock. It's simply extraordinary. I have said that in front of me, you deserve to use a sword? Su Changyu spoke and said lightly. Then Su Changyu looked at the ancient sword immortal and spoke. Ancient famous scholars once said that you have a peerless sword technique. Next, I'm optimistic. Su Changyu spoke out and said calmly. When the ancient sword immortal heard Su Changyu's words, he was stunned. When he was a disciple of Su Changyu said that he was a peerless sword technique. But he didn't care at all. Because at that time he saw Su Changyu's background and knew that he was pretending. But now, it's different. In this case, Su Changyu said that he would pass on his peerless sword technique, and the ancient sword immortal believed it. At the same time, Gu Jianxian realized in his heart why when Su Changyu said he would accept him as his disciple, he would have a whim and really worship Su Changyu as his master. After all, when you reach his level of cultivation, your sword heart will be clear and you will not easily have a whim. There is a dark response. Yes. The ancient sword immortal spoke and saluted respectfully. Then he looked at Su Changyu's back with a serious look. Humph. Looking for death. Taoist Taixian held the sword and slashed towards Su Changyu. A terrifying force came, and countless sword energy that had just emerged from the void all slashed towards Su Changyu. This is his full-strength attack, which is enough to erase the Mahayana cultivators. However, the next moment, Su Changyu's voice sounded. Come on the sword. The voice was clear and loud, not like a roar. As these two words sounded. What's going on? Taoist Taixian found that the sword in his hand and his own power could not be cut out. Su Changyu looked at him quietly, and 3,000 white hairs blew up, like a peerless sword immortal, standing between heaven and earth, with a strange phenomenon around him, which seemed even more extraordinary and terrifying. At the same time, countless flying swords soared into the sky in the entire Qinzhou, Jin, 10 countries, the Great Xia Kingdom, the 5 Great Kingdoms, and the entire immortal cultivation world. In the entire world of immortal cultivation, countless monks suddenly discovered the flying sword in their hands, buzzing and uncontrollable. What's going on? What's wrong with my flying sword? Damn it, it's worthy of being a flying sword, you can fly by yourself. Is this a mature flying sword? You can fly without controlling it yourself, but Humao flew away directly. Whoa, I only spent 1,000 spirit stones to buy the flying sword. What's going on? My sword left automatically. It can still sense it, but it can't be controlled. So too, my flying sword has left. What the hell is going on, and why does this happen? I feel like someone is calling. In an instant, voices sounded from all over the world of practice. Because their flying swords were all uncontrolled, soared into the sky and disappeared. Gentian Court, General Court. Voices sounded. What's going on? Could it be that someone has proved the peerless sword immortal? Who is it? Hiss. I didn't expect that at this time someone would have attained the peerless sword immortal. Is it an ancient sword immortal? There can only be one peerless sword immortal in the world. If someone proves the Taoist sword immortal, what should I do with my junior brother? No, this direction is Jin State, Qinzhou. Daqian Dynasty. The sword light soared into the sky, and countless flying swords soared into the sky and disappeared into the sky. It's someone who has proved the peerless sword immortal, and Wang Jian will congratulate you. Emperor Daqian looked at the situation and said in surprise. For some reason, he thought of Su Changyu's figure in his mind. The Great Xia Dynasty. This. Emperor of the peerless sword immortal. Is it Your Highness the 10th Prince? Can Your Highness the 10th Prince really come down to earth but cannot? The powerful Daxia who were rushing to the Qingyun Sect saw this situation and looked at each other. They could sense that all the flying swords were exactly where they were going, Jin State and Qinzhou. In the 5 great dynasties, all the heavenly secret hall, the star map flashed and the star plate vibrated. It's someone who has proved the peerless sword immortal, and Wang Jian will congratulate you.
The purple way star moves, and the stars shine. Could it be that the Z-Way Emperor star has attained the peerless sword immortal? It's not just the peerless sword immortal who has attained enlightenment.
This strange phenomenon is too terrible. It's impossible to divine or view it. Even a saint is not so terrible.
This matter must be related to the Z-Way Emperor star, so report it to your majesty quickly.
Random Cultivation League. Countless flying swords soared into the sky and disappeared into the void.
Is it the leader of the alliance who is pursuing the sword immortal?
Hiss. It must be that the leader of the alliance has become an immortal.
Ha ha ha, the leader is finally going to prove the sword immortal. At this moment, all the flying swords in the entire cultivation world soared into the sky, crossed the void, appeared behind Su Changyu, and turned into a sword map. The supreme sword picture. Su Changyu's white hair was as snow, and he stood with his hands behind his back, like a sword immortal coming to the dust. In the sword picture behind him, there are billions of flying swords, and the sword light soars into the sky, which is extremely terrifying, making the sun and moon in the world dim. Many strong people in the world of cultivation want to see what happened in Qingyun, Jin. However, under the sword intent of the supreme sword picture and the dazzling sword light, it is impossible to look directly at it.
Taoist Tai Xian was confused. The whole person was stunned. At this moment, Taoist Tai Xian lost the heart to fight.
Although the sword in his hand was still in his hand, he was stunned when he looked at the supreme sword map behind Su Changyu and the peerless sword intent around him.
How to fight this? Tell me how to fight. He is cheating.
The ancient sword immortal looked at Su Changyu's back and his eyes widened. At this time, the wooden sword on his back was not in his hand, but became a sword in the supreme sword picture behind Su Changyu.
The way of the peerless sword immortal.
He looked at Su Changyu tightly, because the latter was the peerless sword immortal way he had dreamed of and pursued throughout his life. At this moment, no one was more surprised than him, and knew more about Su Changyu's horror.
Su Changyu said that he taught his peerless sword technique and letting himself look good is to teach himself the method of achieving the Taoist sword immortal?
But the ancient sword immortal was very excited and looked at the sword.
But I didn't understand anything.
He can become the world's #1 sword immortal, and his talent for swordsmanship is naturally excellent. He has learned many sword techniques since he was a child. But at this moment, he was stunned. It is worthy of being a peerless swordsman. If you can learn it easily, how can it be called a peerless sword technique that can attain the Taoist sword immortal?
However, Su Changyu's voice continued to sound. All things in the world. Sun, moon, stars. Mountains, rivers, plants, and trees. Come. Su Changyu raised his arm and grabbed the void.
In an instant, all things in the world, the sun, moon, and stars seemed to be held in Su Changyu's hands, and he held them in his hands, and mountains, rivers also gathered in Su Changyu's hands. A long sword appeared in Su Changyu's hand. On one side, the sword body was engraved with sun, moon and stars, and on the other side, the mountains, rivers, plants and trees were engraved with endless light and endless sword intent burst out.
This is so bad, and then, how to play this? The mentality of the Taishan Taoist has collapsed.
Looking at the flying sword in his hand and then the divine sword in Su Changyu's hand, his mentality collapsed.
No, you have this ability, as for hiding until now? Is it interesting?
He wanted to escape, but he could not escape at all. Now this world has been blocked by Su Changyu's sword, and he could not escape at all.
The ancient sword immortal was completely confused. I feel like I'm a bit useless, how can I learn this?
He thought of what sword Taoism was when Su Changyu told him, a piece of grass that cuts all the sun, moon and stars, and it is the sword Taoism. But your own swordsmanship is not just a grass, but also the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and trees.
There are so many things.
Daxu was extremely excited when he looked at Su Changyu's back, and looked at the scene before him, remembering it in his heart.
He wants to learn, too. Too awesome, too invincible.
At least I have sold my life for Qingyun Daozong and sent a letter to Su Changyu, asking me to learn some skills and defend myself.
Isn't that a big problem? However, even if you don't learn it, you will be happy to be the elder of Qingyun Sect in the future. Sure enough, holding Yiping's thigh and then holding Qingyun Sect was the most correct choice in my life.
Su Changyu held the magic sword in his hand, like a peerless sword immortal, with a splendid style and emitting power that does not belong to this world.
The one who killed you is the senior brother of Qingyun Sect, Su Changyu.
The words are over.
Slash out with one sword.
Before the sword arrived, the terrifying sword intent and sword energy had already imprisoned the physical power of Taishan Taoist man, pressing his body and bent down to kneel down.
Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom.
Under the sword energy, Taoist Taishan kept collapsing and his life was destroyed, and no trace was left behind. The divine sword in Su Changyu's hand dispersed, and the swords in the sword map behind him soared into the sky. The terrifying sword shadows covered the sky and disappeared into the sky. There are Taoist weapons, and the immortal weapons surround Su Changyu and make a sound of swords.
They want to follow Su Changyu. Go back.
Su Changyu spoke, but he didn't take a sword, and everything returned to the original owner. A breeze blows by, and the world returns to peace. End of this chapter. Qingyun Sect returned to peace, and the strange phenomena in the sky, flying swords and sword energy all disappeared, and the sky was clear.
The only two witnesses are the Gu Jianxian and Daxu have not yet come back to their senses. Especially the ancient sword immortal. He was not immersed in the fall of a Mahayana monk.
It was Su Changyu's sword. He didn't know how strong Su Changyu was. But that sword was beyond his cognition and beyond common sense. He doesn't know how to describe it. Su Changyu returned to the back cliff with a calm expression. It seemed as if everything just now was just a trivial matter, and there was no turmoil in his heart. At this time, the ancient sword immortal came back to his senses and bowed to Su Changyu respectfully. The disciple is stupid and failed to understand the peerless sword technique taught by his master.
The ancient sword immortal said so. Su Changyu's sword was so extraordinary.
A sword came, revealing endless terrifying sword intent. Even though he is the number one sword immortal in the world and is only one step away from realizing the peerless sword immortal, he can only look at Su Changyu's back from afar. Hearing the words of the ancient sword immortal, Su Changyu fell silent.
I didn't expect that Gu Jianxian was so straightforward and said that he hadn't understood and hadn't learned it. How can I go back?
He thought about the sword he had just now.
Is this something that people can learn? This is simply impossible. Not everyone is a junior brother.
No matter what they say or do, the junior brother will say, "Senior brother, I have realized it."
Why did I say that at that time and trap myself in? No matter when, I instinctively pretend. Well.
Su Changyu sighed slightly, and when he heard Su Changyu sigh, the ancient sword immortal felt extremely ashamed. Su Changyu's sword just now was obviously for him to see it.
Otherwise, just a Taoist Taishan or a Mahayana cultivator would be worthy of death under such a sword?
Su Changyu was silent for a moment, then reached out and knocked on the latter's head 3 times. You have a lot of insights, don't be anxious, you must know that haste will not achieve it.
I have other things. I'll ask you again when I meet you next time.
Su Changyu spoke, said like this, and then left with his hands behind his back. It's not that he felt too embarrassed and planned to fool him first and then run away, but that there is something to do. When he saw the body of Taoist Tai Hua, in extreme sadness and anger, he had a lot of things in his mind and knew a lot of things. For example, in the letter Tai Hua Taoist gave him, he had already known about his life experience and the devil who responded to the disaster. These things made Su Changyu know that he had many things to do. When Gu Jianxian heard Su Changyu say something was wrong, he immediately spoke.
What's the matter with master? I can do it for you.
The ancient sword immortal spoke and said so. At this moment, he had already regarded Su Changyu as his master in his heart.
No need. Su Changyu waved his hand and his figure disappeared directly into the void. Changyu Shangshan.
Daxa came back to his senses and was stunned when he saw Su Changyu leaving like this. I'm still here. Even if you have something to do, teach yourself 2 tricks first and give me some treasures. I have sold my life for Qingyun Daozong and sent a letter to Qingyun Daozong.
Master, please leave.
Your disciple will definitely understand the sword art well and attain the peerless sword immortal. The ancient sword immortal watched Su Changyu leave directly and said so. Then he sat cross-legged on the back cliff and began to think about why Su Changyu knocked on his head 3 times. He believed that there must be some profound meaning in it. Otherwise, Su Changyu would not have knocked him on the head 3 times for no reason. Today, something alarmed the entire world of practice. This is what someone has proved the way of the peerless sword immortal, and led the flying swords from all over the world to roar together. Almost everyone saw the previous vision, and countless flying swords soared into the sky, with heavy sword shadows covering the sky and the sun. Everyone in the Great Xia dynasty clearly saw the strange phenomenon at that time. 10 days passed by, the blue lotus supported the sky, and the stars appeared in the sun. This matter is hotly discussed in the entire world of practice. Most people are speculating that they are the leader of the Casual Cultivator League and the world's #1 sword immortal, the ancient sword immortal, has attained the peerless sword immortal. Because everyone who practices swordsmanship knows the ancient sword immortal. With the body of a casual cultivator, he overwhelmed the sword path of the world, created a casual cultivator alliance, and became a major force in the world. He is the only one in the entire world of cultivation who can attain the peerless sword immortal, causing such a sensation. However, there was a piece of news that started from the top leaders of the Great Xia dynasty. It was rumored that the powerful daxia heard from the ancient sword immortal. The movement that day was not because someone had proved the peerless sword immortal, but because the master of the ancient sword immortal, Su Changyu, the Qingyun Sect, killed the foreign enemy on the back cliff of Qingyun Sect, and the effect was caused by a sword coming. This news caused a sensation in the 5 major dynasties, sects, and scattered cultivators. No one expected that this sword immortal who has been fighting swordsmanship for 500 years would have a master. And that kind of movement is just the effect of his master killing foreign enemies. Everyone was shocked. This is terrible. With a sword coming to the world, everyone remembered Su Changyu, Qingyun Daozong. No one doubted the words of Gu Jianxian because he was so arrogant that he did not want to tell lies at all, let alone the master who made up Imoshuwu. At the same time, Jiantianyuan, the master of the ancient sword immortal, the 10th prince of Daxia, and the senior brother of Qingyun Daozong, shocked the world with a sword, and slashed the Mahayana with one sword. How is this possible? A stunning woman in white, 25 or 26 years old, looked at the message in her hand, her beautiful eyes full of astonishment and disbelief. The stunning woman is Xiao Muxue. As the superior and commander of the Supervisory Heaven Academy, Xiao Muxue has not been so shocked. Even when I saw Yi Ping, I was not so shocked. Let anyone know that I have known each other for more than 20 years and have seen the growing up of a waste suddenly become a peerless master. Who wouldn't be confused? If she hadn't known, there would have been no problem with the information she had received. She thought something was wrong. What the hell is going on? Is the person with supreme luck in Qingyun Sect Su Changyu? How is this possible? If Su Changyu is the son of destiny with great luck, then what happened to Yi Ping? It is impossible for such a small Qingyun Sect to have 2 people with supreme luck. There will only be one such person in one era. Xiao Muxue frowned and couldn't figure it out. The Jiantian Academy intends to monitor the world instead of God, and the General Academy of the Jiantian Academy monitors the normal operation of this world. There is yin and yang in heaven and earth. When the yin area accumulates more and more, a demon who destroys the world will be nurtured. When their Heavenly Supervision Academy monitors the signs that the devil is about to be nurtured, they will look for a destiny with great luck to resist the devil who destroys the world. More than 20 years ago, the Supervisory Academy observed signs of the devil and began to calculate where the destiny of the destiny was. In the end, Xiao Muxue found Qingyun Sect all the way, and calculated that the destiny of a destiny with great luck would be found in Qingyun Sect. Immediately, she successfully joined the Qingyun Sect with no salary, and became the senior sister of the Qingyun Sect with the help of Taoist Tai Hua. At the beginning, Xiao Muxue was shocked when she saw Su Changyu and Su Luochen. Although the two were still young at the time, their appearance and temperament were obviously not ordinary people. Immediately, Xiao Muxue suspected that one of them was the son of destiny with great luck.
Then Xiao Muxue knew that she was wrong. It's very outrageously wrong.
He has been practicing sword since childhood and can't even practice the most basic 4 thunder sword technique.
His qualifications are simply poor. He is not as good as a waste, but he likes to pretend, which makes Xiao Muxue vomit.
I don't know where he got his confidence.
Such a person is worthy of being the son of destiny? As for the other Su Luochen, Xiao Muxue also vomited.
He is just as useless as Su Changyu. Although he doesn't like to pretend, he is not much better.
The most outrageous thing is his luck.
Any unlucky thing that can be encountered by Su Luochen on weekdays is that he was deceived to go to mining once.
At that time, Xiao Muxue was still looking forward to see if Su Luochen would have luck in any adventures. After all, those who are lucky in good fortune will turn bad luck into good fortune and even get adventures when encountering any danger. The result proved again that Xiao Muxue was wrong.
The last trace of expectation in her heart was shattered. Because after Su Luochen was deceived to go to mining, he really went to mining. In the end, after half a year of digging, Xiao Muxue finally couldn't stand it anymore and sent a message to Taoist Taihua, asking him to take Su Luochen back.
Otherwise, maybe Su Luochen doesn't know where to mine now.
Such a person, you tell me that he is the son of destiny with great luck.
Xiao Muxue vomited.
From then on, she saw Su Changyu and Su Luochen pretending, and she couldn't help but slap and complain. Later, Taoist Taihua continued to accept disciples. Although they were not as good as the first 2 wastes, they were only at normal levels.
This made Xiao Muxue a little doubted about life. Did they make a mistake in the calculation?
With the strength of Taoist Taihua, the Qingyun Sect can't be like a son of destiny with great luck. Just when Xiao Muxue was about to give up, Chen Lingru came. It's not that Chen Lingru is the son of destiny, but that it is outrageous to be able to receive such excellent disciples in the Qingyun Sect. Then Xiao Muxue thought that from the beginning, the useless people like Su Changyu and Su Luochen, and ordinary people like Wang Zhuoyu, Shuizhuan, and Lin Bei jumped to geniuses like Chen Lingru. The quality of disciples accepted by Taoist Taihua is getting higher and higher. If this continues, wouldn't it be a problem to receive the son of destiny?
Then, Yi Ping came.
When Xiao Muxue saw Yi Ping and the extraordinary he showed, he knew that this was the person he was looking for. As a result, I now tell myself that Su Changyu, who has always been regarded as a waste, is the son of destiny he is looking for.
How could Xiao Muxue believe it?
It seems that when I was in the kingdom, there was a problem. Xiao Muxue frowned and murmured to herself. She arranged for Yi Ping to go to the kingdom to compete for the inheritance of the Zhuxian king. As a result, Yi Ping told her that the Zhuxian king had chosen Su Changyu, but Xiao Muxue couldn't believe it and thought there was something wrong.
How could King Zhuxian choose the waste Su Changyu as his successor?
According to ancient books of Jiantianyuan, this inheritance is the key to killing evil demons in the world. As a lucky person, Yi Ping will definitely obtain this inheritance, which is the destiny of heaven.
There is obviously a problem with Su Changyu.
At that time, she rushed back to check the ancient books and asked people to figure out what was going on. But this information was not found. At this moment, combined with various information, Xiao Muxue felt that Su Changyu was the son of destiny he was looking for. After achieving such a result, Xiao Muxue was a little unable to accept the reality. She couldn't help but think that after she found Su Changyu and told him about the son of destiny, Su Changyu pretended to behave in front of him with a calm expression. Xiao Muxue took a deep breath, shook her head vigorously, and dispelled the picture.
What the hell is going on? Xiao Muxue was full of doubts. Even if Su Changyu is the son of destiny, it would not be so outrageous.
He shouted a sword to prove the peerless sword immortal and slashed the Mahayana with one sword. Nothing dares to write like this.
Moreover, if Su Changyu was the son of destiny, then what happened to Yi Ping is simply unreasonable.
I don't want to find them both to see what's going on.
Xiao Muxue got up and left. At the same time, Qingzhou, the ancient city of Tianhua.
Brother Su, this ancient city has a teleportation array platform.
You can go back directly to the Baiyun ancient city later.
A handsome man in a star robe said this.
Brother Xinghe, thank you all the way. If it weren't for you, I would have died in that fire domain. Su Luochen thanked the young man in front of him with a touching look on his face. Some time ago, he was trapped in a fire domain. Finally, he heard someone's movement behind him, so he shouted for help and welcomed the person who saved him. That is, the man in front of him, named Yi Xinghe, happened to bring his junior brother and sister to the fire domain to investigate an incident. What moved him the most was that the other party sent him to the Tianhua ancient city and told him that he could go directly to the Baiyun ancient city from here. It's just a good person. After going down the mountain for so many years, Su Luochen has never encountered such a good person. Ha, brother Su, you have a elixir furnace to protect you. Even without my arrival, the fire domain will not do anything to you. Yi Xinghe spoke and said so. He was telling the truth. Su Luochen's alchemy furnace was extraordinary and could completely protect Su Luochen. Brother Xinghe, you are joking. With my strength, even if I have the phoenix-winged fairy furnace, I can't get out of the fire realm. And, if it weren't for the protection of Brother Xinghe, I wouldn't be able to solve the dangers along the way. Su Luochen shook his head and said sincerely. He was very grateful for Yi Xinghe for sending him to the ancient city of Tianhua. I did encounter some things on the way this time, but they were not a big deal. Brother Su was not far from the sect from Baiyun ancient city. Why would I take you back? Yi Xinghe spoke out loud and said like this. When he met Su Luochen in the fire domain before, for some reason, he subconsciously felt close to him. Otherwise, what would you think of him Yi Xinghe as a bodhisattva? Not only did he save the person, he also escorted him to the nearby ancient city, and even asked if he wanted to send him home. Is it really okay? Su Luochen was happy when he heard this. It's not that Su Luochen doesn't recognize the way. Su Luochen was extremely confident in his ability to recognize his own way, especially from Baiyun ancient city to Qingyun Sect. He would not make a mistake even if he closed his eyes. Why did Su Chanyu go down the mountain to take him out? It was not because the other party was a nerd, but he still needed to rely on him Su Luochen. The main reason is that Su Luochen was a little afraid of any unlucky encounter on the road. When he went out alone, he would always encounter all kinds of unlucky things. Only when he was with Su Chanyu would he be fine. But this time, Yi Xinghe took him from the fire domain to the ancient city of Tianhua, which was extremely unlucky. Fortunately, Yi Xinghe is extremely powerful and has no dangers. This made Su Luochen suspect that it had something to do with him. If this is the case, he will be alone, and he will be gone. So he was very happy to hear that Yi Xinghe was willing to give him away. Okay, let's go eat something first, and then I'll take you back to the sect. Yi Xinghe spoke out loud and said so. Brother Xinghe, you are such a good person. Su Luochen said with gratitude. But Yi Xinghe shook his head, indicating that there was no need for this. Brother Su, you and I will hit it off when we see each other. You call me brother. Don't be so polite. Yi Xinghe said so. Hearing this, Su Luochen was even more moved. Brother Xinghe, I'll tell you something. Su Luochen spoke. He wanted to confess that he would tell Yi Xinghe that many of the bad things along the way might be because of his own speculation. Because he encountered many unlucky things since he was a child. Otherwise, Su Luochen would feel uncomfortable if the other party regarded him as a brother and he still hid it from the latter. I've really had bad luck recently. Although I was not so lucky in the past, I was not so unlucky. Good. Yi Xinghe smiled and nodded. Then, when Yi Xinghe heard Su Luochen's words, he was silent. Su Luochen told him that the accidents and unlucky things that happened from the fire domain to the ancient city of Tianhua were related to him. Moreover, he has been unlucky since he was a child, and he will get better only when he is with his senior brother. Along the way, Yi Xinghe also felt that he had encountered a little more things, but he didn't care too much. But now, after Su Luochen said this, he really felt something was wrong. Etc. Unlucky. Bad luck since childhood. Yi Xinghe suddenly thought of something. When he met an old man, the other party asked him to help find his son. He said that his son was either lucky or unlucky. He couldn't help but look at Su Luochen. Yi Xinghe thought of something wrong,
that was his closeness to Su Luochen. At the beginning, he didn't care about this closeness. After all, Su Luochen is indeed very handsome and has a kind of elegant temperament, as gentle as jade, which makes people feel good when they see it. But now, Yi Xinghe thought carefully and found that it was not that simple.
5 spirits holy blood.
Just then, suddenly, Yi Xinghe's inspiration flashed. He guessed that his closeness to Su Luochen was because of his practice of practicing martial arts and refining the 5 spirits holy blood. At the beginning, the old man who asked him to find his son said that because his son died in the fetus, he injected the essence and blood into the divine eggs, and poured the blood of the 5 spirits and regained the rebirth. In this case, it would be much normal for me to develop some closeness with Su Luochen because of the blood of the 5 spirits.
Could it be that Su Luochen is the person he wants to find? Yi Xinghe was very excited and couldn't help but speak quickly.
Brother Su, how old are you this year?
Yi Xinghe asked this. 25. Su Luochen didn't know why Yi Xinghe asked this, so he said the truth. 25 years old. 25 years ago. Qingyun. Unlucky since childhood.
Yi Xinghe was very excited. At this moment, he felt in his heart that Su Luochen was the person he was looking for. Just as he wanted to pick up the old man's treasure talisman to activate it, his heart moved and calmed down. Because Yi Xinghe thought that if Su Luochen had not wanted to find someone himself and activated the treasure talisman, the old man appeared and saw that he had found the wrong person. Maybe he was disappointed and angry and killed Su Luochen directly, and he might have been gone. That can destroy the entire Supreme Demon Palace in anger and be moody. Brother Su, I'll take you to a place first.
Yi Xinghe looked at Su Luochen and said so.
End of this chapter.
Qingyun. Under an abyss. Yi Xinghe held the ancient lamp in his hand and took Su Luochen in the demon abyss.
Brother Xinghe, where are you going to take me? How far is it? Su Luochen looked at the surroundings, with a rolling demonic energy, and his voice was scared. He is very panicked now, and he is so panicked. Before, Yi Xinghe said he wanted to take him to a place, but Su Luochen thought he was honest and told Yi Xinghe that he was unlucky, and the other party also shared his secret with him. As a result, Yi Xinghe brought him to such a ghost place. This made Su Luochen very quiet. Don't worry, with me here, there will be no problem, it will be here soon. Yi Xinghe spoke out loud and said so. He was also a little nervous if Su Luochen was not the son of the demonic powerhouse. Would the other party get angry? Okay. Su Luochen nodded and responded, following behind him honestly. There was nothing he could do. He had to bow his head under the eaves. Now he has entered the fire pit, and the demonic energy around him is completely protected by the lamp in Yi Xinghe's hand. He has no place to run even if he wants to run. He was full of regret. He knew that he would not say anything that was missing, and went back to Bayan Ancient City and then back to Qingyun Sect. Nothing happened. This place is not a good place at first glance, it is simply too dangerous. That's it, the two of them walked forward all the way to a big door. The terrifying demonic energy swept outside the door, like the 9 netherworlds of the storm, making people scary. Senior. Yi Xinghe spoke out loudly. As soon as the sound rang, an old man with disheveled hair appeared. The old man's eyes fell on Su Luochen, looking at him tightly. The moment he saw Su Luochen, the demon lord confirmed that the latter was his child. His face was 7 points similar to when he was young, and the remaining 3 points were just a difference in temperament. The main reason is that there is a breath that only he can sense on Su Luochen. Suddenly, the demon lord was excited and said excitedly to Su Luochen, Son, my son, finally found you for the father. The demon lord was full of excitement and joy. Thousands of years ago, the pregnant wife was targeted by her enemy and was subjected to a crime. She died in order to protect the child himself, but the child was not saved and died in the fetus. At that time, the demon lord was crazy and slaughtered all his enemies. He spent countless time and effort to finally let the dead child be reborn. In order to allow the child to be successfully conceived and born, he has to go out to find treasures of heaven and earth every period of time. As a result, his child was born while out. but the child disappeared after he was born, and he didn't even know whether his child was a man or a woman. At that time, he fell into madness. If he hadn't sensed that his child was living in the world, he would have started a massacre and would have destroyed everything. Su Luochen looked at the old man with a disheveled head and a scattered look in front of him, and was stunned. What's going on? Why did such a person suddenly appear and even call him son? It's simply scary. Su Luochen wanted to run, but in this situation, he couldn't run at all, and his legs couldn't help trembling. He couldn't help looking at Yi Xinghe. I found that Yi Xinghe was even excited and happy. What's going on? Suddenly, Su Luochen understood what was going on. Could you, Yi Xinghe? I thought you were nice to me, so I called you brother. Unexpectedly, you actually saw that I was handsome and had a very talented alchemy, and wanted to abduct me to others as your son. The other party called him son when he saw him. He was obviously very satisfied with his handsome self, so this order was made, so Yi Xinghe seemed happy. Su Luochen was so angry and very uncomfortable. I met a good person myself. Unexpectedly, I encountered a personal trafficker and abducted myself to someone as my son. I'm so stupid, really. There is no such kind-hearted person in this world. At this moment, Su Luochen felt extremely regretful. Su Luochen dared not even think about being a madman in such a ghost place, it was so terrible. When the old man saw Su Luochen's fearful look, he was suddenly at a loss. He realized his current appearance and said quickly, I'm so excited for my father that I scared you. The old man said so. After the words came, the old man changed his whole body and his whole body changed drastically. He was wearing a gorgeous ink-colored dress, a black jade crown, a slightly gray temple, and an elegant face, which was completely different from before. Looking at the demon lord in front of him, Su Luochen stood there in a daze. He stood there because he looked carefully and saw that the other party looked quite similar to him now. The temperament is a bit different. Although the latter has a gentle face, it gives people a terrifying majesty, which makes people unable to look directly at it, so they can only bow their heads obediently. Are you so professional now to be a son? You are my long-lost father? Su Luochen's eyes were slightly red and his voice trembled. He asked this. Su Luochen had no idea about biological parents or something. After all, he was an orphan since childhood and had no feelings for the so-called parents. In addition, in Qingyun Sect, everyone is orphan, so Su Luochen has no expectations and envy of his parents and no longer cares about this relationship. The reason why I asked this is mainly because of the current situation, which made him very scared. This place is a good place to throw away the body, and it looks scary. So Su Luochen chose to cooperate from the heart. After all, relying on one's own strength, one can obviously not escape from here, so one can only rely on wisdom. It is said that a real man can stretch and bend. For safety, what's wrong with being a son? I am your father, my biological father who has been separated for many years. The Supreme One who was once the Supreme Demon Palace, the Demon Lord who had been overwhelming for a lifetime, was a little trembling when facing Su Luochen. Dad! I finally found you, ... Su Luochen immediately hugged the Demon Lord and shouted. Son, it's all because of being incompetent and not taking good care of you. You have been wronged over the years. The Demon Lord was also very excited, his eyes were red and tears came out. He felt very guilty and heartbroken. The moment he saw Su Luochen, he knew that his son was not lucky, but was extremely unlucky. How much hardship has my son suffered over the years when he grows so old? The Demon Lord was very heartbroken. The two hugged each other for a long time. Didn't I let you light the treasure talisman after you find my son? Will I go immediately? What if my son encounters any danger along the way? The Demon Lord looked at Yi Xinghe, not thanking him, but asking for guilt. When Yi Xinghe was seen by the Demon Lord, his hair stood up all over his body and lowered his head and said, Congratulations to the seniors and fathers for recognizing each other. When I met Luochen, I couldn't be sure that he was your son, so I brought him to the demon abyss first and asked you to take a look, for fear that you will be in vain. Yi Xinghe said so. Luochen, it turns out that my son's name is Luochen, a good name.
When the demon lord heard this, he said so. Yi Xinghe? Su Luochen? Damn, where is your focus? Fortunately, my son has nothing to do, otherwise this would be your reward.
The demon lord snorted coldly and raised his palm. A drop of crystal clear, like a gem blood appears, with miniature blue dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black trunk, and unicorn phantoms appearing on it.
This is the complete 5 spirits holy blood.
Su Luochen, who was standing beside him, his eyes were straightened, and there was a fragrance in his blood, which made his pores relax.
What a baby!
Unexpectedly, Yi Xinghe, the dog, sold him at such a good price. Su Luochen was so angry.
Thank you, senior.
Yi Xinghe was very excited. The 5 spirits holy blood, the complete 5 spirits holy blood. You know, the last time he only had the incomplete 5 spirits holy blood, which greatly increased his cultivation. If he had this drop of complete 5 spirits holy blood, he would be confident that he would be promoted to the realm of the soul within 100 years. You know, even in the Great Xia dynasty, the Yuanshan realm is also a master.
Yi Xinghe was very excited. The demon lord felt even more distressed when he saw Su Luochen's appearance. A drop of 5 spirits holy blood makes his son like this. How painful it has been before.
You should know that when my son was not born, he always took a bath with the blood of the 5 spirits.
Don't worry, if you want, there are so many things for your father. For the father, you won't let you suffer anymore.
Because of the body of the semi-god, your potential luck in your body is suppressed, resulting in everything becoming ordinary and even unlucky.
But my father has long been prepared for you to defy the will of heaven and change your destiny, which can allow you to break the shackles and transform into a true body of gods. The demon lord spoke out and said to Su Luochen. Su Luochen was stunned. What are the many things like this? So rich? If this is the case, it would be better to call him dad a few times. Moreover, what is the body of a demigod?
However, the latter sentence made Su Luochen feel very comfortable. It turned out that his potential and luck were suppressed, so this was how it was.
No wonder, no wonder.
Su Luochen always felt that he was not a waste, but now it seems that it is true.
Found the reason. Then if I go against the will of heaven and change my destiny and become a body of a god, what level can I cultivate to? Can I have the golden elixir?
Su Luochen spoke and looked at the demon lord, his eyes full of anticipation. He had already said to the high point that the city lord of Qingyun was a Jindan cultivator. If you can become a golden elixir, you will be a famous master in Qingyun. He had already appeared in his mind that 3 years later, he changed his fate against the will of heaven and returned to the scene of Qingyun Sect. Especially when I thought of the scene of myself pretending to beeping in front of Su Changyu. Although Su Changyu is useless, Su Luochen has always admired him very much, pretending to be abilities one by one. So Su Luochen really wanted to pretend to be jealous in front of Su Changyu and see how the other party was jealous of him. The more Su Luochen thought about it, the more he felt, 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 and he entered a cycle and directly forgot about the abduction and being a son.
Golden pill? Of course there is no problem.
The demon lord was very heartbroken. He could see that his son was in the Qi training realm. My son only has the Qi training realm, which is so much of a blow to people. Until now, he only dares to ask about the Jindan realm. Heartache, so heartache. When my son transforms into the body of a god, his potential in his body explodes, not to mention the direct Mahayana realm, he can also reach the realm of tribulation.
Moreover, my son will have no disasters or difficulties on his path of cultivation. Even if he becomes an immortal, he will be unhindered.
The demon lord spoke out and said this, explaining to Su Luochen what the body of a god is. Yi Xinghe was stunned. Defy the heavens and change fate, break the shackles of the body of the semigods, and transform into a true body of the gods. He knew the power of the body of the gods, after all, the legendary existence. But now when he heard the demon lord's words, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak.
Directly passing the Mahayana tribulation? Becoming an immortal without any obstacles? This.
He couldn't help but think that he had worked hard since childhood and became a rookie in the Jiantian Academy. This time he obtained the 5 spirits' holy blood and was expected to be in the Yuanshan realm within 100 years. But when compared with Su Luochen, Yi Xinghe looked at the 5 spirits' holy blood in his hand and suddenly felt that it was not fragrant. As expected, hard work is not as good as having a good father. Su Luochen was also stunned.
Confused. What? If it is not Mahayana, it is also a tribulation? Will you become an immortal without any disaster or difficulty? Are you lying to fool? If you really think that you have kidnapped yourself, you will be a fool. Su Luochen naturally didn't believe this. It's simply exaggerated. Exaggerated. Even if he said that he could become a nascent soul, he might still believe it. But the tribulation, Mahayana, etc. are only seen in books, and the entire gene state does not exist like this. As for becoming an immortal, you are a joke. Immediately, Su Luochen spoke out. Dad, you are so nice to me, I'm so moved. Su Luochen said with a grateful look. Even if he doesn't believe it, he can't just say it. What if they get angry? People have to bow their heads under the eaves. Tolerance. Tolerance. As long as you endure it yourself, you will definitely find an opportunity to escape from here. Son, Dad will take you to rest first, and prepare to change your fate against the will of heaven. The demon lord said this. Okay, thank you, Dad. Su Luochen nodded and followed behind honestly. At the same time, Daxia Palace. In the magnificent inner hall. On the bed, a coma young man was lying on the bed, his face was ferocious and thick black air was constantly lingering. What's going on? How could there be such a strong demonic energy in the prince's body? Emperor Xia looked at Xia Qian on the bed, frowned, and said so. Beside the bed, several powerful Daxia men looked a little ugly, and they looked at Emperor Xia and said, I have never seen this. This demonic energy continues to overflow from the prince's body like rootless water. And this demonic energy is too pure. Even the demonic energy of the 4 great demon sects is not as pure as that. This demonic energy is still repairing the prince's broken meridians and improving his body. If this continues, His Highness the Prince is afraid that he will become a demon cultivator. Everyone frowned when they looked at Xia Qian's situation. Even though they all had a wide range of knowledge, they could not see what Xia Qian was doing now. This matter is very difficult. Now this problem in Xia Qian's body is not only his own, but also affects the entire great Xia dynasty. Xia Qian is the prince of Daxia. Although he is going to become the deposed prince, he is also a member of the Daxia royal family and the former prince. If the news that Prince of Daxia was a demon cultivator was spread, it would be different from the face of the dynasty. I am afraid that their Daxia dynasty will attract the world to confront each other. Especially during this period, the demon sect has resurrected, the demon sect, the demon god sect, the ancient demon sect, the true demon sect, and the 4 demon sects have disrupted the world of practice. At this time, it was reported that the Prince of Daxia was a demon cultivator. If the Daxia dynasty had nothing to do with the demon sect, who would believe it? What should His Highness the 10th Prince know? There is also an supreme sword energy in the prince's body, which is constantly extermination and suppressing the demonic energy. It should be left by His Highness the 10th Prince. Someone spoke, saying so. It seems that the sword of His Highness the 10th Prince in the prison was to keep this sword energy in the prince's body. In this way, His Highness the 10th Prince knew what was going on at that time. Why don't you go and find His Highness the 10th Prince and ask what's going on? At that time, the 10th Prince did not reveal the information, but did not want to tell us. Besides, during the Qingyun Sect, His Highness the 10th Prince had already left and disappeared. Everyone spoke and said so. Emperor Xia's expression was a little complicated when he heard these words. He naturally knew exactly what happened after Su Chanyu left the Daxia palace. A sword came to the world and knew that now, no one in the entire world of cultivation knows the name of Qingyun Sect and the peerless sword immortal Su Chanyu. Regarding Su Chanyu, his feelings are very complicated and indescribable. The matter of the prince is like this for the time being. You will observe the changes in the prince's situation over the years. If there is any problem, report it to me in time.
Emperor Xia looked at Xia Qian on the bed in the palace, took a deep breath, and said so.
Yes. Everyone responded immediately. At the same time,
Qinzhou, under a tens of thousands of feet of a main hall. Below the 9 lands is like an altar, and there are still undried blood around the altar. At the center of the altar is a dark and deep pool. The demonic energy in the pool rolled, and as it rolled, a figure emerged inside. A middle-aged man with a cold face sat up from the pool and slowly opened his eyes.
What's going on?
Taishan died directly, without a trace, and even a little information was not sent back.
What happened?
The middle-aged man muttered to himself, his brows frowned, his eyes full of doubt. If anyone who has seen the Taishan Taoist man will be shocked to see this man, because the middle-aged man looks exactly the same as the Taishan Taoist man. This man is called Xushuan Taoist. He can be said to be Taishan Taoist or the clone of Taishan Taoist. When Taoist Taishan discovered the ruins of the ancient demon sect in Qingyun, he obtained the magic method of transforming demons. I want to plan to use the great method of transforming demons, accept demons with my body, and transform my demon god with my body, and become an alternative immortal. But if the demon god recovers, he has a high probability of being taken over. That is, the transformation of demons fails and the becoming an immortal fails.
In the ruins of the ancient demon sect, Taoist Taishan also obtained a method of cultivation. An alternative second clone practice method.
After the cultivator's strength reaches the realm of the primordial spirit, he can practice sacrifice and refine the spirit and practice the second clone. But if the magic method is used to accommodate the demon god, once it is taken over, the clone will naturally be damaged, because the traditional clone method will also have a connection between the main body and the clone. The soul is one, and once it is taken over by the demon god, it also includes the clone. And this magic sect's clone practice method takes a different approach. Refining an unconscious demon body, then injecting all your memory and thoughts into this demon body to create another self. Although the two had no relationship, all their memories, behaviors, and habits were exactly the same, and they could also be said to be another person himself.
Taishuan's strength cannot die directly, and the information has not been transmitted back.
He went out this time to sense the breath of the Son of Destiny. If he said so, Taishuan's death was related to the Son of Destiny.
Son of Destiny. The Taoist Xushuan murmured to himself, thinking about what was going on.
His way of thinking is exactly the same as Taishan, simulating what he would do after finding the Son of Destiny. After thinking for a long time, Taoist Xushuan still couldn't figure out how Taishan could die directly.
Just looking for a Son of Destiny, why would there be an accident?
Even if there is an accident, it is impossible to die without any information coming. On weekdays, no matter what Taoist Taishan did, he would sink those things into his mind. Immediately, Taoist Xushuan took out a jade talisman and sent a message to the demon god sect, asking the latter to check for what happened recently. End of this chapter. Supreme Demon Palace. The hall is very wide, like a square, and the carving of dragons and phoenixes is extraordinary.
Luo Chen, my father has prepared for you. You just need to sit in the ark and wait.
After you start the formation for your father, you don't have to worry about anything.
Just digest and absorb the energy in your body.
There may be some pain in the process, so you have to hold it back. The demon lord said this and explained to Su Luochen the matter of changing his fate against the will of heaven.
Dad, I understand.
Su Luochen nodded seriously. He had thought this cheap father was fooling him before, but when he saw the demon lord set up this formation and took out all kinds of treasures, he couldn't help but be stunned. Luxury, it's simply too luxurious. Although Su Luochen didn't know these things, he had never seen them before. But he is an alchemist at least, and he can still tell the good or bad. This made him a little nervous. If the other party suddenly finds out that he is not his son, will he be beaten to death? That's it. Su Luochen walked to the center of the hall and sat down cross-legged.
Luochen, if you feel something is wrong, call your father. The demon lord was even more nervous than Su Luochen and said with concern.
Good.
Su Luochen responded.
The magic silkworm's life-reversing method.
Change the will of heaven and change your fate, and set up a formation. Then, the demon lord activated the formation. In an instant, the entire transformation light soared into the sky. A phantom of a divine silkworm appeared, and the silk from his mouth spit out, wrapping Su Luochen into a golden silkworm cocoon. Su Luochen instantly felt like he was soaking in a hot spring, his pores opened, and a stream of energy poured into his body, making him feel indescribable warmth and comfortable. Just then, the demon lord seemed to sense something, and his figure disappeared and appeared outside the hall. A young man appeared outside the hall, with a handsome man and a very elegant temperament, just like an immortal descending to earth. "Who are you?" The demon lord said this with a bad look. The other party could appear silently outside his supreme demon palace, which was extraordinary. "Senior brother Qingyun Sect, Su Changyu." When Su Luochen wakes up, if he wants to return to Qingyun Sect, he will hand him this letter. Su Changyu looked at the demon lord and said so. Because in the previous letter, Taoist Taihua told Su Changyu about Su Luochen's situation and asked him to take care of Su Luochen. Therefore, Su Changyu used divination methods to deduce the situation of other junior brothers and sisters. After divination reached Su Luochen's situation, Su Changyu felt it was necessary to come and confirm it. Now that he saw the situation, Su Changyu couldn't help but feel relieved. He didn't say much, and the letter in his hand flew towards the demon lord, and then disappeared. "I didn't expect that there would be such an existence on earth. Senior brother Qingyun Sect, why hasn't I heard of this Qingyun Sect?" The demon lord looked at the direction where Su Changyu disappeared and muttered to himself, very surprised. At the same time, below the Nine Lands, Taoist Chuxuan looked at the message from the demon god sect and was full of disbelief. The master of the ancient sword immortal of the world, the 10th prince of Daxia, the senior brother of Qingyun Daozong, and the peerless sword immortal Su Changyu. Kill a foreign enemy with one sword in Qingyun Dao sect in Qingzhou. How is this possible? The Taoist Chuxuan was confused. If he hadn't known that the demon god sect could not have given him false information, he wouldn't have believed this thing. It's ridiculous, it's ridiculous, it's ridiculous. He naturally knew about Qingyun Dao sect. It is his junior brother, the sect hidden by Taoist Taihua. As a result, someone now told him that Taoist Taishan died at the hands of such a disciple of a sect. Although he had never met several disciples of Taoist Taihua. But such a small sect, coupled with the Taoist Taihua who was transformed into mortal state at that time, would there be any good disciples? Even if there is, you are extremely talented, and you can only endure the golden pill. He also slashed the Mahayana with one sword. Is this the backup plan left by Taihua at the beginning? The Taoist Chuxuan couldn't help but say in his heart. After thinking for a while, Taoist Chuxuan planned to go to Qingyun Dao sect to secretly check it out to see if Taishan left any useful information in Qingyun Dao sect. At the same time, the cliff behind the sky. The ancient sword immortal sat cross-legged and realized the sword. He kept thinking about why he had to knock on his head 3 times when Su Changyu left. 3. Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, 3 gives birth to all things. At the beginning, Master told me that a piece of grass would cut all the sun, moon and stars, is for the sword path. But this time, Master used the sword of heaven, earth, all things, sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, plants and trees. All things are swords. The ancient sword immortal understood the sword in his heart. He seemed to understand it but not, as if he had realized it, but also as if he had not realized it. At this moment, suddenly, a light of spirit appeared in the mind of Gu Jianxian, making him seem to have caught something. The scene of Yi Ping putting his sword on this back cliff and holding it appeared in his mind. 1 birth, 2 births, 3 births are endless. After reaching the extreme of swordsmanship, one has become an obsession in order to achieve the Tao of the peerless sword immortal. If you have too much obsession, you must know how to let go. First let go of your obsession in your heart, and then pick up the sword in your heart. Yes, the master cut out that sword, isn't it the sword I want? This is the sword art, the supreme sword art. Master, I have realized it. 3 represents all things, represent infinity, represent my swordsmanship, and also represent my obsession. My disciple has realized it. Thank you for your dharma. The ancient sword immortal was extremely excited.
It turned out that when he met Su Changyu, he was guiding him in the sword path. Whether it is telling yourself what sword is, or when teaching Yi Ping's sword. Fortunately, I am still called the world's #1 sword immortal, but I have never understood the meaning. At this moment, the ancient sword immortal completely understood. In an instant, the ancient sword immortal stood up, and his whole body was like a peerless divine sword, with sword intent and sword energy slashing through the 9 heavens.
At the same time,
cloudy and misty mountains, in a valley. Go, the Qilin god fruit is about to mature.
The blue-eyed unicorn beast said to Chen Lingru. Is there really no problem? Is that monkey really not strong? Chen Lingru was very worried and asked this question again. If the monkey is really not strong, why would the other party pick it by himself? It just takes action and picks the fruits.
But if Chen Lingru doesn't believe it, she is not stupid.
The blue-eyed Chila beast was annoyed by Chen Lingru's questions.
This question, these days, has been asked about it many times. Because you are very weak, the monkey won't care and may not be discovered.
The blue-eyed unicorn beast said so. Chen Lingru.
She didn't expect that this was the truth she had been pursuing.
So cruel. Go quickly, the fruit is ripe. When the monkey comes out, I will stop him. The blue-eyed unicorn beast urged.
At this time, the Qilin divine fruit had already emitted crystal light and a fragrant fragrance. Chen Lingru felt very uncomfortable and went to pick the Qilin divine fruit with sadness.
When I came to the pond, I reached out and picked the fruit. Abruptly,
in the secluded pool, waves rolled up, and a huge figure rushed out of the pool. Chen Lingru held the Qilin divine fruit and was stunned when she saw this situation. The figure in front of me was several feet long, like a monkey, exuding a suffocating evil spirit all over my body.
Is this a white monkey? Just faster, nothing else? This doesn't look like a sensitive monkey. Chen Lingru was stunned.
I feel like my young mind has been deceived. The water ape moved, and his huge fist swung at Chen Lingru, carrying a suffocating pressure.
Ah! King Bai, help me!
Chen Lingru called for help loudly. The blue-eyed Chila beast was already ready for the failure of the plan, and did not hesitate and took action directly.
Boom! The blue-eyed unicorn beast fights with the water ape, and has a hard hit.
Under this aftermath, Chen Lingru was directly shocked and fell to the ground. At this moment, something came out from her storage bag.
It's a petrified egg.
It is the egg that Chen Lingru obtained during the inheritance of the 7 kings. Chen Lingru was a little surprised. This was a storage bag, and it didn't make sense that things inside would fall out like this.
Walk! The blue-eyed unicorn beast rushed over and wanted to take Chen Lingru away.
Immediately, Chen Lingru didn't think much about it, and quickly picked up the egg and prepared to run away. However, at this moment, suddenly, the Qilin divine fruit in Chen Lingru's hand turned into a pure energy and flowed into the stone egg in her hand.
My Qilin divine fruit! The blue-eyed unicorn beast looked at this scene and couldn't help but scream in a hurry.
It has been waiting for so long and busy for so long.
Isn't it just for this fruit to purify the Qilin bloodline in its body? As a result, the fruit is gone now.
The blue-eyed unicorn beast felt uncomfortable and didn't want to run away, so it stayed there and waited for death.
Roar!
The water ape roared to the sky and swung Chen Lingru with a punch. Chen Lingru was scared and a jade talisman appeared in her hand. This is the treasure that Xiao Muxue gave her to her at the beginning, so that she could defend herself. However, before the jade talisman was activated, a cluster of auspicious clouds appeared and gathered on Chen Lingru's head to resist the punch for her, so that nothing could happen to her. The auspicious clouds continue to gather, causing a sacred and extraordinary aura to appear in the entire mountain range.
Click! Click! Click!
A crisp sound sounded, which was the sound of the stone egg in Chen Lingru's hand. The stone egg soared into the sky, and a unicorn appeared inside. The auspicious clouds were lingering, and the golden light filled the sky. A lion's head, deer antlers, tiger's eyes, elk body, dragon scales, oxtail, and horse's hooves were surrounded by golden aura.
The unicorn with a foot on the auspicious clouds appeared in the void.
Chen Lingru was shocked when she looked at the unicorn and was stunned.
When I obtained this petrified egg in the Seven Kings' secret realm. She was very depressed and uncomfortable. After all, what's the use of a petrified egg? Even complaining that even if there is a real dragon inside, the unicorn is useless. Unexpectedly, the stone egg survived and a divine beast, Qilin, really emerged. At this moment, Chen Lingru was ecstatic. She is the biggest winner.
She not only obtained the inheritance of the Sword King, but also obtained the stone eggs and the unicorn. Chen Lingru's mind had already appeared in her mind, and she was riding a Kirin and holding a sword to the world. When I return to Qingyun Sect, who dares to say that I am just a waste reading idle books in my daily life? You retreat by yourself.
Qilin looked at the water ape and said so. Roar! The water ape let out an unwilling roar.
He waited in the secret pool for a long time, but he was willing to be picked at critical moments.
Dare you dare to disobey my wishes?
The sound of the Qilin sounded again, and the aura of the divine beast spread all over the body, making the water ape crawl on the ground as if struck by lightning. Among the monsters, there is a clear blood pressure, and the Qilin is a divine beast, the demon clan emperor, and has innate blood pressure on them. In this case, there is no need to take action, and the water ape is directly suppressed with the power of blood. The blue-eyed Qilin beast also crawled on the ground at this moment, trembling. It had a trace of Qilin blood in its body, making this suppression even more terrifying. In an instant, the water monkey growled in his mouth and began to beg for mercy. The Qilin's aura converged, and the water ape quickly retreated. Chen Lingru looked at the situation and couldn't help but her eyes lit up and she was very excited.
Too awesome!
With such a spiritual pet, the entire world of immortal cultivation cannot go anywhere. She couldn't help but ride on Qilin.
Bold, what are you doing? Qilin immediately scolded Chen Lingru when she saw Chen Lingru's behavior. Aren't you my spiritual pet? I'll ride it like this. Chen Lingru said so. Relentless, I am a dignified beast, the ancient Qilin emperor, when will it be your spiritual pet?
When the ancient emperor Qilin heard this, he immediately looked unkind and said this. But you obviously hatched from my eggs, and you still ate my fruit.
Chen Lingru felt very wronged and said so.
This is the case with the ups and downs of life. I saw a stone egg, but the stone egg came out of the Qilin, but the Qilin refused to recognize itself.
It's obviously my fruit.
At this time, the blue-eyed Qila beast also spoke, saying this, and he felt that he was the one who felt most wronged.
I am not an unreasonable person. This time I am born, you have indeed made contributions. Remembering that you have made merit, I will give you a drop of holy blood. Qilin looked at the blue-eyed Qiliman and said this. Then give a drop of Qilin holy blood to the blue-eyed Qilin beast. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The blue-eyed leopard beast thanked.
This Qilin holy blood is of great help to him, and to him, it will not be worse than the Qilin divine fruit. Then, the ancient emperor Qilin looked at Chen Lingru who was looking at him and said loudly.
There is indeed a fate between you and me. Then I will accept you as favored.
The ancient emperor of Qilin said this, and his words were full of arrogant expressions.
Chen Lingru was stunned. Popular? Do you want to take your own adult pet?
Chen Lingru felt so uncomfortable that she wanted to cry.
Just then, a sound suddenly rang. Little junior sister.
A calm voice sounded, and a peerless young man appeared, 8 feet tall, handsome and unparalleled in temperament. At that time, he divined the situation of all his junior brothers and sisters, and knew that Chen Lingru was not far away. The results of the divination indicated that Chen Lingru was having an unexpected opportunity. All odds and opportunities come with danger, so Su Changyu came. Chen Lingru, who was feeling uncomfortable, was stunned and looked up. When he saw the familiar and handsome face, Chen Lingru was stunned.
Senior brother. It's the eldest brother. Why didn't you see me for a while?
The eldest brother has become more handsome and outstanding, and his hair has turned white.
Senior brother. Chen Lingru looked at Su Changyu and immediately shouted.
Brother! At this moment, Qilin immediately shouted when he saw Su Changyu and rushed over.
Qilin?
Su Changyu was stunned and saw a unicorn next to him.
What's going on? Why is this Qilin called her eldest brother?
In an instant, Su Changyu understood that it was because of his appearance and temperament that he instantly conquered the unicorn, allowing the latter to surrender and worship the moment he saw him.
Last time in the kingdom, Su Changyu saw Yi Ping subduing a divine beast, dragon horse, as a mount. To be honest, Su Changyu was a little envious.
After all, mounts are quite good.
As a peerless sword immortal, how could I not have a mount of a divine beast?
At this time, he felt that the Qilin in front of him was good. The Qilin sword immortal Su Changyu seems to be in a good shape.
Su Changyu thought so. Brother, don't you know me anymore? It's me, Out Yen.
The ancient Emperor Qilin looked at Su Changyu's cold and indifferent look and continued to speak out, looking very excited.
Out Yen?
This made Su Changyu stunned.
He had never heard of it.
However, looking at the other person's appearance, it seems that he knows himself.
Yes, Out Yen, Gu Out Yen. Brother, have you forgotten me?
The ancient Emperor of Qilin said this, his voice was sad.
It seems that, brother, you were reincarnated and rebuilt in that battle. You lost your memory. You are the immortal king of immortality and the master of the human race.
I, the ancient Emperor of Qilin, are the Emperor of the Demon Clan.
We are sworn brothers. We protected the peace and darkness of all races in the world. Although we suppressed the darkness, I also exhausted my origin.
I turned into a stone egg and remained silent until now.
Unexpectedly, as soon as I woke up, I met my elder brother.
The ancient Emperor Qilin continued to speak to Su Changyu and said in a serious tone. When Su Changyu heard these words, his body was shocked, and some broken images appeared in his mind.
He remembered nothing and didn't know what the other party was saying.
Although there were a lot more things in his mind last time, there were no such things.
But why is the immortal king of immortality? Shouldn't it be the Chanyu immortal king? Is this the reason why I pronounced the name Lu Changqing before? Su Changyu didn't think much about it. Whether it is the immortal king of immortality or the immortal king of immortality. Anyway, I'm done. Out Yen?
Su Changyu called out softly.
Brother!
When the ancient Qilin emperor heard this soft call, he said excitedly.
Out Yen? Su Changyu shouted again. Brother!
Qilin ancient Emperor Lin's eyes were filled with tears and was very excited.
The eldest brother finally recognized him. Seeing that the temperature was almost the same, Su Changyu couldn't help but speak out his purpose.
Out Yen, my brother has some things now, and he has to go to some places, but he has not yet a mount, which is very inconvenient.
Can you feel wronged? Let me ride it?
Su Changyu spoke, he was still a little nervous inside.
Would he be too direct?
After all, this is a divine beast, the unicorn, and you have to cultivate feelings. He mainly has something to do now and doesn't have much time to cultivate his relationship.
No problem, brother, come and ride me.
The ancient Emperor Qilin did not refuse and took the initiative to step forward and let Su Changyu ride him. Su Changyu was very excited, but he didn't expect the latter to agree directly.
The divine beast Qilin.
This is riding a Kirin and strolling around.
How majestic and handsome. But he was very calm on the surface, very calm on the surface. Out Yen, you are so generous, you are worthy of being my good brother. My brother will not forget you.
Su Changyu said this, and then rode on the ancient Emperor Qilin. In an instant, Su Changyu felt very happy, and even felt a familiar feeling.
It seems like I've driven this car. Brother, where are you going?
The ancient Qilin Emperor asked, and as he spoke, auspicious clouds filled his body, and the rays of light filled the special effects, which was extremely extraordinary.
Su Changyu, who was riding on the Qilin, was even more indescribable. He was a completely real immortal. Dragon Palace in East China Sea. Su Changyu said so. Okay, brother, you're settled down.
The ancient emperor of Qilin spoke, and then the auspicious clouds on his feet moved and disappeared directly into the sky. In place, the blue-eyed Kiliman and Chen Lingru stood there in a daze, looking at the disappearing sky.
Senior brother, Wu, my Kirin is obviously my Kirin, obviously mine.
Chen Lingru looked at Su Changyu who was disappearing on the Kirin and cried in grievance. Su Changyu, who was riding on the Qilin, felt as if he had forgotten something. However, the pleasure of riding a Kirin made him leave it behind. End of this chapter.
East China Sea Dragon Palace.
In the Dragon Transformation Pool, Yi Ping practiced cross-legged. In the Dantian, 9 golden elixirs circling, each of which is round and flawless, with a generous light. This means that Yi Ping has entered the great perfection of the golden pill. However, most of the golden liquid in the Dragon Transformation Pool is still there, and Yi Ping is not ready to break through the nascent soul. Because he has not completed the US dollar infant method yet, he plans to ask the senior brother how to perfectly condense the nascent soul when he goes back. So he planned to use the energy in the Dragon Transformation Pool to break through the great perfect God and demon body to the supreme God and demon body. After practicing the ancient gods and demons body practice technique for so long, Yi Ping has always known the importance of the physical body. Without thinking too much, the rolling liquid in the dragon pond was sinking into the body from the pores. The Zhulong immortal orifice is also being refined crazily. Originally, the great god and demon body had already been great perfect. At the last step, now it has enough spiritual energy, which is more than enough, making Yi Ping break through very easily. Even Yi Ping felt that even if he had not practiced the ancient gods and demon body refining skills, his physical body was improved. Roar! A series of terrifying dragon roars rang in the hall. On the Dragon Transformation Pool, real dragons appeared one by one. This is Yi Ping's Blood and Energy Real Dragon. The Blood and Energy Real Dragon has a faint golden luster, which is extremely sacred. At the same time, Yi Ping's Qi and blood furnace was like forged by immortal gold, and the sound of blood and Qi circulating kept ringing, like a boiling eternal divine furnace. At this moment, Yi Ping broke through the god and demon body refining technique from the great god and demon body to the realm of the supreme god and demon body. Yi Ping let out a breath. I feel like I'm full of strength and my whole body is different. Moreover, he could feel that in addition to the improvement of his physical body, his supreme god and demon body also gained a characteristic. That is the suppression of gods and demons. No matter what kind of demon and ferocious beast, it seemed to be suppressed innately in front of him, and could not help but tremble. Even if the strength is similar, you will be timid before the battle, and you will be weaker than the power of 3 points. This is terrible. It's at this moment. Su Changyu rode a Kirin and appeared in the hall. He saw Yi Ping in the hall and spoke in surprise. My junior brother. The shouts rang out. Yi Ping woke up from entering into meditation. He opened his eyes and immediately saw Su Changyu riding on the Kirin. Hiss! Yi Ping took a breath of cold air. Su Changyu in front of him was so extraordinary. With sword eyebrows and starry eyes, plump and handsomeness, riding a Kirin, it is simply unparalleled. Yi Ping was very surprised. He didn't expect that the eldest brother's mount was actually a unicorn. The eldest brother hid it so deeply. He had never ridden it for so long. Senior brother, why are you here? Yi Ping showed joy on his face, but he didn't expect Su Changyu to come here, and he was a little surprised. It seemed that the senior brother was worried that he was in danger, so he rode the Qilin out to find him. I'm here to find you, there's something wrong. Su Changyu walked down from the ancient Qilin emperor and said calmly. Senior brother, what's the matter? Yi Ping said curiously. You let go of your mind. Su Changyu said with a calm expression. Yi Ping let go of his heart. Then Su Changyu raised his hand and a jade stone engraved with the Sun of Destiny appeared. The jade is extremely dazzling, shining towards Yi Ping. And at the same time. Daxia Palace, in the Yangxing Palace. Your Majesty, I just found a secret in ancient books, which is similar to the situation of the prince. The lord of the Tianji Palace spoke to Emperor Xia.
What's going on? Emperor Xia spoke and asked immediately. Every era, there will be demon seeds born in the world in heaven and earth. These demon seeds will constantly absorb evil thoughts from heaven and earth.
When there are more and more evil thoughts, they will turn into a demon who destroys the world. And the situation of the prince is similar to this situation, except that there are no traces of demonic seeds in His Highness the Prince's body. The lord of the Tianji Palace spoke and said,
Demon seed, the devil who destroys the world.
When Emperor Xia heard this, his expression changed slightly and was a little confused. This youngest son was just invincible and slashed the Mahayana with one sword.
Not long after, now you tell me that my eldest son may be a demon that destroys the world. Is it so powerful?
Emperor Xia was a little confused. Emperor Xia immediately knew the seriousness of the matter. Although the Lord of Tianji Palace said that the situation was just similar, the Lord of Tianji Palace would tell him, which proved that the possibility was extremely high.
If this situation, is there any solution? Emperor Xia asked. There is no solution.
In this case, we can only notify the General Hospital of the Jiantian Academy to deal with it. The Lord of the Tianji Palace spoke and said like this.
Emperor Xia was silent.
If it is as the Lord of Heavenly Meaning said that the prince is a demon, he will notify the Jiantian court and let the Jiantian court deal with it. The result can be imagined.
And another place.
Xia Qian woke up with a calm and indifferent expression.
Son of Destiny, Su Changyu.
In my situation now, it's not advisable to stay in this palace for a long time, but I'll be back.
Xia Qian looked at the black lotus in his soul, muttered to himself, and then stood up. At the same time,
outside the Qingyun Mountains,
a figure appeared. It is the Su Xin Taoist. He looked towards the direction of Qingyun Sect.
Since he knew about the death of Taoist Taishin, he was very cautious, hiding his breath and not daring to get too close. However, just as he arrived here, he could feel that with Qingyun Sect as the center, there was an indescribable terrifying sword intent. He is also a sword cultivator, and he can clearly feel the terror of this sword intent.
Extensive. Magnificent. Infinite. Accept everything.
The people of Shushuan Taoist were shocked. If this sword intent was the sword intent left by Su Changyu after he killed Taishin with one sword, it would be so terrifying. Feeling this sword intent, Taoist Shushuan knew that he had no need to check it out anymore.
Just as Taoist Shushuan was about to leave,
a middle-aged man wearing a blue shirt and carrying a wooden sword appeared.
It is the ancient sword Immortal.
When the Qingyun Mountains appeared by the Shushuan Taoist, he was immediately perceived by the ancient sword Immortal.
Seeing Taoist Su Xian, Gu Jianxian was shocked. Didn't the other party die at Su Changyu's hands?
His sword heart was clear, and he instantly felt that the person in front of him was not a very mysterious Taoist, and his aura was different. The ancient sword Immortal did not hesitate and drew his sword to take action. Regardless of whether this person is a very mysterious Taoist or not, he came to Qingyun Mountains so sneakily to peek at Qingyun Taoist sect, which was obviously not right. As a disciple of the great disciple of Qingyun Dao sect, he is also a member of Qingyun Dao sect, so how could he sit still? The ancient sword Immortal slashed out with one sword, without any moves or any sword skills, just like the simplest sword, the most ordinary sword. This is the sword of the ancient sword Immortal after comprehension of the supreme sword art. In an instant, the physical and magic power of the Shushuan Taoist man was stabilized.
How is this possible? The expression of Taoist Shushuan was full of shock.
He stared at the ancient sword Immortal in front of him, a little unbelievable.
He naturally knew the ancient sword Immortal. I know that my strength is terrible. But how could it be so strong?
However, the ancient sword Immortal just slashed down with a calm expression.
Boom!
This sword seemed to carry the power of heaven, earth, and everything, and there was a thunder in the clear sky, which was very terrifying.
Taoist Shushuan felt a big word danger appear above his head.
At this moment, he knew that he was no match for the ancient sword Immortal.
Escape! Escape now! Puff!
In an instant, the entire Suqian Taoist turned into a beam of black light and ran away at an extremely fast speed. This speed is terrifying, it is a magical power to break out and escape. I feel ashamed of my master when I let him escape.
If I can understand 1% of the master, a sword will be enough.
The ancient sword immortal looked at the disappearing Taoist Xushuan, and did not chase after him, and said to himself.
Then he continued to return to Qingyun Hoya and Enlightenment Sword.
In this sword just now, the ancient sword immortal saw the future of his sword art. If I had fought with the Suqian Taoist before, even if I could win, I would not have been able to do this with just one sword. At the same time, the Taoist Su Xian used his magical power to escape back to the Nine Lands, hiding his breath. How is this possible? The strength of the ancient sword immortal, is it impossible for him to have proved the sword immortal? The Su Xian Taoist's face was pale and full of disbelief. He couldn't figure out why the ancient sword immortal was so powerful.
At the same time, this trip made Taoist Xushuan confirm Taishuan's death.
It was dead at Su Changyu's hands. And Su Changyu is the son of destiny he is looking for. His method of becoming an immortal is to sacrifice to the Son of Heaven to resurrect the demon god.
Now that seems to be revived. Not to mention Su Changyu, he could only escape when he met Su Changyu's apprentice Gu Jianxian.
If you meet the more powerful Su Changyu, you will probably end up like Tai Xian.
Did my path to becoming an immortal have been cut off like this? I am unwilling to give up. Taoist Xushuan was very unwilling to accept it and growled in his mouth. After so many years of hard planning and doing so much, the result was so sudden, how could he accept it? He couldn't figure out why Su Changyu was suddenly so powerful. In 27 years, even the Son of Destiny cannot grow to this point. Just then, suddenly, the expression of the Xushuan Taoist changed and he sensed something.
He disappeared from below the Nine Lands and appeared in a hall. The hall is very simple, with only a jade plate placed.
A faint black light shone on the jade plate. What's going on? It's the aura of the demon. Taoist Xushuan looked at the jade plate with a look of astonishment on his face.
This jade plate can sense the aura of the Son of Destiny and the demon of destruction.
However, as he knows, the demon god will only recover if he waits for the birth of enough evil thoughts between heaven and earth.
Other words were the method he knew, to sacrifice the Son of Heaven, and to set up a formation with the blood of millions of creatures to awaken the demon god in revival.
But why now, there is the aura of a demon god? What the hell is going on? Was Taishuan doing something at that time, or why?
The Taoist Xushuan thought in his heart, and was very puzzled. After thinking for a long time, the Xushuan Taoist had an idea in his mind. If the demon god has recovered now, I can only find a way to start from the demon god. Immediately, Taoist Xushuan returned to the pool below the Nine Lands. Before this, he must recover from his injuries.
Jiantian Court, General Court.
An old man looked up at the sky, his face changed drastically. He calculated the secret of heaven, but his face became increasingly ugly. The secret of heaven is covered with dust, and a great disaster is about to begin. The old man's voice suddenly changed his face. On the other hand, when Xiao Muxue received the news, her face changed and she asked. There are the whereabouts of Su Changyu and Yi Ping. Xiao Muxue frowned and asked like this.
Reporting to the throne, no news about Yi Ping and Su Changyu was found.
The Chen Lingru you ordered to look for before was found.
She had just received information and had already found it. A figure replied.
End of this chapter.
East China Sea Dragon Palace. Dragon Pool.
The Destiny Jade shines, and wisps of light appear, turning into a green lotus seed. The green lotus seeds fell directly into Yi Ping's soul. At this moment, there was something more in Yi Ping's mind. Regarding the dispute between heaven and earth and the devil who destroyed the world, he obtained this green lotus, which means that he inherited the mission of saving the people of the world.
Senior brother, this. Yi Ping looked at Su Changyu and couldn't speak.
Unexpectedly, when the eldest brother came, he would have to give himself such a big task.
Save the people of the world. How can you afford it? Yi Ping felt a surge of pressure. Young brother, just tell me that you can't stand it. Su Changyu spoke, looking extremely calm.
It seemed that the burden of saving the people of the world was nothing in his eyes.
I can withstand it.
Hearing Su Changyu's question, Yiping immediately said with a serious look on his face.
Since the elder brother gave him such a heavy burden, how could he shirk it?
Even Yiping was guessing in his heart that this was the mission of Qingyun Sect, as the hidden sect. It was only at this moment that he was recognized by the sect. An excitement arises in his heart. Okay, since that's the case, you should practice hard and improve your strength.
If you have something to do, you will leave first. When you are about to leave here, open this letter.
Su Changyu nodded, handed a letter to Yiping, and then rode the Qilin away. Senior brother, wait a moment.
Yiping looked at Su Changyu leaving and immediately spoke. What's the matter? Su Changyu asked.
That's right, I have already completed the golden pill and want to ask my senior brother for advice on how to complete the US dollar infant. Yiping opened his mouth and said so. Before, he had a great perfection of the golden elixir, so he thought about going back and asking for advice on the nascent soul method, but now Su Changyu has come, so he naturally asked directly. Su Changyu raised his head slightly and said nothing. Although he had a lot of things in his mind, he had nothing to do with cultivation. However, Su Changyu didn't know how to practice, but he understood Yiping. The great Dao Yuanying, the three pure Yuanshan.
Su Changyu spoke and said so.
While he was talking, he raised his hand and appeared two pictures.
The first picture is a nascent yellow villain sitting cross-legged on the yin and yang 8 trigrams, surrounded by the great energy of the Tao.
The second picture is three souls, one holding a divine sword, one holding a crutch, and the other holding a floating dust. The soul has a Taoist flower on its head, and its whole body evolves into water, wind and fire. Thank you, senior brother, for giving the Dharma. Yiping looked at these two pictures with excitement in his eyes. He knew that this would complete the US dollar infant method and the US dollar magic method.
My junior brother, do you have any doubts?
If you don't understand, please raise them. Su Changyu spoke calmly. If nothing happened, he would have left.
Young brother has no doubts.
Yiping shook his head and said so. The eldest brother has already pointed out the way for him, so the rest is naturally based on his own understanding.
Good. Su Changyu nodded and then left the hall with the ancient Qilin emperor. At the same time, in the south, there is a cliff. Above the cliff is a chessboard. Black and white chess pieces crisscross.
Wang Zhuoyu looked at the chess game in front of him and kept thinking about how to break the situation. Some time ago, he was in Qingyun Sect when he suddenly heard the movement, and was moved and teleported here by the formation. When I first arrived, I saw an old man who died. Wang Zhuoyu asked the other party where this was, and the other party told him that this was the southern country, Linglong Valley. The chessboard in front of you is the Linglong chess game, and the formation is like a chess game, which contains the inheritance of the supreme formation Tao. After saying that, the old man passed away. Afterwards, Wang Zhuoyu buried the old man and then learned about the chess game here, wanting to break the chess.
The inheritance of the supreme battle Tao. This is completely prepared for him. Wang Zhuoyu was very excited.
Then, so long has passed.
Go to the formation inheritance of Dam formation and leave. Wang Zhuoyu was very angry. What a chess game.
After thinking about it for so long, he didn't figure out anything, but his hair fell a lot. He felt that if he continued, he would probably lose his hair. The formation is like a chess game, nothing is nonsense.
Then why didn't I understand anything?
Wang Zhuoyu took out the star chessboard, prepared to set up the formation, left here, and returned to Qingyun Sect.
However, Wang Zhuoyu was very angry when he looked at this Linglong chess game.
I felt so angry that I had lost so much hair here and just left like this. Immediately, the chessboard formation pattern in Wang Zhuoyu's hand changed and turned into a killing formation. Swish 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 swish.
A series of killing formation patterns emerged, intertwined in the Linglong chess game.
The black and white chess pieces on the chessboard were directly erased by the formation and turned into powder. Wang Zhuoyu felt comfortable. But I felt a little embarrassed and felt that a good chess game was ruined by myself, which was very bad.
Forget it, let's go away quickly.
Wang Zhuoyu pulled the array plate, and at this moment, suddenly, a bunch of black and white phantoms rushed into his eyebrows in the destroyed Linglong chess game.
At the same time. Qingzhou, a market. What kind of treasure is this? My treasure appraisal Tiantong can identify all treasures in the world.
No treasure can hide in front of my eyes, but it cannot tell the depth. Lin Bei looked at a white stone in his hand, like a five-cornered diamond, without any characteristics. But his years of experience and appraisal of treasures told him that this stone is not simple.
Without thinking too much, Lin Bei put away the stone.
During this period, he has been appraising treasures all the way from Qinzhou, and has a lot of things on him, and he is not short of this little money.
It's time to go back. Lin Bei is about to go back.
Thinking of taking out the treasure after going back and showing off to Taoist Taihua, he showed off a happy smile.
Beizhou, Beiyue Ancient City.
Chen Lingru entered the city and prepared to return to the Baiyun Ancient City of Qingzhou through the teleportation array.
After Su Changyu rode the Qilin away, Chen Lingru felt very uncomfortable and wanted to cry. But life still has to continue.
Then the blue-eyed Qila beast heard that Chen Lingru was leaving and going back, so she gave her many spirit stones and treasures, and sent her to the Beiyue Ancient City. After all, the blue-eyed Qila beast saw Chen Lingru with such a great senior brother. When Qilin saw him, he would call him big brother, and he couldn't afford to offend him.
Little junior sister. Just then, a voice sounded.
Chen Lingru turned her head and saw a beautiful woman in 25 or 26 years old, wearing white clothes, thinking that she would come slowly, with a smile on her face.
Senior sister, why are you here?
Chen Lingru was full of joy and was very surprised.
She didn't expect Xiao Muxue to appear here. She trotted over and hugged Xiao Muxue very intimately.
Sister heard the news of your disappearance, and came to you. Something happened to Qingyun Sect. You can follow your senior sister for the time being and don't go back first. Xiao Muxue said with a smile on her face.
What happened to Qingyun Sect? What happened?
When Chen Lingru heard this, she couldn't help but be surprised and curious.
You will know then.
Xiao Muxue chuckled and shook her head, not telling Chen Lingru about the death of the Qingyun Taoist sect and the death of Taoist Taihua. Chen Lingru was taken by Xiao Muxue since she was a child, so she didn't ask much about Xiao Muxue's words.
Sister, the stone egg I obtained at the Seven Kings ruins was alive, and a unicorn was born inside.
Chen Lingru spoke out and said like this.
She wants to complain to Xiao Muxue. Tell the eldest sister that the eldest brother stole her unicorn.
Let Xiao Muxue make the decision for her.
What, Qilin?
Xiao Muxue was stunned when she heard this. She naturally knew what happened to the Qingyun sect at the ruins of the Seven Kings. Knowing that everyone had the opportunity, Chen Lingru obtained the inheritance of the Sword King and a petrified egg in it. Now Chen Lingru told her that she had nurtured a Kirin, which was amazing. Xiao Muxue had no doubts.
Chen Lingru will never hide in front of her.
Where is Qilin? Let the senior sister see.
Xiao Muxue immediately spoke. Kirin. This is a divine beast, auspicious beast.
The unicorn steps on the auspicious clouds, and it is difficult for the world to disappear. Just like today, when the catastrophe is approaching, a divine beast representing auspiciousness appears, which makes Xiao Muxue feel a different meaning. I was ridden away by my senior brother. Chen Lingru spoke out, her voice full of grievances.
Xiao Muxue was stunned. Senior brother? Was Su Changyu ridden away? What's going on?
Tell me what's going on. How could that egg give birth to a Kirin, and why was it ridden by Su Changyu, the useless one?
Xiao Muxue took a deep breath and asked Chen Lingru to tell her that what was going on. Daxia Palace. Inside the Hall of Peace of Heart. Your Majesty, it's not good, the prince has disappeared. A figure appeared in the hall and reported to Emperor Xia. How is it possible? How could the prince leave Changle Palace silently? Isn't there any guards of the elders of the clan?
When Emperor Xia heard this message, his face changed and he stood up from the chair in shock. After the Lord of Tianji Palace reported to him the situation of the prince, Emperor Xia had not made a decision on how to deal with Xia Qian. Originally, he planned to lock Xia Qian in the palace and keep him in the palace for the rest of his life. As a result, who knew that something happened to a demon species? If this matter is reported, he will lose another son. If he does not report it, once any problems arise, he will be sorry for the entire Daxia dynasty.
Unexpectedly, Xia Qian disappeared now.
You know, this is the Daxia palace.
How can ordinary people easily enter and exit? Check it out.
Emperor Xia looked serious and immediately ordered. Then he took a deep breath and said slowly, and report this matter to the supervisory court. Emperor Xia spoke out and said so. After saying that, Emperor Xia collapsed on the chair.
At the same time,
the great Xia dynasty is in a mountain range. A man wearing brocade clothes and slightly pale face shook his hand gently. Around him were corpses. This is the corpse of the monster Qingfeng wolf, each end is 2 meters in size. The Qingfeng wolf is a group monster in these 100,000 mountains. Each end has the strength of at least the foundation building realm. The Wolf King has the strength of the Golden Pill or the Nascent Soul realm, and most of them live in groups.
Ordinary Nascent Soul cultivators dare not win at all when they encounter it.
Xia Qian looked at the corpses of these Qingfeng wolf, spread his arms, and a terrifying phantom behind him appeared. This figure cannot see the appearance clearly, but it gives people a feeling of being extremely demonic and aura of the world, which is very terrifying.
Swallow. Xia Qian spit out a word from his mouth. In an instant, the figure and demonic shadow swallowed the mountains and rivers and swallowed the surrounding corpses. The body of the Qingfeng wolf shriveled and smelled at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally turned into a pile of dry bones that seemed to be abandoned for unknown lengths. Xia Qian let out a sigh of relief, her originally white face turned much better. However, there was still a sharp sword energy in his body, constantly disturbing his body and magic power. Su Chanyu, you will regret it if you didn't kill me. Xia Qian's face was a little gloomy and he muttered to himself.
After being deposed by Su Chanyu, Xia Qian fell into a coma, which made him think a lot more. For example, the demon species, the demon who destroys the world, and the son of destiny.
He is that demon seed. When the demon seed matures, he can give birth to a demon.
And Su Chanyu is the son of destiny.
The two are born enemies.
This is also the reason why he hated Su Chanyu so much. Not only Emperor Xia's care for the 10th prince, but also the hostility he engraved in his soul, deep in his heart, and in his bones. Originally, he should have awakened and turned into a demon god when the evil thoughts of heaven and earth reached its peak. But for some reasons, he was extremely excited and awakened in advance.
Just then, a voice sounded. I've seen Lord Demon.
The sound rang out, and the figure of the Xushuan Taoist slowly appeared.
Who are you?
Xia Qian was not nervous and looked at Su Xian Taoist.
Just call me Xushuan Taoist. The Taoist Xushuan spoke and said this. Taoist Xushuan? What's your purpose for you to find me? Xia Qian looked at the Taoist Xushuan calmly and said out loud.
My devil, if the Son of Life has grown to a terrible level today, you are no match for him.
I can help you.
As for my purpose, it's very simple.
I want to become an immortal.
The Taoist Xushuan spoke out, his eyes full of fanaticism, and he said so.
Become an immortal? There is nothing to be an immortal here. Xia Qian continued to speak and said so.
I can't become an immortal, but the same is true for me to become a demon god. When I become a demon god, I will complete the hatred of Su Chanyu, the son of destiny. Taoist Xushuan laughed loudly. After saying that, he directly attacked Xia Qian. After knowing that the demon god was resurrected, Taoist Su Xian immediately had an idea in his mind, directly attacked the demon god's opponent, incorporated the demon god into his body, turned himself into a demon god, and became an alternative immortal.
Seeing the Xushuan Taoist taking action, Xia Qian did not move.
It's not that he didn't want to move, but that he was directly stationary and unable to move when facing the Su Xian Taoist. His strength is in the Yuanshan realm, and his strength is extremely strong, not to mention that he was deposed by Su Changyu not long ago. It is already terrifying to be promoted from a useless person to this strength in a short period of time. This is because he has the sword energy left by Su Changyu in his body, otherwise his strength would have improved faster.
The Taoist Xuxuan captured Xia Qian, and then the two disappeared. At the same time,
Xiao Muxue brought Chen Lingru to the Jiantian courtyard. From Chen Lingru, she learned what Chen Lingru encountered. The Qilin was born, and then the Qilin was ridden by Su Changyu and headed to the East China Sea Dragon Palace. This surprised her. First, he was amazed at Chen Lingru's luck that a Kirin could be nurtured in a stone egg. Then it was about Qilin's name, Su Changyu, and ran away with Su Changyu.
This is outrageous. Could it be that this is the cause and effect of Chen Lingru taking over the inheritance of the Sword King, which should belong to Su Changyu, in the ruins of the Seven Kings? Xiao Muxue didn't know what to say.
She no longer knew what to say about Su Changyu.
Maybe, this is the son of destiny. As for Su Changyu's trip to the East Sea Dragon Palace, Xiao Muxue couldn't help but think that Ji Ping could not find anyone, so would Ji Ping be in the East Sea Dragon Palace? On weekdays, Yi Ping likes to be with Su Changyu. And Su Changyu appeared, but Yi Ping did not appear, which was very strange. The East China Sea Dragon Palace was opened, and Xiao Muxue wanted Yi Ping to go to the East China Sea Dragon Palace to compete for opportunities, but he had never found Yi Ping's whereabouts. This is very strange. You know, their Tianyuan Academy is full of eyes everywhere in the 5 countries, and it is not difficult to find someone. But according to the time when Yi Ping disappeared, the East China Sea Dragon Palace has not been opened. Although it is open now, there are still layers of restrictions. Xiao Muxue couldn't help denying Yi Ping's idea of being in the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea. Because I can't get in.
However, she suddenly thought of Su Changyu. If Su Changyu asked Yi Ping to go to the East China Sea Dragon Palace, then it seems that it would not be a problem.
Although the East China Sea Dragon Palace has not been opened yet.
Let's go, senior sister will take you to your place to live first.
Xiao Muxue took Chen Lingru to rest.
As soon as Chen Lingru was settled, a jade talisman appeared in Xiao Muxue's hand and saw a message from the jade talisman. The Heavenly Memorial Palace of the Great Xia Dynasty reported that Prince Xia Qian is a demon seed. His whereabouts are unknown now. Seeing the message from the jade talisman, her face changed drastically. I couldn't help but think of the information deduced by their Tiantian Academy before, and the disaster was about to begin. Just like today's Sons of Fate become an anomaly, beyond their understanding and control. Now the demon seed also appears in advance.
Isn't it a great disaster about to begin? It's messy, it's totally messy. Xiao Muxue talked to herself. The catastrophe came too quickly. Moreover, if the Prince of Daxia Xia Qian was a demon, she would be unable to understand it all. According to ancient books, the Son of Destiny has a sense of the demon of destruction, and in the previous information of the Great Xia Dynasty, Su Changyu killed the Prince Xia Qian. Because Emperor Xia asked Su Changyu to keep Xia Qian's life for one. If Su Changyu was the Son of Destiny, he should be able to sense something wrong with Xia Qian, so how could he save his life? Check, send someone to the East China Sea Dragon Palace. At the same time, notify the 5 countries to search for clues about the Prince of Daxia Xia Qian. Xiao Muxue immediately ordered. Qingzhou. On one altar, 2 figures sat opposite each other. You know I am a demon god, but you dare to do this? Your probability of success is only 30%. Xia Qian looked at the Taoist Xuxuan calmly and said so. Dare, why don't I dare? Cultivating immortals is a defiance of the heavens. For us, 30% is enough. In order to wait for this day, I have been waiting for too long. If I don't do this, I will be destined to become an immortal in this life and die and will disappear. The Taoist Xuxuan said this, his eyes were full of fanaticism, and even crazy. After the words came, demonic patterns appeared on the surface of Su Xian Taoist human body, and a breath spread all over his body, twisting in dark, covering Xia Qian like a shadow, and then layers of blood-colored light appeared in the altar. At the same time, Supreme Demon Palace. The demon lord suddenly looked up and looked at the sky. After a moment, he shook his head and returned to Su Luochen in the hall, his eyes full of concern. For him, it doesn't matter even if the sky falls, just don't press down on his son. At this time, a golden aura continued to flow and hang down from the golden silkworm cocoons in the hall, surrounded by 5 spirits of the blue dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black twilight, and unicorn. There were crisp sounds of dragon roars and tigers' roars and phoenixes in the silkworm cocoons. End of this chapter. Qingyun. A bloody altar. The Taoist Yushuan and Xiaoqian still disappeared, replaced by a large dark cocoon. The big cocoon was hanging in the void, with lotus patterns on it looming, like a black lotus. Inside the dark cocoon, Taoist Yushuan knew that he had failed. When he introduced Xiaoqian into his body, Xiaoqian turned into a black lotus, making Su Xian's methods look like dream bubbles, and could not cause harm to the black lotus at all. And I was digested and swallowed by the black lotus. The Taoist Yushuan was full of powerlessness and could only allow everything he had, his cultivation, magic power, and memory to turn into black lotus nutrients under the swaying of the black lotus. At this moment, the smile of Taoist Taihua appeared in his mind. The Taihua Taoist hexagram shows the smile when evil. He was puzzled at the time. Why did Taihua smile when he calculated the bad omen? Now he understood. Because Taihua did not calculate that hexagram, but for him. Time passes by little by little. The lotus pattern on the dark cocoon gradually dimmed and lost its luster. At this moment, a voice sounded. Click. 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 The big cocoon began to break. Boom. Xiaoqian walked out of the big calluses, and his face changed a lot, with 3 more points of Su Xian Taoist appearance. At the same time, there is a black lotus mark on the middle of the eyebrows, emitting a trembling aura. Is this your obsession? Become a nutrient for me and a part of my body. When I recover, I will fulfill your dream of becoming an immortal. Xiaoqian stroked his face with his palm and said so. This is what happened after he completely transformed the Yushuan Taoist into nutrients and absorbed them. However, even if I am in the Mahayana realm now, I have no chance of winning against Su Changyu. If you want to kill Su Changyu, you can only complete your recovery. Xiaoqian felt the sword energy in his body, his face calm, and he muttered to himself. The sword energy that Su Changyu left in his body was almost wiped out by him. If it weren't for that sword energy, his strength would be at least 20% stronger this time. However, there are gains and losses. Through this sword energy, he can roughly judge Su Changyu's strength. You can go to the Demon God Sect and use the Demon God Sect to summon the 4 major demon sects. At the same time, with the 10,000 demon banners, the ancient demon pictures, and the 10 directions immortal devouring immortals, you will get twice the result with half the effort. Xiaoqian thought in his heart, and then his figure disappeared on the altar. East China Sea Dragon Palace. Dragon Pool. In Yiping's Dantian, on the 9-colored lotus, 9 golden elixirs collided and rotated wildly. With the help of the energy of the dragon transformation pool, Yiping broke through to the nascent soul realm. After so long, he finally understood the method of the great Dao Yuanying, and transformed into a baby with the 9 golden elixirs. The 9 golden elixirs were integrated and burst into endless light. Finally, a purple baby man appeared, and there were wisps of mysterious aura around him. At this moment, Yiping entered the nascent soul realm. However, his nascent soul is not perfect and is still transforming. The purple little man sat cross-legged on the 9-color lotus platform, as if he was swallowing and spitting, crazily absorbing the energy in the dragon crafting pool, allowing the golden liquid in the dragon crafting pool to digest it at a speed visible to the naked eye. The mysterious aura around the purple Yuanying became increasingly rich, turning into the aura of the great Tao. The 9-color lotus platform that was sitting down also began to change, turning into the shape of Yin and Yang Bagua. This is exactly the same as the final dollar infant method that Su Changyu told him. The great Dao Yuanying. At the same time, in this process, Yiping's body is also sublimating and transforming. Every inch of skin, every inch of flesh and blood, and internal organs are sublimating and shining brightly.
At this moment, the ancient gods and demon bodies directly reached the late stage of the supreme gods and demon bodies. However, all the liquid in the Dragon Huan pool was digested by Yi Ping, and there was no drop. The elder brother asked me to improve my cultivation level well. Not only did I give me the US dollar infant method, but I also gave me the US dollar magic method. This shows that the eldest brother asked me to practice to the Yuanshan realm before leaving, but now the dragon transformation pool has been consumed, how can I improve it? Yi Ping stood up from the Hualong pool, frowned, and muttered to himself. He was very confused. The eldest brother could clearly see that the energy in the dragon transformation pool could not support himself in breaking through the soul realm. But he was still informed of the dollar infant method and the dollar god method. At this time, Yi Ping looked at the treasures in the hall and suddenly realized. I understand. Yi Ping showed excitement. I really own the treasure mountain without knowing it. In this hall, in addition to the dragon transformation pond, there are so many treasures, which are of infinite value. And he has a supreme Taoist law. Wealth can help the gods. Use the altar of heaven to sacrifice anything valuable to God in exchange for the reward you want. Immediately, Yi Ping looked at the treasures in the hall and visualized the altar of the heavenly Tao in his mind. An ancient altar appeared. Then, Yi Ping placed the magic weapons in the hall on the altar of heavenly Tao. Qingyun Sect. Wang Zhuoyu returned to Qingyun Sect and saw that there were only Gu Jianxian and Daxu in the sect, and asked what was going on. Then Daxu told Wang Zhuoyu about Qingyun Sect and Taoist Taihua. Suddenly, Wang Zhuoyu fell silent, his eyes turned red and he couldn't speak. He didn't expect that day, he was teleported away from Qingyun Sect by the formation. This is why. The joy of the original return turned into sadness. Not long after, Shuizhuan and Lin Bei also returned to Qingyun Sect and learned about these things. They are all orphans and are raised by Taoist Taihua. Although Qingyun Sect is just a small sect, its living environment is average and even poor. But Taoist Taihua treated each of them very well, just like their father. Now that I heard the news, I couldn't help but feel extremely sad and couldn't help crying. Subsequently, a visitor from the Jiantian court told them that the catastrophe was about to begin and invited them to the Jiantian court to obtain asylum. The three chose to refuse this invitation. Now the eldest brother has become a peerless sword immortal, but he has important things to leave Qingyun Sect. The eldest sister is rarely in the sect, and now she learns that Xiao Muxue is a big shot in the heavenly court and cannot return to the sect. In this case, if they also left Qingyun Sect and went to the Jiantian courtyard to seek asylum. So does Qingyun Sect still exist? They chose to refuse. General Hospital of the Jiantian Academy. Xiao Muxue looked at the sky, silent. It's been a month. During this period, the Jiantianyuan and the 5 major dynasties were searching for clues about the Daxia dynasty and Prince Xiaoqian. But there has been no trace information. At the same time, Xiao Muxue sent someone to the East China Sea Dragon Palace, but did not find any information about Su Changyu and Yi Ping. It was all very peaceful. She knew that this was the tranquility before the storm came. At this moment, a figure slowly appeared. Seeing this figure, Xiao Muxue said anxiously, "But is there any news?" Xiao Muxue asked this. According to the news, it was found that the demon seed appeared in the demon god sect and took away the 10,000 demon banners refined by the demon god sect, the ancient heavenly demon picture, and the 10 directions immortal devouring immortals. The figure spoke out and reported the news immediately. The 10,000 demons banner, the ancient demon picture, and the 10 directions immortals. Hearing this, Xiao Muxue was shocked. The demon god sect has 3 major immortal weapons, the 10,000 demon banner, the ancient demon picture, and the 10 directions immortal devouring. It is rumored that they were the immortal weapons that were nurtured by the first generation leader of the demon god sect who refined all demons in the world and thus gave birth to them. But as the superior of the supervisory academy, Xiao Muxue naturally knew Su Xian's secret. The first leader of the demon god sect was the demon god, and these 3 treasures were the demon god's magic weapons. However, these 3 immortal weapons were destroyed by the strongest people in the world on the spot as the demon god perished. But over the years, the demon god sect has been refining imitations and semi-finished products of these three immortal weapons. If these three magic weapons fall into Xia Qian's hands, the consequences will be very serious. At this moment, Xiao Muxue sensed a wave and looked towards the direction of the Great Xia dynasty. An ancient picture appeared above the Great Xia dynasty. There were countless hideous demons painted on the ancient picture, which began to spread at an astonishing speed, covering the sky and the sun, covering the 10 countries.
It's the ancient map of the demon. Even though they were thousands of miles apart, Xiao Muxue recognized the ancient picture at a glance, which was the ancient picture of the demon. It's Xia Qian. He wants to use the ancient heavenly demon map to block the entire 10 countries, and then use the 10,000 demons banner to sacrifice the entire 10 countries, turning them into the 10,000 demons area, and at the same time sacrifice countless creatures to complete his own recovery. Xiao Muxue guessed Xia Qian's purpose and looked a little ugly. With the appearance of the ancient map of the heavenly demon, it seemed that a layer of black clouds gathered over the entire 10 countries, making everyone feel restless. Many strong men couldn't help but change their faces and look horrified when they saw the ancient map of the demon in the sky. The ancient map of the demon suddenly appeared in the sky, which is terrible. Many people fled quickly and wanted to leave the 10 countries, but this world has been blocked and the teleportation array has become invalid. Call together the strong and head to the Great Xia dynasty. If the ancient magic map appears today, it must be Xia Qian's control behind it. You must break the ancient magic map as soon as possible and kill Xia Qian. Otherwise, when the 10,000 demons area is formed and Xia Qian recovers, there will be endless troubles. Xiao Muxue said without hesitation immediately and said so. At the same time, Su Changyu rode the Qilin to a sacred mountain. This place is called Chongqing Mountain. 20 years ago, a fairy tale appeared here, and a rumor that Chongqing Mountain is pregnant with immortality was spread. I'll just go here by myself. Outyan, you go back, go find the junior sister, and bring this letter to her. Su Changyu got off Qilin, looked at the direction of the Great Xia dynasty, and said like this. Yes, brother. When Gu Outyan heard Su Changyu's words, he didn't ask any more questions, and took the letter to look for Chen Lingru. Afterwards, Su Changyu directly entered Chongqing Mountain. When we arrived at the depths of Chongqing Mountain, a green lotus stood tall. This green lotus is very similar to Su Changyu's primordial spirit. 20 years ago, the so-called rumors of the immortals in Chongqing Mountain were not the immortals. But the vitality of heaven and earth falls on this mount of eternal life. The Great Way is 50, the sky is 49, and people escape 1, and this green lotus is nurtured by a glimmer of vitality in the world. From the will of heaven and earth obtained by Zhuxian King, Su Changyu knew that in the battle between heaven and earth, the black lotus is stronger than the green lotus, and it is about to give birth to lotus seeds. Green lotus is already malnourished and has also nurtured 2 lotus seeds. Faced with this situation, Su Changyu chose to give a lotus seed from the green lotus to Yiping, and then came here to strengthen his green lotus with the green lotus transformed by the vitality of the world. At that moment, Su Changyu walked forward and came to this green lotus. On the jade, the green lotus swayed and began to absorb the vitality of the green lotus in front of him. And on his soul platform, the lotus seed above the green lotus became more and more solid. End of this chapter. 10 countries. The ancient map of the heavenly demons covered the sky and the sun, covering the 10 countries, covering the entire 10 countries with a layer of gray haze. Whether it was monks or ordinary creatures, they all felt a sense of depression and fear. Boom 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 boom. In the ancient map, bursts of explosions sounded. It is the 10,000 devils banner. In an instant, endless resentment permeated it, blocking the formation of the 10 kingdoms, and failed, making people unable to escape and teleport in. Many monks saw a gray airflow rolling towards them in the void, which was the resentment of thousands of demons. What's this? What a strong demonic resentment. Go away, run away. Seeing the resentment of the demons, everyone felt cold in their hearts and immediately shouted. Resentment surged towards them, and some people were slow to move and used Taoism to resist. However, all resistance has no effect in the face of the resentment of the demons. The resentment directly pours into its body, causing its body to deplete at a speed visible to the naked eye,
and then turns into a pile of dry bones.
Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom.
The ancient map of the demons in the sky, the 10,000 demons banners are constantly activated, and the 10,000 demons are coming, and endless resentment is rolling, allowing countless strong monks to escape quickly. In ancient cities, ordinary people have not yet reacted to this sudden change, and even if they react, they cannot escape as soon as possible. Suddenly, life was swallowed by the resentment of the demons.
Don't kill me. Help. Someone comes to save me.
There were sorrowful cry and wailing sounds. Countless people saw the resentment of thousands of demons and showed fear and despair on their faces, but in the end they could only turn into a pile of dry bones under the shadow of death, fluttering in the wind. The originally prosperous ancient cities turned into dead cities, like purgatory on earth.
Jin State, Qingzhou. Qingyun Sect.
Gu Jinxian, Daxu, Wang Zhuoyu and others all saw the scene in the sky, and their faces looked very ugly when they looked at all.
What's going on? Daxu couldn't help but exclaim when he looked at the terrifying demonic energy. Even as a ghost king, he was shocked when he saw the situation in front of him. This seems to be a formation. Use the formation to erase everything.
Wang Zhuoyu spoke out and said like this. He had already practiced the formation and obtained the supreme formation inheritance. He immediately realized that someone had set up the formation with the entire 10 countries. This is terrible. The ancient map of the heavenly demons, the 10,000 demons banners are the demon god sect. There are strong people from the demon god sect who want to erase the entire 10 countries of life and turn them into a region of 10,000 demons. The ancient sword immortal looked at this situation and his sword energy filled his body, dispelling the resentment of the demons in Qingzhou, and said with a cold face. Immediately, the ancient sword immortal turned into a sword light, soared into the sky, towards the ancient map of the demon. In the ancient map of the heavenly demon, the demonic energy is everywhere. Xia Qian held the 10,000 devil banner in his hand and watched all this calmly. The 10 countries belong to Daxia and are his people, but there is no fluctuation in his heart, and he is still enjoying this picture. In his opinion, it is their honor to die at his hands, turn into nutrients, and turn into resentment from heaven and earth.
This feeling is so wonderful. I feel like I'm improving all the time.
I will erase all the living creatures and people in Daxia, and I will be able to fully recover. Xia Qian felt the power of improvement in his body and felt very wonderful. At this moment, Xia Qian frowned slightly and sensed a terrifying sword intent. His eyes flashed, and he immediately saw a figure rushing towards the ancient map of the demon.
Ancient Sword Immortal. Xia Qian recognized this figure, which was his old enemy, Su Changyu's apprentice, and the Ancient Sword Immortal.
At the same time, he refined the Xushuan Taoist, whose memory behavior also affected him, making him feel hatred for the Ancient Sword Immortal. This made Xia Qian's calm expression cold and murderous intent appeared in his eyes.
Go and kill the Ancient Sword Immortal.
Xia Qian spoke out, his tone was cold, and he said like this.
Ode to the Lord.
4 figures responded in unison.
These 4 people are all very powerful in the Mahayana realm.
They were the leader of the demon god sect, the heavenly demon sect, the ancient demon sect, and the true demon sect, and they all surrendered to Xia Qian at this time. The 4 of them walked out of the ancient map of the heavenly demons and blocked the ancient sword immortal in the void. The 3 major immortal weapons of the demon god sect, in addition to the ancient heavenly demon picture in 10,000 demons banner, also have one, the 10 directions immortal devouring. Xia Qian allowed the 10 directions immortals to exert their true power, divided into 4 parts, and handed them over to these 4 people to take charge, which was extremely powerful.
You want to stop me, too?
The ancient sword immortal spoke and said so.
He was very confident and was not afraid of the 4 Mahayana realms. Ron, we are not here to stop you. We are here to kill you.
Ant Sword Immortal, I admit that you are very strong, but now the 10 directions immortals have recovered, and we are the 4 of you and others.
Let's see how you resist it.
The 4 of them stood in different directions, one of them holding a magic weapon that looked like a knife and a sword, with ancient magic patterns flowing on it, filled with sharp cold light, which was breathtaking. After the words came, the 4 of them took action and killed the ancient sword immortals in their hands. The 4 magic weapons were first combined into one in the air, turning into a cross shape, with a dark red and dark color. This attack was terrifying, causing the universe to roar, the world to change color, and the stars to tremble.
This is the real immortal devouring in the 10 directions.
It has reached the level of immortal weapon and is controlled by 4 Mahayana powerhouses. It is extremely terrifying and can devour immortals. Since that's the case, see if you are the powerful immortal devouring in the 10 directions or my supreme swordsmanship. The ancient sword immortal looked at the 10 directions of the immortals, and his blue shirt roared, and said this. A wooden sword appeared in his hand and slashed towards the immortal devouring in the 10 directions.
Boom 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 boom. The void collapsed. This battle is extremely terrifying.
Both sides are existences standing at the top of this world, smashing mountains and causing the void to collapse. The 4 great demon sect leaders were unscrupulous and did not worry about affecting the innocent. Under such circumstances, the ancient sword immortal did not care about his hands and feet at this time. From the 4 people in front of him, he knew that the 4 major demon sects were coming out in full swing.
If the ancient map of the demons cannot be destroyed, the entire 10 countries and even the world of cultivation will suffer. Many people saw the battle in the sky. Seeing the 4 demon sects in the sky and the ancient sword immortals, they were all shocked. Too scary. The battle between the 2 sides broke out, and the immortals in the 10 directions rotated wildly, like a big grinding of the heaven and earth, blocking the 10 directions of the heaven and earth, breaking the sky, tearing everything apart, and crushing the ancient sword immortal at an extremely fast speed. The ancient sword immortal was also extremely terrifying. He was like a divine sword, piercing through the sky, and his every move led the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, plants, and all things in the world turned into a flying sword. Each flying sword could kill the powerful person who passed the tribulation. Bang bang bang. Boom 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 boom. In the sky, the ancient sword immortal and the 4 powerful men of the demon sect were hard to separate. The sky was about to collapse, the space was torn apart, and wherever they went, they turned into powder. At the same time, the Giantianuan summoned the 5 major dynasties, the Immortal Sect, and the Standal Cultivator League to come to the 10 countries, hoping to break the ancient map of the demons. However, the 4 dynasties and immortal sects were all restrained by the people of the demon god cult, the heavenly demon cult, the ancient demon cult, the true demon cult, and the 4 demon cults. They dared not come out in full and had to leave most of their strength to guard them. Everyone understands that this is Xia Qian's open plot. He is in the 10 kingdoms of Daxia, using the ancient map of the heavenly demons and the 10,000 demons banners to attract attention. If the 4 dynasties and the strong sects dare to leave, the disciples of the 4 dynasties will cause trouble in the other dynasties. At this moment, the people of the world are all nourishment for Xia Qian. No matter where the chaos is, it will be beneficial to him. Faced with this situation, the 5 dynasties and sects had no choice but to draw some of their strength to join the Giantianuan to go to the 10 kingdoms of Daxia. On the cliff behind the sky, Wang Zhuoyu took a deep breath. He took out a black cloth, covered his eyes, then held the starboard and started to set up the formation. Now that the 10,000 demon banners are raging wildly, and the battle between the ancient sword immortal and the 4 powerful demon sects is a disaster. In this case, he wants to contribute. And this blindfolded is the supreme method of the formation he obtained in Linglong chess game, setting up the formation with his heart. The bigger the heart is, the bigger the formation is. Otherwise, with his strength, no matter how he set up a formation, he would not be able to do anything. Linglong star array, rise. The chessboard in Wang Zhuoyu's hand soared into the sky, connecting the stars in the sky, and transforming into the world. The formation heaven and earth protected the Qingyun Sect, and then expanded wildly, hundreds of miles, thousands of miles. It was his limit to reaching thousands of miles. A monk who practices qi can be proud of his formations for thousands of miles. Hiss. Daxu, Shuizhuan and Lin Bei were a little confused. Why did it take a short time to see Wang Zhuoyu also cheated? When Shuizhuan saw the scene of Wang Zhuoyu blindfolding his eyes, he couldn't help but think that wasn't this the scene he saw in Jinchenging? He glanced at Lin Bei and spoke. Fifth junior brother, do you still remember the scene you saw in the Shisheng well? Shuizhuan said this. Remember, I saw you turn into a talisman with your senior brother. Lin Bei spoke and said this. Just after he finished speaking, he couldn't help but look at Wang Zhuoyu, who was blindfolded, and then looked surprised. Fourth senior brother, are you going to become a talisman? Lin Bei spoke out and said so. Yes, at this time, it's time for you to see your senior brother's skills. The golden dragon Yun spirit talisman pen appeared in Shuizhuan's hand. This talisman pen contains a broken golden dragon soul, allowing people to draw talismans in the void. At the same time, this talisman pen also has another ability. It is the golden dragon entering the body and taking the body as a talisman. But once this ability is used, the golden dragon soul dissipates, and the talisman pen will also turn into an ordinary magic weapon. Shuizhuan shouted without hesitation. Senior brother third, I'll help you. The talisman pen in Shuizhuan's hand soared into the sky, and the residual soul of the golden dragon appeared and rushed into his body. In an instant, Shuizhuan turned into a talisman and then stuck it on Wang Zhuoyu. In an instant, Wang Zhuoyu felt a steady stream of power all over his body. Thank you, junior brother fourth. Wang Zhuoyu spoke, then roared, come on the formation. Once upon a time, Su Chanyu came in front of him and directly set up the array. Today, Wang Zhuoyu also wants to pretend. In an instant, the Linglong star array expanded wildly, 20,000 miles, 30,000 miles, 50,000 miles, and the entire Qingyun was shrouded by Wang Zhuoyu's formation, and the formation was still expanding. Seeing this scene, Daxu, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but look at Lin Bei. Lin Bei also had pictures in the ruins of the Seven Kings, in this life well. Walking onto a rainbow bridge. So Daxu wanted to see what happened to Lin Bei, the rainbow bridge. Lin Bei looked at Wang Zhuoyu and then at Shuizhuan. Why did both of these two become more powerful? This makes me embarrassed. Seeing Daxu's gaze, Lin Bei read the curiosity and expectation in the latter's eyes. This is waiting for me to take action and do something. But I'll make a fuck myself. He still doesn't know how much he has? Lin Bei thought of Wang Zhuoyu's first words and saw him walking onto the rainbow bridge. But where did he come from the rainbow bridge? He thought carefully and came to a result. It should be that the devil was invincible. After the storm, he saw the rainbow, and when he saw the rainbow bridge, he walked up excitedly. Am I so naive? Lin Bei ignored Dax's gaze and began to ponder, if there was a rainbow that really appeared, would he go up there? In the sky. The battle between the ancient sword immortal and the four powerful men of the demon sect continues, and the battle is very fierce. Even if one fights four, the leader of the four major demon sects will not be at all. Moreover, as the battle was fought, the ancient sword immortal felt that his sword art was constantly sublimating. He felt that as long as he killed these four people, he could sublimate as much as possible and prove his peerless sword art. The four major sect leaders' faces were very gloomy. The four of them failed to gain the upper hand in the face of the ancient sword immortal, which was extremely embarrassing. At the same time, I was shocked. How could the strength of the ancient sword immortal be so terrifying? In the 10 countries, the resentment of thousands of demons continues to rage, eroding every part of the 10 countries. Countless creatures turned into piles of dead bones under the resentment of thousands of demons, and bustling ancient cities turned into dead cities. This disaster is terrible. As time goes by, the aura of the ancient devil map and the 10,000 demons banners becomes more and more intense. Countless people looked at the sky and felt negative emotions such as despair, fear, sadness, etc. Even these emotions will turn into nutrients from the ancient map of the demon. It won't take long, Su Changyu, your death date will come. Xia Chen felt the increase in his body's strength, just like a demon patrolling the sky, looking at the people shrouded in the shadow of death. At this moment, his eyes saw a golden barrier spreading. This is Qingyun. There was a hint of coldness on Xia Chen's face. He took action, and the 10,000 demons banners in his hand shook, and bunches of black shock waves accompanied by the resentment of the 10,000 demons rolled towards Qingyun. Boom 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 boom. The black shock wave blasted the golden barrier, causing everything to be torn apart and destroyed wherever it went. The rolling demonic energy directly erased all living things.
At this speed, the demonic energy can sweep across Qingyun in less than a stick of incense.
Puff!
On the cliff behind the sky, Wang Zhuoyu vomited blood. This formation is connected with his mind, and now the formation has been broken, he has also been severely damaged.
Senior brother third, are you okay? Lin Bei immediately stepped forward and supported Wang Zhuoyu.
Supreme Demon Palace.
The demon lord looked at the golden silkworm cocoon in the hall.
It was already a critical moment to change his fate against the will of heaven. Even if the sky and the earth collapsed outside, it had nothing to do with him. At this moment, a black beam of light fell on the Supreme Demon Palace.
Boom 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 boom.
This black shockwave is very terrifying, and the Supreme Demon Palace formation is immediately triggered to resist this attack. Seeing this situation, the Demon Lord stood up and took action, destroying the black shockwave outside the hall, and dispersing the rolling demonic energy. He looked up at the sky, his eyes full of murderous intent.
Dare to bother my son, it's just a matter of death.
The Demon Lord felt murderous anger in his heart. His son was changing his fate when he was against the will of heaven.
If he disturbed him at this time, what if something unexpected happened? This anger made him want to kill directly into the sky.
But seeing the golden silkworm cocoons in the hall and looking at Su Luochen transforming, he had to suppress his anger. In an instant, the Supreme Demon Palace shook wildly, and cracks appeared in the golden silkworm cocoons in the hall.
Click. Click. Click.
End of this chapter.
The sky is in the ancient picture of the demon.
Xiao Qian's eyes fell to Qingzhou, and in the moment before, he felt a slight throbbing.
However, the throbbing dissipated instantly.
He knew that the subtle throbbing just now was not an illusion.
How could an illusion appear when he reached his level?
Looking at the four people who were still fighting against the ancient sword immortal, Xiao Qian cursed at the trash.
The four people failed to take down the ancient sword immortal.
Immediately, Xiao Qian was about to take action himself to take down the ancient sword immortal. Now that he appears, the entire world of practice will not let him go. Needless to think about it, the Supervisory Heaven Academy is already organizing various forces to come and conquer him. The ancient sword immortal is the leader of the Casual Cultivator League and the top combat power of the immortal cultivation world. If this big problem can be solved first at this time, it would be better for him.
Xiao Qian walked out of the ancient map of the heavenly demons.
His body was majestic, his hair was dancing wildly, his black lotus on his eyebrows was dark and deep, and he held the banner of 10,000 demons in his hand. The demon flames were surging, which was breathtaking. No one can associate the current Xiao Qian with the previous prince of Daxia.
Now he is a demon. What a waste!
When Xiao Qian saw the four people in the demon sect, he let out a cold voice, and the thousands of devil banners in his hand danced, heading towards the ancient sword immortal. In an instant, a strong wind blew, and the howling sounded ghosts and gods heard, and the surging demonic spirit filled the world, just like the end of the world. The demonic spirit turned into a resentful dragon, and rushed towards the ancient sword immortal, erasing its sword energy, trying to swallow him.
Boom 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 boom.
The sky collapsed and the earth was broken, the sun and the moon were upside down, the fierce flames were surging, and the resentful dragon drowned the ancient sword immortal, almost destroying the world, causing the entire 10 countries, Daxia, to shake wildly. The ancient sword immortal, who had originally fought against 4, was still slightly better, was immediately unable to resist.
It is obvious that the ancient sword immortal is at a disadvantage. Xiao Qian is very strong and terrifying.
If it is one-on-one, the ancient sword immortal still has the power to fight, but under such circumstances, it cannot be done. This made many people who were full of confidence suddenly frightened and looked desperate when they saw that the ancient sword immortals fought against 4. But even in this situation where one fights against many, the ancient sword immortal still has a different style. His body was bathed in blood, and the blood turned into blood swords and slashed at Xiao Qian and others, but his breath was constantly weakening, and his shoulders, chest, and even his internal organs were severely damaged. At the same time, outside the 10 countries, waves of voids appeared one after another. It was the giant Tianyuan, and Xiao Muxue and others came with many strong men.
Leader! Ant leader! Ancient sword immortal!
They arrived and saw the ancient sword Immortal, who was being besieged and covered in blood through the ancient map of the demon. If this continues, it will be impossible for the ancient sword Immortal to escape.
Take it, break the ancient map of the demon first.
Xiaomu Xue immediately spoke out and asked everyone to take action together. For example, today the ancient magic map blocked the world and separated the 10 countries, even if they were not able to break in directly.
Kill! Everyone shouted. 9 Suns Day. Divine Turtle Sea Status. The Great Hand Seal of the Void. Prison Suppressing King Ding. Great Annihilation Technique.
The terrifying killer moves burst out, bombarding the ancient map of the heavenly demons, causing the ancient map of the heavenly demons to sway wildly, and the entire 10 countries seem to be falling and cracking.
It's coming quite quickly. Xia Qian immediately sensed it. His tone was very calm.
He dared to show off so much, and had already guessed that the Heavenly Supervisory Academy would definitely take action and was ready.
In an instant, the sound of ghosts crying and gods screaming, and ferocious faces appeared on the ancient map of the heavenly demons. What's going on? Be careful, there is an ominous aura on these faces. It's the demon in the ancient demon map.
Looking at the hideous faces appearing on the ancient map of the demon, someone immediately spoke out. Before he finished speaking, the hideous face on the ancient map turned into a demon and rushed towards everyone, densely packed, like locusts, and was breathtaking. Take action, these are just ordinary demons.
Xia Qian is to delay time.
Xiaomu Xue immediately spoke and said so. Demons kept flying out in the ancient map of the demons, densely packed, and it was really a group of demons dancing around. But most of them only have foundation building and the strength of the golden elixir is not strong for them.
However, things like the devil are very troublesome to deal with.
They can invade people's brains and souls at any time, and you will be hit if you are not careful.
Boom 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 boom.
Everyone took action, and various Taoist magic weapons were sacrificed, crushing the demons. The demons seemed endless, and all kinds of Taoist magic weapons were killed, and they were killed endlessly, which made many people a little anxious. In the 10th country, the ancient sword Immortal was obviously not supported, and if this continues, he will die.
Xia Qian's strength is also very terrifying.
As time goes by, Xia Qian will only become more and more terrifying, and they have no hope at that time. Everyone, don't panic when you go. These demons are the highest in the nascent soul realm, but they are just a large number.
Xia Qian's purpose is just to delay time. If we continue to delay like this, we will definitely lose when he recovers.
Xiaomu Xue took a deep breath, used the soundwave Taoist method, and spoke out to preside over the situation.
Advance, we follow your arrangements. Yes, what do you think you will do now?
Immediately someone spoke out and responded to Xiaomu Xue.
Others also nodded, knowing that this is indeed the case. Okay.
Xiaomu Xue nodded and spoke immediately.
Xianjinwen, Tianxianjinwen, Sihai Taoist, Shanhe Lay Buddhists, each of you leads 10 Yuanshan cultivators to form a line of defense to isolate the demons.
The other monks retreat 100 feet and work together to break open the ancient map of the demons. If anyone who is proficient in the formation can see the flaws of this ancient map, and there is a way to break the ancient map, and tell me immediately. Xiaomu Xue spoke out and made arrangements immediately. The monks who called her to form the first line of defense were all from the heavenly court, and they had no objection.
Yes. I'll follow the order. Yes. I'll follow the order.
The monks immediately spoke out and took action together, and no one took it lightly. Those who are qualified to come, all who participate in this battle know the importance of the matter. If Xia Qian is waiting for Xia Qian to recover and the demon gods to destroy the world, each of them will die.
Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom.
Various Taoist techniques sounded one by one, bursting out endless dazzling light, bombarding the ancient map of the demons. Under this offensive, it has obvious effects. In up to 3 days, this ancient devil map can be broken.
But everyone looked solemn. 3 days, for now, it has been too long.
It took less than 3 days, and the entire 10 countries would be over. Even if Xia Qian did not recover at that time, he would reach a very terrifying level.
They are irresistible.
What's more, now it is the ancient sword immortal who is entangled with Xia Qian and others in the ancient map. If the ancient sword immortal is defeated and Xia Qian is in charge of the ancient map again, it will not be so simple if they want to break the ancient map of the demon. Don't leave a backhand, burst out with all your strength. Xiao Muxue spoke out and shouted immediately. A monk who can reach this point has nothing to do with a few trump cards on his body, and he has to lower his box.
Boom! At this moment, Xiao Muxue took the lead in making a statement.
She waved her hand and an instant jade seal appeared, bursting out endless divine light, suppressing thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, and directly bombarding the ancient map of the demon.
Immortal weapon. This is a fairy weapon, very terrifying.
When many people see this situation, they grit their teeth and use their trump card.
At the same time,
in the ancient map of the heavenly demon, the ancient sword immortal has lost one after another, with white bones exposed on many parts of his body. It is a miracle to be able to hold on with 1 against 5 for so long. The ancient sword immortal knew that if this continued, he would die soon. He wanted to break and then stand and slash out the last sword. The sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, plants, and all things in the world, come the sword. The ancient sword immortal roared, his bones, blood and flesh trembled, and his sword energy soared into the sky, slashing through the sky, bursting out endless sharp aura. He takes himself as his guide and all things as his sword.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
In an instant, the sky and the earth change color, thunder grows in the void, the wind rises on the flat ground, the sky and the sun, moon and stars, and mountains, rivers gather in unparalleled power. This power surrounded the ancient sword immortal, turning him into a peerless magic sword, and his whole body was filled with billions of sword lights, making the sun, moon, and stars dim in the world. Everyone was shocked to see this sword. Even through the ancient map of the heavenly demon, other powerful people could feel this peerless sword intent.
Too extraordinary. Cut.
The ancient sword immortal sword combined with one, burst out all the strength and slashed towards Xia Qian.
Boom!
The sword energy of thousands of miles drowned everything in the world and burst out with unprecedented power of the ancient sword immortal. The sun and the moon were gone, and the night was full of darkness, as if it was destroyed.
Fear. Too scary.
The leaders of the 4 great demon sects felt a strong sense of crisis after seeing this sword. Xia Qian let go of the 10,000 demon banners in his hand, holding the 10 directions of immortals, his strength soared wildly, and his demonic energy was everywhere, just like a real demon god, killing towards the ancient sword immortal at extremely fast speed. Although the 10,000 demons banner is powerful, it is not mainly engaged in combat.
Boom!
The world was shaken, accompanied by a shocking sound, causing a huge mushroom cloud to appear in the void.
Bang!
Under this blow, Xia Qian was covered with cracks and covered with white bones, and his injuries were extremely terrible. After this sword, the ancient sword immortal spent all his strength and began to fall down from the void.
Leader. Ant leader. Ancient sword immortal.
Inside and outside the ancient map of the heavenly demons, everyone's face changed dramatically after seeing this scene, and knew that the ancient sword immortal was in danger of escape. Because, in the entire 10 countries, no strong man could take action and go to save the ancient sword immortal. After all, among these 10 countries, the nascent soul realm is already a strong man. There are not many cultivators of the soul, so how could anyone take action to save the ancient sword immortal? Your sword is very strong, but it is impossible to kill me. Xia Qian was terrifying at this time, and said so. His body was full of demonic energy rolling on his flesh and blood, healing at a speed visible to the naked eye.
This is the demon seed. His characteristics after his awakening are born from evil thoughts of heaven and earth. Without the suppression of the will of heaven and earth, he would not be able to be killed.
However, this blow still seriously injured him and required a lot of energy to recover from his injuries.
Everyone's face changed drastically when they saw this scene. Such a terrifying blow cannot be killed.
Xia Qian looked at the falling ancient sword immortal, waved his hand, and a magic light burst out towards the ancient sword immortal, trying to erase it. At this moment, a divine light from the supreme demon palace soared into the sky, so that the sky was filled with endless stars, covering the effect of the ancient map of the heavenly demon. Then a figure like a god appeared. He had 3 flowers on his head, stepped on the divine elephant, and surrounded by 5 spirits, which was extremely terrifying. Boom! A figure like a god rushed into the void, punching the demonic light, protecting the severely injured ancient sword immortal. Master! The ancient sword immortal, who had only consciousness, couldn't help but call him lightly when he saw the figure in front of him. But in an instant, he discovered that the figure in front of him was not Su Changyu. It seems that Su Changyu is his junior brother, Su Luochen. Isn't he a waste? The ancient sword immortal thought so. Is this second senior brother? It's senior brother Luochen. Hiss. This is the supreme immortal Luochen. On the cliff of Qingyun, Wang Zhuoyu, Shuizhuan, Lin Bei, and Daxu couldn't help but be stunned and couldn't believe it. What's going on? Regarding Taoist Taihua and Su Changyu, they all listened to Daxu. I didn't see it with my own eyes, not so shocking. Now, the waste who grew up together suddenly became like this and appeared in front of him, which was simply amazing. Especially Lin Bei, who had already come to speak up and squatted down silently. When he saw Wang Zhuoyu before Shuizhuan took action, he felt a little embarrassed. Joining the Qingyun Sect, I am the only one who is left with me. However, he comforted himself, and Su Luochen. After all, he knew that Yi Ping and Chen Linger should be better than him. As a result, damn it, this is outrageous. Outside the ancient picture of the demon. Everyone was excited when they saw Su Luochen's move like a god, and their momentum was greatly boosted. Only Xiao Muxue was stunned, full of disbelief. What's going on? Where am I? The previous Su Changyu had already shocked her. Now there is Su Luochen again. Is this the one I know about Qingyun double waist? Su Luochen's white clothes were fluttering, his face and temperament were extraordinary, and his body surface had a layer of glory. If Su Changyu is like a peerless immortal, then Su Luochen is like a god. Like the gods who fell into the mortal world in the 9 heavens. He is a perfect son of destiny. Xiao Muxue was stunned. At this moment, Su Luochen became the only eye-catching in the world, and everyone was watching him. It's so extraordinary. The brilliance of the body is engraved in my heart when I look at it and is unforgettable. Who are you? Xia Qian's voice sounded, and his face looked a little solemn. He did not expect that among these 10 small kingdoms, not only was the ancient sword immortal hidden, but such a strong man appeared. This is outrageous. At least he still knew the ancient sword immortal, but he had never seen anyone in front of him. I don't know where it came out. Su Luochen spoke out. Are you worthy to ask? Su Luochen said this, his voice extremely calm. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. No matter who it is, I don't know what to say. This is too arrogant. In this case, if one fights 5, and it can be said that it is Xia Qian's Taoist ground, someone asks who you are, and you just say it, are you worthy? Really awesome. You're looking for death. Looking at Su Luochen's posture and indifferent tone, Xia Qian felt anger in his heart. Moreover, the latter's peerless temperament and indifferent tone reminded him of someone. Su Changyu. The two are so similar, just like the same. You can try it out. Even if I carry the ancient map of the demons and need one hand to protect Lao Gu, I, Su Luochen, will still be invincible in the world. Su Luochen looked calm, his tone was still extremely calm, and he was above. This tone was the tone he used to learn from Su Chang's imperial costume. It's really great to say something like that. Everyone was confused. Carrying the ancient pictures of the demons and protecting Lao Gu with one hand, he is still invincible in the world. Who is the sacred person in front of you? Su Luochen, why haven't you heard of it? This is simply too pretentious. However, everyone knows that Su Luochen is very strong. Before he just took action to save the ancient sword immortal, he covered up the ancient devil map with endless stars, so that he could not continue to sacrifice blood to the living creatures. This method is terrible. In the Supreme Demon Palace, the Demon Lord looked at the sky, and Su Luochen showed a gratified smile when he looked at the performance of Su Luochen. I am worthy of being my son, with an unparalleled style.
The Demon Lord looked at Su Luochen's back and said this.
After Su Luochen completed the change of fate against the will of heaven and learned about the situation, he killed him directly.
He also let the Demon Lord not have to work together and just press the formation for him.
The Demon Lord naturally would not say anything about this, but just asked Su Luochen to be careful. If he encountered danger, he would take action immediately.
Okay, I want to see how invincible you are.
Xia Qian was angry, he was indeed angry. He talked to the other party well, but the latter was completely pretending to him, making his hatred for Su Luochen in front of him reach Su Changyu's level.
In an instant, his anger erupted like a volcano in his chest and mind. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Xia Qian killed the 10,000 devil banners in his hand toward Su Luochen, and the magic light surging, smashing hundreds of mountains. The 4 demon sects continued to control the immortal devouring in all directions and besieged Su Luochen. Su Luochen had no magic weapon, but fought with his body. His crystal-clear fist seemed to contain the charm of the Great Way, surrounded by 5 spirits and holy beasts, emitting the aura of a Mahayana monk. The war broke out, which was extremely terrifying. Xia Qian did not hold back, and a terrifying phantom of the demon god appeared around him, trembling with the stars.
He was also severely injured under the sword of Gu Jianxian just now. Su Luochen was also extremely extraordinary.
He punched out his fists, and the real dragon, white tiger, divine phoenix, black and treacherous unicorn, turned into a divine light, directly shaking the immortal devouring in all directions. The 2 sides fought, and the vast energy drowned everything, and the void continued to collapse and explode. Outside the ancient map of the heavenly demons, Xiao Muxue and others came back to their senses and immediately bombarded the ancient map of the heavenly demons, trying to break it. It was hard to separate the battle. As the battle was fought, Xia Qian's face looked a little ugly. When he was fighting with the ancient sword Immortal before, the ancient devil map and the 10,000 devil banners were still raging, sacrificed to the creatures of the 10 countries, allowing him to recover and improve. But now, the ancient map of the heavenly demon is covered by Su Luochen, making it impossible for him to absorb strength. If this continues to be stalemate, and when Xiao Muxue and others break the ancient map of the demon, he will undoubtedly lose. Although he was self-sustaining, he still had a worry in his heart.
Su Changyu.
The other party has not appeared yet. What is the most terrifying thing? The unknown is the most terrifying thing. Xia Qian's face looked ugly, and he never expected that the small 10 countries would have the ancient sword Immortal first, but why did Su Luochen suddenly come out again?
It's okay for an ancient sword Immortal, but Su Luochen's reappearance has deviated from his plan.
If you stop, you will suffer from chaos.
That's the case.
Xia Qian's eyes were scarlet and she let out a long whistle.
The gate of hell, open!
Xia Qian shouted violently, and the phantom of the demon god behind him suddenly exploded, causing the whole world to tremble, and countless demonic energy in hell rolled. Then, a door appeared behind him. This door is 100 feet tall and looks very terrifying, surrounded by evil, death, despair, destruction and other ominous auras.
The roars of endless demons sounded inside the door. At the same time, outside the Dragon Palace in East China Sea,
Yi Ping stood in the void. At this time, he was extremely extraordinary.
A great blue lotus appeared all over his body.
Behind the blue lotus, there were 3 supreme primordial spirits.
A magic sword in hand.
A handheld crutch.
A handheld whisk. A Tao flower condensed above every soul's head.
The 3 pure souls, the 3 flowers gather in the top. Through the heavenly Tao altar, Yi Ping sacrificed all the treasures of the East Sea Dragon Palace to the God of Heaven, allowing his cultivation to be directly improved to the great perfection of the Yuanshan realm. Yi Ping looked at the dark clouds in the sky without any fear. Now, he is going to start over the tribulation. Once he succeeds in over the tribulation, he will break through from the great perfection of the Yuanshan to the realm of the tribulation. Dark clouds brew, and thunder dragons swell and float inside, which is shocking.
Boom!
The thunder exploded and spread across millions of miles, and countless people heard the sound of thunder. 1,000-foot thunder fell directly and rushed towards Yiping.
Why is this thunder tribulation so great? Is it because the cultivation level has improved too quickly? When Yiping saw this thunder, he couldn't help but talk to himself. Compared with this thunder tribulation he encountered before, it was a tiny witch, fireflies and bright moon. However, he was not afraid, and even showed excitement and joy. His supreme god and demon body was only one step away from breaking through to the great Taoist god and demon body. This will be a qualitative change. If it were an ordinary thunder tribulation, it would not be possible for him to break through this realm, but now it is just right. The thunder tribulation fell on Yiping, causing numbness on his body and blood and energy in his body to surging. Take heaven and earth as the furnace, and use thunder tribulation as the hammer.
Yiping used the infinite thunder tribulation to temper his body, and at the same time guided the thunder tribulation to practice the Zhulong immortal orifice.
Boom 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 boom. The second thunder tribulation fell, and this thunder tribulation was a thunder dragon.
When he fell, he turned into a sea of thunder, submerging Yiping in it. Yiping's figure seemed very small in this sea of thunder. But at this time, Yiping emitted an extremely terrifying aura, making people feel that no matter how small it is, it can shake the world and make the universe roar.
This is the process of his transformation towards the great gods and demons. Boom! 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 Immediately afterwards, thunder tribulations fell, and each thunder tribulations was exaggerated to the point of being unreasonable.
Yiping was submerged in the sea of thunder and was constantly suffering. His body was covered in blood and flesh, revealing golden bones. His bones were cast like divine iron, indestructible and standing in the sea of thunder. The roar of thunder fell on his bones, and there was the sound of dragons and tigers roaring. This is the prototype of the great gods and demons, which is very terrible. Even if the monks who have passed through tribulation do their best, they cannot be hurt.
But it's not enough.
This is just a prototype, and it has not yet been broken into the great god and demon body. The endless thunder tribulation turned into nutrients, allowing Yiping to constantly nourish and polish his body.
1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. 6 hours. A day passed, and finally, after 81 thunder tribulations, the thunder tribulation disappeared.
But the sea of thunder still exists, and the sea of thunder gradually dissipates, revealing Yiping's figure. Yiping's body, every inch of flesh and blood, was like forged by immortal gold and divine iron, and the yin and yang, 5 elements and 8 trigrams appeared under his feet.
Passing the tribulation realm. The great Tao god and demon body.
At this moment, Yiping completely changed qualitatively. The elder brother said, "Let me open this letter when I am ready to leave." Yiping opened the letter Su Qiangyu gave him. End of this chapter.
10 countries.
With Xiaqian roaring. The door to hell behind him was opened. Roar! A terrifying aura appeared, as if the ancient ferocious beasts were revived, causing ghosts in the void to cry and gods to howl, the sky cried and bloody, and all kinds of ominous signs appeared. In an instant, everyone was shocked and felt creepy. A huge dark red hand poked out from the gate of hell, and wherever it went, the void collapsed and destroyed. This giant hand is terrifying, filled with ominousness and darkness. This is part of the power of Xiaqian paying a huge price to forcefully revive the demon god. This power is extremely terrifying, it has surpassed this world, making people despair.
This is a demon.
Xiao Muxue and others were bombarding the ancient map of the demon. Seeing this giant hand, they were shocked and full of shock. At this moment, Su Luochen also felt a strong sense of oppression. I thought that my Mahayana realm was invincible, but as soon as I came out to pretend, I was about to be slapped in the face, which made Su Luochen feel very embarrassed.
The giant hand approached Su Luochen and wanted to pinch him to death.
At this moment, Su Luochen did not hesitate and immediately shouted, "Dad, save me!" Su Luochen shouted like this. It is because the other party does not talk about martial ethics and does this, so it is not embarrassing to ask for help from yourself. There was no need to wait for Su Luochen to speak out. When the demon lord saw the dark red giant hand appear, he had already moved.
A domineering and cold voice sounded. "Dare to touch my son. He is seeking death." A domineering and cold voice sounded, and in an instant, a majestic body appeared. He directly blasted at the dark red giant hand. The whole world vibrated. The ancient map of the demons and billions of stars are trembling wildly. This is terrifying. It is the power that has surpassed the Mahayana realm and this world. Roar! An angry roar came from the gate of hell, causing strong winds to spread thousands of miles around, filled with mist, filled with horror and ominousness. Kill! The demon lord let out a long roar, and he was like a demon god. A black halberd appeared in his hand, with awesome murderous aura and unparalleled domineering spirit, killing towards the dark red giant hand. How is this possible? Xiaqian was so disbelief that the demon lord could actually block the attack from the projection of the demon god. The power of the projection of the demon god's giant hand has long surpassed this world. The latter can fight against him, which means that he has the power of an immortal. How could this kind of existence exist in this world? It can become an immortal, but it still remains here. Are you sick? Moreover, the world is so big that it happens to be in the 10 countries of Daxia, which is outrageous. Xiaqian felt very uncomfortable. Why did he choose such a place? Isn't it good to change the place to make a move? He really wanted to slap himself twice. If this continues, he feels that he is not autistic and will be beaten to autistic. It's him, the devil. The first person 1,000 years ago, the demon lord of the Supreme Demon Palace, is still alive in the world. Someone recognized the demon lord and exclaimed. The Supreme Demon Palace is one of the most powerful forces in the world. Thousands of years ago, the Supreme Demon Palace was ruled by the demon lord, which was the strongest force in the world. At that time, the demon lord also had the saying that the world's #1 person was. I am worthy of being the demon lord. I can actually beat the demon god. It's so strong. There were rumors that the demon lord could have already passed the tribulation and ascend to heaven, but because his wife was pregnant, he chose to stay in the world. Later, because his wife was assassinated, the child died in the fetus, which made him crazy and killed all directions, and then disappeared without a trace. At the beginning, the heavenly court of the Supervision Bureau found that the demon lord did not ascend to leave, but was always in the world, seeking a way to resurrect his wife and children. That young man, like a god, is actually the parent-child of the demon lord. It seems that the demon lord has resurrected him by means of heaven. This kind of method is terrible. Looking at the combat power of the demon lord, has he become an immortal in the world? Everyone exclaimed. Xiao Muxue looked shocked. Su Luochen turned out to be the parent-child of the demon lord. This is simply incredible. First, Su Changyu was the 10th prince of Daxia, and now Su Luochen is the parent-child of the demon lord of the Supreme Demon Palace. Su Changyu's identity is better, and Xiao Muxue still has speculations behind it. But Su Luochen and Xiao Muxue had never guessed what kind of life experience the latter had. After all, compared to Su Changyu, Su Luochen is still a little worse in all aspects. But at this moment, Xiao Muxue didn't know what to say about Su Luochen. Su Luochen was also shocked to see that his cheap father could fight against the giant hand. He just felt the terror of that giant hand, and his father was so awesome. Su Luochen felt very comfortable about this. He looked at Xiaqian and said, "That's it?" Su Luochen said this, his voice extremely calm. Hearing Su Luochen's words, Xiaqian roared angrily. "You're dead." Xiaqian was furious and roared. He was extremely arrogant inside, and Su Luochen's attitude was simply a humiliation, a naked humiliation to him. In an instant, Xiaqian killed Su Luochen. Su Luochen was not afraid at all, and went straight up to the fist. His body was crystal clear, like a god, extremely extraordinary. The two clashed again, and the battle was earth-shaking, which shocked all the monks. The demon lord fought with the giant hand so that it would not affect Su Luochen. Su Luochen had just changed his life against the will of heaven and changed his life, and his potential in his body turned into strength, but he had not yet fully mastered it.
During the battle, he became more and more familiar with his own control of power. On the contrary, Xia Qian, in order to open the door to hell, he summoned the demon god's giant hand, which consumed a lot. In addition, when fighting with the ancient sword Immortal, the sword left a serious injury in his body, causing Xia Qian's condition to decline continuously. That's it, time passed by little by little. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. Xia Qian and Su Luochen fought fiercely. At this moment, both of them were injured and bloodstained. At the same time, the demon lord fought with the dark red giant hand that was poked out from the gate of hell. The back of the giant hand broke and scarlet and strange blood dripped. The blood was terrifying, dripping down, evaporating directly into the mountains, turning them into death. At the same time, outside the ancient map of the heavenly demon, there was a wave of the void. A very elegant man with excellent temperament appeared. Little junior brother. Xiao Muxue, who was constantly bombarding the ancient map of the demon, saw the figure appearing, and immediately called out. Junior brother, I've met the eldest sister. When Yi Ping saw Xiao Muxue, he immediately bowed. He has always respected his senior brothers and sisters in the sect. Junior brother, have you been in the East China Sea Dragon Palace for a while? Xiao Muxue asked this. Yes, my junior brother has improved his cultivation in the East China Sea Dragon Palace during this period. Yi Ping did not hide it, and said so. Where is your senior brother? Xiao Muxue continued to speak and asked like this. Because of the demon lord in Su Luochen, the original difficult situation of the war has reached their side. But she once saw records in ancient books that if you want to kill the demon god, you must suppress it with the power of heaven and earth. In other words, only the son of destiny with the luck of heaven and earth can kill the demon. No one else can kill it, or it is difficult to kill it. So Xiao Muxue cares about Su Changyu's place. Now, she has a high probability of confirmation in her heart that Su Changyu is the son of destiny. I don't know where senior brother Changyu has been. Some time ago, after senior brother taught me how to practice, I asked me to improve my strength well, so I left. Yi Ping shook his head and spoke, saying this. Sister, don't worry, when the eldest brother leaves, he will give me the mission of saving the people. Yi Ping continued to speak. Yi Ping already knew about these things when he obtained the will of heaven and earth and the letter Su Changyu left to him. Have you left it? Hearing this, Xiao Muxue was very confused and puzzled. Su Changyu handed over the mission of saving the people to Yi Ping? What is this situation and what is this operation? Then what did Su Changyu do? Yes. Yi Ping nodded. He couldn't help but be amazed when he saw Su Luochen, who was fighting with Xia Qian in the ancient map of the demon. His senior brother Luochen is so awesome. Yi Ping was surprised. This was the first time he saw Su Luochen's peerless charm. No wonder the elder brother said that he would improve his strength. If you do not have enough strength, you will not be able to participate in this level of battle, and you will not be able to fight with the eldest brother, the second brother, the eldest sister and the others. However, now Yi Ping not only has the strength to cross the tribulation realm, but also cultivates the ancient god and demon body refining technique to the level of the great god and demon body. Immediately, Yi Ping looked at the ancient map of the demon and took action. He exuded a terrifying aura all over his body, and his fists were like immortal gold and god iron, clenching the yin and yang and 5 elements in his fists, and blasting out his fists, bursting out with brilliant light. Boom 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 boom. Yi Ping's fist fell on the ancient map of the demons, and his power was very terrifying, and his effect was as good as Xiao Muxue's bombardment with his immortal weapon. This made many people unable to help but look at Yi Ping, and they were amazed in their hearts. What happened to the Qingyun Sect? How come there are so many peerless geniuses in the small sects that have never been heard of before? There are many people in the Tian Academy who know about the Son of Destiny. They know that the Son of Destiny is in the Qingyun Sect, but they don't know which Son of Destiny is. Now, everyone is like the destiny of heaven. This is outrageous. When Su Luochen saw Yi Ping coming, he pretended to be very strong. I remember that when I was hit by Yi Ping, I could only fool me in front of Yi Ping. Now that I have the capital to pretend, I can realize everything I have blown up at the beginning, how cool it is. Moreover, Yi Ping usually follows Su Changyu. Now, Su Luochen wants to tell Yi Ping that Su Changyu is just a waste. Su Luochen is the god of Qingyun Sect. When Su Luochen thought of this, he felt very happy. He looked at Xia Qian and said with a voice, "It's just that, but it's also an honor for you to be my whetstone and die in my hands." Su Luochen said so. His words were plain, but everyone felt arrogant and outrageous. This is a demon species. The devil who destroys the world. It is still an honor to say that they are whetstones, and dying in your hands. Damn, you're too pretending. However, Xia Qian is obviously suppressed by Su Luochen and the Demon Lord, which makes everyone feel energetic. When the Demon Lord heard this, his face was full of smiles, worthy of being my son. Confident enough and have the style of his own back then. Xia Qian's face was gloomy and he didn't say anything. The current situation is very unfavorable to him. If this continues, he will undoubtedly lose. Xia Qian felt very uncomfortable. He had known that it would be so outrageous. He would not have chosen to use the 10 kingdoms to do this wave of operations even if he had been killed. He also chose to lurk in secret to improve his strength. He looked at Yi Ping outside the ancient map of the demon. When Yi Ping appeared, he immediately felt a force that made him reject disgust deep in his heart. This is the power of the will of heaven and earth. In other words, Yi Ping has the destiny of heaven and is blessed by the will of heaven and earth. Xia Qian was puzzled. Isn't the son of destiny Su Changyu? Why Yi Ping? But the current situation cannot tolerate him thinking too much. As a demon species, if he does not suppress the will of heaven and earth, he can be said to be immortal and cannot be easily killed. But now Yi Ping's appearance has made him feel a strong sense of crisis. Xia Qian's eyes were ferocious and unwilling, but he had already felt a desire to retreat. As long as he escaped this disaster, he would have a chance to make a comeback. Ha, do you want to escape? Su Luochen chuckled when he saw Xia Qian's behavior. This chuckle fell into Xia Qian's ears, with countless contempt. After saying that, Su Luochen killed him again. At this moment, the stars in the sky and the 5 spirits all included in Su Luochen's body. He was like the Lord of all stars, with his strength soaring wildly. His body was like a divine iron, and he was swept by a lot of divine lights. Su Luochen's strength has been greatly improved. After so long battles, he was not tired at all, but could burst out all his strength. Boom! Su Luochen swung his fist with all his strength, and in an instant, the sound of dragon roaring and tiger roaring and phoenix ringing resounded throughout the world. Bang! Under this punch, Xia Qian couldn't help but fly backwards and stabilize his body in the void. The two of them broke out again, but Su Luochen had obviously gained the upper hand. During this process, Xia Qian's body continued to crack and demon blood spilled in the sky. The faces of the 4 demon sects became increasingly ugly. At this moment, they no longer had the will to fight. How can I fight this? This ancient heavenly demon map was originally used to sacrifice to the creatures of the 10 countries, but now it has become a shield. And this shield is about to be broken. It's over. It's completely finished. Boom! There was a shocking sound. The ancient map of the demon has been broken. With Xiao Muxue and others joining, and Yi Ping, the ancient map of the heavenly demon was finally blown away by them. As the ancient map of the heavenly demons broke open, countless monks cheered loudly. Saved. At this moment, Xia Qian's voice sounded. You forced me. Xia Qian's voice sounded extremely cold, and it rang for thousands of miles. In an instant, the gate of hell appeared in all directions in the void. Boom 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 boom. There are a total of 5 gates to hell, plus that giant hand, and a total of 6 gates to hell. Everyone's face changed drastically when they saw the 5 gates of hell appear. You know, the previous door to hell was so terrifying, and it was unimaginable that there were 5 more fans. Accompanied by the roar, these 5 gates of hell trembled wildly, and it seemed that there was a peerless demon about to appear inside. Xia Qian is giving up himself and offering sacrifices to himself to revive the demon god.
When Xiao Muxue saw this scene, she shouted immediately. There are some outlines reflected in the gates of hell. Left hand. Left leg. Right leg. Head. Trunk.
Combined with the dark red giant hand that appeared at the beginning, this is the body of the demon god. The gate of the 6 paths of hell is the body of the demon god. Xia Qian uses alternative methods to sacrifice himself and forcibly revival the demon god. As the 6 parts appeared, wisps of terrifying aura filled the void, crushing the void.
Seeing this situation made countless people desperate. If the demon god revives, it is impossible to defeat it. Because, this is no longer the same level.
It is already exaggerated that the demon lord can fight against the dark red giant hand.
In the entire world of practice, there is no such existence as a second demon lord.
Moreover, if these 6 parts are complete and the true body of the demon god is revealed, this is not 1 + 1 = 2, but a qualitative change. End of this chapter.
Changsheng Mountain.
The true body of the demon god has appeared. Su Changyu sat cross-legged, opened his eyes, murmured like this, and then closed his eyes again. The green lotus in front of him seemed dim and malnourished. And on his soul platform, the green lotus swayed, and a crystal-clear lotus seed condensed on it.
10 countries.
As the ancient map of the heavenly demon was blown away by Xiao Muxue Yeping and others, Xia Qian forced the demon god to wake up at his own expense.
Boom 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 boom.
The roar sounded through the heaven and earth, and the 6 gates of hell evolved into the body of the demon god, allowing the demonic energy in the void to roll around death and ominousness. Swish! The demon god's head opened his eyes, like a blood-colored star, dazzling and weird, staring at Su Luochen, shooting out the breath of death, turning everything in front of him into nothingness.
In an instant, Su Luochen felt a dangerous aura.
The billions of stars behind him shone brightly, and the 5 spirits around him turned into barriers, immediately protecting his body. However, under the attack of the demon god, this layer of defense began to explode at a speed of destruction. Seeing this, the demon lord immediately turned around and took action to protect Su Luochen.
Thank you, Dad.
Su Luochen immediately thanked. This attack was terrifying, and although it would not be possible for him to kill, it would not be a good time.
The situation is a bit difficult now. The demon lord saw the situation in front of him and said so.
Even if it was him, he couldn't help frowning when he saw this situation. Everyone calm down first. Faced with this situation, Xiao Muxue immediately spoke out to calm down.
In this case, he must not panic. Senior Demon Lord, please continue to take action and suppress a door to hell. Xiao Muxue bowed to the Demon Lord, bowed and continued to speak.
Luochen, junior brother, you too join forces to suppress a door to hell.
Zianjinren, Tianxianjinren, Shanhale Buddhist, you 3 join forces to suppress a door to hell.
Xiao Muxue spoke repeatedly, asking everyone to join forces to suppress the gate of hell. The body of the demon god is terrifying, but everyone in the field has outstanding combat power. Now that the demon god has not really arrived, there is still a glimmer of hope to become a complete body. Luochen, if you want to leave, Dad can take you ascend directly. The demon lord did not look at Xiao Muxue, but looked at Su Luochen and asked Su Luochen what he thought. He didn't have much feeling about the destruction of the world. What does the destruction of the world have to do with him? He has become an immortal in the world and can directly take Su Luochen to ascend to this world. Su Luochen was very moved when he heard the demon lord's words.
Dad, I want to give it a try.
Su Luochen said this.
In this situation, how could he choose to escape?
For my son's sake, I'll leave this door to me. When the demon lord heard Su Luochen make a choice, he rushed towards the hell gate on the demon god's head without saying a word. The aura of this gate of hell is the most powerful and terrifying. Little junior brother, you will fight side by side with your senior brother.
Su Luochen nodded.
He was not afraid, and his eyes showed a sense of fighting.
Yes, senior brother Luochen.
Yi Ping was also not afraid and showed expectations. The others also responded and rushed towards the gate of hell. In this kind of life and death, everyone did not have the intention to retreat, but they all took action directly to express their determination.
Although the demon god is desperate, it is invincible.
They can cultivate to this level of strength and their state of mind are extremely firm. The other monks obeyed the orders and followed me and tried their best.
You can't lose this battle.
At the same time, send a message to summon the 5 dynasties, and the strong people from the Immortal Sect come and kill them at any time. Xiao Muxue spoke with a serious voice. This battle is indeed impossible to lose. If you fail to suppress the 6 gates of hell and let the true body of the demon god appear completely, then it will be completely finished.
Yes.
Everyone spoke in unison, and the sound soared into the sky. Kill. Immediately, Xiao Muxue stepped out, sacrificed the immortal weapon and magic seal, and killed it out.
The great wilderness sky halberd. The great handprint of the true dragon. Divine fist. Frozen the world. The sun burns the sky.
The great magical power of Tianqing killing demons. Everyone took action together, and the terrifying killer moves exploded, making the world boil, the stars fall, and all things cry. The bodies of the demon gods in the 6 gates of hell are so terrifying that they keep attacking and killing, and they want to walk out of the gates of hell and smash the void. The demon lord danced a halberd in his hand, cutting the heaven and earth, and trying to break the gate of hell, but the demon god's head was very terrifying, and his mouth was opened, like a black hole in the abyss, and he wanted to swallow him. Yi Ping and Su Luochen both had unparalleled physical bodies, and their fists burst out with bright light, fighting with the demon god's right arm.
This is true for other Mahayana monks, suppressing the gates of hell. Xiao Muxue watched all this.
She immediately took action to make up for it when something went wrong and someone was seriously injured. This battle was terrifying and amazing, and everyone was stained with blood.
The demon god is so terrible. If the demon god fully appears, it is simply unimaginable.
The cliff behind the sky.
5th junior brother, please be optimistic about senior nephew Gu.
Wang Zhuoyu's injuries were stabilized. Seeing the situation in the void, Lin Beidaxa took care of the seriously injured Gu Jiansen and soared into the sky. Now he has the blessing of Shuizhuan's golden dragon, and his strength is extraordinary in a short period of time. Sister, we must also contribute. Wang Zhuoyu held the star chessboard in his hand, and a phantom of a golden dragon appeared all over his body.
Good.
When Xiao Muxue saw Wang Zhuoyu, she immediately saw the general situation in her body and smiled. Immediately, Wang Zhuoyu took action, and the star's chessboard evolved into the world, trying to seal a door to hell. The void fluctuated, and Chen Lingru also came, but everyone ignored Chen Lingru and looked at Qilin under her. The ancient Qilin emperor stepped on the auspicious clouds and surrounded his body with a mysterious and yellow aura, which surprised everyone. Unexpectedly, there was still the existence of the divine beast Qilin in the world. Little girl, you've watched to decide, so that you can see the strength of the 2999th level of Qi training.
Gu Outyan threw Chen Lingru on his back aside and took action directly.
He is a divine beast Qilin, with terrifying strength. Every strike carries the power of wind and thunder, just like a heavenly disaster.
Xiao Muxue was surprised to see Gu Outyan appear with Chen Lingru.
Unexpectedly, the other party appeared and brought the junior sister over.
But what about Su Changyu? Didn't Chen Lingru say that Su Changyu rode the Qilin away?
The battle has reached now, and the divine beast Qilin has appeared, but Su Changyu has not appeared yet, which is very strange.
Qilin ancient emperor, where is Su Changyu?
Xiao Muxue asked. The time comes, and my brother will naturally appear.
Gu Outyan spoke out and said this, suppressing the gate of hell in the demon's torso. He is very strong, no worse than the demon lord.
Time passes by little by little.